Chapter 1. Do Not Chase Me. The Great Lion. Note: this narrative is a 1vn interstellar beast world story, featuring a delicate female lead and a strong male counterpart. Not a strong female protagonist. Not a strong female protagonist. Not a strong female protagonist. It's crucial to emphasize this thrice. Esteemed readers, please deposit your brains at the brain storage facility. I assure you I will keep watch over them. Writing is no easy task. I kindly request civilized critiques from you all. The author bows in gratitude with clasped hands. I beg you, do not chase me. I have no syrup of urgency. Help me. The terrified screams startled numerous birds perched in the trees. Below, a white figure frantically fled, her pallid complexion betraying her fear. Li Jiu clutched her aching heart with all her might, sprinting at the fastest pace of her life. The oppressive scent behind her compelled her to glance back. A massive pride of lions was hot on her heels. Leading them was an imposing male lion, its coat gleaming, adorned with a distinctive collar. Li Jiu's heart tightened. She had jumped to her death. Yet upon opening her eyes anew, she found herself face-to-face with the fearsome visage of the lion. With little time to ponder, her instinct for survival propelled her forward. The increasingly distinct sound of rushing water caused her pupils to constrict. As expected, upon rounding a towering tree, a magnificent waterfall came into view. Before the waterfall, a group of men clad in matching uniforms ignited a flicker of hope within Li Jiu. She was saved. Help! Help! In her panic, she rushed forward, unaware of the vine that ensnared her right foot. She stumbled, her balance lost, and collided heavily against a nearby tree. Li Jiu reached desperately toward the waterfall, uttering "Save me." Her hand fell swiftly, and just before she lost consciousness, the majestic lion filled her vision. This is it, was Li Jiu's final thought before succumbing to darkness. The enormous lion approached, gently nudging her with its head, only to find the female lying still, an expression of panic flickering in its eyes. It extended its tongue to lick her, yet the petite female showed no sign of response. The lion grew increasingly agitated, prompting the pride behind it to retreat a step. Suddenly, the lion turned its gaze toward the waterfall, calling out twice before dashing in that direction. In the waterfall, a striking man with white hair and heterochromatic eyes, exuding an air of elegance, lounged in the water. A smile graced the handsome man's face. It is General Ren. Scanning confirms it is the uncontrollable General Ren. Quickly report to His Highness, the 13th Prince. The panicked voice of a guard echoed, causing the languid man in the water to shift his expression. With a surge of strength, his veined right hand propelled him to the shore. Countless droplets cascaded down his bare chest, racing to his well-defined abdomen, an embodiment of masculine allure. As the droplets ventured lower, no one was there to appreciate the sight. Meanwhile, the astonished lion stood before the 13th Prince, Ling Nuo, who regarded the lion with newfound intelligence with evident delight. Ren, have you accepted the female solace? It was no wonder Ling Nuo was astonished. Ren was the youngest general in the entire star domain, notorious for his aversion to the presence of females. Just yesterday, due to his value reaching 78, the Empire had sought a female with level psychic abilities, Lin Anshi, for his safety. Yet she had fled in a spacecraft before the entire nation. The lion, unable to speak, anxiously approached and tugged at Ling Nuo's clothing with its teeth. You want me to follow you? You are not yet coherent enough to speak. Ren nodded and swiftly turned toward the direction where Li Jiu lay unconscious, his heart racing with urgency. Once he regained some awareness, that female had been by his side, undoubtedly soothing him, allowing him to awaken so swiftly. She was so frail, so small. How could she endure his beastly form? He must have harmed her, which explained her sheer terror upon seeing him. Ling Nuo turned his right hand slightly, and the bare form was quickly cloaked in exquisite attire. Follow closely. Everyone hastily complied, and when they beheld Li Jiu surrounded by the lions, astonishment washed over them. Among the pride, the woman lay with waterfall-like black hair, cascading around her, paired with a flowing pure white gown, resembling an ethereal spirit. The spirit possessed exquisite beauty, and her skin glimmered with a luminous sheen. The white gown, draping her as she lay, revealed her long, pale legs, marred with numerous scratches. A female? How can there be a female on this desolate planet? and her fur has completely shed. Could she be the legendary rare female? Upon uttering this, the gazes of all present shifted, revealing their unrestrained desire. The soldier's covetous expressions compelled Ren to step forward protectively, growling threateningly at them. The soldiers flinched, lowering their heads in submission. Heavens! They had just dared to covet the general's female in his presence. It was a death wish. Ren's menacing demeanor snapped Ling Luo from his daze, and he looked at Ren in surprise. You have found a rare female, along with others? The Empire's highest psychic level, S-rated fur, had become exceedingly rare. Yet here lay a female devoid of any fur, a feature only seen in females as rare as those from a millennium ago. Even Ling Nuo felt a tremor of excitement course through him. Ren growled a few times, gently shaking Li Jiao. Ling Nuo regained his composure, his expression turning grave as he gazed at the unconscious Li Jiao. Medical team, hurry! The medical team rushed forward, and under the scrutiny of myriad instruments, the leading doctor wore a solemn expression. Your Highness, the 13th Prince, General Ren, this female is gravely weak and must be swiftly placed in a healing chamber, or she may lose her life. Upon hearing that the petite figure might die, Ren's pupils constricted, his emotions spiraling into agitation. Your Highness, General Ren's uncontrollable levels are rising rapidly. Ling Nuo frowned indeed. He was prone to losing control. Thankfully, their primary purpose was to locate Ren. With a swift gesture, a marksman hidden in the crowd fired a tranquilizer into the lion's neck. The massive lion collapsed, its final gaze lingering on the delicate Li Jiao. The other ordinary lions scattered upon hearing the gunshot, vanishing without a trace. Ling Nuo regarded Li Jiao, his expression shifting as the aura emanating from her stirred something within him. I never anticipated the legendary female would reappear a millennium later. This will send ripples throughout the entire star domain. Within the medical chamber aboard the spaceship, the breathtaking woman fluttered her long eyelashes, and in the next moment, her bewildered, tear-filled eyes opened. Ling Nuo's heart fluttered at the sight, his pulse quickening as a flush crept across his handsome face. So beautiful. The bright lights prompted Li Jiao, just awakened, to instinctively close her eyes again. Upon reopening them, a strikingly handsome face crowned with a celestial halo appeared before her. Li Jiao was taken aback, then smiled. So I really did die and arrive in heaven. Her slender arms extended slowly, palms upturned, lips curving upward. Take me away. The renewed flutter of her heart brought Ling Nuo back to reality. She was extending a maid invitation to him. His heart raced with joyful anticipation as he realized he did not dislike females, he simply had yet to encounter the right one. Kneeling on one knee, he placed his right hand over his heart and gently cradled her dainty hand, pressing a heartfelt kiss to the back of her pale hand. At the same time, his heterochromatic eyes sparkled with a soft glow. Noble one, Enshi Ling Nuo is willing to share life and death with you. Both were enveloped in a faint, almost imperceptible white light. Believing herself to be dead, Li Jiao sensed something amiss when the gentle yet fervent touch upon her hand caused her body to shudder. She swiftly withdrew her right hand, leaning against the healing chamber, her entire being alert as she regarded the man before her. Who are you? The panic in her delicate features tugged at Ling Luo's heart. Was she dissatisfied with him, her consort? Lowering his head, he declared, My lady, I am Enshi Ling Nuo, the 13th Prince of the Imperial Capital, with whom you have just signed a mate contract. Chapter 2. She smells divine. Unable to restrain a swallow. My lady? Contract? Prince? Each word was comprehensible to Li Jiao, yet their combination eluded her understanding. Her gaze fell upon the handsome man, kneeling with his right hand over his heart. With waist-length white hair and a sculpted face, he resembled a character from an anime she had only seen in her dreams. Suddenly, the image of the lion from before her fainting flashed in her mind. Did you save me? Li Jiao's inquiry was directed at the lion, yet Ling Nuo interpreted it as pertaining to her escape. He shook his head. No, when I arrived, General Ren was already guarding your side. General Ren? So he was her savior. Li Jiao cautiously glanced at Ling Nuo. Then, can you get up and take me to him? At your service, my lady. The man's magnetic voice, laced with warmth, resonated within the room, causing Li Jiao's heart to flutter. Biting her lip, she asked, Could you refrain from calling me my lady? As soon as the words left her lips, the man, who had just risen, suddenly knelt again, a sharp knife appearing in his hand. Though this is our first meeting, my lady, Ling Nua is already utterly content that a handsome visage bore a smile, while a gleaming dagger glinted ominously, aimed directly at the slender neck. The assailant showed no hesitation, his expression still adorned with a grin. The scene before Li Jiu caused her heart to momentarily halt, prompting an instinctive cry of, "Stop." The man's hand froze, yet the sharp blade had already severed the skin of his neck, a wound emerging that swiftly became saturated with blood, staining his garments. Some struggled desperately to cling to life, yet he chose to embrace death without a second thought, spurred by a mere utterance from her. Fury surged through her mind as an enraged Li Jiu stepped forward, seizing the dagger from the man's grasp and casting it heavily to the ground. You would seek death for the sake of a single phrase, a word from a stranger? How would your parents feel upon learning this? Are you aware that there are those who find it difficult merely to survive, while you so carelessly disregard life? Lie well. Her reprimand gradually took on a quavering tone, and as Li Jiu recalled her own struggles over the years, tears began to flow uncontrollably. This, in turn, flustered the kneeling Ling Nua, whose expression turned frantic as he hesitated to reach out and console her. "Forgive me, my lady. Please do not cry. I will do anything you ask. Just do not weep." "Really?" Her tear-filled, beautiful eyes fixed intently upon him, although the circumstances remained unclear. Li Jiu understood that she could not allow this man to perish in confusion. It was the first time Ling Nua realized that a female's tears could shatter his heart, and he nodded earnestly indeed. "Only you must not cry." "Very well. Promise me you will not take your own life recklessly, and that you will live." "I refrain from having you call me my lady, because I have yet to grasp the situation. You may refer to me by my name, Li Jiu or Jiu, and could you please rise?" It felt somewhat strange for such a striking man to kneel before her. What seemed perfectly ordinary to Li Jiu resonated differently with Ling Nua, causing his heart to tremble. Males were to unconditionally obey females, and she was his lady, deserving of utmost respect and care. Never had a male addressed his lady by her name. The alluring glimmer in the depths of his peach blossom eyes flickered as he felt a sudden tremor in his body, witnessing Li Jiu bend down unexpectedly. "Your wound requires dressing more urgently than anything else." A melodious voice brushed against his ear, causing him to shiver slightly as he obediently tilted his neck to reveal the injury. Her cool, delicate fingers grazed the wound, and the proximity of her breath made Ling Nua swallow hard. She smelled delightful, devoid of the wild beast scent that often lingered on other females due to unkempt fur. Rather, she exuded an enchanting fragrance. The thought that Lei In had already been with her ignited a spark of jealousy within him. The rapid rise and fall of his breath made Li Jiu pause, hastily rising and taking a small step back. She instinctively examined the wound, oblivious to the fact that before her stood not a soft little creature, but rather a tall man. This realization caused her cheeks to flush crimson, and she coughed awkwardly, avoiding eye contact. "Please tend to your wound first, and then take me to see General Lei In." As Li Jiu turned her head, the pale curve of her neck, accentuated by a hint of pink that crept up to her earlobe, provoked a smile from Ling Nua. As the 13th prince, he was no fool. His lady was quite adorable, and her character seemed commendable. Rising, he replied, "Yes, Jiu." Such a normal address took on a peculiar significance when uttered by the man beside her. As he slowly stood, his towering presence completely obscured Li Jiu's form. Li Jiu gasped, estimating the height difference to be at least 20 centimeters. Standing just shy of 1.70 meters herself, this man must stand at nearly 1.90 meters. How exceedingly tall! His height, combined with his long legs, presented an unmistakably comic book physique. Li Jiu quickly averted her gaze. "I wish to see General Lei In." "Certainly, Jiu." Ling Nua took note of the slight shifts in her expression, recognizing her satisfaction with his stature. The brilliance in his peach blossom eyes ignited. "Please follow me. Jiu Lei In is just next door." As they left the room together, Li Jiu surveyed her surroundings, observing that the corridor appeared to be crafted from metal, with symbols projecting into the air thanks to a projector. Curious, she examined her surroundings, failing to notice when the tall man ahead came to a halt, resulting in her colliding with him. Her head felt as though it had struck a solid object, causing her to feel dizzy and lose her balance. "Ah!" A startled cry escaped her lips, yet the anticipated pain did not follow. Instead, Her waist was enveloped by warm, large hands. Whoa! Jiujiu, are you all right? Dizzy, Li Jiu shook her head, and in the next instant, her body was lifted off the ground, prompting another scream. Ah! Do not be afraid. Your body is frail due to prolonged malnutrition. Although I have administered nutritional fluids, your recovery will require time. I shall carry you to meet Lei Yan. Ling Nua's voice was gentle, yet his gaze remained icy. Eons ago, a great upheaval had occurred across the star domain. The number of females diminished drastically, and to this day, their population had dwindled to fewer than 1 million, while males numbered in the billions. Thus, females became the most precious entities in the star domain. Furthermore, prolonged studies revealed that only offspring born of females could inherit greater abilities. Males without females could only propagate their lineage through technological embryo cultivation. Therefore, if a family possessed a female, she would be cherished and protected, and it was utterly inconceivable for his lady to be as frail as she was. To abuse a female was a crime punishable by annihilation of one's clan. Surrounded by the unfamiliar scent of a male, Li Jiu felt a tension throughout her body and fidgeted uneasily. Please put me down, I can walk on my own? Absolutely not. The assertive tone, devoid of any negotiation, left Li Jiu momentarily stunned. Ling Nua recognized his previous tone was inappropriate and lowered his voice. You are too weak, and we have arrived at Lei Yan's chamber. Chapter 3. The Graceful Young Master, General Ren indeed. Li Jiu's attention was diverted, and as she turned her head, she beheld the immense metallic door slowly creaking open. Within the room, nestled in a device curving like the one she had just lain in, was a strikingly handsome man, his eyes tightly shut. Though his eyelids remained closed, it was evident that his aura starkly contrasted with that of Ling Nua. Ling Nua embodied the essence of an elegant young master, while the unconscious Ren, even in his current state, exuded an intensely aggressive presence. Li Jiu raised her gaze towards Ling Nua. Is this Ren? Indeed, he is Ren. As he spoke, Ling Nua gently placed Li Jiu on a chair beside him. Li Jiu's voice was tinged with concern. Is his condition very serious? Her eyes reflected a complex mix of emotions. She had not anticipated that her seemingly worthless life would be so dearly saved by another. To save her from such a den of lions must have come at a tremendous cost. Ling Nua nodded gravely, confirming that Ren's situation was indeed dire, although his wife had managed to soothe him back to 71 points. And the tranquilizer had restored his human form. He remained at risk of losing control at any moment. Should his level surpass 80, he would be irrevocably transformed into a mindless beast. Ling Nua's expression was somber. Ren was like a brother to him. Thus, even when everyone else wished for Ren to succumb to his primal instincts and vanish, he still ventured to this remote place in search of him. Li Jiu's heart sank. Reflecting upon the small animal she had healed since childhood, she wondered if humans could also be saved. Although she had miraculously survived her leap from a building and found herself in this peculiar place, the fact that she had only 1 month left to live remained unchanged, that if she could use her abilities to repay his life-saving grace, it would be nothing short of miraculous. Yet, she had never healed a human before. She could only attempt it. Looking at Ling Nua, she asked, "Can we open it?" Ling Nua readily agreed to this basic request. The transparent door of the healing chamber slid open, and Li Jiu reached out, placing her hand upon Ren's head. Her gaze softened as she looked at the man before her lips curling into a smile. "Ren, thank you. You must survive." That a familiar wave of dizziness washed over her. In the past, she would have withdrawn her hand, but today she steadied herself, gritting her teeth in determination. Meanwhile, Ling Nua stood speechless in astonishment, for before the healing chamber, Li Jiu's long, dark hair, casually cascading behind her to her knees, emitted a radiant glow, a soft luminescence that beckoned him closer. Yet, during her previous assessments, she had shown no signs of psychic energy. In the fleeting moments that Ling Nua was momentarily distracted, Li Jiu's vision blurred, and her frail body began to tremble uncontrollably. Noticing something amiss, Ling Nua moved closer, but at that moment, Li Jiu could no longer hold on. Darkness enveloped her as she lost consciousness. Li Jiu, Ling Nua exclaimed in horror, watching the woman, devoid of strength, succumb to gravity and fall. Instinctively, he reached out to catch her, the lifeless form in his arms nearly devoid of breath, shattering the calm demeanor that he had maintained for so long. "Someone quickly!" Ling Nuo's urgent cry summoned the personnel outside, who rushed in. Upon realizing that the unconscious figure in the 13th prince's arms was a woman, their expressions shifted dramatically. Medical staff hurried forward, instructing 13th prince. Quickly place her in the healing chamber. At that moment, the various stabilizing instruments in the room suddenly erupted in alarm. Everyone stared in disbelief as the readings for General Ren plummeted, 70, 69, 68, finally stabilizing at 59. 59. General Ren's instability level has actually dropped to 59. Ling Nuo gazed in astonishment at the fluctuating numbers, then looked down at Li Jiao in his arms, whose chest rose and fell with faint breaths. A tempest of emotions swirling within him, that if Li Jiao's brief touch had indeed caused this shift, it could overturn the entire star domain. Typically, a male could only reduce instability through deep emotional comfort from a female over an extended period. Li Jiao, who exactly are you? Even the princess from a millennium ago did not possess such abilities. Realizing that the woman in his arms was still alive, Ling Nuo regained his composure, his voice cold and his gaze icy as he addressed everyone present. What transpired today will be classified as the Empire's highest secret. No1 is to disclose a word. The word's highest secret of the Empire sent a shiver through everyone present, prompting them to kneel in unison. Yes. Ling Nuo quickly carried Li Jiao back to the healing chamber. After the medical team confirmed that she had merely exhausted her psychic energy and fainted due to physical weakness, the tension in Ling Nuo's demeanor eased. As the atmosphere aboard the ship turned solemn, all personnel were ordered to maintain silence regarding the mission, which was deemed a top-secret operation. Ling Nuo's gaze remained fixed on Li Jiao within the healing chamber. He had never envisioned that he would form a bond with a female he had only just met. Though he may not be as outstanding as his elder brother, he was still a prince of the Empire. Numerous females had sought to forge a marriage contract with him over the years. Yet he had never accepted any proposal, nor had he grown close to a single one that his long, elegant fingers rested on the healing chamber. And he murmured softly, "You ensnared my heart with a mere glance, compelling me to willingly bind myself to you, my Li Jiao." Suddenly, his communicator chimed. He answered it. 13th Prince, General Ren has awakened. Ren has awakened? Understood. After ending the call, Ling Nuo turned to the unconscious Li Jiao. Li Jiao, I shall return shortly. Inside the healing chamber, Ren's mind felt clouded that he allowed the medical staff to attend to him. Soon, the fog in his mind began to clear, and the image of the delicate figure lying on the ground materialized in his thoughts. Suddenly, he sat upright, his powerful arm seizing the nearest staff member as he demanded, "Where is she? Where is Li Jiao?" Li Jiao has fainted. Ling Nuo's voice prompted Ren to turn his head. Li Jiao? Is that her name? The fact that he did not know her name lifted Ling Nuo's spirits slightly. He raised an eyebrow. Indeed, my wife, Li Jiao. The term wife caused Ren's pupils to constrict sharply, and in the next instant, he leaped from the healing chamber, his fist aimed directly at Ling Nuo. The two soon found themselves embroiled in a fierce struggle, prompting the medical staff to hastily withdraw, astonished that the 13th Prince had indeed formed a contract. "You scoundrel!" As Ling Nuo countered the blows, he taunted, "Your wife just awakened and invited me to form a contract." "She invited you." The image of her terrified escape as she opened her eyes flashed in Ren's mind, rendering him momentarily frozen. Unexpectedly, Ling Nuo did not anticipate Ren's sudden halt, and the force behind his punch could not be contained. Bang! Ren was propelled backwards, crashing violently against the wall before collapsing to the ground, coughing up blood. Yet, at that moment, he paid no heed to the pain. Instead, he stared dazedly at Ling Nuo. "Li Jiao invited you to form a contract. Yet she appears so terrified of me that I must have done something she despises when I lost control. I truly am a fool." That a harsh slap landed on Ren's strikingly handsome face, leaving behind a deep imprint of a hand. Just as Ren prepared to retaliate, Ling Nuo's hand intercepted his. "First, take a look at this surveillance footage." Chapter 4. So it turns out it's a boy. Initially, Ling Nuo had believed that something had transpired between Li Jiao and Ren, prompting Ren's rapid awakening. However, recent events suggested otherwise, that Ren's gaze was fixed intently on the screen, where he witnessed the petite figure fainting mere seconds after touching him, while his instability level plummeted to 59. What did a level of 59 signify? Even with a female's nightly reassurance, it would require at least a year, and that was contingent upon ensuring the male's emotional stability throughout that year. a nearly impossible feat. Thus, it was highly probable that nothing had transpired between Li Jiao and him during his loss of control. This revelation left Ren feeling both elated and disheartened. But why did she run away upon seeing me? Ling Nuo stroked his chin, his gaze appraising Ren. Perhaps your beast form frightened her. Next time, you might consider reverting to a juvenile form. He recalled reading in ancient texts that the female from a millennium ago had a fondness for beast men in their cub state. Ren did not question this suggestion. Detailed records regarding the princess from 1,000 years ago resided within the palace, of which they had only heard whispers. Thinking of Li Jiao's diminutive figure caused Ren's heart to soften. I understand that I wish to see her, naturally. However, there are more pressing matters at hand, Ren. Ling Nuo's serious tone caught Ren's attention, tightening his posture. The two had been friends for many years, and Ling Nuo rarely adopted such a grave demeanor when addressing him. Speak, Ling Nuo replied. According to the assessment, Li Jiao's psychic energy has yet to reach a level that Ren's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. Those few seconds she spent evidently utilized her psychic energy for self-soothing, although the method was unfamiliar. The fact remains. Ling Nuo affirmed, I understand your skepticism, but this is the reality. And because of this, the situation becomes increasingly dire. The princess from a millennium ago possessed merely S-level psychic energy, yet it incited envy from other nations. Fortunately, our country is strong. However, Li Jiao's psychic energy is likely to exceed S-level once she learns to harness it. Ren's breath quickened uncontrollably. Dsa General. He fully comprehended the implications behind Ling Nuo's words. If she could swiftly suppress his S-level outburst with only A-level energy, cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. Ling Nuo exhaled heavily. Thus, we cannot protect her solely by our means. Her age is determined to be merely 18. And prior to turning 20, she must have 3 guardians. Both of us have just reached the age of 30, barely meeting the requirement. Additionally, we need to recruit a formidable male. Ryan moved his lips, but refrained from uttering a word. They had just attained the S rank, while there are 3 higher tiers above them, SSSS and XSSS. Suddenly, a thought crossed Ryan's mind, and he gazed at Ling Nuo in astonishment. You can't possibly be thinking. Ling Nuo nodded. Yes, I intend to seek out the eldest prince, that he is the only genius to have reached SSS before the age of 50 in all these years. Although a substantial number of female guardians eventually become companions to the females after they come of age. The eldest prince once declared that he would never seek out a female in his lifetime, believing that the birth of offspring could be entrusted to technology, that AS for the other ambitious individuals. Nyo must not fall into their hands. Otherwise, she would merely become a breeding machine. Just the thought of such a fate for the splendid Nyo made Ling Nuo's breath quicken. Glancing at the communicator, he noted that there were still 5 hours until they reached the imperial capital, and they needed to make a swift decision. Ryan also recognized that this was indeed the best option. Nodding in agreement, all right, I will go see Nyo. The name Nyo echoed beautifully in Ryan's heart. The two hurried to the room where Li Jiao was situated. Ling Nuo took out the communicator and directly dialed the eldest prince and she. Soon, a man who bore a striking resemblance to Ling Nuo, yet appeared significantly more composed, appeared on the screen. Have you found Ryan? What is the situation? Your Highness, the eldest prince, I hope you are well. Ryan bowed respectfully to the eldest prince, who was engrossed in reviewing documents. And she paused momentarily. Ryan, have you accepted the comfort of a female? Lin Anchi is likely to go mad. The eldest prince's voice remained calm. But Ryan's eyes flickered as the image of that seemingly mad female flashed through his mind, a look of disdain evident in his gaze. Yes, Your Highness. Ling Nuo cast a sidelong glance at Ryan before directing the camera towards himself. His expression earnest as he spoke. Elder brother, I would like to ask you for a favor. Ling Shi regarded Ling Nuo's serious face with interest. Oh, I never expected a day would come when Ling Nuo seeks my assistance. Speak, what is it? Ling Nuo took a deep breath. I would like to ask you to become Nyo-Nyo's guardian. Nyo-Nyo? A female? Yes. The video shifted to Li Jiao in the therapeutic pod, and the previously calm Ling Shi abruptly stood up. Astonished, a rare female? Where did you find her? Returning the camera to himself, Ling Nuo briefly recounted the events. I have already sent the video to your communicator. Our time is limited, elder brother. After swiftly reviewing the video, even Ling Shi's composure was shaken. That a rare female, and potentially one with formidable psychic abilities. Ling Shi's breath quickened, and his gaze deepened. He enjoyed perusing ancient texts, and according to the royal family archives. A millennium ago, a rare female not only possessed psychic abilities but also had the gift of foresight. Thus, the Empire was able to eliminate numerous threats, elevating its rank from C to B in the process. Understood. I will agree to the guardianship. I will personally come to fetch you in a few hours. That he paused, glancing at Ling Nuo. Have you signed a partnership contract with the female? Yes, that a glimmer of light flickered in Ling Shi's eyes. I understand. Protect her well. Ling Nuo and Ryan nodded in unison, yes. After the video call ended, Ling Nuo spoke. Ryan, your escape has offended Lin Anchi. That if that madwoman discovers that Nyo is your female, she is likely to act irrationally. That Ryan's eyes darkened with gloom. Ling Nuo sighed and patted his good brother's shoulder. For Nyo's safety, you must refrain from appearing near her for the time being. I understand. Ryan's gaze shifted. Has the news of my discovery spread? No, then I shall accompany Nyo in the form of a CUB.My recent loss of control was due to uncovering certain matters. His voice was cold, laced with an unmistakable murderous intent. This was the fearsome killer known as Kohler. Ryan nodded. He watched as Li Jiu settled into the therapeutic pod, his body swiftly shrinking until a small lion cub emerged. The cub lay atop the pod, its gaze fixed intently upon the unconscious figure below. Ling Nuo cast a glance before disregarding it. After all, she was still weak. He then busied himself with sending all of Li Jiu's information to Ling Shi. 4 hours later, the weakened Li Jiu slowly opened her eyes, only to find a tiny lion cub sprawled atop her head, fast asleep. Surveying her surroundings, she recognized the therapeutic pod from her previous awakening. As she sat up, the system detected her consciousness returning, and the pod opened automatically, causing the small lion cub to tumble into her embrace. That Li Jiu was momentarily taken aback, and upon seeing the cub's drowsy expression, she couldn't help but chuckle softly, cradling the little creature in her arms. Did you get lost, little one? To her surprise, the small lion appeared quite robust despite its diminutive size, exuding an aura of both cuteness and plumpness. Glancing at the cub, she noticed it was a little boy. Chapter 5. Exposed. Li Jiu's movements were too swift. The drowsy Ryan, realizing what was happening, found it too late to intervene, and thus he was exposed. His face flushed instantly. The unusual reaction of the cub in her arms was quickly noticed by Li Jiu, prompting her to press the lion cub against her forehead in confusion. You're not running a fever, are you? The gentle warmth of her breath brushed against Ryan's face, and the delightful fragrance gradually intoxicated him, causing him to stare at Li Jiu, entranced. Noticing the little lion's unwavering gaze, Li Jiu, without a second thought, playfully tapped the cub's forehead. Boys shouldn't stare at girls for too long, or else they'll be seen as lewd. The small lion seemed to understand her words, swiftly turning its head away. Such an animated response elicited a hearty laugh from Li Jiu, who couldn't resist gently nudging the cub's head with her own. Meanwhile, the fleeting brush of her lips against the cub's cheek was witnessed by Ling Nuo, who had been drawn over by Li Jiu's laughter. A pang of jealousy, coupled with regret, washed over him, rendering his expression noticeably colder. Nyo, the magnetic timbre of the male voice, sent a tremor through Li Jiu's heart, and the evident displeasure on the speaker's face made her swallow hard. Uncertainly inquiring, what's wrong? You cannot casually hold a male. The cub form of Ryan was taken away by Ling Nuo, forcibly separated from the soft embrace. Ryan glared fiercely at Ling Nuo, struggling intensely. Ling Nuo, however, paid no heed, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he bent slightly, asking softly, how are you feeling now? Li Jiu suddenly remembered her recent fainting spell, her thoughts immediately shifting to the unconscious General Ryan. What about General Ryan? How is he? Ryan ceased his struggles, sensing her concern for him, that a sweet warmth enveloped him, akin to honey, but Ling Nuo's response to Ryan's reaction filled him with displeasure. Nevertheless, he maintained a serious demeanor, replying, General Ryan is recovering well, that he had military duties. So he has already left Dada. He has left. Li Jiu's expression fell, disappointment washing over her. She had yet to express her gratitude for his life-saving efforts. Upon hearing that General Ryan had departed, Ryan directed an accusatory shout at Ling Nuo. You cunning Ling Nuo, however, to Li Jiu, this merely sounded like the little lion was growling. Perhaps you should place this little fellow down first. Put him down? No way. I won't let him burrow back into your arms, Ling Nuo replied. It's fine, I'll take him to eat something later. He must be hungry. He then spoke in beast language to Ryan. Nyo Nyo is still unaware. You are the lion that frightened her into unconsciousness. Ryan may not have been particularly astute, but he was not foolish either, realizing that she was terrified of his beast form and that he could not appear before her in that shape again. Sensing Ryan's submissiveness in his grasp, a glimmer of insight flickered in Ling Nua's eyes that Ligio observed the two, uncertainly asking, "Are you conversing with the little lion? You understand beast language?" "A little. Wow, that's amazing." Her eyes sparkled with admiration, causing Ling Nua's throat to constrict slightly. She was so adorable. He longed to stroke her hair. Suppressing his impulses, he shifted the topic. "Nyo Nyo, since you are only 18, according to legal regulations, you must select 3 males as your guardians." This statement reminded Li Jiao of her foster parents, and her eyes darkened instantly, unpleasant memories flooding her mind. Is it possible not to choose? I'm already 18. An adult, that I can be independent without guardians. Her tone shifted from calm to anxious, and Ling Nua's heart sank. Indeed, his Nyo Nyo had suffered abuse before. The instinctive fear she harbored could not be concealed. A tempest of anger brewed within him, but seeing Li Jiao's increasingly troubled expression, Ling Nua could only attempt to soothe her. "Nyo Nyo, do not worry. The role of a guardian is merely to ensure your safety. Nothing will be forced upon you against your will. I guarantee, with my integrity, that I will not impose anything you dislike." Despite his assurances, Li Jiao remained uneasy. "Must I really choose? But I want to live for long. It is too troublesome." Ling Nua interpreted her last statement as an excuse to avoid selecting guardians, believing her vitality to be robust. His tone softened again. "As of now, I have yet to introduce you to our empire's situation. Only a small fraction of females exist, while there are billions of males. Thus, the female is exceedingly precious. Without a guardian, she may fall prey to wicked individuals who could forcibly imprison and abuse her." Memories of confinement and mistreatment from her childhood flooded back, causing Li Jiao's body to tremble involuntarily, her hands instinctively wrapping around herself, her face growing increasingly pale. "No, please, I don't want this." Her frail form quaked, and the redness around her eyes tugged at Ling Nua's heart. The lifted rein nipped at Ling Nua's hand, prompting him to release it quickly. The little lion scampered to Li Jiao's side, cautiously nuzzling against her. The softness of its fur brought Li Jiao back to reality. As she looked down, her gaze met the little lion's worried eyes. She reached out to embrace it, murmuring, "Can a guardian be chosen?" Ling Nua felt as if his heart were shattering. Yet he persevered in responding, "Of course, Jiao Jiao. Whom do you wish to choose?" Li Jiao paused, contemplating whom she might select. Although she had not explored much of this place, it was evident that it was unlike her previous home. Apart from Ling Nua and the Savior Rain, she recognized no one else, and these two had provided her with a profound sense of security. "May I choose you in General Rain?" she asked, adding hastily, "Of course, if you do not agree, I shall not insist." That a radiant smile graced his handsome face as he knelt before her. "Jiao Jiao, it would be my honor." "What about General Rain?" Li Jiao bit her lip, grappling with the thought that despite being saved by him, she now wished for him to be her guardian. Was this too much? Ling Nua's gaze shifted to the little lion in Li Jiao's arms. General Rain would certainly be willing. This response relieved Li Jiao, and Ling Nua continued. "However, you still require another guardian. That if you trust me, I can recommend someone, my elder brother, Ling Shi. That I would stake my life on his character. There is absolutely no issue there. That if you decline, the system will automatically assign a guardian to you in 2 weeks." Ling Nua had previously mentioned being a prince, which made his brother the crown prince. After a moment's hesitation, Li Jiao reasoned that it would be better to accept Ling Nua's suggestion than to be paired with a stranger. "Then I shall trouble you." Ling Nua smiled gently. "Not at all. It is our honor." "Well, since I have troubled them, I shall do what I can in the time I have left." Chapter 6. Such a delicate female. How could she possibly endure? At the largest docking point in the imperial capital, Ling Nua's spacecraft immediately drew considerable attention. The news of the 13th Prince seeking General Rain was known throughout the Empire. Journalists who had long been on standby perked up, their cameras quietly trained on the descending spaceship. Although Li Jiao had been forewarned by Ling Nua, witnessing the scene firsthand was still a jarring experience. The vast square was filled with countless ships of varying shapes and colors, all being orderly parked by staff in uniform. From this vantage point, she could even see distant planets. This was clearly not Earth. This realization caused Li Jiu, still holding on to Rain, to take a small step back. Her heart racing with anxiety. What kind of place was this? Ling Nuo observed Li Jiu's subtle movements. She was frightened that he bent down, enveloping her petite figure within his shadow, and spoke softly. Jiu, there is no need to worry. Nothing will happen. That moment, the spacecraft landed, and its door slowly opened, that a handsome man bowed to the petite figure, who looked up to reveal her stunning beauty, and this scene was broadcast live. The audience erupted in astonishment. Where did the 13th prince find such a beautiful female? The doe-eyed gaze made my heart melt. Although only her face was visible, she appeared so tiny. How could she withstand the presence of a male? I can't believe how little hair this female has on her face. This revelation sent the male viewers into a frenzy. The mental energy level of a female determines the amount of hair she possesses. A fact that technology cannot alter. What if her hair is hidden beneath her long robe? Who knows this female's name? I must apply for partnership. Oh God, this is the perfect female in my eyes. My future wife? I am coming. Wait for me. I will disembark from the spaceship shortly. The intense gazes from the crowd caused Li Jiu to feel utterly on edge. Their looks were terrifying. Ling Nuo. Take me away. I'm scared. Li Jiu tugged at Ling Nuo's clothing, who noticed her struggling to draw closer to him. With a sharp glance around, he returned his gaze to her, his expression softening. Do not worry. No one dares to harm you. The burning stares reminded Li Jiu of the predatory glances she had experienced before, making her feel nauseous. She gripped Ling Nuo's clothing tightly. Take me away. Ling Nuo sensed something was amiss in her trembling voice. Then I shall carry you. It will be much faster. Eager to escape, Li Jiu nodded. Ling Nuo wrapped his arms around her slender waist, lifting her effortlessly, drawing her close to him. The distinct aroma of a man enveloped Li Jiu, causing her cheeks to flush, yet she felt inexplicably safe. The next moment, a garment infused with Ling Nuo's scent covered her vision. Jiu, we are leaving. Below, as Ling Nuo carried Li Jiu, lines of soldiers parted the crowd, and a royal vehicle awaited in front of the spacecraft. The door swung open, and Ling Nuo stepped inside with Li Jiu and Rain. Calling out to the man opposite him, elder brother. Ling Shi nodded, his gaze falling upon Li Jiu in Ling Nuo's embrace. So this is the rare female, truly diminutive, that asked Li Jiu, held by the man. Heard Ling Nuo refer to him as elder brother. She stiffened momentarily. The next second, the fabric above her was lifted, and her gaze collided with a pair of deep-set eyes. The man opposite bore a striking resemblance to Ling Nuo, possessing the same hair and eye color, yet his demeanor was starkly different. While Ling Nuo exuded elegance, this man radiated authority that Li Jiu instinctively felt apprehensive. Hello. Ling Nuo, put me down, she whispered. Ling Nuo hesitated, reluctant to let her go, but acquiesced, placing her gently in the seat and taking Rain from her arms. Thus, the two stared at each other, their big eyes wide with astonishment. Although she had seen Li Jiu in videos, the reality was even more overwhelming. The petite figure of the girl had her long hair cascading down, her delicate face, small enough to fit in a palm, tinted with a hint of pink, her lips rosy and her eyes sparkling with a glimmer of water. She was incredibly alluring. Sitting in the vehicle, Ling Shi, with his keen sense of smell, could distinctly detect her sweet fragrance, which darkened his gaze. His throat moved slightly, and after rising, he knelt before Li Jiu, taking her left hand at his right and kissing the back of it. Greetings, my lady, that I am Ling Shi, willing to share life and death with you. A faint glow enveloped the two that Ling Shi's sudden gesture left Li Jiu stunned. Was this a customary greeting upon their first meeting? Ling Shi's action surprised not only Li Jiu, but also Ling Nuo and Rain, considering they had merely discussed guardianship. The most agitated of the three was Rain, who had encountered Li Jiu first. Ling Shi, still kneeling, looked up, his handsome face breaking into a smile that melted away his cold demeanor. Jiu, may I call you that? Yes, you may. Ling Shi replied. Hello, I am Ling Xi.L. Jiu swallowed hard, feeling overwhelmed by the powerful aura emanating from the man, making it difficult for her to breathe. Could you please rise? She asked cautiously, a hint of fear in her voice. Ling Shi complied, standing, but the imposing presence remained. Li Jiu gazed up at the man, who stood a few inches taller than Ling Nuo, swallowing again. What do they eat here? He is so tall. Lowering her gaze, she confirmed his height was indeed around 6 feet 3 inches. with legs that seemed to stretch endlessly. Even with just a glance, it was evident he had a well-built physique. All of Li Jio's subtle actions were observed by the three present. Ling Nuo affirmed, Jiao clearly appreciates their stature. Meanwhile, Ling Shi devised several plans in his mind, while Rain, in his lion form, contemplated how to grow taller to impress Jiao. Exchanging glances, Ling Nuo and Ling Shi sat back down. As Ling Shi returned to his seat, Li Jiao exhaled softly, feeling a little relief. Though slight, the sound was unmistakable to the keen senses of the beastmen present. Ling Shi smiled gently. You are truly adorable. A small device, roughly the size of a wristwatch, appeared in Ling Shi's hand, which he offered to Li Jiao. Jiao, this is your communicator. Li Jiao's attention was immediately captured. She gazed curiously at the transparent object, which resembled a watch but was distinctly different. That it was made of clear material, allowing her to see the fingers on the other side. Did I ask this a gift for me? Indeed, Chapter 7. A flush of pink crept onto the handsome man's face. A sign of shyness. That I will explain the communicator to you, Jiao. Ling Nuo settled beside Li Jiao, leaning in close as he earnestly detailed the functions of the communicator. With each explanation, Li Jiao's eyes sparkled brighter. Looking down at the transparent device in her hand, she marveled at how such a small object could resemble those mentioned in cultivation novels, requiring a drop of blood to activate. That it could detect the owner's physical and mental state, and even facilitate communication. Was this not the quintessential artifact from her favorite stories? Excitement was swiftly suppressed. Such an item was undoubtedly expensive. After binding it, she could not replace it with another, for a person on the verge of death. Utilizing such a device felt like a waste. She returned the communicator, saying, Thank you, but this item is far too precious for me to accept. Ling Shi reassured her, Jiao, do not worry. This is a communicator that anyone can use. It is not a rare treasure. The young lion, Rain, cast a glance and remarked on the crown prince's remarkable ability to fabricate untruths with such ease. Really? Li Jiao turned her gaze toward Ling Nuo. With a single gesture from Li Jiao, the trust among the three became instantly evident. Ling Nuo's heart softened, and he nodded indulgently. Yes, feel free to use it. That if you find it unsatisfactory, I shall provide you with a better one. No need, this is sufficient. Thank you, Ling Shi, she replied. Although her gratitude was quite ordinary, the softness in her voice as she uttered his name sent a shiver of warmth through Ling Shi's heart, causing it to race. And a faint blush crept onto his handsome face. Has the elder brother become bashful? The crown prince is shy. This realization made Ling Nuo and Rain feel as though they had witnessed something extraordinary. Their gazes scrutinizing Ling Shi. The attention made Ling Shi clear his throat. Jiao, your future residence will soon be ready. When you arrive, please feel free to voice any dissatisfaction. That in Li Jiao's mind, the dwelling Ling Shi referred to was at most a villa. But as the vehicle drove straight into a dense forest, her mouth fell open in astonishment. The trees outside the window were lush yet well-arranged, with patches of grass adorned with colorful flowers swaying gently in the breeze, releasing delightful fragrances. Soon after, a grand castle came into view, its white exterior walls complemented by vibrant stained glass windows, creating a striking visual. The walls boasted exquisite carvings, and from a distance, Li Jiao could not help but swallow hard. This was overwhelmingly luxurious. As the vehicle drew closer, Li Jiao was left speechless, and when it finally came to a stop, Ling Nuo stepped out and extended his hand toward her. Jiao, come. Dazed, Li Jiao took a moment to regain her composure. Ling Nuo patiently waited, exhibiting both respect and gentlemanly demeanor. Once she snapped back to reality, she awkwardly cleared her throat and, with some hesitation, reached out to grasp his broad palm. Her delicate, fair hand was enveloped by the man's larger one, and in the next moment, the fragrant figure swiftly exited the vehicle. Inside, Ling Shi observed the scene, and his peach blossom eyes flickered. In no hurry. We have ample time ahead. As Li Jiao's feet touched the ground, she felt a sense of reality wash over her. Looking up at the colossal structure, she uncertainly inquired, Is this truly where I will be residing? Ling Nuo nodded. Indeed. Do you like it in this world? Was there a girl who did not dream of living in a castle? Certainly not. That Li Jiao, like any other, was no exception. However, an undercurrent of unease coursed through her, and her fingers fidgeted nervously. From a young age, she had learned that her parents had adopted her primarily for her looks. with her adoptive mother aiming to nurture her for the purpose of leveraging her beauty to climb the social ladder. Thus, she had long understood that there were no free lunches and that traps lay in wait. The strangeness of her current surroundings only heightened her apprehension. I possess something you desire. After all, no one is kind to a stranger without reason. Ling Nuo was momentarily taken aback, but before he could formulate a response, Ling Xi's voice rang out. Yes, you possess something we required, Li Jiao, who had expected to feel fear. Instead, breathed a sigh of relief as she turned to face Ling Xi, her gaze drawn to his long legs encased in tailored trousers, that as he stood tall. Her eyes naturally traveled upward, taking in his impressive physique before she quickly averted her gaze. What is it that you need? Ling Xi's thoughts expanded with Li Jiao's inquiry, a smile dancing in his eyes. You will come to know in due time that I need to know now. Otherwise, I shall not enter. Ling Nuo glanced at Ling Xi, who wore a serious expression. Li Jiao was aware of Ling Nuo's status as a prince, and thus understood that many had their eyes on his marriage. However, the political landscape was complex, and the majority of exceptional females were intertwined with power. Unlike me, Ling Nuo harbors no ambitions for power as his elder brother. I naturally prioritize my brother's wishes. Therefore, your appearance is a timely solution to his pressing concerns. Understanding dawned on her. Throughout history, the powerful had always attracted many seeking to attach themselves to them, that it was only natural for those of royal blood to have their marriages scrutinized, as even ordinary people of decent standing were often targets for matchmakers. Thus far, they had not committed any inappropriate actions towards her. Rather, they had provided her with safety and shelter. Along with General Rain, who had saved her, it seemed she had been under the protection of these individuals since regaining consciousness. Very well, I agree. Did I ask there anything I need to do? A contractual marriage or something of the sort? Ling Xi's eyes sparkled with interest. If Jiao is willing to, Jiao envisioned a contractual marriage akin to those depicted in dramas. Yet what Ling Xi spoke of was the binding of a beast man and a female as permanent companions, that I am willing to cooperate. After all, she had but a month to live, and once she passed, these matters would no longer concern her. Compared to Ling Xi, Ling Nuo, who struggled with composure, found his breath quickening. Meanwhile, Rain could only pace anxiously, feeling helpless. Ling Xi smiled, his long legs striding forward as he gestured for Li Jiao to proceed. Excellent. Then I must trouble Jiao afterward. You may first inspect your room to see if there is anything unsatisfactory. With her understanding of their intentions temporarily clarified, Li Jiao stepped forward. The vast castle exuded an air of refinement. And under Ling Xi's guidance, she arrived at the door of a bedroom, that at their request. She pushed it open, and a room decorated in soft pinks and exuding a fragrant aroma appeared before her. Is this the bedroom? The area was larger than the spacious apartment she had lived in for over a decade, featuring a bed that was clearly more than twice the normal size, draped in flowing curtains, gently swaying in the breeze, creating a perfect atmosphere. Not far from the bed was a set of exquisite sofas, a spacious writing desk on one side, and a dining table nearby. Countless delicate ornaments adorned the space, and to Li Jiao, it was unmistakably opulent. Ling Nuo regarded the bedroom with a look of surprise directed at Ling Xi, aware of the estate's existence, yet having never visited, he had not anticipated such a room, clearly designed for a female to reside in. Ling Xi felt somewhat uneasy under Ling Nuo's gaze, as if a secret had been uncovered. This room was renovated 10 years ago. I had it prepared for my future partner. However, as I grew older, my expectations for a female waned, and I never anticipated the owner of this room would appear today. Yes, this is indeed the bedroom. There is also a walk-in closet, and prior to your arrival, I had clothing prepared for you. Beyond this door lies your very own temperature-controlled swimming pool, alongside a garden. Among other amenities, that as Li Jiao followed Ling Xi, she felt as though her mind had gone numb. This was far beyond her comprehension. Between the bedroom and the outdoors, it was likely larger than half of her previous community, that if there is anything you are dissatisfied with, I can have it rectified immediately. Suddenly stopping, Ling Xi turned to face her, and in her surprise, Li Jiao nearly collided with him. Just then, a pair of large hands steadied her shoulders. Indeed, it was Ling Nuo, grateful for not having embarrassed herself. Li Jiao thanked him. Thank you, Ling Nuo replied. It was nothing that I in the absence of a beautiful figure in his arms. Ling Xi's gaze shifted to Ling Nuo, only to receive a challenging expression from his younger brother. Smirking slightly, he thought, very well. Amidst the towering figures of the two men, Li Jiu remained oblivious to their expressions, her attention drawn to the small lion already at the edge of the pool. Alarmed, she realized the little creature was in danger, that Li Jiu rushed toward the small lion, but her sudden movement startled Rain, who instinctively retreated and fell into the water, but he couldn't swim. The overwhelming water enveloped Rain, and panic coupled with fear widened his eyes as he instinctively struggled. Losing oxygen rapidly, Dadaes's vision began to fade. He caught sight of a slender figure swiftly swimming toward him, followed closely by two more figures. Jiu, Li Jiu quickly scooped the small lion into her arms, and at that moment, the two figures also reached her side, each grasping one of her arms as they swam upward. Once ashore, Li Jiu disregarded everything else. Her expression tense as she looked at the small creature in her arms. Little lion, wake up! The sensation of life slipping away left her in a panic, her mind flooded with memories of the little lion comforting her. In her frantic state, one singular thought consumed her: to save him. Jiu, we are here. In her anxiety, Li Jiu instinctively blocked out Ling Nuo's voice, prying open the small lion's mouth to administer artificial respiration. Then proceeding with CPAR. Amidst the chaos, her actions were deliberate, and she felt an immense gratitude for the lessons imparted by the doctor previously, with her gaze firmly fixed on the little lion at her feet. She was now drenched, and her long hair, clinging to her body, began to emit a shimmering glow. Crouched beside Li Jiu, Ling Shi and Ling Nuo exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting mutual astonishment. In Li Jiu's hands, the little lion Rain coughed out a sound due to Li Jiu's repeated attempts at artificial respiration. Swiftly, Li Jiu turned the lion's head to the side, releasing a torrent of water. Moments later, the little lion Rain slowly opened his eyes. Phew, it's all right now. However, upon seeing the little lion awaken, Li Jiu suddenly felt weak, and in the next instant, she fell into a broad chest. When she lifted her gaze, she found Ling Shi looking at her with concern. Are you okay, Jiu? Ling Nuo, a step behind, retracted his hand and picked up his good brother instead, his eyes filled with jealousy. Not only did Jiu hold Rain, but she also kissed him. He too wished to do the same. Dadaes Rain opened his eyes and saw Ling Nuo holding him. He turned his head just in time to see Ling Shi cradling Li Jiu in his embrace. The water clung to Li Jiu's white dress, accentuating her alluring curves, while Ling Shi's suit clung tightly to his muscular physique, showcasing his impressive physique. Water trickled down Ling Shi's hand and dripped onto the ground, forming little flowers in that moment. The two locked eyes, resembling lovers, evoking a flurry of romantic thoughts that Li Jiu quickly averted her gaze, her face flushing crimson as she glanced down and clearly saw the color of her undergarments. In a fluster, she hurriedly covered herself with one hand above and the other below. She was caught in a dilemma, unable to decide whether to ask to be put down or not, ultimately resorting to closing her eyes and pretending to faint. This scene, witnessed by the other three, was utterly adorable. Ling Shi, with a smile at the corner of his lips, turned to Ling Nuo. You take him to the infirmary. I'll escort Jiu back to her room. Ling Nuo, meanwhile, saw his elder brother already turning to leave with the person in his arms, that he glanced at Rain in his hands, feeling a sense of camaraderie. Ling Shi, holding the soft figure, looked down and noted the trembling long lashes of Li Jiu, but chose not to address it, instead hastening to deliver her to the bathroom, gently placing her down. He turned his head away. You wash up first. With that, he quickly exited. As Li Jiu sensed the man's presence fade, her eyelashes fluttered before she slowly opened her eyes, relieved to find the spacious bathroom empty. Lowering her gaze, she was mortified to see her undergarments clearly and instinctively covered her face. What a shame. She thought that it's just like wearing a bikini on the beach. Suddenly, warm water began to flow, and a pleasant voice from outside the door reached her ears. How is the water temperature? If it's not suitable, I can adjust it for you. How could you adjust it? The thought of the man potentially needing to enter the bathroom made Li Jiu hurriedly reply. It's just right. Thank you, I can manage on my own. With a chuckle, Ling Shi responded. Very well, then I'll take my leave. The sound of his footsteps gradually receded, gentlemanly and respectful, easing Li Jiu's heart significantly. Leaning against the bathtub, she contemplated the events of the day, feeling as if she were in a dream, that in this vast space, merely a bathroom. She recalled living for the past 10 years in a cramped storage room that didn't even measure a quarter of this bathtub. Is this heaven's way of rewarding me for my suffering, allowing me to enjoy life in my final moments? This absurd thought quickly escaped her mind as Li Jiu earnestly began to wash herself. Yet, upon finishing, she realized a new dilemma. She had no change of clothes. What to do? Should I call the prince? Li Jiu shook her head vigorously. Did I ask Ling? She calculated the time he entered the room. Carrying clothes, meanwhile, in the bathroom, Li Jiu had tensed up, her gaze fixed on the frosted glass door. Then a knock sounded. Jiu, I've placed your clothes at the door. You can take them when you're ready. The sound of the man's footsteps grew more distant, and Li Jiu sighed in relief. After a moment, she wrapped herself in a nearby towel and cautiously opened the door, peeking out to see the bag at the entrance. With no one in sight, quickly, she retrieved the clothes and, a few minutes later, donned them. Glancing down, she found the fit just right, as if tailored for her. How could this be? Perhaps it's just the standard size for girls here. Shaking off the absurd notion, she approached the large floor-to-ceiling mirror. The reflection revealed a woman in a fitted, pale pink dress that beautifully outlined her figure. Her face, slightly flushed from the steam, appeared enchanting. With her lips slightly parted and her eyes misty, exuding an alluring innocence. Chapter 10. Living among countless males? Unbeknownst to Li Jiu, her gaze was now fixed on the food cart. She was indeed feeling a bit hungry. Is there anything delicious? Ling Nuo quickly pushed the food cart to the dining table and strode over to Li Jiu, naturally lifting the little line from her arms. That I prepared some local delicacies for you. Jiu, give them a try and see if they suit your taste, and I'll keep an eye on this little line for now. You made this? Li Jiu exclaimed, surprised as she looked at Ling Nuo. Being a prince, he shouldn't be expected to cook, should he? Interpreting her confusion, Ling Nuo explained, yes, all males learn cooking as part of their education at school. What else do you learn besides cooking? Quite a lot. Firearms, horseback riding, combat, and more. If you're interested, I can take you for a tour of the school sometime. That sounds great. As the soft, fragrant embrace faded, Rain looked discontentedly at the culprit, only to find Ling Nuo's attention entirely on Li Jiu. Meanwhile, a famished Li Jiu had already settled down obediently. Ling Nuo placed Rain on a chair. Jiu, you need to eat properly. Got it. Their seemingly private exchange made Li Jiu, who was aware that Ling Nuo understood beast language, curious. What did you say to the little lion? Ling Nuo's handsome face was adorned with a gentle smile as he began to uncover the dishes that I told him not to run around. You should try this first and see if it suits your taste. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, making Li Jiu swallow her saliva involuntarily. It smells so good. The dining table was adorned with dozens of exquisite silver plates, their meticulous presentation leaving Li Jiu in awe. Ling Nuo, you're incredible. Though she didn't recognize the ingredients, the fragrance alone suggested they would taste delightful. Her stomach growled again, prompting her to glance at Ling Nuo. Could you lend me a camera? I'd like to take some pictures that I'll take the photos for you. Thank you. Please remember to include the dishes you made. This is the most sumptuous meal I've had in years. Ling Nuo felt a pang in his heart, wondering what kind of life his wife must have led, that if you like it, I can cook for you every day. How could a prince cook every day? Li Jiu quickly shook her head. That wouldn't do. That I can cook for you all. Although I'm not a professional chef, my culinary skills are decent. Her willingness to cook for them melted Ling Nuo's heart. But how could they agree? The kitchen was a place best suited for rugged males like them. Ling Nuo activated his communicator, employing his skills to capture numerous pictures of Li Jiu. When she saw the photos, she was utterly astonished. Ling Nuo, you're amazing. These photos are incredible. Ling Nuo replied, I'll add you as a friend on the communicator and send them to you. Sounds good. Meanwhile, Rain, having observed the entire process, lamented, I want to add Jiu as a friend too. As Li Jiu received the photos and browsed through them, selecting a few favorites to share on her communicator, she intended to add captions, but soon realized she didn't understand the local script. After posting, she set down the communicator and turned to Ling Nuo. Shall we eat all these dishes together? Ling Nuo's heart fluttered, and he quickly declined. Jiu, you should eat it if you don't eat. Then I won't either. The Empire had laws prohibiting males from dining at the same table as females. Did Li Jiu frowned. Did I ask there's such a law? Your empire is quite strange. That it's not at home. As long as you don't mention it, who will know? Under Li Jiu's gaze, Ling Nuo finally acquiesced and sat down. Satisfied, Li Jiu began to enjoy the delicious food. Little did she know, her photos had soared to the top of the trending list, overshadowing countless celebrities. Many people gazed at the images of Li Jiao, who radiated sweetness, and the comments quickly surpassed 50,000. This sweet female is so adorable. I want to be your partner. This the female who follows the 13th prince. No wonder they had to retract the trending search. She has caught the attention of so many females. Have you noticed how short all her exposed skin and hair are? Even SS-level females can't match that. Could she be an SS-level female? Oh my! When did the Empire see an SS-level female? It seems the 13th prince is her partner. How enviable. Have you considered that she might be the legendary rare female? A rare female? No way. Didn't they say they were a once-in-a-millennium occurrence? The queen from 1,000 years ago was a rare female, right? I'll go apply to add her as a friend and get acquainted. Soon, the barrage of messages suddenly ceased, and within moments, Li Jiao's account was inundated with hundreds of thousands of friend requests. As she relished her meal, the incessant beeping of her communicator piqued her curiosity. Upon opening it and perceiving the multitude of friend requests, she was taken aback. Ling Nuo, what is going on? I merely shared a picture. Why are so many people adding me? Having comprehended the information on the screen, Ling Nuo was not at all surprised. After all, the identity Li Jiao currently held was unknown to others. Hence, they could only seek to connect through adding her as a contact. You remember when I mentioned that females are quite rare? Li Jiao nodded, recalling the statement, yet questioned, what does that have to do with this? Even in 2024, the global gender ratio remains imbalanced, with more males than females, which seems quite normal. Ling Nuo explained, however, I have yet to inform you that here. If a female wishes, she may select from numerous males to coexist with. Naturally, she may also choose to have just one. It entirely depends on her personal preference. Living with multiple males? Li Jiao pondered. That is, one woman with many men? How could that possibly be acceptable? Perhaps it is a cultural norm here, akin to the walking marriage customs in Yunnan. Huawei. I am merely a transit visitor and must respect the local customs. Ah, I see. Then I shall refrain from adding anyone, Li Jiao concluded. Ling Nuo nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is wise not to add strangers. There may be ill-intentioned individuals among them. Yes, this matter quickly faded from Li Jiao's mind. Once satiated, she squinted her eyes in contentment, exclaiming, I am so full. Unbeknownst to her, in that moment, she resembled a content little kitten, evoking a strong urge to caress her. Unable to resist, Ling Nuo snapped a photograph of Li Jiao and swiftly set it as a screensaver. Is there anywhere you wish to visit? Anywhere I wish to go. Upon recalling Ling Nuo's mention of horseback riding at the school, Li Jiao felt a flicker of excitement. May I ride at your school? Certainly. Starlight Academy, the most prestigious institution within the entire empire, the ASA royal vehicle gradually came to a halt at the entrance of the academy. Despite it being a holiday, there remained a considerable number of individuals present within the grounds. Upon disembarking from the driver's seat, many recognized Ling Nuo. Under the gaze of the crowd, he circled to the rear of the vehicle, extending his hand toward the door and gently calling out, Jiao, we have arrived at a delicate, fair hand emerged from the vehicle, followed by a stunningly beautiful-visaged as she bent slightly. Her long, flowing black hair cascaded around her, accentuating her porcelain skin. With her exit, a small lion cub also leaped out. Li Jiao gazed in astonishment at the extraordinarily large door, which appeared to span several dozen meters in width. Peering inside, she was met with an endless array of facilities. Your school is immense. Chapter 11. Once again in an embrace. Li Jiao's face turned crimson with heartbeats. Ling Nuo smiled. Starlight Academy is the cradle of talent within the empire. Here, one's identity and background are inconsequential. Only strength is valued. Thus, it gathers the most exceptional males and females from across the empire. Females can attend school too. Of course, the most treasured individuals in the empire. Females naturally receive the highest level of treatment. How wonderful! Li Jiao expressed her envy. Since childhood, she had been the only student in her school unable to pay fees, as her foster parents often questioned the necessity of a girl receiving an education, suggesting that finding a good husband to marry would suffice. Fortunately, the state mandated 9 years of compulsory education, allowing her to complete middle school despite their disdain. Subsequently, due to her excellent grades, she was exempted from all fees at a prestigious high school and awarded scholarships annually, enabling her to finish her secondary education. However, on the day after she learned she had been accepted into her dream university, her frail health led her to rescue a nearly dying bunny. After fainting, she was taken to the hospital by a concerned neighbor. The doctors diagnosed her with a prognosis of less than a month to live. Thus began the unfortunate turn of events that saw her separated from her foster parents for several years and sold to a 50-year-old executive. Leading her to this unfamiliar place. Ling Nuo keenly sensed Li Jiao's despondency that if you wish to attend school, I can accompany you to Li Jiao shook her head. That is not necessary. I merely lament the favorable treatment afforded to women in your country. Feeling the increasing number of gazes around them, she suggested, why don't you show me around? It would be my honor that I end the expansive school. The pair walked side by side, with Li Jiao attentively listening to Ling Nuo's introductions. Marveling at the might of this empire, they prepared to traverse a grove en route to the nearby equestrian field. Ling Nuo's brow furrowed slightly, detecting a scent of blood. Suddenly, something fell from the trees, grazing Li Jiao's cheek, prompting her instinctive scream and retreat. Bang! Don't be afraid. Ling Nuo quickly shielded Li Jiao behind him, his eyes cold as ice. Rain, who had been following closely, dashed forward and clamped his jaws around the serpent's neck. Only upon realizing it was an injured snake did Li Jiao breathe a sigh of relief. Seeing the small lion cub thrashing the snake, she stepped out from behind Ling Nuo, urging, let it go. Little one got reluctant to release his grip. Rain thought, how could a mystical snake exist in the capital? Li Jiao noticed the snake's weak, pleading gaze and remarked, it is an animal, just like you. Be obedient and let it go. Faced with Li Jiao's request, Rain complied, reluctantly releasing the snake. Li Jiao praised him, her gaze returning to the serpent at Rain's feet. The snake was entirely black, roughly the thickness of her wrist, but currently bore numerous deep, jagged wounds, its body drenched in blood, with its tail severed. Li Jiao gasped, how could it be so badly injured? Who would inflict such harm upon a snake? As she stepped forward, Ling Nuo pulled her back, cautioning, Jiao, stay back. That snake is highly venomous. Startled by his words, Li Jiao quickly withdrew her hand, her concern evident. Will the little lion be okay? It just bit it today. As she spoke, her anxiety grew, for the small lion had comforted her on multiple occasions and had clearly charged in to protect her. It will be fine. As long as it wasn't bitten, it won't be poisoned. Hearing that Li Jiao was worried about him, Rain nuzzled against her leg. That Li Jiao promptly bent down to scoop up the small lion. Scolding, next time don't bite indiscriminately. Rain nodded obediently, and Li Jiao turned her gaze back to the serpent, which still held a pleading look, and asked Ling Nuo, what shall we do about it? I will send someone for assistance. It will be fine. Will it hold on? As if in response to Li Jiao's query, the serpent's pupils began to dilate, its eyelids slowly drooping. Is it going to die? Li Jiao found herself in a quandary. But after a moment's contemplation, she resolved, as long as I am not bitten, I can help it, for saving a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda. This would be my way of accumulating virtue. If I possessed the ability to save yet choose not to, I would find no peace. Her expression was earnest and solemn, prompting Ling Nuo to pause before nodding in agreement. Since my wife wishes to save it, then let us proceed, that we will handle any issues that may arise. All right, I will assist you, Jiao. Thank you, Ling Nuo. You truly are a good person. Receiving the compliment, Ling Nuo gazed fondly at Li Jiao, watching as her previous seriousness melted away, replaced by genuine happiness. Her joy was all that mattered. Ling Nuo stepped forward and firmly pressed the serpent's head down, a move that sent a shiver down Li Jiao's spine. Though the snake offered no resistance, Li Jiao followed suit, gently placing her hands upon the cold body of the serpent, softly whispering, little snake, we are here to save you. You mustn't bite us if you dare to bite Ling Nuo. I shall have words with you. As she spoke, her long hair shimmered with a radiant glow. Rain, witnessing this for the first time, gazed at Li Jiao with rapt attention, as if she were an angel from a fairy tale. Utterly enchanting. Soon, Li Jiao withdrew her hands, a wave of dizziness causing her to sway slightly. Just then, a broad, warm embrace steadied her. Are you all right? Leaning against Ling Nuo, she replied, I'm fine. I just need a moment to rest. Her gaze fell upon the serpent, observing that the wounds had ceased bleeding and were beginning to heal. This sight caused Ling Nuo's pupils to constrict, and he exchanged astonished glances with Rain, both realizing the implications. Recalling what his brother had mentioned about rare females possessing unique abilities, could it be that Jiuzhou's power was the legendary healing force? Is it not the first time we've witnessed this? Li Ju nodded in satisfaction. Ling Nuo, please find someone to further treat it. It should be just fine afterward. Ling Nuo inquired, how did you know you could save it? Without much thought, Li Jiu answered. IVE rescued many animals. One eventually learns. Thus, Jiuzhou had previously used her healing abilities to save numerous creatures. This must be reported to my brother immediately, he declared, his tone serious. Jiuzhou, I suddenly have an urgent matter to attend to. May I accompany you around the school another time? Feeling weak, Li Jiu had no desire to continue exploring. She always required at least an hour to recover after saving a small animal. All right, let us return. What about the snake? It is no longer bleeding. There are few places in the empire that treat such snakes, so I will take it back. Fortunately, the family doctor in my home is a renowned animal specialist. We can bring it along. Upon hearing the news, Li Jiu harbored no suspicions, for they were indeed princes. Very well. Ling Nuo, as if conjuring a magic trick, produced a cage and instructed Rain in beast language. Take it and eliminate the traces that you knew. Feeling a sense of urgency, declared, I will carry you. The frail Li Jiu could only nod. Although she had been held a few times, her delicate face could not help but flush with embarrassment. It seemed she had indeed been cradled multiple times. Her gaze instinctively drifted towards Rain, pondering if he was capable of handling this. Ling Nuo reassured her, do not worry. Chapter 12 Rain remarked, I too wish to hold Nu. Ling Nuo strode away with Li Jiu in his arms, while Rain, feeling left out, yearned to carry her as well. Grasping the cage in his mouth, Rain roughly tossed the dark serpent inside and hurried to catch up with Ling Nuo, who swiftly returned to the carriage with Li Jiu. Just as Li Jiu was set down by Ling Nuo, she noticed the little lion bounding towards the vehicle with the cage in its mouth. Is the serpent unharmed? Li Jiu expressed her concern with a glance at Ling Nuo. There is no danger to its life. Rest assured. That is good to hear. Ling Nuo started the car, and as Li Jiu gazed out at the enormous school gate, a gentle smile graced her lips. Though she did not ride a horse, this journey was far from futile. Once you have recovered, I shall bring you back. Li Jiu smiled, shaking her head. No need. She had not seen the eldest prince since waking and assumed he was preoccupied with important matters. Ling Nuo, also a prince, was undoubtedly busy himself, and she would not impose on him further. Ling Nuo, misinterpreting her disinterest, chose not to press the matter further. The vehicle sped away from the academy, and shortly after its departure, a group of individuals stealthily emerged from the nearby woods. Sir, there is no trace of him here, sir. There is none here either. The leader's expression darkened further. Find him. He must not escape. You all know the consequences if he does. A shiver ran through the group. The consequence was death. Understood. The crowd scattered, yet soon returned with reports of finding nothing. How could he have sustained such severe injuries and still be untraceable? Could he have been rescued? Investigate the surveillance. See who entered the woods today. Yes. Meanwhile, Ling Nuo's communicator beeped with a message from Ling Shi. Return home and await my arrival. Ling Nuo exhaled, understood. The location where the serpent had appeared was scarcely 100 meters from the wall. It was crucial to ascertain whether it had entered from outside or was attempting to flee. In either case, its presence was unacceptable. At that moment, the weakened Li Jiu had gradually closed her eyes. Ling Nuo, I shall rest for a while. Wake me when we arrive. She was utterly fatigued. Soon, rhythmic breathing filled the air. Ling Nuo stole a glance at the sleeping figure in the mirror and failed to notice a small dip in the ground. Before he could react, the vehicle jolted, causing Li Jiu to lurch towards the left window. Just as she was about to collide, a large hand appeared. Rain, having reverted to human form, exhaled in relief. That was close. Ling Nuo, drive more steadily. He nodded, equally relieved. Rain carefully adjusted Li Jiu's sleeping posture. She was so petite and delicate that he feared he might inadvertently harm her. After ensuring Li Jiu was comfortably positioned, beads of sweat adorned Rain's handsome face. Phew. Let go. He exhaled heavily. I've never been this tense, even in battle. The jostling of the vehicle stirred the serpent in the cage, which opened its eyes. Rain fixed a sharp gaze upon it, demanding, Speak. Why were you in the academy? The dark serpent, a race obliterated 3 centuries ago, had been among the 10 great families 300 years prior. It had suddenly descended into chaos, leading to the deaths of over 1 million individuals. including 10 females. Consequently, the Empire dispatched troops to eliminate all those who had lost control. Thus, the Dark Serpent clan fell into decline, with only a scant few surviving to this day. Chi-Yu, the serpent, disregarded Rain's inquiry, fixating instead on the delicate female, exuding a captivating fragrance. His body involuntarily yearned to draw nearer. It was she who had saved him. This was undoubtedly a sensitive issue for Rain, who, in a fit of rage, grasped the serpent by its vital point, exclaiming, "So, your aim is new. I ought to eliminate you right now." That Rain's grip tightened, while Chi-Yu lacked the strength to resist. Having been grievously injured, his longing gaze fell upon the petite figure. Realizing her name was Nu, a lovely name indeed, in that moment, he faintly caught a delightful scent, instinctively wanting to approach it, not kill it. "My brother wishes to question it," Ling Nuo interjected. Rain scoffed. "Consider yourself fortunate." Releasing his hold, Chi-Yu instantly lost consciousness. Soon, the vehicle came to a gentle stop before the castle. Rain tenderly cradled Li Jiu as he alighted. Nodding to the waiting eldest prince, "That I shall take Nu to her room first." Ling Shi's gaze settled on Li Jiu's face, noting her complexion was still somewhat pale. "Very well." Once Rain had carried the girl away, Ling Shi's attention shifted to the cage held by Ling Nuo. "Is this the serpent that Nu saved?" Ling Nu nodded gravely. "Indeed. This serpent is 21 years old, male, with an S-class ability, though its name is unknown. An S-class at the age of 21 was a rarity, even within the entire empire." Ling Shi's eyes darkened further. "Bring it in." Inside the study, Chi-Yu, roused from slumber, weakly lifted his head, immediately searching for the female named Nu, but found no trace of her. Ling Shi inquired, "I did not expect the Carla family to have such exceptional descendants. Why were you present at the academy?" Chi-Yu's gaze fell upon Ling Shi and Ling Nuo. Recognizing the white-haired, heterochromatic white tiger as royal. "Are you also here to capture me for my beast core?" Ling Shi's expression shifted. "Beast core?" Due to varying abilities, the beast cores formed within individuals differ. Yet they share a commonality. The beast core is the embodiment of a beastman's power. In the past, some had specialized in extracting beast cores from others to enhance their own strength. However, those stripped of their cores faced a certain death, a practice that had been outlawed for a millennium. "Are you speaking the truth?" Ling Nuo's expression mirrored the seriousness of the situation that a millennium ago. Those who extracted beast cores targeted large families and unripe children, that if such individuals had resurfaced, the tranquility of the entire imperial capital would be shattered. Chi-Yu scoffed. "So the royal family remains unaware that atrocities are occurring right beneath your noses? How pathetic and laughable. Beneath our noses." Ling Shi's gaze sharpened. "Are you implying within the academy?" "That is impossible." Chi-Yu slowly closed his eyes, his body curling up, summoning his remaining strength to declare, "This is the truth. My injuries are the evidence." He was fully aware that others would doubt him. Yet as long as he lived, he would find a way to expose this matter, though he was still far too weak. Gradually, his consciousness slipped into darkness. Ling Shi observed the serpent before him sinking back into unconsciousness, his brow furrowed. Today, their visit to the academy had been proposed by Nu, while taking the back roads had been Ling Nuo's suggestion. It was improbable that someone had orchestrated this. Furthermore, had this serpent not encountered Nu, who bore sacred power, he would have undoubtedly faced death. "Summon Dr. Nuo Xie immediately." Ling Nuo nodded and quickly departed. Shortly after, an elderly man arrived, and upon seeing the dark serpent on the table, he displayed astonishment. After swiftly diagnosing the situation, his expression turned grave. "Your Highness, His Highness the 13th Prince, it is a miracle this serpent has survived until now. The wound where its beast core is located is extremely deep, as if someone intended to extract it." Ling Shi interjected, "Is that so?" Nuo nodded. "The extraction of beast cores is a taboo. Even mentioning it is a crime." "Can you save him?" Nuo confirmed. "Since you have already staunched the bleeding, the rest merely requires time for recovery. However, his tail is severed. When he reverts to human form, he will likely be without legs." Chapter 13 Li Jiu bathing. Rain and Ling Nuo nosebleeding. "Just save him." "Understood." The dark serpent was taken away by Nuo, and Ling Shi rose, realizing the gravity of the situation demanded immediate investigation. He had already spread the word that Nu was unwell, but there remained a possibility of suspicion. They must remain vigilant. Nu's safety was paramount. Yes, brother. Moreover, regarding Nu's sacred power, you and Rain must ensure it remains concealed, lest we find ourselves unable to protect her. Ling Nuo paused, understood. Before departing, Ling Shi visited Li Jio's room, where the cub-like Rain stirred awake, but was met with Ling Shi's gesture for silence. Bending down, he gently caressed her exquisite features. Nu, you truly astonish and delight me. Grant us some time, will you? Li Jio awoke once more, roused by the urge to relieve herself, and hurriedly dashed to the bathroom. Rain, sleeping beside her, awoke to find Li Jio frantically entering the bathroom. Instinctively thinking she was in trouble, he followed her in, only to emerge the next second, blushing profusely as his awareness returned. The sound of water trickled within the bathroom, and Rain couldn't help but cover his face, his cheeks burning hotter. After resolving the pressing matter, Li Jio peeked out from the partially concealed bathroom door, relieved to find no one around. She turned to Rain by the bed and said, "Little lion, I'm going to take a bath. Be a good boy and don't wander off." The frosted glass door was closed, and Rain stood frozen, gazing at the shadow reflected on the glass. Li Jio raised her hands, carelessly tossing her clothes aside after they separated from her body. She then bent forward, placing her hands on her waist as she looked down. Rain swallowed hard, noticing that the shadow on the glass was tilting its head to tidy its hair. This pose accentuated the contours of her figure, clearly mirrored on the glass. Rain felt a sudden warmth in his nose, the metallic scent of blood filling the air. He had a nosebleed that he dashed out of the room, colliding with Ling Nuo at the entrance. The scent of blood caused Ling Nuo's expression to shift. Was Ji Jio hurt? As he was about to rush inside, he was stopped by Rain, who had transformed back into his human form. Ji Jio is not injured. Hearing this, Ling Nuo breathed a sigh of relief, only to then notice the source of the blood. "Rain, how did you get a nosebleed?" Rain awkwardly mumbled an excuse and quickly changed the subject. "Ji Jio has been sleeping for a long time. She might be hungry. Is the meal ready?" "Yes, I came to call Ji Jio for dinner." Ling Nuo paused, a look of suspicion crossing his face as he regarded Rain. "Are you hiding something from me? You only dared to transform back because Ji Jio hasn't woken up, right?" "No, wait. I hear water. Could Ji Jio be taking a shower?" Rain turned his head away, causing Ling Nuo to nearly explode. He seized Rain by the collar, shouting, "How dare you spy on Ji Jio while she's bathing?" "I didn't." "Then how did you get a nosebleed?" As Rain recounted the events leading to his nosebleed, Ling Nuo's heart began to race, and suddenly he felt warmth in his own nose. He too had a nosebleed. Their gazes met, and they both sighed simultaneously. "Did I in the bathroom?" Ji Jio hummed a tune, relishing the refreshing shower that washed away the sticky sweat, feeling as though her body had become lighter. She wondered how the snake was faring. It had been severely injured, and she was uncertain if it was still alive. Meeting was fate. She would check on it later. Quickly shutting off the shower, she wrapped herself in a towel and stepped out, startling Rain, who had just slipped in to clean up the blood. "Little lion, where have you been?" Without a second thought, Ji Jio pulled her towel tighter with one hand while rummaging through the wardrobe with the other. That moment, the corner of her towel began to slip down. Rain's breath hitched as he quickly turned away and crouched down, only for his recently stopped nosebleed to start flowing again. Ji Jio's fair and slender legs were now exposed up to her thighs. Realizing that she was almost revealed, Ji Jio hurriedly grabbed the towel and, upon confirming that no one had entered, let out a sigh of relief. "Next time, I must lock the door. It would be quite embarrassing if someone walked in." As for the crouching little lion, she chose to ignore him, recalling that she had previously bathed with a little rabbit. Ji Jio continued to select her outfit while Rain quietly exited the room. In the kitchen, witnessing Rain return with a nosebleed and a dazed expression, Ling Nuo deduced that his friend had likely seen something inappropriate. His face darkened. "Rain, you cannot do anything that she dislikes." "I didn't see anything. I just couldn't control myself." Years of friendship had made them well aware of each other's temperaments. Both were impulsive males. Ling Nuo understood all too well, giving Rain a reassuring pat. "Exercise restraint. Don't let Ji Jio find out. Otherwise, she may come to dislike you. Our mistress is too fragile. We must wait patiently." With a flushed face, Rain softly acknowledged, but the images playing in his mind caused his nose to bleed even more. "Rain, Rain," Ji Jio's call echoed. Ling Nuo glanced at Rain's still bleeding nose. "Ji Jio is calling for me. You should take care of that first." Rain nodded. "I in the expansive living room. Jijio was searching for Ling Nuo when she spotted him pushing a dining cart. You made delicious food again. I must admit, I am quite hungry. Seeing the joy in Jijio's eyes, Ling Nuo felt grateful for his culinary skills for the first time. That I prepared a new dish today. Jijio can give it a try. Jijio eagerly approached the enormous dining table in the living room and sat down. Then I must taste it. As plates of exquisite dishes were brought out. Jijio exclaimed, Ling Nuo, you must be very popular. You're handsome, have a great personality, and cook so well. What a dream come true for countless young girls that so. I am viewed so positively in Jijio's eyes. Does that mean I am her ideal partner? Ling Nuo's fingers instinctively tightened, and under his gaze, the petite figure beside the table nodded. That I used to fantasize about marrying a tall and handsome man. Compared to my imagination, you are even more dashing, resembling a model. But my current goal is to live each day to the fullest, cherishing every moment of life. Watching Jijio's sincere smile, Ling Nuo felt his heart swell. A radiant smile spread across his face. He had never realized that a mere compliment could bring him such satisfaction. By the way, how is that black snake doing? Reflecting on the serpent, Ling Nuo's expression darkened slightly. Upon seeing Jijio's inquiring gaze, he smiled and replied, It is out of danger. Dr. Noxiel is already treating it. That's good to hear. That snake clearly has knife wounds. I wonder who would harm a serpent. Indeed, where there are people, there are conflicts. Fortunately, none of this concerned her. Ling Nuo's expression shifted again as he placed the last dish on the table. Aren't you hungry? Let's eat. I am indeed hungry. After dinner. Can I go see the snake? Instinctively reluctant to let Jijio have too much contact with the black snake, Ling Nuo found it impossible to refuse the hopeful look in her eyes and could only nod. But you must keep your distance from it. Aware that the snake was venomous, Ling Nuo was concerned for her safety. The Jiju nodded obediently. All right, I just want to take a look at it. With so many dishes, you should sit down and eat too. Invited once more, Ling Nuo skillfully took a seat beside Jijio, and they chatted while enjoying their meal. In the medical room behind the castle. Chiyu rested with his eyes closed. Suddenly, faint footsteps echoed from afar, and a familiar scent wafted into his nostrils, prompting him to open his eyes swiftly. She is here, indeed, Jijio's voice soon followed. Little lion, where did you just go? This place is so vast. Don't wander off, or I won't be able to find you. Hidden in the shadows, Rain knew Jijio intended to visit the black snake and hurriedly followed. The moment he appeared, Jiju spotted him, bending down in preparation to lift him, only to be preempted by a large hand. Ling Nuo, I'll take you to see the black snake now. Having missed the embrace filled with fragrance, Rain unusually thanked Ling Nuo, who raised an eyebrow, replying, No need. After all, the image of Jijio holding him was quite bothersome. Meanwhile, standing at the door, Dr. Noxiel was already bowing to Jijio. Good day, my lady. I am Noxiel. Jijio hurriedly greeted him. Hello, I am Jijio. Lady Jijio, you have come to see Chiyu, correct? Please come inside. Chiyu? The name of the black snake? Confused, Jijio followed Dr. Noxiel into the treatment room. Inside, she saw the black snake lifting its head in a transparent enclosure, its gaze fixed on her. Once again, encountering those emotive eyes, Jijio curiously approached, placing her hand on the transparent barrier, only to see the snake rub against her hand. You recognize me, she exclaimed in surprise. The doctor mentioned your name is Chiyu. Hello, Chiyu. Please cooperate with the doctor's treatment. Hearing his name called in that melodious voice, Chiyu's heart raced. His expression frozen as he stared at the radiant smile that seemed to shine like stars. How could she be so kind? Noticing the snake was in a daze, Jijio turned to Dr. Noxiel. Doctor, how is its condition? From Jijio's interaction with the black snake, Dr. Noxiel had initially assessed that this female was kind-hearted, causing him to relax slightly. Lady, Chiyu's wounds have been completely stitched up. It will heal in about half a month. However, the injury to its tail cannot be changed. Her gaze fell upon the cut at the end of the snake's body, and she could hardly imagine the pain and despair it must have felt. A pang of sympathy welled up within her. It must have hurt so much. Chiyu's heart fluttered. His eyes were fixed on Jijio, and they had turned red, as if he were on the verge of tears. This made Chiyu panic, and he hurriedly spoke. It doesn't hurt. I'm not in pain. However, he spoke in beast language that Jijio could not comprehend, leading her to mistakenly believe that the snake was angry, prompting her to take a step back. That I'm sorry if I scared you. Seeing you feels like looking at myself. Please stay here and receive the Dr. S treatment. I'll come visit you again if I have the chance. Jijio looked at Dr. Noxiel. I'll leave it in your care, that my lady. This is what I am meant to do. After waving goodbye to Chiyu, Jijio turned to Ling Nua. Shall we head back? Yes, Jijio. After nodding at Dr. Noxiel once more, Jijio turned to leave, while Ling Nua, holding rein, paused momentarily, casting a sharp glance at Chiyu as he spoke in beast language. Stay away from my mistress. She is not someone you can approach. Casting aside those words, she turned and walked away, entirely unconcerned about the impact her departure had on the remaining two individuals. Striding forward, Ling Nua quickly caught up with Li Jio, noticing her dejection, which only intensified her aversion towards the Xian snake. Leaning slightly, she softly inquired, Jio, do you not like that Xian snake? If not, I can have someone send it away, that it's not that. Seeing Chiyu is like seeing myself, Li Jio replied. Ling Nua, do you know? I actually attempted suicide before I met you all. Li Jio halted and turned to Ling Nua, who looked back with only compassion in his eyes, devoid of surprise. They were aware of her frail condition. It was evident that she had endured considerable hardship. However, they had not anticipated that she had been driven to the brink of taking her own life. Those wretched beings. Jio, the concerned tone of Ling Nua prompted a radiant smile from Li Jio, that it's all right. That's all in the past now. Although everything here is unfamiliar, I feel fortunate to have met you all. Thank you for your assistance and the protection you've afforded me. I will strive to live each day earnestly. Though her face bore a smile, Ling Nua discerned the bitterness hidden beneath it. His heart aching painfully, the little lion, still in his embrace, was not faring any better. He leapt down and nuzzled against Li Jio's legs. Li Jio chuckled as she crouched down, gently ruffling the little lion's mane. Are you comforting me too? It's fine. It's all behind us. Speaking of which, that little snake has a name. How about I give you a name too? You're going to name him Jio, the little lion. Rayan nodded eagerly. Li Jio smiled as she lifted the little creature, pondering. Then you shall be called Li Shi. Li Shi, I am Li Shi, Rayan exclaimed, bouncing with excitement, turning to Ling Nua to announce, Jio just gave me a new name. I am Li Shi. Ling Nua, already feeling a pang of heartache, found it intensifying further. He too wished for Jio to name him. Li Jio's mood shifted swiftly, and soon, Ling Nua led her to the grove by the door, where she and Rayan played hide-and-seek with great delight. This is wonderful, Li Jio exclaimed, lying on the grass and gazing up at the azure sky, her face aglow with joy. She extended her right hand, allowing countless rays of sunlight to filter through her fingers, casting a warm glow upon her delicate cheeks, enhancing their porcelain-like translucence. Rayan obediently lay beside her, while behind them, Ling Nua watched with a gentle smile. As long as Jio is happy, he thought. The warm sunlight coaxed Li Jio to slowly close her eyes, her entire being relaxing completely. Suddenly, an explosive sound echoed in her mind, and a multitude of powerful energies surged towards her. Li Jio's eyes widened in terror as she realized she was floating several meters above the ground. Ling Nua, help! Long before Li Jio's spiritual energy stirred, Ling Nua and Rayan had already sensed it. Her spiritual power was about to ascend. Jio, relax, close your eyes, and immerse yourself in the sensation. Your spiritual energy is on the verge of evolving. Spiritual energy? How could I possess such a thing? Li Jio pondered, recalling her ability to heal small animals over the years. Could that be the spiritual energy? Obediently, she closed her eyes and suddenly found herself enveloped in darkness. Before long, a luminous vortex appeared in the distance, growing larger, with colorful points of light swirling in harmony with its rotation. Just as Li Jio was lost in thought, the vortex expanded rapidly, pulling her directly into its depths. Ling Nua and Rayan watched, swallowing hard, as Li Jio floated amidst a whirlwind of colorful lights. Those were the elements of nature. In their kind, each was typically aligned with a single element. Rayan with fire, Ling Nua with water. Never had anyone possessed the entirety of elements within them. The powerful aura emanating from the elemental vortex knocked them back several meters until they crashed against a tree. Trembling, Ling Nua fumbled for his communicator, recording the astonishing scene before him to send to Ling Shi. As the aura gradually diminished, multitudes of elemental lights surged into Li Jio's body, slowly vanishing from view. With the absence of the buoyant force, Li Jio began to plummet towards the ground, the sensation of weightlessness causing her pupils to dilate in fear. Ah, Ling Nuo, save me! In the next moment, she fell into the familiar embrace of a man, instinctively clutching the fabric of his shirt, pulling with just enough force to tear it, staring in disbelief at the torn fabric in her hands. She realized she had done that, without exerting much effort. Surely, the garment had been defective. Casting a guilty glance, she saw the man's well-toned chest revealed by the torn fabric. Indeed, he had an admirable physique. The thought flitted through her mind, causing her cheeks to flush crimson as she averted her gaze, stammering, "I didn't mean to, I'm sorry." Ling Nuo's gaze fell on her flushed ears, and he smiled gently. "It's fine, as long as you are unharmed. How do you feel now, Jiao?" His words prompted Li Jiao to reflect seriously, and she soon realized that the lingering weakness that had plagued her was now gone. She felt considerably rejuvenated. What just happened? It relates to the spiritual energy I mentioned. Li Jiao turned, her nose inadvertently brushing against Ling Nuo's chest. She quickly leaned back. Ling Nuo, could you please set me down?" Though reluctant, Ling Nuo carefully bent to place her back on the ground. As soon as her feet touched the earth, Li Shi appeared at her side, nuzzling against her leg as she instinctively gathered him in her arms and looked up at Ling Nuo. The tall, handsome man stood with his shirt hanging loosely around him, a few strands of white hair swaying gently, artfully obscuring his most vital areas, rendering him all the more enticing. She felt a bit awkward after being set down, forcing her to lower her head and clutch the little lion tightly. Ling Nuo's eyes sparkled with seriousness as he explained, "Every citizen of the Empire possesses unique abilities. Male abilities vary by family. While females typically manifest spiritual energy, I measured yours aboard the ship, and at that time, your spiritual energy was below A grade. What is my current level? Also, what were those colorful points of light? You would need to undergo testing to determine that. The lights you mentioned are likely elemental power, related to your abilities." Her abilities? Ling Nuo exhaled deeply. "Do you remember the snake you saved?" Li Jiao nodded. "Not everyone in the Empire possesses the ability to heal others' wounds directly using spiritual energy." "What?" Li Jiao looked at Ling Nuo in astonishment as he dropped another bombshell. "Only the legendary holy power, said to save all things, possesses such capabilities so, Jiao, this ability of yours must remain a secret. Otherwise, countless strong individuals will come to seize you, and we may not be able to protect you." Her breath caught in her throat. Countless people would come to claim her. She shook her head vigorously. "How could that be? I'm just an ordinary person. How could I possess such holy power?" Ling Nuo sighed helplessly. "We hope even more than you do that you do not possess such power. Greater abilities come with greater responsibilities. This is an eternal truth." That Li Jiao's mind was in turmoil. She had always considered herself an ordinary girl with slightly better looks, unexpectedly transported to this world. Yet now, she not only had spiritual energy, but also the legendary holy power. A large hand appeared above her head, and Li Jiao looked up at Ling Nuo. "Ling Nuo, who am I truly?" "You are Li Jiao, and you will always be Li Jiao. There is no need to worry excessively. Your holy power is still quite weak. As long as you keep it hidden, no one will discover it." "Really?" "Yes, but next time you encounter a situation like with that snake, you must not intervene again. Otherwise, you may attract unwanted attention." Her heart raced at the thought, "If I saved the Xian snake, did I cause trouble for you?" Gently stroking her hair, he reassured her, "It's all right. Big Brother has already taken care of it. I'm sorry." Li Jiao bit her lip, not realizing that her actions, seemingly innocuous, would cause them distress. "You needn't apologize. Instead, you helped me by saving him." Ling Shi's voice echoed as Ling Nuo turned to see the elegantly dressed Ling Shi standing a few meters behind them. "Really? You're not just saying that to placate me, are you?" "Of course not. Your actions saved him and indirectly helped many males. Jiao, you did wonderfully." But Li Jiao's words were interrupted by Ling Nuo. "Big Brother is here. You needn't worry. Don't you want to know your current spiritual energy level? A powerful spiritual force can accomplish many feats, like allowing you to fly. Fly, like Harry Potter?" Her attention shifted again as Ling Nuo extended his right hand, and to her astonishment, a sphere of water materialized within his palm. Ling Nuo manipulated the water, shaping it into various forms, flowers, garments, animals, until it ultimately took the form of Li Jiao. She swallowed hard, her mind struggling to comprehend the spectacle before her. "Is this real water?" Indeed, Ling Nuo replied. Jiao, feel free to touch it. Unable to resist, Li Jiao reached out to touch the water sphere, droplets cascading from her fingers into her palm, sending a thrill through her heart. Is this truly real? It is thus. It is indeed true that she possesses the sacred strength of mental prowess. What a wondrous world this is. Without granting her any surplus thoughts, Ling Nuo swiftly grasped Li Jiao's right hand and dashed forward, exclaiming, Jiao, I shall take you to test your mental strength at Li Jiao, being pulled along, could only quicken her pace to keep up. After their figures vanished from sight, Ling Shi retracted his gaze and remarked to the now human form of Rain, hasten to enhance your abilities, before promptly following after them. Rain lingered behind as the youngest general of the empire. Even when faced with the genius of the crown prince, he had never felt pressure. Yet now, an unknown weight bore down upon him like a mountain. Exhaling heavily, he murmured, Jiao, even if it costs me my life, I shall protect you at all costs. Just as Rain spoke, Li Jiao's mental strength was assessed and found to be at the E level. Chapter 16. Registering with the two princes' mental strength ranges from A to S, with SS, SSS, and XSSS beyond that. For millennia, the highest recorded mental strength among females in the empire has been SS, while XSSS is only mentioned in ancient texts. Unlike elemental powers, which can be rapidly cultivated in areas rich in elemental energy, mental strength is particularly arduous to develop. Typically, newly born females possess A-level strength, and upon reaching the age of 5, they enter the mental strength specialization within the Starlight Academy for training. This academy gathers all the talented females of the empire, where the gifted can quickly reach our level, while those less fortunate may attain K level. The number of females at S and SS levels in the entire empire does not exceed 10,000. To leap from A to E in one go is unprecedented. Ling Nuo gazed at the E displayed on the screen, his heart racing with excitement, for this indicated that Jiao's mental prowess was undoubtedly beyond S than Li Jiao, observing Ling Nuo's fluctuating emotions. Asked Ling Nuo, is my level very low? Ling Nuo nodded and shook his head. Do not worry, Jiao, you have just awakened your mental strength, and it will continue to rise with further learning. Moreover, the higher your mental strength, the longer your lifespan will be. This revelation caused Li Jiao's eyes to brighten, as the prospect of living longer thrilled her. She naturally wished to survive. How do I learn? Ling Nuo hesitated, unsure how to respond. For Li Jiao was not an ordinary female, but a rare one that her presence at the Starlight Academy would draw attention. And given the matter with the Xian snake, the academy seemed less than secure. However, all those with mental strength attending the academy, aside from learning, also sought the sanctuary within. You could begin by reading books, and if you encounter difficulties, I will arrange for a teacher to assist you later. Li Jiao's eyes sparkled. Reading was her greatest passion. With no friends, her childhood had been spent in the company of books and various small animals. Then I must trouble Ling Shi, she said, for I truly enjoy reading. This was the first time Li Jiao had openly expressed her fondness for something. Ling Shi nodded. I understand. Since you like it, I will have someone bring you some books shortly, but there are more pressing matters at hand. Li Jiao looked puzzled. Just then, a vehicle adorned with royal insignia slowly approached the largest registration office in the imperial capital, capturing the attention of many onlookers that as speculations arose regarding the identity of the occupants. The vehicle came to a halt. Suddenly, Ling Nuo's familiar visage appeared, and amidst the astonished gazes of others, he slightly bowed, his expression gentle as he said, Jiao, we have arrived. That a delicate, fair hand slipped into his larger palm. And amidst gasps of surprise, a petite figure clad in a pale pink dress gracefully exited the vehicle, her exquisite features inciting a wave of astonishment. That's her. The female trending online. She's even more beautiful in person. Is that her? Is she so small? Has she already reached adulthood? I feel I could lift her with one hand. Uncertainty prevailed as, up to this point, no one had uncovered her specific information. It was only known that she was brought back from another planet by the 13th prince. Are they here to sign a marriage contract? How enviable. The chatter from all directions, coupled with the seemingly predatory gazes, caused Li Jiao to instinctively draw closer to Ling Nuo. The stares were quite intimidating. Soon, a piercing gaze swept across the crowd. Upon locking eyes with its owner, many turned pale and immediately fell silent, averting their gazes. For the first time, Ling Shi felt a profound satisfaction at the resulting silence, and his gaze toward Li Jiao softened. "Let us proceed." Ling Nuo reassured her. "Do not fear, no one dares to harm you." Standing between the two, Li Jiao nodded, and as the two powerful presences approached, her previously anxious heart gradually found tranquility. As the vehicle came to a stop, the waiting staff promptly approached. "Greetings, Your Highness, 13th Prince and Crown Prince. I am Anji Nuon, and it is my honor to serve you three." Li Jiao remained somewhat unaccustomed to the grand gestures of the attendants, tightly clasping her arms to her sides, her forearms at a 90-degree angle, and with a small wave, she greeted, "Hello." Her greeting took Anji Nuon by surprise, who promptly bowed deeply in response, saying, "My lady, I am in a society where females held higher status and males were subordinate. A male from a lesser family like him, who had worked for 2 centuries to secure a position at this registration office, naturally could not expect a favorable reception from a female. Yet, Li Jiao was the only female to greet him in 200 years, causing his eyes to well with tears, faced with this sudden act of kneeling. Li Jiao was momentarily bewildered and sought assistance from Ling Nuo. "You startled her. Please rise and guide us through the process," Ling Nuo instructed. Anji Nuon quickly stood, apologizing. "I am terribly sorry, my lady, that I was too excited. Please follow me." The registration office was the most scrutinized place in the entire empire, due to past incidents where males attempted to approach females too closely, leading to injuries. The empire, recognizing that prevention was better than cure, had installed numerous cameras that provided 24-hour live streaming of the entire registration process. That Li Jiao had once again trended online since her arrival, overshadowing many celebrities, despite her previous spike in popularity. Ling Shi's swift removal of the trending topic meant that the number of people who had seen her was still quite limited compared to the entire empire. Unaware of all this, Li Jiao simply looked around with curiosity. The architecture of the registration office maintained the grandeur typical of the area, but boasted a distinctly different style, one that was pleasing to the eye. Adorned in a cheerful shade of light green that brought comfort to her spirit. As they ventured further inside, Li Jiao's gaze was immediately drawn to the noticeable presence of females, distinctly different from males. Not far away, a woman clad in a fitted black ensemble that accentuated her figure sat with her legs crossed, her expression displeased as she spoke animatedly. Surrounding her were several handsome men, all of similar height yet differing styles. The contrast between the smoothness of the men's legs and her thick leg hair was striking. Perhaps due to Li Jiao's unabashedly direct gaze, the woman noticed and, upon realizing Li Jiao's unintended rudeness, she offered an apologetic smile before averting her gaze. However, the seated Oya Kunsha was momentarily distracted by this smile and promptly stood, her eyes blazing with interest as she observed Li Jiao. Upon recognizing the individuals accompanying her, she was taken aback that, what a sweet smile. This is precisely what I wish to learn. Moreover, the female skin appeared alabaster, like snow, devoid of hair, suggesting she possessed some secret method. The fact that she was flanked by the 13th Prince and the Crown Prince only heightened Oya Kunsha's curiosity. That I in the registration room. Females typically had 3 primary purposes: to register their birth, to register their guardians, and to register their partners. Driven by curiosity, Oya Kunsha, propelled by gossip, pushed through the crowd, her high heels clicking as she hastily approached Li Jiao. "Hey, wait for me." In this unfamiliar setting, Li Jiao did not perceive the call as directed at her, and thus did not turn. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince and 13th Prince, as royals, would not address anyone so informally. That it was only when the door to their designated room closed that Oya Kunsha arrived. Breathless. Chapter 17. Guardian partner. Faced with the closed door, Oya Kunsha found herself at a loss, but a man who had been standing behind her placed a chair down and gently said, "My lady, please take a seat." "Easton, you are quite considerate." Feeling somewhat fatigued, Oya Kunsha settled into the chair, while Easton basked in the admiration of the others, receiving envious glances in return. Inside the room, Anji Nuon respectfully addressed Li Jiao. "According to the appointment made by His Highness the Crown Prince, you 3 have come for guardian registration, correct?" Earlier in the vehicle, Ling Nuo had already informed Li Jiao of the necessary details. The Empire, in its efforts to prevent powerful males from coercing females into binding contracts, had equipped the computer before her with 5 cameras, recording her every move to detect any abnormalities, should any irregularity be detected. The station military would swiftly intervene to apprehend any male present. Ligio exhaled deeply and nodded. Yes. Angie Nguyen continued, Lady Ligio, since you previously did not have a guardian, you will require 3 guardians until you reach the age of 20. Have you determined who your 3 guardians will be? Yes, I have. The names announced were Enshi Lingno, Enshi Lingxi, and Kohler Rain. Upon hearing these names, Angie Nguyen felt an involuntary tightening in her breath. How could these 3 individuals simultaneously express their willingness to become a female guardian? Although they were to be guardians, it was a well-known fact that nearly all non-direct relatives appointed as guardians ultimately ended up becoming companions to the female. Thus, alongside the signing of the guardian agreement, a partner agreement would also be executed. The notion that this individual would directly sign agreements with 3 of the Empire's top 10 eligible bachelors was bound to cause a sensation if it were to leak. What? Is that not acceptable? Ligio's finely arched brows furrowed, her palms tightening instinctively. Did this person harbor doubts about her being a part of the Empire? Her unease did not go unnoticed by the 2 individuals beside her. Their warning glares snapped Angie Nguyen back to attention. Of course, it's possible that I just wonder if General Rain will be able to arrive today. Ligio turned to Lingxi, who promptly produced a communicator. Soon, a magnetic voice resonated. This is Kohler Rain, that I am currently occupied with military duties and cannot return. May I proceed with the signing? The entire Empire was aware of General Rain's commitments. Angie Nguyen quickly bowed. General Rain, I hope all is well, but the Empire's laws stipulate that your physical presence is required. Rain furrowed his brow, only to see the camera shift to reveal Lingxi's face. That I in that case. Might we initially place Jiojio's guardianship under Rain's name and finalize the agreement upon his return? Would that be acceptable? Angie Nguyen nodded. Of course, that is entirely feasible. Lingxi replied, That's settled then. Rain, this is Jiojio. The camera shifted to Ligio, who sat upright. Her gaze fixed on the man in the video. His gentle smile graced his face. Her worries began to dissipate. Good day, General Rain. Thank you for rescuing me. It was not I who saved you, but rather you who saved me. Jiojio. Swallowing the words that lingered in his heart, Rain's expression softened further. I am grateful that you have chosen me as your guardian. No, I took the liberty of deciding without consulting you. I am already immensely grateful that you harbor no resentment towards me. Rain replied, No, it is I who should thank you, Jiojio. Lingxi interjected, Jiojio. General Rain must still be busy. Let us not disturb him further. Ligio waved her hand hastily. Goodbye, General Rain. Please attend to your matters. The video call ended. Rain's gentle gaze softened as he murmured, Jiojio, wait a little longer. I will soon be able to stand before you openly. His strong hand clenched tightly, the tenderness in his eyes replaced by a chilling resolve, his lips curling into a cold snort. He swiftly retrieved his communicator, dispatching orders with urgency. What is owed to me must be repaid 100-fold. After the call ended, Ligio, along with Linhua and Lingxi, signed numerous documents to be why the time Ligio indicated that her wrist was aching from signing. She sighed in relief. Finally, that's over. Dropping the pen from her hand, she gently massaged her wrist with her left hand. In the next moment, a large hand enveloped hers, gently kneading her joints, and a wave of comfort radiated from her wrist. Is it still painful? Linghua, kneeling on one knee, gazed solemnly at Ligio's wrist. Sensing the other gazes upon her, Ligio awkwardly retracted her hand. I'm fine. Now that we've finished, can we go home? Angie Nguyen swiftly organized a stack of documents, her demeanor respectful. Of course, I will inform the Crown Prince to collect the subsequent certificates. Ligio smiled sheepishly. Thank you for your trouble. Angie Nguyen quickly shook her head. It is no trouble at all. It is my honor to serve Lady Ligio, and I will ensure the process is expedited. Alright, the door opened. Ligio took a step forward, only to feel a hand on her shoulder. Lingxi's towering figure had appeared before her, and his cold voice echoed, Step aside. Ouyang Kunsha, who had been advancing straight towards Ligio, halted abruptly, greeting Lingxi, Good day, Your Highness. Miss Ouyang, may I inquire why you have blocked our path? Ouyang Kunsha, standing on tiptoe, failed to notice Ligio's presence. I wish to consult the Crown Prince's wife regarding some questions. Ligio quickly leaned forward. I am not his wife. There's something you need from me. Miss? You refer to me as Miss. How adorable. Ouyang Kunsha exclaimed cheerfully. Hello, I am Ouyang Kunsha. You may call me Kunsha. The girl before her radiated confidence and cheer, and her brilliant smile prompted Li Jiao to smile in return. Stepping out from behind Lingxi, she extended her right hand. "Hello, I am Li Jie, Li Jiao. What a beautiful name. Thank you for the compliment. May I ask why you are looking for me?" Ouyang Kunsha nodded, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she regarded Li Jiao. "Could you teach me how to smile sweetly? Also, you have so little hair, and your skin is so flawless that do you have any secrets?" Ouyang Kunsha's voice was quite loud, rendering her otherwise innocuous comments somewhat awkward. The area was already under the scrutiny of numerous onlookers, and with Ouyang Kunsha's words, even more gazes turned toward them. The overt stares assessing her figure made her face pale, and unwelcome memories began to surface. Lingxi was the first to notice Li Jiao's discomfort and immediately stepped in front of her, his sharp gaze surveying the vicinity. Lingnua had already bent down, speaking softly. Jiao, let us go home, Devim." Compared to the others, Lingxi and Lingnua instilled a greater sense of safety in her. "Lingnua, I wish to leave." "All right." Ouyang Kunsha, taken aback by Lingxi's piercing gaze, paled as the trio took a few steps away. She anxiously called out, "Li Jiao, I apologize. I did not intend to cause you distress, that I was merely curious and meant no harm." Her frantic tone made Li Jiao pause momentarily, and she turned to Ouyang Kunsha. "I understand. Then if we meet again, could you teach me?" The longing in her eyes made Li Jiao reconsider her initial refusal, and she softly replied, "All right." "Really?" Li Jiao nodded. "Really?" Ouyang Kunsha exclaimed joyfully, bouncing with excitement, and her delight prompted a smile to form on Li Jiao's lips. "Goodbye. Goodbye." Watching Li Jiao depart, Ouyang Kunsha's eyes sparkled with excitement. As long as she could smile sweetly, distinguishing herself from other females, Lord Zayan would surely notice her. Chapter 18. A practical poem from 1,000 years ago. The figures of Li Jiao and her companions rapidly vanished from the live stream, leaving countless males who had rushed into the broadcast room, lamenting their missed opportunity. Before long, surveillance footage surfaced online featuring Li Jiao alongside Ouyang Kunsha, and the distinction between Li Jiao and other females became instantly apparent. With her slender arms, fair and straight legs, complemented by a delicate, captivating face, she easily outshone many other females. Oblivious to these developments, Li Jiao soon found her attention diverted by Lingnua's words as she entered the vehicle. "Home," she mused, gazing at the pile of books before her, astonished that is this what Lingxi meant by a little? This is far too much. There is no space to accommodate it all. Lingnua chuckled. "No worries, my elder brother has already arranged for a bookshelf to be delivered. It will be organized soon. The Crown Prince is so considerate. He is indeed very busy." During their return, the Crown Prince had to leave due to urgent matters. Apologizing as he departed, she flipped through the books. She found them filled with unfamiliar characters, unable to read a single word. Suddenly, her gaze landed on a book suppressed beneath others, its cover bearing the words diary. Li Jiao's eyes brightened, and she hurriedly opened it to find familiar characters within. The first row detailed the date, weather, and mood in a manner she recognized. The second row read, "Hi, this is my 10th diary entry. Though I've introduced myself before, I will do so again to fill space. To any descendants who can read my words, pretending there are, hello. My name is Wenqin, and I hail from China in 2020. I am now the wife of Eng Ziqiu, that scoundrel that I in truth. I am just an ordinary person who inexplicably entered this beast-man world a year ago and became the wife of the Empire's lord in a rather muddled manner that I end this world. Females are esteemed while males are subservient. A female can have multiple males as partners. This is truly a paradise for someone like me. Yet I encountered that scoundrel in Shiqus. Whenever I set my sights on a male, he would invariably send them far away, causing those remaining to fear my presence. Woe is me! How cruel is my fate! To my fellow countrymen on earth, if you are female, remember to seek many husbands. These beastmen are not only tall and handsome, but also quite capable in other aspects." Whispering, "Today's entry concludes here, as I am currently en route to another planet." Li Jiao's pupils dilated, her heart racing. Flipping open another entry revealed yet another of Wenqin's writings, detailing her arguments with the male named Shiqus and her desire to return home. She continued flipping through. She found the entries predominantly chronicling Wenqin's daily life. Today, I found myself captivated by a male figure, his appearance strikingly remarkable. Consequently, Enshi and Q's were consumed by jealousy, after being pinned to the bed and kissed for half an hour. A fierce confrontation ensued. The narrative grew increasingly detailed, delving into the nuances of the man's expressions and her own sensory perceptions, rendering them vividly clear. Dadel Ijo forcefully closed the book, her delicate face involuntarily flushing with color. This was no mere diary, but rather an audacious tale of sisterhood. This commotion caught the attention of Ling Nuo, who hastily approached Li Jiao. Kneeling beside her, he placed his palm on her forehead. Sensing no fever, yet he questioned why her face was so flushed. The scent of the man drew near, and recalling the contents of the book, Li Jiao swiftly dodged, asserting, "I am fine." Ling Nuo, acutely aware of her evident distress, felt his heart tighten. His gaze fell upon the book in her hands, and upon realizing it was one of the rare female's writings, he looked at Li Jiao in astonishment. Jiao, can you comprehend this?" Li Jiao pursed her lips in silence, while Ling Nuo's excitement grew. This is one of the writings left by that extraordinary female from a millennium ago. Because she possessed foresight, language experts have been attempting to decipher the information within, eager to ascertain if she had any premonitions about future generations. However, no one has succeeded in interpreting it until now. It appears only the rare females can understand these characters. Ling Nuo leaned in closely, his expression brimming with enthusiasm. "What does it say, Jiao?" The warmth of his breath brushed against Li Jiao's cheek, causing her face to redden further. How could she articulate this? Surely, she couldn't confess it was a Riska book. Recalling that when Qin had mentioned this was a world of beast men, Li Jiao raised her gaze to Ling Nuo, seeking confirmation. "Enshi. Ling Nuo, is that your full name?" Ling Nuo nodded affirmatively. "Then Enshi and Q's. Are they your ancestors?" Li Jiao's gaze was fixated on Ling Nuo, her grip on the book tightening. The man, after a moment of astonishment, nodded heavily. Yes, he was the king of the empire a millennium ago, and his consort was named when Qin. Everything began to align for Li Jiao, who swallowed hard and instinctively leaned back, as so this truly is the world of beastmen. Indeed, that so you too are a beast man? Despite recognizing Li Jiao's shifting emotions, Ling Nuo did not wish to deceive her and nodded gravely. Thus, everyone she had encountered was a beastman. That it was no wonder Ling Nuo and the others referred to males and females as males and females. They were, in fact, not human. "Please leave. I need some time to think." That this moment, Li Jiao's mind was in turmoil, and she required solitude to process everything. Ling Nuo stood, his gaze fixed on her. "Yes, but Jiao, I have never deceived you. This is indeed the world of beastmen." That Jiao waved her hand dismissively, and with a worried expression, Ling Nuo exited the room. The door clicked shut, and Li Jiao lay back against the book, overwhelmed by the day's revelations. The impact of it all was simply too profound. Her mind raced to recall every detail. Ling Nuo had indeed never claimed they were not beastmen. That it was she who had presumed they were all human, despite numerous clues indicating otherwise, such as their initial meeting, where he had respectfully referred to her as his consort, even contemplating self-harm due to her words. Suddenly, Li Jiao sprang up, her thoughts swirling chaotically, oblivious to the gracefulness of her movements. "Ling Nuo called me his consort, so does that mean I am married to him?" The notion of being wed to Ling Nuo replayed in her mind. She opened her mouth and quickly flipped through Wen Qin's diary, suppressing her embarrassment as she scoured its pages, yet she found no mention of marriage. Did she really have to ask Ling Nuo directly? No, that was out of the question. That Li Jiao crouched down, hastily searching for a book with a similar cover. Fortune smiled upon her, and she soon discovered a hefty tome that translated the local script into Earth-S language. Wen Qin had indeed taken the time to translate their writing. Impressive. Yet this was not what she sought. She set the book aside and continued her search. Upon opening another volume, she found a visual compendium depicting beastmen. The first page showcased a majestic white tiger with heterochromatic eyes. And Li Jiao paused, for the color of its eyes was identical to Ling Nuo's. That as she moved her hand away, she found the words family followed by Enshi. Perhaps because Ling Nuo had never harmed her, she felt no fear at present. Rather, she admired the depiction as, this is their true form. Quite impressive. Setting that book aside, she resumed her quest. Meanwhile, outside, as time ticked by, Ling Nuo leaned against the wall, his heart heavy with concern. He was tense, his expression exceptionally grave, that I must explain everything to Jiao. Standing upright, he swiftly approached the door, preparing to knock when it swung open, revealing Li Jiao's delicate face, devoid of any discernible emotion. His breath caught in his throat, and his demeanor softened instantly. Jiao, I can explain. Chapter 19. So this is the world of beast men. They are not human. What is there to explain? Is it your true form as a white tiger? Or the fact that you and your brother knelt before me upon our first meeting to establish a marriage contract? Are you not concerned that I might be a villain? Indeed, Li Jiao had just discovered this in Wen Qin's writings. She had mistakenly thought Ling Nuo and Ling Shi's kneeling and kissing her hand were mere customs of greeting. In reality, they were oaths of fealty from males to females, marital contracts. They had acted rather hastily. Thus, she found herself in a matrimonial relationship with Ling Nuo and Ling Shi. She was their consort. Contemplating this, Li Jiao felt a loss for words. Based on Wen Qin's notes, it seemed that Ling Nuo had inadvertently invited her into this arrangement, while Ling Shi had done so willingly. She truly did not comprehend. The changes in Li Jiao's expression caused Ling Nuo to tense further, sensing the anger in her voice. Jiao, please do not be upset. If you are truly angry, you may strike me, but do not harm your health. Ling Nuo's anxious, genuine plea only deepened Li Jiao's resolve. How could she bring herself to hurt him? She gently pushed him aside, declaring, "Let me be. I am very upset, and you would do well not to follow me." Observing her swift departure, Ling Nuo could only hasten to keep pace with her. Their strides mirrored one another's. He matched her speed, ensuring the distance between them remained no greater than a meter. Aware that Ling Nuo trailed behind her, Li Jiao chose to ignore him, that in truth, she was not angry, but rather confused. This place was foreign to her, and now she had unwittingly become someone else's consort. She briefly considered fleeing, but today's events had demonstrated that the presence of a female attracted considerable male attention. Being part of a nation meant there would be both virtuous and nefarious individuals. Venturing outside might prove more perilous than remaining here. Moreover, she had no wealth to sustain her through the final month of her life. With a sigh, she resolved to take things one step at a time. Pausing momentarily, she glanced back at Ling Nuo, whose expression was tinged with unease. Her mind was in disarray. Turning around, she hastened to a swing beneath a large tree. Gently swaying back and forth as a familiar presence approached, Li Jiao slightly lifted her gaze to find the man silently and attentively pushing the swing. His movements were measured, just enough to make her swing higher without any hint of danger. This man is truly remarkable, she mused, her thoughts momentarily distracted. Ling Nuo's eyes lit up when he noticed her acknowledging him. He exerted more force on the swing, causing Li Jiao to ascend higher. However, the sensation of weightlessness evoked memories of her own leap from a building, causing her complexion to drain of color. Ling Nuo stopped. The swing began to oscillate rapidly, and by the time her trembling voice reached Ling Nuo, she was already soaring upward. With each push, the swing reached greater heights, and Li Jiao felt as if she might take flight. Her heart raced, instinctively closing her eyes while her body trembled uncontrollably. Alarmed by her cries, Ling Nuo's expression shifted dramatically. However, just then, the swing swung back, and he opened his arms, bracing himself to catch her, as the familiar scent enveloped her and a muffled grunt escaped him. Li Jiao's eyes flew open to find herself cradled in his embrace. Jiao, are you all right? His voice brimmed with concern. Turning her head in surprise, she noted that he had braced himself against the swing. Ling Nuo, how could you be so reckless? That swing is made of metal, several centimeters thick. A radiant smile spread across Ling Nuo's face as he released her and stood upright, as long as you are unharmed. I am relieved that I am sturdy. It does not trouble me, that Li Jiao frowned, then swiftly moved to grasp his arm, pulling him toward the castle. Ling Nuo, unsure whether she was still upset, remained silent. Just as they reached the grand entrance, a vehicle slowly came to a halt. It was Ling Shi returning. Ling Shi disembarked. He observed the two of them. Hand in hand, the atmosphere decidedly tense. Jiao, where are you taking Ling Nuo? Li Jiao paused, casting a polite yet distant glance at Ling Shi. Your Highness, I am taking Ling Nuo to see a doctor. We shall discuss matters later. The distant address and the pressure of a calm voice caused Ling Shi to keenly sense something was amiss. He turned to Ling Nuo, who was poised to offer him a hint. but was abruptly pulled away by Li Jiao, who hastily led Ling Nuo directly to Dr. Noxier. Dr. Noxier, could you please take a look at him? He may have sustained an injury to his abdomen. Ling Nuo quickly interjected, Jiao, I'm really fine. Say another word. The threatening gaze from Li Jiao compelled Ling Nuo to swallow the rest of his words, leaving him no choice but to obediently cooperate with Dr. Noxier's examination. Upon realizing that the individual before him was the wife of the 13th prince, Dr. Noxier was not surprised by the scene unfolding. After a swift examination, he addressed Li Jiao with a bow. Rest assured, my lord, he has merely sustained some bruises. Given His Highness the 13th prince's constitution, he will recover automatically in a few days. Hearing this, Li Jiao let out a sigh of relief. She was acutely aware of the effects of force from her high school studies that at such a height and weight, a normal person would undoubtedly suffer severe injuries. In that moment, she felt fortunate that he was a beast man, possessing a physique that was remarkably resilient. Thank you, Dr. Noxier. You are too kind. My lord Li Jiao glanced at the Xian snake, which had been fixated on her since entering the room, and inquired, how is Qi Yu's condition? Which beastman clan does he belong to? Without hesitation, Dr. Noxier replied, to answer, my lord, Qi Yu's injuries have improved significantly. With a bit more rest, he will be fine that he is a Xian snake beastman, a clan that has been extinct for 300 years, possessing remarkable talents. The mention of an extinct clan made Li Jiao's heart tremble. Considering his injuries and Ling Shi's previous words, she could surmise that Qi Yu's background was indeed tragic. Although she had already suspected as much, the confirmation that he was indeed a beastman caused her heart to flutter. In Wenqin's notes, it was stated that, apart from ordinary animals, all others in the empire were beastmen. Wenqin had written that the easiest way to distinguish beastmen from ordinary animals was to observe their pupils. If they exhibited human-like intelligence, there was no doubt they were beastmen. Reflecting on the little lion she held daily, Li Jiao felt an unsettling discomfort. It seemed that not only was he a beastman, but he was also permitted by Ling Nuo and Ling Shi to exist by her side, with the answer becoming increasingly apparent. Qi Yu, focus on your recovery. Ling Nuo, follow me. Yes, the sensitivity of beastmen was acute. Qi Yu sensed that Li Jiao was no longer as eager towards him, but rather was intentionally distancing herself. Did she despise him? Glancing at his severed snake tail, he lowered his gaze. Indeed, who would favor a disabled creature? Chapter 20. Jiao, if you kill us, the contract can be dissolved that I end the study. Li Jiao sat while Ling Shi and Ling Nuo stood. Ling Shi shot a glance at Ling Nuo, his eyes conveying a silent question as to why he hadn't given him a heads-up so he could prepare. Ling Nuo retorted, I had no time to message you. Forced to sit, Li Jiao observed the two handsome men exchanging glances and coughed lightly to break the tension. Your Highness the First Prince, Your Highness the 13th Prince, can we dissolve the contract? As soon as she spoke, both towering men wore grave expressions, simultaneously kneeling, bowing their heads as jeweled daggers glinted coldly in their hands. That my lady, should you choose to slay us, the contract can indeed be dissolved. Rest assured, the contract we signed is one-sided. It binds us to live and die together. Our demise will not endanger your life. Shocked, Li Jiao sprang to her feet. Don't do this. I simply feel that we are not well acquainted. Signing a contract under such circumstances is too hasty. However, the seriousness etched on their faces frightened her, prompting her to ask, Ling Shi, what do you mean by a one-sided life-and-death contract? Ling Shi raised his gaze, his expression grave. It means if we die, your life remains unaffected, but should you perish, we shall die with you. Her pupils dilated, realizing the implications of a one-sided life-and-death bond. Her body weakened as she slumped back into her chair, staring blankly at the two before her. Was it worth it? It is worth it. Absolutely. The resolute voices echoed in her ears like thunder, causing her heart to quiver uncontrollably. She trembled as she covered her face with her hands. But I am not worthy. I am merely an ordinary person. How can I bear the weight of others' lives? And do you not realize I have only 1 month left to live? Just 1 month. No, you must release me. Her trembling voice escalated into a shout. She stepped forward, snatching the daggers from their hands and tossing them aside as she implored, Is it not against the law? I have no issues with it. I can tell everyone it was my choice. It was my choice. Please, dissolve it quickly, hurry. Li Jiao's agitation intensified, her body shaking more violently. She could not selfishly drag them into death. Ling Nuo shook his head. No, only our deaths can lead to the dissolution. Ling Nuo, you must be deceiving me, Li Jiu retreated, shaking her head as she gazed expectantly at the two. There must be another way to dissolve the contract. Right, there must be. Her body quaked ever more violently, her pupils constricting. Ling Shi realized the gravity of the situation and quickly rose, enveloping her in his embrace. Jiu, look at me. His voice seemed to possess an enchanting power, drawing Li Jiu's attention to his eyes, which shone with an unusual light. She felt so weary, so very weary. Her eyelids drooped uncontrollably as she succumbed to darkness that the person in his arms settled. Both Ling Shi and Ling Nu exhaled in relief. Ling Shi reached out, tenderly sweeping aside the hair that obscured her face. Turning his gaze to Ling Nuo, Jiu claimed she has only 1 month left to live. What is the meaning of this? Previously, when encouraging her to choose a guardian, Jiu had mentioned it, and he had thought it merely an excuse to decline, given that her life value was not low. At the very least, she should live over 100 years, so he had paid it no mind. Yet her expression did not suggest deceit. What had transpired today that led Jiu to know? Ling Nuo quickly recounted the events, and Ling Shi gazed at the person in his arms, astonishment filling his eyes that so, Jiu learned of this from the books left by Empress Wenqin. Indeed, Ling Shi felt both joy and regret. He had specifically arranged for those Empress's books to be delivered, hoping to see if Li Jiu could interpret them that he never expected she could, but it seemed they contained much information regarding beastmen. Given Jiu's intellect, she must also have realized that the little lion was a beastman. Contact Rain. Elder brother, where's Rain gone? They had not seen Rain since he returned, and in his current state. Where could he possibly go? To the palace. The palace? Just then, as if on cue, Ling Shi's voice rang out. I have reported Jiu's situation, that we cannot protect her alone. Thus, Rain has entered the palace. He will serve as the strongest evidence of Jiu's abilities. Moreover, Rain's situation is also complex. Ling Nuo drew a deep breath, clenching his fists tightly. He needed to grow stronger, to become even stronger. Ling Shi set Li Jiu down, gently arranging her disheveled hair with tender fingers. Jiu, I am sorry for causing you distress. Yet, I would still make the same choice that I end the darkness. Li Jiu fled with all her might, yet she could not escape the boundless blackness. She could only gradually crouch down. Suddenly, a blinding light fell upon her, followed by a slander she would never forget. You little vixen, relying on that face to seduce your father. How shameless. A plump woman roughly yanked at Li Jiu's long hair with one hand while delivering a heavy slap across her face with the other. Pain caused Li Jiu's pupils to constrict. It was her foster mother, Zhang Mei. Lowering her head, she noticed her body had shrunk. Indeed, this incident occurred when she was under 10 years old. You wretch, no wonder you were born to a mother who abandoned you. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her face, and before Li Jiu could speak, she heard her own voice crying out, Mom, I didn't mean it. Dad asked me to help him mend his clothes. It's not what you think. Mom, the biggest regret of my life was bringing you back from the orphanage. I invested a fortune in raising you only for you to seduce those rich young masters. As soon as you marry one, you would become a wealthy matron. Yet you, this ungrateful wretch, are deteriorating day by day. Not only can you not earn money, but you also squandered a great deal of my money. What? Unable to entice others. So now you turn to seducing your father? Li Jiu, you are truly disgusting to Li Jiu's eyes turned red as she screamed in desperation. I didn't tea. Didn't tea. The woman dragged her out of the room, shouting to the onlookers, neighbors, come and see. I took her in out of kindness, and now that she has grown up, she uses that vixen face to seduce her father. Is this something a human can do? What? Seducing her foster father. This is utterly shameless. How disgusting. How can someone like this not die? That face is clearly not that of a good person. Who knows how many people have tasted her while she was small? Li Jiu stared blankly at everyone, and soon, the scene shifted. She was now running towards a rented room with a backpack, but her steps soon retreated as a group of ill-intentioned delinquents emerged before her. Hey girl, you're looking good. Come play with us. Li Jiu's complexion changed dramatically as she turned and fled, only to be swiftly subdued by her assailant, pressed to the ground. She reached out, crying for help from her foster parents not far away, but heard her foster mother scoff coldly, mocking her, Don't you fancy men? Why pretend to be so aloof? Those familiar faces around her erupted in laughter, none stepping forward to assist. Ligio felt her outer garment being torn away and widened her eyes. Swinging her arm forcefully, no Chapter 21. A kiss on the back of the hand, Ligio's face turned crimson. Ligio waved her hand, shimmering with silver light. The scene before her vanished, with an expression of fury. She glared at the desolate surroundings. She waved her hand. Countless silver sparks scattered around her. I did not seduce anyone. I have committed no wrongdoing. Release me. Jojo, wake up quickly. A familiar, melodious male voice reached Ligio's ears. She slowly lifted her head, witnessing the darkness before her gradually being consumed by light. As she opened her eyes, the vortex of spiritual energy surrounding the bed slowly dissipated, and numerous objects tumbled to the ground, producing a cacophony of sounds. Jojo, how do you feel? At last, you are awake. Two worry-laden, handsome faces appeared before Ligio. She blinked her tear-soaked lashes, her consciousness gradually returning. Supporting herself on her arms, she rubbed her aching forehead. It hurts. You just experienced a surge of spiritual energy. The pain in your forehead will soon fade, came Ling Nua's voice. Ligio looked up, her pupils contracting in shock. Did you two engage in a fight? She noticed their disheveled clothing and the once tidy room now in utter disarray. Countless books lay scattered, and even the desk, dining table, and sofa had not escaped unscathed. Such destruction could only be attributed to the form of a white tiger. Ligio couldn't help but swallow nervously. You two aren't planning to hurt me, are you? Ling Nua and Ling Shi exchanged exasperated glances. Ling Nua chuckled. Even if we were to harm ourselves, we would never lay a finger on you, Jojo. This remark reminded Ligio of their conversation before she fainted, where they suggested that if she killed them, the marriage contract would be dissolved. Enough. No more talk of killing or suicide. You both must live. The anticipated anger did not materialize, and Ling Shi and Ling Nua secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Ling Shi suddenly knelt before the bed, bowing his head. I'm sorry, Jojo, I used at that moment. Your spirit was on the brink of collapse, and I had no choice but to use hypnosis on you. I never expected it would lead to your spiritual energy surging out of control. It was all my fault. A surge of spiritual energy. So, could it be that I caused all this? Ligio's mouth fell open in surprise, her gaze darkening as she recalled the dream she had just experienced. She thought she had forgotten, but the details were vividly clear, as if she were reliving it. She flung off the covers, getting out of bed, and grabbed Ling Shi's arm. Ling Shi, get up. I don't blame you. Compared to the malice she had faced since childhood, their treatment of her was truly commendable. Although she had been forced to become their wife, her agitation stemmed not from hatred, but from the impending doom she felt would affect them. Thank you, Jojo. Looking up at the two tall men beside her, she exhaled and settled back on the bed, her gaze fixed on them. Let us have a serious discussion. Their hearts raced with trepidation as they gazed at Ligio. Her eyes swept over their visibly tense figures, and she felt an overwhelming pressure. Ling Nua, you mentioned that the growth of my spiritual energy would extend my lifespan, correct? Ling Nua nodded. Yes, a female's original lifespan is only 200 years. But as the level of spiritual energy increases, so does her lifespan, 200 years. How long do males typically live? About 500 years. Ligio's breath hitched as she looked at the two men. How old are you? Ling Nua, I'm 30. My elder brother is 52. Thus, their current ages were merely youthful in comparison to 500 years, and no wonder they had impulsively signed a contract with her. They were simply reckless youth. Her pressure mounted, in order to ensure their survival. Her only option was to diligently enhance her spiritual energy. Since spiritual energy was inherent in females, there must be corresponding courses available in books. Right? Ling Shi nodded. Indeed, there is. The Empire's Starlight Academy offers specialized courses for females to learn and master spiritual energy. However, you cannot attend at this time. According to investigations, the Starlight Academy had seen a rise in missing or deceased students over the past 6 months. Males, due to varying subjects and abilities, often left the academy for training on other primordial planets, resulting in many being absent for extended periods. Males were never sheltered flowers, and training naturally came with casualties. Thus, the academy continued its routine checks, assuming that this year's students were simply overly ambitious, subsequently raising the danger level for the areas they ventured into. However, it was evident that someone had exploited this loophole. targeting the Academy's talented students to seize their beast cores. The sole purpose of extracting beast cores was to absorb cores of the same category to rapidly enhance abilities. However, this method also bore fatal drawbacks, increasing the likelihood of losing control by more than 30% after absorbing a beast core. Regardless, it was clear that the Academy was no longer safe, and Jiuzhou absolutely could not enter at this time. Seeing Ling Shi and Ling Nuo's grave expressions, Li Jiu understood that the incident involving the Xian snake she had saved was far from simple. Her current goal was to survive diligently, naturally avoiding entanglement with such matters that I understand. Can I hire a tutor? I truly need one. That her pleading gaze made Ling Nuo glance at Ling Shi. Ling Shi's heart trembled slightly, but he ultimately nodded. I will invite the best instructor for you. Li Jiu sighed in relief, knowing that self-exploration would surely be slower than systematic teaching. Thank you for your help. To assist my wife is my honor. Ling Shi knelt on one knee, taking Li Jiu's hand in his warm grasp, gently squeezing her fingers, which instinctively made her want to retract her hand. In the next moment, a warm kiss landed on the back of her hand, sending her heart racing. Quickly withdrawing her hand, she averted her gaze, feeling flustered. Could you refrain from kissing the back of my hand? Her fair neck flushed crimson as she turned, revealing her delicate ear tips, which blushed with color, deepening Ling Shi's gaze. Yet his expression swiftly morphed into one of pitiful longing, his voice tinged with sorrow. So, Jiu, you truly do not like me, did I understand? I shall leave and never show myself before you again. Li Jiu turned around hastily, witnessing the man genuinely rising to depart. His tall figure exuded an aura of desolation, and even without seeing his handsome face, she knew he must be heartbroken. That's not what I meant. She sprang to her feet, grasping the fabric of his attire. No, Ling Shi, that is not what I meant, that I don't dislike you. But you rejected my kiss on the back of your hand, which means you dislike me, that I just need time to adjust. Perhaps I will feel differently once I am accustomed to it. Li Jiu's cheeks burned red, wondering what on earth she was saying. Chapter 22. The first time is gone. Ling Shi flees that so. Jiu's words were genuine. The man's tall form pivoted, and his handsome visage was brimming with excitement and delight. Under the man's hopeful gaze, Li Jiu nodded. Indeed, I do not harbor any hatred towards you. That is splendid news. In an instant, the towering figure lunged forward, enveloping Li Jiu tightly in his embrace, the unique scent of the man swiftly surrounding her. Ling Shi's aroma was distinct from Ling Nuo's, though she could not articulate how it differed. It was simply otherworldly. Ling Nuo observed the two in their embrace, his expression shifting as he contemplated his elder brother's nonsensical abilities that he could never hope to match. Did he not fear that Jiu would be angered upon discovering this? The next moment, his face stiffened, realizing his elder brother was deliberately provoking him. Ling Shi, keenly aware of Ling Nuo's change in demeanor, grinned mischievously. Just then, a muffled voice from Li Jiu broke the moment. Could you let go of me? Once released from the embrace of the mountain-like figure, Li Jiu gasped for fresh air. Her porcelain face was now entirely flushed, appearing delectable under the glow of the light. As she inhaled deeply, her red lips slightly parted, the scene before the two males was irresistibly enticing. The sweet, fragrant aroma seemed to intensify, causing both males' throats to involuntarily bob. Ling Shi, who had just held her, became acutely aware of the captivating scent enveloping him. Suddenly, he turned sharply, his body tensing as the rich fragrance spread rapidly throughout the room. Ling Shi, his voice hoarse, declared, Jiu, I have urgent matters to attend to. I must take my leave, and hurriedly exited. Watching his rapidly retreating figure, Li Jiu felt an odd sensation, but soon dismissed it, sighing, the prince truly is busy. Ling Nuo's eyes flickered as he recalled the intoxicating aura that had recently permeated the air, an essence exuded during moments of masculine desire. Indeed, his elder brother was already 52 years of age. Among the numerous princes, those who were older had received the soothing comforts of females in their 20s, while those slightly younger had done so by the time they reached their 30s. This left only him and his elder brother. At 30, he was still able to endure, but his elder brother, at 52, encountering a favored female, seemed to have lost control, which appeared rather normal. After a moment of reflection, Li Jiu cast the matter aside, her gaze landing on the disarray that filled the room, casting a worried glance at Ling Nuo. Are these items particularly valuable? Please provide me with a list of costs. I will find a way to repay. Her spouse truly was one of a kind. Ling Nuo smiled gently. You need not repay, for this house is already in your name. Damaging your own belongings requires no compensation. Ah, Li Jiu gasped in astonishment. Ling Nuo, are you saying this house is mine? Is it not the residence of the Crown Prince? It was my oversight not to explain this to you, at the moment we became your guardians. All assets under our name were transferred to yours that I what? It was no surprise that Li Jiu was flabbergasted. She had heard countless gossip tales of brothers turning against each other over a mere house, and relatives becoming enemies over similar matters. There were also numerous tales of discord between couples, where a wife would contest a house registered solely in her husband's name, claiming it was a form of self-defense. Or instances where the male partner would make the down payment while both were responsible for the mortgage, yet the title remained solely in his name. There were also cases where a woman's parents would purchase a marital home for their daughter, only for the husband to demand half upon divorce, which the wife would vehemently oppose. Ultimately, regardless of the relationship, any involvement with money could lead to corruption. Yet here, the law dictated that assets under a male's name would automatically transfer to the female's. This was indeed surprising. Can it be reversed? The astute Ling Nu understood that their benevolent spouse was undoubtedly concerned. He replied softly, "It cannot be reversed. This is, in fact, a means by which the empire provides for its females. I comprehend your concerns. The law also stipulates that while assets are transferred to the female, the sale of fixed assets still requires the original male's consent. Furthermore, there are limits on the usage of finances, ensuring the male's assets are broadly protected while also granting the female a sense of security. This effectively empowered the female to wield financial authority. And if I were to die, would those assets revert to your names?" They would. Li Jiu exhaled in relief. That is good. Bearing the weight of their lives was already a substantial burden. The thought of depriving them of all their assets would only amplify her stress. Thus, her current focus was on diligently studying to prolong her existence. Days later, at 1 a.m., Li Jiu's room remained brightly lit. She lifted her head from her desk, stretching her slightly sore neck. Her gaze returned to the handwritten book by Wen Qing, which should have been a dictionary. The dictionary in her hands resembled the Xinhua dictionary from Earth, allowing her to look up words via pinyin or radicals. Each character had its pronunciation, tone, and meaning annotated. Her fingers lightly traced the calligraphy, and she could hardly fathom the immense effort Wen Qing had expended in creating it, the countless tedious days she must have endured. Every character, every illustration was meticulously hand-drawn. It seemed as though Wen Qing was attempting to preserve traces of her existence, to provide evidence of her identity as an Earthling. Wen Qing had traversed into a book, while she herself had crossed over. Was there a connection between them? Wen Qing had entered the narrative in 2020, while she had arrived in 2024, though only a 4-year difference. It felt as if a millennium had passed in this realm. Sigh. There were too many inexplicable aspects. She decided to set those thoughts aside, but still felt compelled to express her gratitude to Wen Qing. The material she had left behind had been immensely helpful. After intensive study over the past few days, she had recognized a considerable number of characters. With a few more days of learning, comprehending basic text should pose no issue. This way, she would not be entirely in the dark in this world. Stretching her limbs and glancing at the time, she realized it was late. Time for sleep. Yes, the lights in Li Jiu's room dimmed. So too did those in Ling Nuo's. Lying on her fragrant bed, Li Jiu found it difficult to drift into slumber. Her mind was awash with countless symbols swirling in her thoughts. That as time passed, the weariness became increasingly palpable, and Li Jiu understood that if this continued, her state the following day would surely suffer. This would not do. She slowly closed her eyes, steadied her breathing, and relaxed her entire body. She felt her physique growing heavier, and just as she was on the brink of slumber, a peculiar sound pierced her ears. Though fatigue weighed upon her, she was reluctant to open her eyes. Yet the sound grew clearer, jolting her back to awareness. Throwing off her covers, she descended from her bed and approached the floor-to-ceiling window. Drawing back the curtains that by the light of the full moon, she vaguely discerned a small red figure lying on the ground by the poolside. Grabbing a flashlight from her room, she directed its beam towards the figure, quickly concluding it was a small fox. Following the trail behind it, she noticed a distinct drag mark on the ground, and the dampness was likely blood. The fox was quite small, comparable to a 1 or 2 month old puppy. At that moment, Its eyes were tightly shut, and the slight rise and fall of its chest, accompanied by faint whimpers, indicated it was still alive. Should she save it? Chapter 23. The slightly parted red lips glistened invitingly. Li Jiao hesitated for a moment before swiftly running towards Ling Nuo's room. Bang, bang, bang. Ling Nuo, Ling Nuo, Ling Nuo, she knocked repeatedly, yet the room remained eerily quiet. That Li Jiao furrowed her brow. Knocking once more. Ling Nuo? Ling Nuo, still no response. It seemed he was asleep. The crown prince had taken Dr. Noxiel and Xian Shiqiu away and had not returned since. The little lion had also disappeared after that day, leaving only her and Ling Nuo in the vast castle. Yesterday, Ling Nuo had mentioned that the castle's defense level had been heightened, with intelligent machines outside capable of recognizing all categories of beastmen, suggesting that the small fox was unlikely to be one. Releasing a breath, she hurriedly crossed her room, heading towards the small fox by the pool, when a few raindrops began to fall onto her cheeks. In that moment, she paid them no mind, drawing closer as the strong scent of blood intensified, causing her brows to knit together. She crouched down to examine the creature, discovering that the small fox's left front paw had somehow found its way into the pool, staining one corner with a hint of crimson. The amount of blood was alarming. If sensing Li Jiao's proximity, the small fox weakly opened its eyelids, only to close them again moments later. Li Jiao quickly assessed the situation, noting that the fox's wounds were even more severe than those of Xian Shi. There were over a dozen deep knife wounds, indicating that the assailant had been exceptionally cruel. It was not just a single blow aimed at ending its life, but rather a deliberate act of torture intended to inflict suffering. What a coincidence that both Xian Shi and this small fox bore the marks of blades. The increasingly faint breaths of the fox urged Li Jiao to act quickly. With a grave expression, she placed her delicate hands upon the small creature, murmuring, "Little fox, whether you can survive now lies in fate." Before long, a deeper hue of light appeared in her hair, radiating a brightness that surpassed her previous glow. Unbeknownst to her, this transformation was beyond her comprehension. She only recognized that the time required for her to heal had lengthened. As dizziness began to set in, Li Jiao quickly withdrew her hands. Upon re-examining the little fox's injuries, she was relieved to find that many of the bleeding wounds had stopped and some of the deeper cuts had begun to heal. Moreover, she could distinctly sense that the little fox's breaths had grown stronger. This brought her a measure of comfort. But just then, the rain began to pour more heavily, that a sudden gust of cold wind swept through, causing Li Jiao, clad in her thin nightgown, to shiver involuntarily. The small fox on the ground trembled as well, putting Li Jiao in a dilemma. Should she leave it outside or bring it inside? Before she could finish her thoughts, the gentle rain transformed into a torrential downpour. Li Jiao bit her lip in resignation, murmuring, "It seems fate is not granting me the luxury of choice. Very well. Our meeting must be serendipitous." Leaving the small fox in such a state amidst the deluge would be akin to taking its life herself. Inside the room, her body slightly dampened, Li Jiao disregarded her own discomfort. Her gaze swiftly swept across the surroundings. The small fox's fur, once soaked in blood, was now revealing hints of white where the rain had washed it. Noticing this, she quickly made her way to her wardrobe, as the little fox trembled uncontrollably. Opening the wardrobe, she pulled out two new, thicker garments and swiftly wrapped them around the small fox. "There you go." Placing the small fox on the sofa, perhaps due to having just expended her energy in saving it. An overwhelming fatigue enveloped Li Jiao. Drowsiness swept over her, and she yawned repeatedly. "Little fox, whether you can endure this depends on your own strength." Returning to her bed, Li Jiao soon fell into a deep slumber. At dawn, the blinding sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the spacious bed. The occupant stirred slightly, frowning as she turned, causing the blanket that had nearly slipped off the edge to fall to the floor, exposing her long, fair legs. Long eyelashes fluttered gently before slowly parting, revealing a pair of enchanting, misty-eyed, doe-like orbs that a delicate blush crept silently across her fair visage, while her slightly parted crimson lips glistened as if inviting one to pluck them. The beauty was like a painting, deserving of such praise. However, as Li Jiao propped herself up, her mind remained somewhat dazed. As her consciousness returned, her gaze instinctively darted to the spot on the sofa where the small fox had been placed. What should have been wrapped in clothing had vanished entirely, leaving no trace behind. Li Jiao hastily descended from her bed, searching frantically around. Yet the little fox was nowhere to be found, and it had left no hint of its presence. Slipping on her shoes, Li Jiu scoured both the pool and the garden, but still found no sign of the small creature. Moreover, the long trail of blood from the previous night had completely disappeared, and the water in the pool had returned to its crystalline state. How peculiar! Could it be that I was merely dreaming? Upon re-entering her room, Li Jiu opened the door to find Ling Nuo indeed standing at the threshold. She quickly inquired, "Ling Nuo, have you seen the little fox in my room?" "Good morning, Jiu." Their voices intertwined harmoniously. Ling Nuo smiled. "What fox? There are no foxes in our empire. There are no foxes in your country?" Ling Nu nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. While our nation boasts a plethora of beast folk, foxes are absent. The entire Star Domain's fox clan is remarkably powerful due to their innate abilities. Among all the empires in the Star Domain, only the royal family of one advanced empire is comprised of 9-tailed white foxes that Li Jiu questioned. White fox? The little fox from last night was entirely red. Could it have all been a dream? As she breathed in, the only scent that reached her was the unique fragrance emanating from Li Jiu herself, devoid of any other aroma. Ling Nuo chuckled softly, perhaps. Yet everything felt so real. I knelt by the pool to save it. And after the rain fell, I could only carry it back to my room, even finding my own clothes to wrap it in. Ling Nuo's expression grew cautious. "I can enter your room to take a look." Li Jiu stepped aside. "Then please, come I in." As Ling Nuo entered her chamber, his nostrils flared slightly. Indeed, there was not the slightest trace of any other animal's scent, after thoroughly searching every corner, including the area by the pool. There remained no evidence whatsoever. It seemed that it was indeed a dream. Yet how odd it was to dream of a little fox. Perhaps it is because you've been working too hard lately. Your mind constantly in overdrive, that such dreams arise. That Li Jiu mused. That could be true. How about we take a break today? My elder brother will also be on leave. That it occurred to her that she hadn't seen the eldest prince for several days. She, too, felt fatigue and could benefit from a little relaxation. That Li Jiu nodded. That sounds good. What shall we do today? Shall we have a picnic, or perhaps roast some barbecue, or brew tea by the hearth? What do you prefer? She asked, a hint of bashfulness in her smile. That I enjoy all of those. He replied that I believe you must be hungry. Let us have breakfast first. Upon mentioning food, Li Jiu's stomach audibly grumbled, leaving her feeling quite embarrassed as she averted her gaze from Ling Nuo, who simply smiled fondly. You are truly adorable, Jiu. After they finished breakfast, Li Jiu carried an easel into the woods, surrounded by trees and grass. She stood before the trellis, a striking white figure, occasionally graced by birds alighting upon the easel, creating a vivid tableau that captured the attention of her observing eyes. Focused intently, Li Jiu painted, the familiar contours on the canvas unmistakably depicting Earth. This endeavor had been a well-considered choice. After all, she was merely an 18-year-old high school graduate, lacking the literary prowess of Wen Qing, who had authored those remarkable books, aside from her academic achievements. Her only notable talent lay in painting. While Wen Qing's writings served to affirm her identity as an Earthling, her artwork bore the same significance. Perhaps if another Earthling were to appear in this world in the future, knowing there had been others before them, they would not feel such trepidation. That if she lived long enough, perhaps she could learn from Wen Qing and leave a legacy of her own. With each stroke, a representation of Earth quietly emerged upon the paper. Satisfied with her work, Li Jiu nodded approvingly. Not bad. As she stepped back, she inadvertently collided with a broad chest. Startled, she turned quickly, and in her haste, the paintbrush she held accidentally marked the fabric of the figure behind her. The blue paint spread rapidly across the shimmering fabric, and Li Jiu, flustered, exclaimed, "I'm so sorry. I didn't realize you were behind me." "It's quite all right," Ling Nuo replied. "I was captivated by your serious painting and did not wish to disturb you." His gaze fell upon the blue planet on the canvas. "Jiu, is this your home planet?" Li Jiu looked up. "Yes, it's called Earth, my homeland." Ling Nuo's eyes flickered. There were many planets in the Star Domain, yet none bore the name Earth. Thus, was Jiu's homeland perhaps not located within this Star Domain? The existence of other Star Domains was merely a legend. "Your homeland sounds beautiful. Would you tell me more about it?" "I wish to know more about you, Jiu." The tall, handsome man leaned down, his expression tender, while the petite girl looked up, her hair flowing like a gentle waterfall. The grand entrance opened silently, revealing Ling Shi's vehicle as it entered the courtyard, that I in the back seat. A woman's eyes lit up upon spotting the contrasting figures in the woods. And she quickly rolled down the window. That owns such a sweet feeling. This sensation is simply marvelous. I can almost smell the sweet scent of love. Your Highness, is that your mate? She exclaimed eagerly. What an adorable female. I have never seen such a delicate creature. The woman's excited voice reached them, and as the window descended, Ling Shi's gaze flickered. Yes, Lady Aire, her name is Li Jiao, and she is indeed very charming. Aire Yuan observed Ling Shi's affectionate demeanor with keen interest, intrigued by this female, who could simultaneously be the maid of two princes. Meanwhile, Ling Shi's eyes, slightly lowered, were filled with a chilling intensity. A foreign masculine presence lingered in their home. Moreover, it seemed Ling Nuo remained entirely oblivious, while he had detected this only because the other was of an SS rank or higher. Their intent was clearly towards Jiao. The arrival of the vehicle quickly caught Li Jiao and Ling Nuo's attention. They turned to see it halting at the castle entrance, and soon a pair of long legs emerged, followed by Ling Shi's handsome visage. Li Jiao joyfully waved, calling out, "Welcome back, Ling Shi." The coldness in Ling Shi's eyes evaporated, replaced by a gentle expression as he waved back. "I'm back." Judy then turned and bowed respectfully. "Lady Aire, please step out." "Your maid is indeed quite adorable," Aire remarked. "Yes," Ling Shi affirmed. Amidst Li Jiao's puzzled gaze, a gracefully attired woman appeared. Their eyes met, and the woman's gaze was gentle. Li Jiao, feeling somewhat shy, smiled awkwardly before quickly averting her eyes. Her heart raced. If Ling Shi held such respect, could this elegantly dressed woman be their mother? How should she face her, especially considering her son had signed a unilateral life-and-death pact with her? Li Jiao's unease did not escape Ling Nuo's notice. He inquired, "Jiao, what is wrong?" Biting her lip, she whispered, "Is that lady your mother? Should I perhaps step away?" "No, our mother passed long." Jiao froze, quickly apologizing. "I am so sorry. I didn't know." "There is no need for apologies. Jiao, if our mother were still alive, she would surely be delighted to see you." Though he concealed it well, Li Jiao detected a shift in Ling Nuo's tone, one filled with regret and sorrow. The ever-sunny Ling Nuo was now enveloped in a shroud of melancholy, his once bright eyes now dimmed. A side of him she had never witnessed before. Taking his left hand in her own right, she gently patted his hand. "Do not be disheartened. Your mother would surely be happy to see how well you are faring." Would she really be happy? The warmth of her palm brought Ling Nuo to a standstill. His mother had lost her life due to his birth. For years, his other brothers and father harbored animosity and resentment towards him, believing his existence had robbed them of their most cherished person. Though his elder brother cared for him in various ways, the fact that he had caused the loss of their mother must have filled him with hatred. He would, without a doubt, harbor such feelings. "She would, without question," Li Jiao replied with gentle conviction. "Your mother, upon seeing you grow up healthy, would surely be overjoyed. Every child is a testament to a mother's love, thus she must love you dearly." "She loves me. She truly loves me." Ling Nuo stepped back 2 paces, and an invisible wave began to emanate from him. Just released, Li Jiao suddenly felt a blur before her eyes. Her slight frame, weighing only 90 pounds, was uncontrollably lifted off the ground and swiftly propelled backward. Her pupils widened in shock as she found herself unable to control her body, only able to scream, "Ah!" in an instant. A familiar figure flashed before her, enveloping her waist in a firm embrace. The anticipated pain did not materialize, allowing Li Jiao the courage to open her eyes. As she tilted her head back, she beheld the handsome visage of Ling Shi. Jiao, are you all right? Are you hurt?" With a sigh of relief, Li Jiao replied, "I'm fine, but what has happened to Ling Nuo?" Ling Shi's expression turned grave. "He has lost control." "Lost control? Does that mean?" Li Jiao's gaze fell upon Ling Nuo, her pupils dilating. She watched as he suddenly crouched down, white fur sprouting rapidly from his limbs. Before Li Jiao could fully grasp the situation, a gigantic white tiger emerged. Chapter 25. Soothing the White Tiger. Li Jiao feigns the white tiger bore a striking resemblance to the illustration of warmth and gentleness, and although they had already known that their beast forms were immense, the visceral impact of witnessing it firsthand was overwhelming. Ling Nuo's fur shimmered with a blend of white and gold. His heterochromatic eyes and the size of a car made it impossible to reconcile with his previously handsome appearance. The white tiger threw back its head, unleashing a tremendous roar that startled countless birds in a flight that Li Jiao covered her ears, her head pressed against Ling Shi's chest. Jiao, don't listen, it's a sonic attack. As Ling Shi's words settled, the startled birds plummeted from the sky like dumplings falling into water. The sight struck Li Jiao deeply. Was this Ling Nuo's true power? The white tiger form of Ling Nuo fixed its gaze intently on Li Jiao, emitting low, guttural growls. Ling Shi's expression darkened as he urged, Ling Nuo wants you to be released. But he had completely lost his sanity. He could not allow Jiao to be put in danger. Hold on to me tightly. He has set his sights on you. Before Li Jiao could react, she felt herself being lifted upwards. With her startled cry, she was propelled up into the branches of a large tree. While Ling Shi adeptly maneuvered between the trees, below, the uncontrollable Ling Nuo continued to pursue relentlessly. As they landed on a branch, the tree swayed violently beneath them. The next moment, the trunk tilted rapidly, prompting Ling Shi to maintain his composure and swiftly change to another tree. However, this one met a similar fate. Ling Shi furrowed his brow. Ling Nuo's obsession with Jiao was beyond his expectation. Looking down, he noticed Li Jiao with her eyes tightly shut, her lips clenched, clutching his clothing desperately. This won't do. Jiao is too fragile that if anything happens, Ling Nuo will regret it for the rest of his life. Just then, a melodious chant filled the air, and the charging Ling Nuo was suddenly immobilized by a descending white beam of light. Quick, calm him down. I can't hold on much longer. He is about to advance. Yuan Yi's anxious voice reached them. Everything had transpired so rapidly that by the time Yuan Yi processed the situation, it had devolved into a chase. Being older, she could not keep up with the younger ones and could only focus on restraining the uncontrollable 13th prince. Yet her abilities were merely at the S level, while the fluctuations from the 13th prince were intensifying, clearly indicating he was on the verge of an advancement. Once he ascended, she would no longer be able to control him. An SS-level rampage could likely only be managed by a select few, but there was no time left. Ling Shi leaped from a height, declaring, Jiao is in your hands. Li Jiao, who had been gripped by fear, began to open her eyes, feeling the familiar sensation of weightlessness return. Her delicate face paled slightly, but she understood that Ling Nuo was in danger. Biting her lip, she affirmed, I understand. Moments later, Ling Shi, cradling Li Jiao, landed before Ling Nuo. As they drew closer, Ling Nuo became increasingly agitated. The primal aura of the beast overwhelmed Li Jiao, reminding her of the fierce lion that had pursued her since her arrival in this world. Causing her legs to weaken, Ling Shi steadied her, urging, Jiao, quickly. Taking a deep breath, she steadied herself. Gritting her teeth, the pain on her lips and the metallic taste of blood began to anchor her senses, prompting her to step resolutely into the transparent circle of light. That step astonished both Ling Shi and Yuan Yi, for Li Jiao had not enveloped her spirit energy around her body, but had entered directly. From the moment Li Jiao appeared within the circle, the beastly eyes remained fixed upon her, an overwhelming pressure enveloping them. Biting her lip again, the metallic taste intensified to don't be afraid. He is Ling Nuo. He needs your help. Ling Nuo, it's me, Li Jiao. Don't be frightened. I won't harm you. The white tiger growled, but as Li Jiao approached, its growls grew softer. Her delicate hands rested upon the massive form of the white tiger, and as a soft, radiant glow emerged, the tiger's agitation gradually diminished. Ling Nuo, I am Li Jiao. Do not fear. I will always be by your side. Do not fear. I will always be with you. Her gentle voice seemed to penetrate deeply into the white tiger's mind. Its eyes revealed confusion as its massive head turned, yet its gaze remained locked on Li Jiao. She tilted her head back, a radiant smile gracing her features. Ling Nuo, you promised to take me horseback riding. Today we agreed to have a barbecue. Are you really going to break your promise? I've been waiting for you, Ling Nuo. The dizziness in her mind intensified, and Li Jiao bit down on her lip with renewed fervor, the pain keeping her momentarily alert. Ling Nuo's gaze began to clear, becoming more animated. The savage aura surrounding him dissipated rapidly, and soon the white tiger transformed back into human form. That moment, Li Jiao teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, engulfed by an overwhelming darkness. Her frail body swayed slightly before collapsing, but strong arms caught her. Struggling to open her eyes, she saw Ling Nua's anxious face. A smile touched her lips before she succumbed to the abyss. Jiao, ire. Yuani approached to assess her condition. She will be fine. It's merely fatigue from overexerting her abilities. She just needs to rest. Her gaze fell upon Li Jiao's delicate features, and witnessing the events unfold had profoundly impacted ire. Yuan Yi. After all, this young lady, classified as ill level by the first prince, had managed to utilize an unprecedented calming method to swiftly restore the 13th prince to consciousness and revert him to his human form. This Li Jiao held limitless potential. Lingxi stepped forward, cradling Li Jiao in his arms. You must advance now. Advance. Ling Nua glanced at his arms, the swirling energy around him becoming increasingly evident, leaving him momentarily stunned. Hadn't he just recently entered this level? The dense essence of the world enveloped him, and soon a transparent cocoon formed above the chaotic ground. Lingxi bowed to ire. Yui, thank you, my lady. Jiao's situation is of the highest confidentiality in the Empire. I must ask for your discretion. The mention of highest confidentiality startled ire. Yuan Yi, realizing the extraordinary nature of this capability, she understood why she had been summoned to assist this young lady. Rest assured, Your Highness, this matter will remain undisclosed. Thank you for your understanding. Lingxi continued, now I must trouble you with Jiao's situation. Ire. Yuan Yi nodded, to AS the most authoritative spirit energy mentor in the Empire. She recognized Li Jiao's significance to the entire realm. Certainly. Please allow me to first examine the 13th prince. I will then escort Jiao back to her quarters. Understood. Lingxi acknowledged her, carrying Li Jiao toward his bedroom. As they neared the room, the pressure intensified, yet Lingxi maintained a composed demeanor as he advanced. Inside the room, as he placed Li Jiao down, he paused briefly before gently saying, Jiao dislikes noise. I shall place you in the healing pod. Quickly departing the room, the curtains began to flutter despite the stillness, only to return to tranquility moments later. Lingxi's gaze hardened. He swiftly laid Li Jiao in the healing pod and administered an energy supplement before exiting. Returning to Li Jiao's room, he approached the sofa, bending to retrieve the communicator she had discarded. Suddenly, he braced himself against the sofa, executing a 360-degree spin, his legs targeting the floor-to-ceiling window. Come out, you sneaky intruder. Chapter 26. The naked Ling Nua, the sturdy window shattered under Lingxi's kick, a white figure darting past him in a flash. Bolting for the exit at a fox, Lingxi's eyes widened in surprise. Yet his actions remained unimpeded as he conjured countless shards of ice to launch at the fleeing creature. Prince of Anxi Empire, do not misunderstand. I mean no harm. I am the 5th Prince of Lantian Empire. Lantian. Here is my identity token. Casting a glance at the identity token, Lingxi confirmed its authenticity, but retorted, Humph. As a prince of an A-level empire, why are you clandestinely present in RB Empire? Speak, do you harbor some nefarious scheme? As Lantia. Yin evaded Lingxi's onslaught with his weakened form. He quickly explained, it is because I was deliberately ensnared by someone a year ago. The intention of the opposing party is to eliminate me and subsequently frame your esteemed Empire of Anxi. Given my father's protective nature, he would undoubtedly dispatch troops to attack your empire upon learning of this, that I escaped last night, inadvertently stumbling into this place, where I was rescued by your lady. It is evident that this individual bears the scent of the Nine Tails, and although his attacks appear ferocious, they are not particularly difficult to evade. However, he is already weary from the struggle. Even if he does not revert to his human form, he should at least regain his beastly shape to confront the enemy, that he can only maintain his juvenile form, indicating that he is gravely injured and unable to recover. The several tails behind him are unmistakably those of a 9-tailed white fox. While I am uncertain how much of his words can be trusted, it is clear that he cannot perish within their empire. With a mere wave of his hand, the multitude of ice spikes suddenly transformed into a square, enclosing the small fox within. That I shall investigate your claims, but until I ascertain the truth, I must impose upon you, Prince of the 5th, for your patience. Lantian, that Yu sighed in relief, collapsing limply onto the ground, assuring that she would cooperate and divulge everything she knew. Lingxi's gaze deepened, pondering the presence of the Xian snake and the white fox, and what else might emerge. Although their appearances were sudden, they undoubtedly signaled a positive turn of events, likely influenced by the Nine Tails, and moreover, Ling Nuo had leveled up to an SS rank at the age of 30, promising an illustrious future. His eyes flickered with myriad thoughts racing through his mind. In the distance, Yuan Yi, who had been watching over Ling Nuo, took in the recent battle. It seemed she had arrived at an inopportune moment, learning of matters she ought not to know. Retracting her gaze from the luminous cocoon before her, she exhaled deeply. As the turmoil subsided, the castle swiftly regained its former tranquility, save for the glowing cocoon on the grass and the disarrayed trees that highlighted the unusual circumstances. 5 days later, the cocoon on the lawn emitted a subtle ripple. Nearby, Li Jiao, who was enjoying some barbecue, paused in excitement, rising abruptly. Was Ling Nuo about to emerge? She could hardly contain her anticipation. Upon awakening that day, she had been astonished to learn that this cocoon belonged to Ling Nuo. Subsequently, she finished reading the book written by Wenqing regarding the various races and discovered that each time a beast man leveled up, there would be subtle changes in their appearance. Little Jiao, there's no need to rush. He will be out soon. First, try my grilled beef. That a skewer of charred meat appeared before Li Jiao, whose cheeks twitched slightly. Laosher, are you certain this is edible? Perhaps it is, Lord Eyre declared, as a plate of enticingly aromatic, golden skewers materialized. Li Jiao quickly reached for 2 skewers, and after Yuan discarded her own. She too took 2, savoring a bite that caused her eyes to brighten. Your Highness, please teach me how to grill. It's absolutely delicious, Li Jiao exclaimed, having also tasted the delightful flavor. Suddenly, a series of distinct cracking sounds reached the ears of the three. Li Jiao looked up to see a large crack rapidly forming at the base of the enormous cocoon, with numerous fissures extending from the main one that under their watchful eyes. A curled figure within the cocoon slowly rose. With a final crack, the cocoon shattered into countless fragments, scattering in all directions that a sizable shard obscured Li Jiao's view. But as it fell swiftly, she finally caught sight of the figure standing in the air. In the next moment, her cheeks flushed crimson as she quickly turned her head away. No one had informed her that their first appearance after leveling up would be in the nude. Ah, how mortifying! Turning her gaze towards Laosher, she found that the latter had already closed her eyes, yet she still continued to savor the meat skewer, exclaiming its deliciousness. Ling Nuo slowly opened his eyes, his consciousness rapidly returning. With a flick of his right hand, his bare body was swiftly clothed as he descended. His gaze fell upon Li Jiao, who had turned away, revealing her delicate pink ears. Jiao. The smooth, elongated tone of his voice reached her, prompting Li Jiao to glance at Ling Shi with a look of embarrassment. Only after he nodded did she dare to turn around, and when she beheld the towering figure behind her, her eyes sparkled with awe. The intricately designed palace attire in platinum hues accentuated the man's long, straight legs, while the golden belt at his waist perfectly outlined his graceful form. His white hair, cascading to his hips, swayed with his movements, and his handsome face bore a newfound maturity, giving her the impression that he had grown taller. Li Jiao stood before Ling Nuo, extending her hand in surprise. Ling Nuo, you've grown taller. Jiao, I'm sorry for frightening you. His alluring peach blossom eyes were now filled with remorse. As their gazes met, Li Jiao's heart fluttered uncontrollably. He looked so captivating now. Overwhelmed by the rapid beating of her heart, she quickly turned away, stammering. No. Ling Nuo's heart sank at the sight of her averted gaze. It was evident that Jiao was indeed frightened by his beast form. The next moment he knelt before her, lowering his head. Jiao, I'm sorry. Ling Nuo, why are you kneeling? Li Jiao hastily grasped his arm, and as he lifted his head, their faces were mere inches apart. It was then that she noticed the mist gathering in his eyes. His long, curled lashes fluttered, and his sensuous lips trembled, radiating sadness that left Li Jiao bewildered. Realization struck her swiftly. Ling Nuo, you didn't think I disliked your beast form, did you? He nodded, recalling how Ren had mentioned that Jiao had fled upon seeing his beast form, suggesting she did not favor it. How could that be? The white tiger is undoubtedly majestic. As her words fell, Ling Nuo's eyes sparkled with hope as he gazed at her. Really? Yes, really. Li Jiao spoke truthfully. Upon seeing it in the illustrated guide, she had found it quite impressive. Although Ling Nuo had previously lost control, his growls had softened as she approached him. From the very beginning, she had never sensed any murderous intent from him. Rather, it seemed he was attempting to claim her from Ling Shi. Does Jiao still wish to see it? Chapter 27. The feel of Ling Nua's beast form. So pleasant. See what? Before Li Jiao could voice her confusion, the figure before her vanished. Then a massive white tiger appeared, its soft fur brushing against her cheek, inducing a ticklish sensation. That Li Jiao widened her eyes, staring at the tiger so close before her. Though it emitted no threatening aura, the inherent pressure of such a beast made her instinctively take a small step back. Ling Nua's expression darkened. Indeed, Jiao Jiu was still afraid. Her prior words had merely been meant to comfort him. Engrossed in her observation, Li Jiao failed to notice the change in Ling Nua's demeanor. Due to her height, all she could see was a sea of fluffy, white fur. The sight stirred her desire to pet the creature, reminiscent of her fondness for cats. However, she hesitated, questioning whether it was appropriate. Just as her thoughts waged war within her, the white tiger vanished, leading her to exclaim, "Hey, I didn't get to touch it." Li Jiao's expression stiffened, regretting her outburst. Petting an animal's fur was akin to touching a person's body. Was she not being inappropriate? "No, that's not what I meant." Before she could finish, Ling Nua's chuckling voice interrupted her. "Did I understand?" When Li Jiao looked up, she was momentarily dazzled by his radiant smile. "Did I in the blink of an eye?" The man transformed back into a white tiger, lying down to facilitate her petting. "Jiao Jiao, you can touch it now." The pristine white fur before her left Li Jiao in a dilemma. Should she touch it or refrain? Sensing her unease, Ling Nua's eyes shimmered with a hint of sadness. "Why not, Jiao Jiao? Is it still?" "No, it's not. I'll touch it right now." She quickly extended her hand, intending merely to brush against the fur, but found herself irresistibly drawn in. Her fingers sinking into the plush softness, her eyes lit up with delight. This fur was unbelievably soft. As her delicate fingers glided over the fur, Ling Nua's heart raced uncontrollably. Every sensation heightened, that he could distinctly feel the outline of her fingers as they inadvertently penetrated the fur, their warmth igniting a blaze within him, causing his body to tremble slightly. Though the quiver was subtle, Li Jiao, engrossed in petting, noticed it immediately and withdrew her hand, mentally chiding herself for becoming so entranced. After all, she was facing a man cloaked in the guise of a tiger, not an actual small creature. How would she confront Ling Nua now? Biting her lip, she feigned calmness as she looked at Ling Nua, only to find his large, expressive eyes reflecting emotions she couldn't decipher. Offering an awkward smile, she said, I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave for now," without waiting for the reactions of those around her. She turned and dashed back to her room. Leaning against the door after closing it, her heart raced uncontrollably. She couldn't help but touch her face, pondering how she would face Ling Nua now. In her palm, Ling Nua's lingering scent became even more pronounced in this atmosphere. That Li Jiao couldn't help but recall the sensation from moments ago, her cheeks growing even warmer as she hastily released her grip. "I must be losing my mind." Upon finishing his words, he swiftly dashed towards the bathroom. Outside, after Li Jiao had fled, Ling Nua quickly reverted to his human form, his gaze fixated on the figure that was hastily retreating. "Stop looking. She has already returned to her room." Ling Shi's voice prompted Ling Nua to turn around. The two brothers exchanged glances, and as Ling Shi observed Ling Nua's handsome face flush, he nodded. Although Ling Nua had always greeted others with a smile, Ling Shi was aware that a deep-seated repression lingered within him. He had once claimed that he bore no grudge against their mother-esque circumstances. Yet it seemed he had never truly absorbed those words. Ling Nua had always worried that one day he might suddenly lose control. However, he could now distinctly feel a sense of relaxation within him. Their mother-esque death had been a knot in his heart. Now that this knot had been untied, his advancement in abilities would surely accelerate. Excellent. Standing before Ling Nua, Ling Shi placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Ling Nua's eyes flickered, and he posed a question that had troubled him for 3 decades. "Brother, do you hate me for our mother-esque death? I want to hear the truth." At this, AI air, Yuan quickly rose, using her mental energy to depart from the scene. "The secrets of the royal family were not hers to know. That I have hated," came Ling Shi's unhesitating reply, causing Ling Nua's heart to tremble. Ling Shi continued, "At one point, I wondered if your mother could have survived for centuries had you never been born. Yet, in her final moments, she gently caressed you and smiled at me, saying, 'Ling Shi, this is your brother. You must protect him as he grows. I lost our mother when I was 22, but you lost her at birth. You did nothing wrong in your youth. It is merely the capriciousness of fate.'" Rather than hating you, I despise my own powerlessness, being forced to witness our mother's life ebb away without being able to change it, watching her smile as she closed her eyes forever. Therefore, Ling Nuo, I do not harbor hatred towards you. You are blameless. Ling Nuo stared blankly at Ling Shi, his lips quivering as he struggled to articulate a response. Suddenly, he felt water trickling down his cheek. As he reached out to wipe it away, more tears cascaded down his face. Oh, with a soft sigh, Ling Shi embraced Ling Nuo, gently patting his back, that if you wish to cry, then cry. The soothing tone shattered the last of Ling Nuo's restraint. He clung tightly to Ling Shi, unable to contain his grief, sobbing uncontrollably. Meanwhile, in the room, Li Jiu, who had just seated herself at the desk, paused, pen in hand. Who is crying? Listening closely, she realized it was Ling Nuo. Puzzled, she opened the window, and the sound of his weeping became clearer. The Li Jiu dropped her pen and rushed towards the door, her expression tinged with urgency. How could someone like Ling Nuo be crying so heart-wrenchingly? He must have encountered some distressing event. Bursting through the door, she caught sight of the two brothers embracing amidst the trees, and her heart sank further. Hurry, Ling Nuo, what is the matter? Are you hurt? Her anxious voice rang out as Ling Nuo released Ling Shi and turned to find Li Jiu had quickly reached them. She bent over, hands resting on her knees, gasping for breath. Once her heart rate steadied, she stood up, but her hasty run had caused her to sway slightly. Both Ling Shi and Ling Nuo instinctively reached out, each grasping an arm to steady her before releasing their hold. Don't worry, Li Jiu, Ling Nuo is not injured. Not injured, really. Her gaze swept over Ling Nuo, observing that he bore no external wounds, and she knew internal injuries were undetectable. Her peach blossom eyes glistened with a hint of redness, and there were traces of tears on her cheeks, yet it seemed he was truly unhurt. Chapter 28. A Nose's intimate encounter with a man's chest recalling her earlier escape, Li Jiu cleared her throat. Ahem, since everything is fine, I shall return to my room now. However, before she could finish her sentence, a large hand grasped her left arm. The sudden force pulled her forward, and the next moment, she found herself enveloped in a broad, warm embrace. That Li Jiu, thank you, came Ling Nuo's choked voice, causing her tense body to relax. She wrapped her arms around his back, gently patting him. Though I am uncertain of what you have faced, things will surely improve in time. The light pressure on his back offered Ling Nuo immense encouragement, warming his heart profoundly. Then he instinctively tightened his embrace, murmuring, Thank you, Li Jiu. Could you let go of me? I can hardly breathe. Due to their height difference, as Ling Nuo tightened his arms, Li Jiu's nose pressed against his chest, nearly brushing against his clothing. Realizing this, Ling Nuo quickly released her, allowing her to gasp for fresh air. Ling Nuo, your way of expressing gratitude is truly unique. That I apologize, Li Jiu. She shook her head. It's nothing. Afterward, with Ling Shi explaining the situation, Li Jiu finally understood the reason behind Ling Nuo's tears. It was no wonder he would erupt in rage upon mentioning their mother. It stemmed from years of obsession. Even as a prince, Ling Nuo was not immune to such fixations. This echoed the old adage. Every family has its struggles. After the commotion, Li Jiu's embarrassment faded away. Her gaze fell upon the unfinished barbecue, and she felt her mouth water in anticipation. Ling Shi caught sight of her longing expression and smiled. If we do not finish cooking these ingredients, they will go to waste. Shall we continue? Absolutely. Not long after the three resumed their grilling, the departing teacher AI Air returned. After eating for a while, Ling Shi stood up. That I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Having stayed by Ling Nuo's side for several days, Ling Shi had not ventured out, yet he had managed to process a considerable amount of work through his communicator. Though much remained piled up, with her cheeks stuffed with food, Li Jiu looked up and said, All right, Ling Shi, take care on your way. To as some grease dripped down the corner of her mouth. She reached for a napkin, only to see Ling Shi suddenly bend down. That a pristine handkerchief appeared in his hand, and the next moment, she felt a gentle touch at her lips. When the handkerchief reappeared, it bore traces of grease. He was just wiping her mouth. The thought crossed Li Jiu's mind, causing her face to flush. The handkerchief was presented to her, and when she looked up, she found Ling Shi looking towards AI Air. Lady AI Air, please enjoy your meal. AI Air nodded quickly, reaching for several more skewers. Thank you, Crown Prince, for your hospitality. Point one could not deny that the barbecued skewers were truly delectable. Well then, I will take my leave. Ling Nua, you are in charge. I asked. The brothers exchanged glances. Ling Nua stood up, seriously nodding. Yes, brother. Ling Shi intended to take the fox with him, and as he exited the castle, he carried a small cage in hand. Meanwhile, Li Jiu, who was indulging in the barbecue, noticed that Ling Shi merely said, "Be careful on your way," before continuing to eat. Having recently advanced, Ling Nua was keenly aware of an unfamiliar presence. His gaze swiftly locked onto the cage concealed by Ling Shi's right hand. Encountering a pair of eyes in the process, that a fox. Ling Nua's eyes sharpened as he stared intently. That Li Jiu had mentioned saving a fox, and he had thought it a mere dream. Never did he expect it to be real. And the other party's intentions? Brother. Yes, I know. Keep Li Jiu safe. Ling Nua's gaze flickered, understood. Take care that I am in a certain dilapidated palace beneath the Imperial Palace. A vast medical laboratory was functioning in an orderly manner. Within the lab's light shield, a coiling dark serpent was connected to various tubes, while countless instruments displayed fluctuating values. At that moment, the laboratory door slowly opened, and Ling Shi entered, carrying the cage. That a staff member quickly approached him. Your Highness the Crown Prince. This is a nine-tailed fox. Please check its readings. The man's breath caught in his throat. This was indeed a nine-tailed fox. Inside the cage, Lan Tian, Why you felt a surge of anxiety and clutched the bars tightly. Crown Prince, what are you planning to do? I am a prince. You have misunderstood. I merely wish to conduct a health examination before providing you with detailed treatment. After all, I have only ensured that your wounds do not worsen these past few days. Having been confined for several days, Lan Tian, Why you was understandably apprehensive. Regardless of this prince's intentions, his primary goal was to ensure this one did not perish within their empire. Lan Tian, Why you surveyed the surroundings, noting the medical equipment, and found no other items of interest. That is troublesome. Of course, came the reply. Their dialogue only intensified the pressure on the staff member. This was undoubtedly a prince, and it was clear which nation he hailed from. Where did the Crown Prince acquire this creature? Sweat began to bead on the man's forehead as he handed the cage to the staff member. Ling Shi approached Chi Yu, who had been alert, flicking open his eyes, and then promptly closed them again. Initially, he had thought them to be benevolent, but now he was uncertain. This Crown Prince was an enigma to him. He needed to find a way to escape. Someone was waiting for him. After observing Chi Yu for a moment, Ling Shi turned to leave. He was busy, very busy. In the ensuing days, Ling Shi did not return. After signing the last document in his possession, he discarded his pen and gently rotated his somewhat stiff neck. Ready to depart, he activated his communicator and perused the recent photos and videos sent by Ling Nua over the past few days. One of Li Jiu painting alone on the grass. Another of her intently gathering flowers, and numerous images of her savoring her meals. Ling Shi smiled, finding her utterly adorable. As he stood up, the communicator chimed, and a flicker of intrigue crossed his eyes upon recognizing the caller's video. He composed himself and answered, Your Highness, the Crown Prince, I hope you are well. General Kohler Ledong, I trust you are well too. Has there been any news from General Rain? Ling Shi inquired. Point 13 went to search, but found nothing. The middle-aged man on the video bore a striking resemblance to Rain. He was Kohler Ledong, Rain's uncle, the brother of Rain's father. Kohler, with a somber demeanor, bowed to Ling Shi. Thank you, 13 Prince, based on the last coordinates of the spacecraft. We located Rain's ship. Regrettably, it has crashed, and we discovered a charred body that, unfortunately, was mostly burnt beyond recognition. What? How could this be? Ling Shi exclaimed, rising to his feet in disbelief. It is impossible. General Rain is one of the youngest S-class in our empire. How could he perish so abruptly? I too wish it were not true, but Your Highness, this is indeed the reality. The personnel who just disembarked from the identification office have verified the identity. It is truly Rain. Please take a look. As Kohler turned the camera, a half-burnt lion's body appeared on screen that Ling Xi's gaze sharpened. The preparation had indeed been thorough. The lion, charred yet reminiscent of Rain, evoked memories of Rain's beast form that had only manifested for a fleeting moment that day. Kohler had personally retrieved the body, and with the royal family's confirmation, should Rain awaken in the future, he would merely be deemed an impostor, destined for imprisonment. General Kohler Ledong, my condolences. Chapter 29, revealing a damp chest and long legs soon after. The news of Kohler Rain's death surged, with his body recovered and reports of his refusal of feminine consolation swiftly trending. With the Kohler family's machinations, within an hour, the entire empire was abuzz with discussions of General Kohler Rain's demise. What a pity! Had he accepted Lord Yi Anqi's consolation initially, he might not have met such a tragic end. Indeed, at merely 30 years of age and an S-class, given more time, he could have potentially reached SS or even SSS. Oof. I have been beside Lord Yi Anqi for years and have never received such treatment. How dare he refuse? He truly brought this upon himself. Lord Yi Anqi, this General Rain is unwilling. Cast your gaze upon me. I am willing. I have heard that General Rain harbors a deep aversion to female contact due to matters concerning his mother. I have also heard that his mother disdained his father, leading her to dislike him as well. His childhood was fraught with disdain and abuse. But so what? Without his mother, could he have achieved S-class at such a young age? Dream on. Countless individuals toil their entire lives without ever reaching S-class. This is entirely of his own making. Discussions on this matter gradually polarized that a small faction expressed regret, while the vast majority opined that Rain had brought this upon himself. Criticism and condemnation flooded in, as if Kohler Rain had never been a protector of the empire, but rather a villain deserving of scorn. Recently, Li Jiu had grown accustomed to perusing social media applications akin to Weibo at night. Upon opening the app, the first thing that appeared was a black and white photograph of Rain, accompanied by details of his funeral scheduled for the following evening. Her finger halted mid-motion. Li Jiu stared in disbelief at the monochrome image. General Rain is dead. How could this be? Just recently, during the signing of the agreement, she had received a video from him. Although she had only met him twice, Rain held significant importance in Li Jiu's heart. For he was her savior in this world. Moreover, she suspected that the endearing lion by her side was none other than General Rain. She attempted to call Ling Nuo for confirmation, but the call did not connect. Another attempt to reach Ling Si also failed. Biting her lip, Li Jiu resolved that if General Rain had indeed passed, she must pay her respects and burn offerings for him. Quickly throwing off the covers, she dashed towards Ling Nuo's room. Ling Nuo, her urgent calls and the frantic knocking at the door drew Ling Nuo from the bathroom, where he swiftly wrapped a towel around himself and stepped out. Ling Nuo, what's wrong? The door swung open abruptly, catching Li Jiu off guard as her hand fell upon a bare, water-drenched chest. Both Li Jiu and Ling Nuo froze, and upon regaining their composure, one face blushed crimson while the other's gaze shifted subtly. Li Jiu quickly withdrew her hand, and Ling Nuo, breaking the silence, asked, "What has you so flustered?" Li Jiu hastily produced her communicator. "Is it true what they say online about General Rain's death?" Ling Nuo scanned the screen and shook his head. "No, this is a setup that a setup," Li Jiu echoed, astonished. Yes. The notion of a deliberate ploy resonated within Li Jiu's mind as she contemplated the implications. The black and white photograph and the global announcement were all part of a scheme. Thoughts of political intrigue flooded her consciousness. It was evident that in any society, especially one as vast as an empire, machinations were inevitable. This led her to reflect on the warmth of 1,000 years past, realizing that maintaining her position as a consort was far from simple. Regardless, the fact that General Rain was still alive was a blessing. Indeed, as long as he is alive, that is what matters. His brilliance had obstructed many paths, hence this conspiracy against him. Thankfully, fate had smiled upon him, allowing him to encounter Li Jiu. Otherwise, his adversaries might have succeeded. Ling Nuo's gaze prompted Li Jiu to touch her face. "Is there something on my face?" "No, your face is quite beautiful, truly lovely." His voice, rich and melodic, lingered in the air, creating an increasingly intimate atmosphere. Li Jiu soon realized the tension in the room. The man before her was clad only in a towel, revealing a damp, muscular chest and long legs. His flowing white hair clung to his body, transforming the gentle demeanor of the day into something inexplicably alluring. Stepping back, Li Jiu feigned composure since everything seems fine. "I shall retire for the night. You should rest early too, Ling Nuo." "Very well, good night, Li Jiu." "Good night," that as she hurriedly exited, Ling Nuo chuckled softly. The sound reached Li Jiu's ears, hastening her pace. With a click, the door closed behind her, and Li Jiu leaned against it, feeling the heat radiating from her flushed cheeks. Calm down, it's time for bed." She tucked herself beneath the covers, closing her eyes. Yet after a considerable time, Li Jiu found herself wide awake. "Forget it if I can't sleep. I may as well read." However, she soon regretted her decision as she glanced at the book in hand, which was yet another post from the millennial-old consort. She froze. The highlight was that this time Wenqing had even thoughtfully included illustrations. The illustrations spanned several pages. The first depicted a woman lying on a bed, with a gigantic white tiger perched above her. The second illustration showed the white tiger transformed into a handsome man with flowing white hair, leaning down to share a tender kiss with the woman. The sudden appearance of these images left Li Jiu speechless. Her collection of notes had been a means for Wenqing to document amusing anecdotes, enriching her understanding of this world. With a swift motion, she closed the book, shaking her head in resignation. Truly, Wenqing was remarkable. One page detailing the amusing aspects of a certain race, the next transitioning into illustrated posts. She was indeed impressive. Tossing the book aside carelessly, she picked up an imperial tome, quickly becoming engrossed in its contents. Under the dim light, Li Jiu curled up in the chair, her hands gradually lowering the book as her head drooped like a chick pecking at grains. Crash! The book slipped from her grasp, startling Li Jiu awake. Rubbing her eyes and stifling a yawn, she mumbled, "Sleep, sleep." Returning to the soft embrace of her bed, Li Jiu fell into a deep slumber that in her dreams. She found herself in a familiar room, lying on a well-known large bed, with the imposing figure of the white tiger, Ling Nuo, hovering above her. As the white tiger lowered its gaze, it transformed into the human form of Ling Nuo, a tall and handsome man enveloped in steam. A pure white towel draped around his waist, revealing his bare chest and long legs. To her astonishment, her hand rested upon Ling Nuo's chest. Li Jiu's first instinct was to retract her hand, but in the next moment, a large, water-drenched hand captured her wrist. "Do you enjoy touching me, Li Jiu?" His voice, deep and magnetic, sent a shiver through her. Her gaze locked onto his misty, alluring peach blossom eyes, drawing her in. Chapter 30. A Dreamy Encounter. Eyes reflecting unfamiliar charm swallowing hard, Li Jiu pondered her next move. Suddenly, the man leaned down swiftly, his familiar, smiling face enlarging in her vision. Instinctively, she closed her eyes and extended her hands. "Li Jiu, have you awakened? Li Jiu, are you up?" The sound of knocking resonated, accompanied by Ling Nuo's voice. Carrying a sense of distance on the grand bed, Li Jiu quickly opened her eyes and sat up, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. She had, astonishingly, dreamt of Ling Nuo in an amorous dream. Intertwined with the tender scenes from a romance novel and the events of the previous night, it was utterly mortifying. She reached up to touch her flushed cheeks, which burned with heat. Outside the door, Ling Nuo frowned slightly, glancing at the clock. It was nearly 10 o'clock. Jiu had never risen so late. Could something have gone awry? A flash of concern crossed his face as he grasped the doorknob. "Is Jiu awake? May I come in?" "No, don't come in. I'm awake." Li Jiu's voice drifted out, causing Ling Nuo, who had been prepared to force the door open, to retract his hand and let out a sigh of relief. "She was all right," he spoke gently. "All right, please do not be anxious. I was merely worried because you had not responded for so long that I made the porridge you like." "Thank you, Ling Nuo." Jiu felt a mix of emotions. Ling Nuo was truly too kind to her. Inside the room, standing before the full-length mirror, Li Jiu gazed at her reflection. Her once fair complexion was now flushed, and her neck and ears were equally red. The alluring glimmer in her eyes felt foreign to her. She ran her fingers through her disheveled hair and quietly lamented, "Ah, how can I face him after such a dream?" As time ticked by, Ling Nuo's frown deepened again. Half an hour had passed and he knocked on the door. Jiu, I'm coming to." Li Jiu, who had been standing behind the door for a while, exhaled deeply, reminding herself to remain calm. She opened the door, and the ever-gentle Ling Nuo greeted her with a smile. That radiant smile made her heart race. He had smiled just like that in her dream, suppressing the peculiar feelings rising within her. She said, "Good morning, Ling Nuo. Did you not sleep well last night, or are you feeling unwell?" As he spoke, Ling Nuo instinctively reached out, but Li Jiu took a small step back, avoiding his hand as he intended to check her forehead. "I slept quite well, and am not unwell to be. By the way, what shall we eat today? I'm a bit hungry." This awkward topic shift deepened the worry in Ling Nuo's eyes. The evident dark circles under Jiu's eyes suggested she had not rested well, and her furrowed brow indicated her lack of vitality. Such a situation had never occurred before. Could it be that she was overly concerned about Ryan? The thought made Ling Nuo feel a tinge of jealousy. It seemed Ryan held significant importance in Jiu's heart. Nevertheless, he reassured her, "You need not worry. Ryan is fine. He will soon return to meet you. That's so? Li Jio's gaze flickered, and upon contemplating her suspicions, she averted her eyes. Noticing her continued sadness, Ling Nua's jealousy toward Ryan intensified. Suppressing his emotions, he nodded. Yes, trust me. Ryan will be here soon. All right, I will wait. Although Ling Nua had misunderstood, it allowed her to feel less anxious in his presence. Li Jio's emotional shift did not escape Ling Nua's notice. Despite a hint of jealousy, he intended to have Ryan contact Jio, hoping to alleviate her worries. After breakfast, Li Jiu resumed her studies. Teacher AI Air, already settled in, nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging that Jio was quite remarkable and learned quickly. That is thanks to your excellent teaching. Teacher AI Air shook her head, explaining that due to the high status of females since birth, they would never undergo the brutal competition that males faced. Without such fierce competition, rapid advancement was unattainable. The current state of females reflected high status, but low capability, that if not for the enforced study of other subjects while learning mental power, many females might choose to learn nothing at all. In stark contrast, Li Jio was exceptionally studious. She was not only diligent, but also possessed remarkable comprehension and memory, grasping concepts with ease. AI Air. Yenny sighed. If only all females were as eager to learn as you. Then there would be more enlightened individuals. Her age had granted her a clearer perspective, while females appeared to hold a high status. It was still males who wielded power after all these years. The elevated status of females was bestowed by males, primarily to protect the rare female population. However, as time passed, females had grown increasingly arrogant, treating males with disdain and abuse as if it were commonplace. Human hearts are tender, and this accumulation of resentment had led many males to develop aversions to females. General Ryan was a prime example of this. Reluctant to accept the comfort offered by Yi Anshi, as long as males refused to uphold females, allowing for a brutal competition between the sexes, the consequences would be dire. It was rumored that a certain research facility was secretly investigating the enhancement of technological embryos, aiming to create males who would not lose control, that if successful, the structure of the empire, and indeed, the entire star domain, would undergo a monumental transformation. AI Air, suppressing her tangled thoughts, realized she could not change the world as structure. She could only teach with a clear conscience. Within the castle, peace reigned, while outside, turmoil brewed. As night fell, Li Jio's door was knocked upon. Upon opening it, she was greeted by Ling Nua, dressed in a pure black suit. Are you leaving? Ling Nua nodded. As Ling Nua's friend and a prince of the empire, he was obliged to attend a funeral. That he handed her a small cake he had prepared. Please try this new cake. I will be back shortly. Do not go out with Lord AI Air. Understood. The small cake, fragrant with cream, softened Li Jio's gaze. He was indeed very considerate. With her keen eyes, she noticed that the collar of his shirt at the back was unkempt. Your shirt is not arranged properly. Ling Nua, puzzled, searched but found nothing amiss, turning to Li Jio for help. Can you assist me, Jio? I'm running out of time. Sure. Hold the cake for a moment and lower your head. You're too tall. Ling Nua obediently bent down. Li Jio reached up to tidy his collar, aware that the funeral would be broadcast live, and as a prince, he could not afford to be criticized for a disheveled appearance. Their proximity brought them closer, and as Ling Nua leaned down, the scent of her hair wafted towards him, filling his senses with a delightful fragrance that shimmered in his deep, dark eyes. All right. Li Jio withdrew her hands. She stepped back and instructed, stand straight. Let me see. Ling Nua complied, allowing her to appraise him. After her inspection, she nodded, taking the cake from his hands. That you're all set. You may go. I'm leaving now. All right, goodbye. Please be careful on your way. Ling Nua's deep gaze lingered on Li Jio as she waved him off. A bright smile gracing his lips. That was a delightful feeling to be reminded by his older brother every day. How wonderful it is to heed Jio's words. Chapter 31. She had seen General Ryan in his entirety and had even forced him to spend the night with her. The funeral for Ryan commenced under the watchful eyes of the entire empire's populace. Countless males and females clad in pure black suits offered chrysanthemums, and the atmosphere was heavy with solemnity. Watching the live broadcast, Li Jio immediately spotted Ling Shi and Ling Nua, positioned in the second tier. Before them stood two similarly white-haired, heterochromatic-eyed men, who bore a resemblance to Ling Nua. They must be relatives. As anticipated, subtitles soon appeared below. The elder was their father, the king of the empire, while the other, who looked almost identical to Ling Shi, was the king's brother, Ling Nua's uncle. This uncle was quite young. Watching the broadcast, AI Air chuckled and explained, Prince Shizin is actually only 20 years older than the eldest prince. 72 years old, Li Jiu gasped, observing the profile that dominated the screen. The man seemed to sense the camera and turned slightly, revealing a face strikingly similar to Ling Shi's. However, Li Jiu noted that while he shared similar features and hair color, his eyes were not heterochromatic. Instead, he possessed two deep blue irises paired with silvery white hair, exuding an exotic charm. The camera cut again, revealing Ling Shi's handsome visage. Beside him were several other males who bore resemblances to him. Likely the other princes. Ling Nu unnaturally stood at the far right. Behind the princes was a line of females. Apart from teacher AI Air and the female she had encountered that day. It was Li Jiu's first time seeing so many females of various styles. They ranged from tall to short, from plump to slender, and while some were attractive and others less so, they all exuded confidence and vitality. Prompting Li Jiu to take a closer look, that it was in this moment that she noticed one woman standing out from the rest. Dressed in a pure black gown, she remained still while others offered flowers. Her expression filled with fury. Teacher AI Air. Who is that? She is Yanqi. This was Yanqi, that AI Air confirmed. Yes, it is she. General Ryan's untimely demise was due to his refusal to accept her comfort just before losing control, leading him to depart the imperial capital. It is truly regrettable. General Ryan was a rare talent in military affairs, that Li Jiu nodded. The untimely demise of a genius always tugs at the heartstrings, regardless of the circumstances. Fortunately, General Rain had not truly perished. Once she realized there was no one else she recognized, Li Jiu ended the live stream and engaged in a casual conversation with AI Air. As the evening grew darker, AI Air, the elder, stifled a few yawns before rising, her age making her weary, that I shall retire for the night. Do take care of yourself, that I will see you to your room. Li Jiu offered, but AI Air declined, choosing to return alone. After bidding AI Air farewell, Li Jiu found herself devoid of any inclination to sleep, especially after receiving a message from Ling Nua, urging her to stay awake as they were nearing home. She opened the illustrated compendium of orc species resting on her desk, flipping to the first page, which still depicted the white tiger. As she leafed through the pages, she eventually halted at the striking image of a mighty lion. Gazing at the lion's likeness, memories flooded her mind of the moment she first arrived in this world, when she opened her eyes to behold an enormous lion before her. Many details she had overlooked at the time became increasingly vivid. Propping her right hand against her cheek, the image of Rain's sleeping form in the recovery pod materialized in her mind, his eyes tightly shut. From the moment she confirmed that she was also an orc, she had begun to harbor doubts about the little lion. Further research revealed that Ling Nua's spaceship was not equipped with a small craft capable of reaching another planet during transit. Moreover, General Rain's beast form was that of a lion. Yet when he departed the spaceship, a small lion had appeared. Such coincidences were too striking to ignore. The possessiveness of a male towards his mate is immensely strong. It would be impossible for him to allow another male to approach. Ling Nua's reluctance to let her near she was telling. Furthermore, Ling Nua had previously stated that one should not casually embrace a male, yet later acquiesced to her holding the little lion. Many signs had already been evident. She simply had not recognized them at the time. Bright headlights illuminated the floor-to-ceiling windows, prompting Li Jiu to look up. They had returned. Rising, she made her way to the castle entrance, where she spotted Ling Nua, clad in black. As Ling Shi was disembarking from the vehicle, the two exchanged smiles and nods. Jiu, I am back. At that moment, a long leg extended from the car and touched the ground, followed by the familiar silhouette of Rain. Jiu, it has been a while. The next instant, Rain's smile faltered as Li Jiu turned and walked towards the house. Panic gripped him. Although he had anticipated Jiu would be upset, facing Rain in earnest was still terrifying. All the suggestions from the Crown Prince and the 13th Prince were swiftly cast aside as he hurried to catch up with Li Jiu, daring only to trail behind her. Jiu, I was wrong. General Rain has mistaken someone. What does your error have to do with me? Li Jiu's voice remained calm, yet beneath that calmness surged a tempest of anger. The suppressed fury began to manifest, causing Rain, who followed closely behind, to fidget anxiously with his hands. Ling Nu mentioned that upon learning of his death, Jiao had frantically sought confirmation from him. Even knowing it was merely a feigned death, her worry had deprived her of sleep the entire night. That it was despicable of him to deceive her from the very beginning. Suddenly halting, he knelt heavily on both knees. Jiao, feel free to strike or scold me. I only ask that you do not despise me, that I understand I should not have appeared before you in the form of a little lion. But it was purely an accident that things escalated to this point. Though he had long suspected, hearing it from the horse's mouth still struck Li Jiao profoundly. Though you saved me, I could not return to the imperial capital in human form. The moment you saw me, you fled. I thought you were afraid of my beast form. Coupled with my need for recuperation, I could only present myself as a cub that I intended to be by your side. But I never anticipated you would take such a liking to my cub form. As he spoke, Rain cleared his throat awkwardly, his handsome face flushing a deep crimson. Li Jiao felt her own cheeks heat up, prompting Ling Nuo and Ling Shi to cast suspicious glances at Rain. What did you sneakily do to Jiao? Rain shot back a challenging look. Guess. Ling Shi narrowed his eyes, addressing the blushing Li Jiao. Jiao, I have an urgent matter to discuss with Rain. Can we settle your grievances later? Feeling particularly awkward, Li Jiao hastily nodded. You carry on. I shall return to my room. With that, she swiftly retreated, her face growing even warmer. When she first encountered the little lion, her initial action had been to ascertain its gender, which meant she had seen everything of General Rain. Moreover, she had disregarded his protests, compelling him to sleep beside her. She had done much that ignored Rain's resistance, and in an instant her anger diminished considerably. Upon reflection, she seemed to have been the more excessive one. Thankfully, I did not force him to bathe with me. Otherwise, I would truly be embarrassed to face anyone. Chapter 32. The blush that had not yet faded deepened once more. Meanwhile, Li Jiao sighed in relief, while in the study, Rain's handsome face was pressed firmly against the desk. His arms restrained behind his back by Ling Nuo and Ling Shi. Speak. What have you done to Jiao? Ling Nuo demanded. Why do you not ask Jiao what she has done to me? Rain retorted. The two exchanged glances, astonishment evident in their eyes. Jiao and Rain. They simultaneously recalled her previous affectionate gestures towards Rain's cub form, and how she had once saved him by mouth-to-mouth resuscitation when he fell into the water. Yet such actions should not have caused Rain to blush like this. However, the pinned Rain let out a sigh of relief. Jiao was shy and kind-hearted. After the Crown Prince's interruption, seeing him again would not incite too much anger. Ling Shi released his grip and elegantly seated himself in a nearby chair, his slender fingers gently tapping the desk. General Rain, those agreements you have yet to sign remain in my office. Rain stiffened, comprehending the Crown Prince's implication. He stood, shaking his shoulders awkwardly as he glanced at the two. Are you certain you wish to know? As he spoke, the flush on his face, which had not yet subsided, flared once more. Jiao is our mate. We have the right to know about matters concerning her. Observing Rain's face turn crimson again, Ling Nuo's expression grew even more peculiar as he rapidly recalled events. Considering that he had been present during most occurrences, what had he missed? Compared to Ling Nuo's evident transformation, Ling Shi remained calm, simply responding with a, good. Rain opened his mouth, and the words Jiao has seen me completely echoed swiftly through the study. The room fell silent instantly. Rain looked at the two, who appeared largely unfazed. The next moment, both figures sprang into action, and Rain's eyes widened in realization that there was no escape as countless fists rained down upon him. Cries of anguish reverberated in the study. Minutes later, Ling Shi picked up a wet wipe and slowly cleaned his hands, ensuring his long, fair fingers were pristine. Rain, he said as Rain lay on the ground, his face unscathed but his body aching. That he sat up, knowing he would likely be covered in bruises by morning. These two brothers were exceptionally brutal. Crown Prince, he addressed, given that you initially decided to die, the Empire shall no longer recognize Rain. Ling Shi regarded him seriously. Rain composed himself, nodding respectfully. Yes, I am prepared. Ling Shi nodded. Point one act of treason implicates the entire family. Since you have died, the Kohler family shall naturally have no connection to you henceforth. Jiao has named you Li Shi. From now on, you shall be Li Shi, a common male. That Rain's eyes sparkled with joy, elation flooding his heart, though the royal family had long since granted him permission. The realization of this moment stirred him profoundly, that he could now openly sever ties with the Kohler family. Rising, he bowed to Ling Shi. "Thank you, Crown Prince." Without a doubt, the Crown Prince had exerted considerable effort to ensure this outcome. He had never harbored any fondness for that family. Initially, he believed they were merely worried about him usurping power within the family, but he had not anticipated they would collude with villains, disregarding the Empire's safety. Furthermore, when they had plotted against him, they had not contemplated leaving him an escape route. While he had been on the brink of losing control, he still recalled the spaceship he boarded, adorned with the Kohler family crest. His intention had been to avoid Yi Anshi and head to the military hospital. However, once aboard, the hatch had sealed automatically, and the ship had taken off without the option of changing course. The sole command was to continue its journey. With the command unalterable and communication signals entirely blocked, he had been unable to call for help. Ultimately, that spaceship had crashed on that planet, but he had assumed he was doomed. Yet upon awakening, he found Jiao Jiao by his side. Thus, it was Jiao Jiao who had saved him. This life was hers. Your new identity. Here are your credentials. Rain, or rather Li Shi, respectfully accepted his identification, a smile spreading across his handsome visage as he read the new information. "Thank you, Crown Prince, that we are now family." No need for formality. I sure felt a surge of emotion as he looked at Ling Shi. Meanwhile, Ling Nuo stepped forward to embrace Li Shi. "Congratulations on achieving your wish and gaining a new life." Releasing his embrace, Ling Nuo extended his hand. "Hello, Li Shi. I am Ling Nuo." Images from many years ago resurfaced in Li Shi's mind. Causing his eyes to glisten with moisture, he quickly extended his hand. "Hello, Ling Nuo. I am Li Shi." The two individuals locked eyes, ultimately bursting into hearty laughter. Ling Si, who stood nearby, chose not to interrupt, instead observing the duo quietly. Yet within his mind, thoughts whirled rapidly, orchestrating the events to follow. The fate of the Kohler family was already sealed, but now was not the time to act, for it served as bait. Let it reveal which great fish it could lure. A fleeting glimmer of sternness passed through his gaze as 2 days quietly slipped by. This grandiose funeral approached its conclusion. Did I end the chamber of Kohler Ladong? He gazed indifferently at the figure clad in black robes on the screen. His fingers twitched slightly as he spoke. "Rain has been dealt with. When shall I receive the promised items? We shall certainly honor our commitments. The items promised to the head of the family are en route to your residence. Additionally, as a gesture of friendship, we present a gift to congratulate the head of the family. That I trust this gift will be to your liking." A voice, ambiguous in gender, resonated, yet Kohler Ladong was already accustomed to such exchanges. "Then I thank you in advance. Our collaboration has reached its conclusion, and henceforth, our paths shall not cross again." The figure in black chuckled lightly. Naturally, may the Kohler family flourish. And no sooner had the words left his lips than Kohler Ladong severed the video call. The man in black raised his head slightly, a strand of white hair emerging. It was too late to retreat now. His gaze fixated intently on the imperial map, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This was merely the beginning. Let them revel in their enjoyment. Shortly thereafter, a courier appeared outside the Kohler residence, delivering a spatial ring to Kohler Ladong before departing. Clutching the ring, Kohler Ladong hurried back to his chamber. Upon opening the contents within the spatial ring and glimpsing the item marked within the gift box, his mouth fell agape, a beast core. Within the box lay a vibrant red beast core, radiating a shimmering brilliance, its fiery elements pulsating with extraordinary vigor. A preliminary assessment indicated that the male possessing this core was of a level surpassing his own, at least S rank. The realization left Kohler Ladong gasping in astonishment. In any empire, an S-rank individual was already a rare talent. Yet such a male had been stripped of his beast core. Kohler Ladong's fingers twitched, his eyes sparkling with intensity as he ultimately extended his hand. Chapter 33. Li Jiao's Embrace. Rain's heart races as time progressed. The fervor surrounding Rain's demise dwindled. Initially, numerous posts circulated online, but a week later, references to Rain's death had nearly vanished from the internet. Kohler and Rain, the young general, were swiftly forgotten. Stars of the Empire re-emerged in the public eye, restoring a sense of calm to the realm. Scrolling through posts, Li Jiao couldn't help but glance at the man beside her. Had he truly abandoned his past, living under the guise of Li Shi? Li Jiao's complex gaze did not go unnoticed by Li Shi. who straightened his posture slightly, yet his fingers remained tightly clenched with unease as he inquired. Jiao, what troubles you? Nothing. Li Jiao quickly averted her gaze to the window, that he was undeniably alive, yet he had allowed his funeral to be public knowledge, coupled with Ling Nuo's claim of his fake death. She could surmise the considerable entanglements involved. They were either princes or generals, their intellect and strategies far beyond her capabilities. Such matters were not hers to worry about. What concerned her more was her stagnant mental power. Her fingers tightening in frustration, Li Jiao's anxious gesture led Li Shi to misinterpret her feelings, suppressing his inner bitterness as he reassured, Jiao, if you are unwilling, there is no need to force it. I am indifferent. With a puzzled expression, Li Jiao turned to Li Shi, who continued, if you do not wish to sign the agreement with me, truly, there is no pressure, though a smile graced his handsome features. To Li Jiao's eyes, it appeared more sorrowful than tears. Just then, a vehicle adorned with royal insignia slowly approached the registration office, drawing considerable attention. Many recognized it as the car of the first prince. Lingxi, their gazes eagerly fixed on the vehicle as it came to a halt. Inside the car, Li Jiao, focused on Li Shi, failed to notice the man's hand resting on the door handle that a sudden alarm surged within her. In the next moment, the door opened, and without a second thought, she lunged towards Li Shi, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist, exclaiming, I am willing. Please don't do anything foolish, as Li Shi, who had just begun to rise, felt her slender arms encircling him. The unexpected force caused him to plummet back into his seat, the downward tug propelling Li Jiao's head into his embrace, creating an almost intimate tableau. Yet, oblivious to the situation, Li Jiao tightened her grip, drawing their bodies closer. She tilted her head, her urgency palpable. I willingly agree to sign the contract with you, Li Shi, taken aback, gazed at the nearly sprawled Li Jiao, the sweet scent of oranges filling his nostrils alongside the softness of her form, causing his throat to involuntarily constrict. That moment, the car door swung fully open, and Li Shi fought against his rising agitation. Jiao, please let go of me. His voice was low and heavy. To Li Jiao, he seemed resolute in his intentions. This reminded her of Lingxi and Ling Nuo, brandishing daggers, compelling her to take drastic actions. She instinctively tightened her grip further, affirming, No, I want to let go. The sight of the petite female draped over the male, defiantly declaring her unwillingness to release him, caught the attention of many onlookers that, oh, how can anyone resist such a charming display? Is this how the female engages with her male in private? How enviable. My wife has always been indifferent to us. You should be grateful. You still have a wife that I, having lived for 50 years, have only ever spoken to my mother. Isn't anyone curious about the identity of that indistinct male? The last time the first prince and the 13th prince were here, they did not receive such treatment. Most onlookers failed to discern the details, but the closest, and Jinuo, recognized the man within the car. His mouth agape in astonishment. General Rain? No, that's incorrect. General Rain has perished. This man merely bears a resemblance to him, though not entirely. The last time Lady Li Jiao visited, she had specifically requested the final individual be General Rain. Given her previous video call with the general, it was evident that Lady Li Jiao held a fondness for him. It was no wonder that, in the absence of General Rain, the final guardian would be someone akin in appearance. And Ji Nuo's perception of Li Shi shifted. This man was merely a substitute. My apologies, sir. I mistook you for someone else. As the door opened, Li Shi's entire demeanor transformed. Any trace of aggression vanished, replaced by an aura of vulnerability. Ji Nuo's gaze caused Li Shi to frown slightly. Yet he held back for the sake of maintaining his facade. In response to the apology, he hastily waved his hand, speaking rapidly. No worries, no worries. You are not the only one to say that. I am quite accustomed to it. Ji Nuo sighed. Indeed, resemblance is merely superficial. The rest differs vastly. And Ji Nuo's voice reached her ears. Li Jiao turned her head, and upon recognizing the figure beside the door and the registration office in the distance, she suddenly realized her misunderstanding. Turning back, she noticed she had unknowingly nestled into the man's embrace. Her cheeks flushing crimson. In a panic, she released him and sat upright, her face ablaze with embarrassment. What had she been doing? By this moment, Li Shi had exited the vehicle, and as everyone caught sight of his features, gasps of disbelief erupted. General Rain? General Rain? How is this possible? Wasn't General Rain dead? Li Shi, slightly bowing, glanced around nervously before quickly lowering his head, bending toward Li Jiao, and softly stating, "My lady, we have arrived at the registration office." At this moment, a luxurious sports car approached, and a woman swiftly emerged, her gaze fixated directly on Li Shi. With determined strides, she advanced toward the car, where Li Jiao and Li Shi sat. Li Shi sensed her presence immediately, yet his attention remained solely on the blushing Li Jiao, who was glaring at him in silent reproach. Understanding that the gathering crowd was growing and that this was not the time for conversation, she recalled her mission from Lingxi, to ensure Li Shi appeared openly before everyone. With a deep breath, she embraced her role as a brazen and audacious female. To Li Kohler, you are not dead. The woman's crisp voice drew Li Jiao's attention as she turned to see a woman clad in an intricately designed dress, teetering on high heels, approaching with purpose. To Li Jiao's surprise was palpable. Why Yanqi? What brings you here? Li Shi's expression darkened momentarily, glancing at the fierce Yanqi, his body instinctively recoiling behind Li Jiao, his hands nervously gripping her clothing as he stammered. My lady, you have mistaken me. I am not General Rain. I am Li Shi. Here is my identification. As she drew closer, Yanqi noticed the differences, her intrigue piqued. The male concealed behind the female bore a resemblance to Kohler Rain. Yet there was an undeniable distinction. The most notable difference lay in his demeanor. Kohler Rain always held his head high, exuding an air of aggression, which was precisely why she had become infatuated with him. In stark contrast, this counterfeit cowered behind a female, unable to meet anyone's gaze. After glancing at the identification, she scoffed, "Coward. What a waste of that face that bears likeness to Kohler Rain." Chapter 34. Yanqi provokes. Li Jiao slaps. Yanqi's gaze fixed upon Li Jiao's exquisite face, a visage that irked her deeply. Upon recognizing that the 13th prince had ventured out to seek Rain, but returned with her instead, her eyes narrowed. Could it be that his failure to find Kohler Rain was due to her presence? Having disliked this female from the moment she saw her photograph, encountering her in person only intensified Yanqi's disdain. She crossed her arms, her eyes gliding past Li Shi's stunning face to the one behind him. Look at you, having settled for a counterfeit. Could it be that you are also pining for Kohler Rain? Tisk, Rain can reject someone with my S-class psychic power. You with mere beauty and no capability stand no chance of his regard. Therefore, a frail individual like you deserves nothing less than a cowardly male like him. Weakness attracts weakness. A perfect match. Her unabashed mockery caused the expressions of those present to shift. Yanqi indeed lived up to her reputation of being arrogant and domineering. Many cast worried glances at Li Jiao. Her petite frame and the earlier deference she showed to the male beside her indicated a gentle nature. How could such a charming little female contend with the notoriously fierce Yanqi? Yet, apart from her and Yanqi, all others were males, and no one dared to intervene. Li Jiao's expression darkened visibly, much to Yanqi's satisfaction. With a calculated smirk, she proclaimed, "You are unworthy of Kohler Rain, and, naturally, of the 13th prince. Why not set a price? I shall offer you an additional $1,000,000 on top of your asking price to release you from your guardian contract with the 13th prince." Li Jiao's gaze was icy as she regarded Yanqi, finally comprehending why Li Shi held such disdain for this woman, proud and arrogant, utterly dismissive. "Miss Yi, do you reside by the seaside?" Yanqi was momentarily taken aback, then retorted scornfully, "So you've done your homework on me, trying to get chummy, are we? You are not worthy." No wonder Miss Yi was so meddlesome. Now it made sense. "Let me give you a piece of advice. Refrain from shouting indiscriminately in public. After all, I've had a fear of dogs since childhood." Li Jiao's words echoed the retorts found on Earth's online platforms. Once Li Shi grasped the situation, he couldn't help but chuckle. He had not anticipated that the usually gentle Jiao possessed such a sharp tongue. Yanqi, not one to be outdone, quickly realized that Li Jiao was mocking her, and in a fit of rage, she swung her hand toward Li Jiao's cheek. Li Shi moved swiftly to intervene. Yet Li Jiao suddenly leaned forward and to the side, allowing Yanqi's hand to swipe harmlessly past her face. Yanqi's hand met air. A slender hand retaliated with precision, delivering a crisp slap. Accompanied by Li Jiao's cold voice, "You struck first. I merely returned the favor. We are even." Cupping her face, Yanqi shrieked, "Li Jiao, how dare you hit me? Are you all deaf? Seize her." Only when she received no response did she realize that she had come alone today, with no males accompanying her. Even if she had brought males, they likely would not dare intervene, for imperial law explicitly states that assaulting a female results in the immediate forfeiture of residency rights, reducing one to slavery and exiling them to other planets for 30 years. Jiao, are you all right? Li Shi asked, his expression tense as he observed a red mark, 3 centimeters long, glaring against Li Jiao's fair skin. This sight hardened his gaze. Sensing Li Shi's shifting emotions, Li Jiao grasped his hand and coughed lightly, signaling, I am fine. This scene further provoked Yanqi, her hands swirling with energy as she glared ominously at Li Jiao, intent on her destruction. The surge of power flickered dangerously in Li Shi's eyes as he subtly shielded Li Jiao with his body, quietly gathering his own energy. Anji Nuoan interjected hastily, Lady Yanqi. The registry prohibits the use of abilities for fighting. Violators, regardless of gender, will face 10 years of imprisonment. My affairs are none of your concern. She snapped, but as she spoke, the vortex in her hands dissipated swiftly. Li Jiao, you are quite remarkable. You are the first to dare strike me. I will remember this. With that, Yanqi turned on her heel and stormed away in fury. Li Jiao calmly regarded Li Shi. We must attend to business now. Indeed, Li Shi replied, his gaze shifting between Li Jiao and the stairs ahead. Moments ago, Jiao had been able to evade the attack, yet she chose to step forward, positioning herself as the victim, simply to assert her right to strike Yanqi, that if she wished to slap her, one would scarcely suffice. Thus, under the watchful eyes of all, Li Jiao followed Li Shi and Anji Nuoan into the room. Inside, Li Jiao politely nodded at Anji Nuoan, saying, I will trouble you once more. Anji Nuoan replied, It is my honor to serve you, Lady Li Jiao. However, you have offended Yanqi. Given her temperament, she is likely to retaliate. You should exercise caution. Li Jiao nodded, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Anji. Anji Nuoan's eyes lit up in surprise. He had not expected Lady Li Jiao to remember his name. Her politeness toward others and her decisive rebuttal against foes made her a figure hard to dislike. No wonder the first prince, the 13th prince, and General Rain were eager to be her guardians and partners. Were he only in his 30s or 40s, he would surely forsake his pride to remain by her side. This thought made Anji Nuoan cast a jealous glance at Li Shi, who appeared to be quite fortunate. The envy in Anji Nuoan's gaze brought joy to Li Shi, who then diligently signed a series of documents. Li Jiao bore no regrets for striking Yanqi. Such a person was not deserving of respect. Moreover, she had merely acted in self-defense after being struck first. Her attention shifted to the documents Li Shi had signed and set aside, her expression altering as she grasped the contents. The words marriage contract stood out prominently. This is not a guardian contract. Why is there a marriage contract as well? Did you not know, Lady Li Jiao? In our empire, all guardians who are not direct relatives must be the partners of the females. Therefore, when signing the guardian contract, the partner contract is also executed simultaneously. Her grip on the document tightened. While she had no recourse against Ling Nuo's unilateral signing of the life and death pact, she could not bear the thought of Rain being bound to such an agreement. Looking at Rain, she found him anxiously fixated on her. Jiao, if you no longer want me, I truly have nowhere to go. Li Jiao's heart quivered. He had cast aside everything associated with General Rain, leaving him with nothing. His pitiful demeanor stirred even Anji Nuoan's compassion, prompting him to hastily add, Lady Li Jiao, in truth, for this contract to take effect, you and the other 3 parties must confirm it when you turn 20. You are not yet 20, and with 3 partner slots available, should you choose not to sign, the system will automatically assign partners to you. I understand, she replied, placing the document back down. Li Shi's eyes shimmered with hope, while Anji Nuoan, who had just lied, felt a bead of sweat trickle down his back. However, he could not refuse what the first prince had offered, and since Lady Li Jiao evidently held feelings for this man, becoming partners was merely a matter of time. Chapter 35. Li Jiao's infamy trends online. Having recognized the words, Li Jiao finally understood why she had felt overwhelmed during her previous visit. The documents comprised not only the guardian and marriage contracts, but also agreements concerning property, funds, and company ownership transfers that if she wished to scrutinize them further, she would undoubtedly encounter the pitiful expression of the man before her. Ultimately yielding to his wishes, the 2 finalized their agreements, A video of Li Jiao and Yi Anqi's altercation was deliberately edited and shared online, rapidly climbing to the top of trending topics. Although Li Jiao had appeared in the spotlight several times, she had always been overshadowed by Ling Xi's subtle machinations, far eclipsed by Yi Anqi's long-standing fame on social media. Once this trending topic emerged, the comment section erupted in outrage, and Li Jiao's account was unearthed, inundated with vitriolic messages. How can someone with such decent looks be so vile? Our Lady Yi Anqi's face was left red from the slap. Truly, a country bumpkin without any upbringing. Such a female does not deserve respect. Lady Yi Anqi is too kind-hearted. This sort of person deserves to be retaliated against. My heart aches for her. Does a female striking someone not constitute a crime? Indeed. Why should it be that females can strike without consequence? It is unjust. For the sake of Lady Yi Anqi and justice, we must report this and demand severe punishment. Yes, report her. This Li Jiao has gone too far. Countless individuals simultaneously reported to the authorities, capturing the attention of the police chief, Walker Yev. Upon investigation, he was instantly overwhelmed. Two females were engaged in a fierce altercation, one hailing from the esteemed Yi family, while the other, though lacking in notable background, had as her guardians the Crown Prince and the 13th Prince. Walker Yev sighed, realizing that neither party was one to offend. More critically, the apprehension of each female involved would not be a straightforward endeavor. While disputes among females were not uncommon, they were typically resolved through private mediation. After all, the law predominantly offers protection to females, rendering any dissatisfaction from males insufficient grounds for police involvement to AT that moment. The door to Walker Yev's office swung open, and an officer entered, exclaiming, "Sir, trouble has arisen. Lady Oya Nat is here, waiting at the police station entrance." "Oya Nat?" Walker Yev exclaimed in surprise, rising abruptly, that he quickly admonished. "Why did you not invite her in? Do you not comprehend the significance of her presence here?" The officer replied, "She is unwilling to enter, and I cannot ascertain why. It simply feels amiss." This revelation caused Walker Yev's heart to race as he made his way outside the station. At the entrance, Lady Oya Nat wore a grim expression, her gaze fixed intently on the police station's doors. Behind her, a contingent from the Oya family mirrored her focus as Walker Yev emerged. All eyes turned toward him, causing his already anxious heart to plummet further. Surveying the crowd that had gathered, Walker Yev steeled himself and approached. "Lady Oya Nat, I trust you are well." Lady Oya Nat extended a dossier toward Walker Yev. "Officer Walker, half an hour ago, my second daughter and her partner were assaulted by the popular actress Erin and her fans, resulting in hospitalization for my daughter due to multiple injuries. That I implore you to apprehend Erin and the male who harmed my daughter." Walker Yev's heart sank further. He had anticipated trouble, but this was far more complicated than he had imagined. What on earth is happening today? He pondered, aware that Lady Oya Nat was notoriously protective of her family and relentless in her pursuits. "Lady Oya," he began, "according to the law, males can be apprehended for assaulting females. But in the case of a female assaulting another female, there is little recourse to detain Erin. Is there?" Under the weight of her furious gaze, Walker Yev could only nod. "You are aware that, for the past millennium, any female apprehended has only done so under royal decree. I am truly powerless in this matter." Lady Oya Nat replied, "I understand. You have in your possession the male who assaulted my daughter and her partner. By law, he must be arrested." With that, Lady Oya Nat and her entourage departed swiftly. I asked the reporters, who had just arrived. Witnessed Lady Oya Nat's exit. They too followed suit. The day's events had begun with Li Jiao confronting Yi Anqi, and now a celebrated actress had insulted Oya Kuncha's partner, leading to a physical altercation. This was undoubtedly the year's most sensational story. In comparison, the conflict between Li Jiao and Yi Anqi seemed trivial. Thus, the attention of nearly all reporters was riveted on Lady Oya Nat's savvy journalists. While filming had already commenced, a live broadcast titled, "Will Females Assaulting Females Lead to Arrests?" In no time, hundreds of thousands flocked to the stream, igniting a heated debate on whether such incidents warranted legal action, elevating the broadcast popularity to the platform's homepage. Fuming, Lady Oya Nat, accompanied by her family, took a seat at the palace gates in silent protest. When the guards approached with inquiries, she remained resolutely silent, leaving them no choice but to inform the king. Within the palace, as Ling Xi was diligently working, a knock interrupted him. Without lifting his head, he called, "Enter." A soldier stepped in, bowing respectfully. "Your Highness, the Crown Prince." Lady Oya Nat and her family, along with a throng of reporters, are seated at the palace gates. "Since His Majesty is not in residence, I was instructed to seek your counsel, though. Do they state the reason for their presence?" The soldier replied, "I inquired, but Lady Oya Nat has not uttered a word." Ling Shi frowned. Although Lady Oya Nat was a viscountess, her family was distinct from others, characterized by harmony and devoid of internal strife, thanks to equitable resource distribution within the Oya family. In this family, any individual, regardless of direct lineage, could access equal resources provided they possessed the requisite ability. This principle had facilitated the flourishing of the Oya family's enterprises. Moreover, the Oya family, despite their prosperity, never sought accolades from the empire, consistently aiding during times of disaster. The viscountcy had been thrust upon them by the empire, and now Lady Oya Nat's presence at the palace suggested that something significant had transpired. "Very well, I shall investigate," he resolved. Unbeknownst to Ling Shi, this matter would soon involve Li Jiao, but he hurried to the palace, and upon sighting Lady Oya Nat, the usually composed woman broke down in tears. "Your Highness, my youngest daughter suffers greatly." She merely accompanied her partner to Aaron's concert, unaware that Aaron had taken an interest in Kuncha's partner, Dongin, and began to tease him. That my daughter, understandably upset, uttered a few words in response, only to have Aaron, like a madwoman, physically assault her. In her defense, my daughter retaliated, but Aaron's fans soon joined the fray. My daughter, being a delicate female, stood no chance against a group of strong males. Were it not for her partner's selfless protection, she would have perished by now. Currently, she is in the hospital, and her partner, Dongin, is in the ICU fighting for her life. I beseech you, Your Highness, to take action on behalf of my daughter. The urgency of Lady Oya Nat's pleas weighed heavily on Ling Shi, prompting him to hasten to her side. "Viscountess Oya Nat, please rise." "Your Highness, I implore you to help my daughter." As she spoke, Lady Oya Nat raised a USB drive, presenting it to him. "This contains the surveillance footage from the incident. You may wish to review it." Ling Shi accepted the drive, and upon connecting it to the communicator, several video clips unfolded before him. Amid the chaos, he quickly identified the besieged Oya Kuncha, who, despite being shielded by a male companion, could not evade the onslaught from the others. Soon, Oya Kuncha and her defender were violently slammed against a wall, bloodied and collapsing to the ground. Yet the assailants showed no mercy, continuing their assault. The male protecting Oya Kuncha could only use his body as a shield, ultimately succumbing to his injuries. "This is outrageous," Ling Shi declared. "Viscountess Oya Nat, I will immediately dispatch personnel to investigate this matter and ensure the Oya family receives justice." "Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you." Ling Shi's gaze shifted to the female scene at the edge of the footage. "Regarding the actress Aaron, given the unique circumstances surrounding females, I ask for your understanding as we deliberate a suitable time frame for the investigation." Naturally, Lady Oya Nat replied, "The particularities surrounding females will undoubtedly complicate matters. But I am confident that the dissatisfaction regarding female assaults is not confined to us alone." Observing the growing crowd at the palace gates, Ling Shi proposed, "I suggest you and your family return home for now. We will ensure that you are promptly informed of any developments." Having achieved her objective, Lady Oya Nat stood. "Very well, we shall depart." Under her guidance, the Oya family swiftly exited the throng. However, the persistent journalist seized the moment to inquire, "Your Highness, what are your thoughts on the matter of females assaulting females?" Ling Shi responded, "Whether female or male, all are urged to uphold the law and be exemplary citizens." Before the reporters could press further, Ling Shi turned away, while his guards stepped in to disperse the crowd. Upon returning, he promptly shared the surveillance footage with the Female Adjudication Group, a forum dedicated to determining the culpability of females and whether arrests should be made. This group encompassed experts from across the empire, tasked with evaluating the incident. Soon, the video conference commenced, revealing a myriad of solemn expressions, both female and male, as deliberations began. Meanwhile, Li Jiao remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events. After signing the agreement, she returned home with Li Shi. However, shortly after their arrival, several police cars halted outside the castle. The leading officer brandished his credentials. "Greetings, we have received orders to investigate the incident involving Lady Li Jiao and Lady Yanqi. We kindly request that Lady Li Jiao cooperate with our inquiries." The officer's authoritative tone belied his inner trepidation. After all, Lady Li Jiao was the crown prince's wife, that a royal carriage arrived, and the soldiers on duty saluted as the sleek black vehicle came to a stop, revealing a handsome face. "What is the situation?" The soldiers bowed. "Your Highness, the 13th Prince." These officers claim that Lady Li Jiao has been involved in an altercation and requires investigation. Ling Nuo's brow furrowed. His piercing gaze fixed on the officers, who immediately bowed. "Greetings, Your Highness. This is a document issued by the palace for your review." Having obtained the documents, Ling Nuo began to peruse them, and indeed they were official palace papers. With his elder brother's seal affixed at the bottom, his brother intends to apprehend Jiao. What transpired during his absence over the past 2 days? Although Ling Nuo felt a sense of urgency within, he understood that there were matters beyond his knowledge contained within the documents. Given his brother's character, he would rather perish than harm a single hair on Jiao that he set out to find her. His expression grave as he tossed the papers to the police, instructing them to wait outside before returning to his vehicle and driving swiftly towards the castle. At the desk, Li Jiao was engaged in a video call with Ling Shi, his handsome visage filling the screen. His gentle and melodious voice resonated. "Do not worry, Jiao. I have secured comprehensive surveillance footage. You merely need to cooperate with the investigation." That Li Jiao nodded. "I understand, but am I causing you trouble?" Already aware of the circumstances, Ling Shi shook his head, his gaze falling upon the now faded marks on her skin. "Not at all. You have performed admirably. That I simply hope that in the future, you refrain from inflicting harm upon yourself to achieve your aims. We are here for you. You are not alone." These words warmed Li Jiao's heart, and as she prepared to respond, the door swung open, revealing Ling Nuo's handsome face. Her eyes lit up with delight as she rose. "Ling Nuo, you're back." Ling Nuo hurried over, reaching her side before she could finish her sentence, his eyes scanning her before he exhaled in relief. "You have no external injuries, and your mental state appears normal." Jiao, why does my brother wish to apprehend you? Has something occurred?" "I did not intend to capture Jiao. It was merely an investigation order," Ling Shi's voice interjected. Ling Nuo turned his gaze to the communicator. Locking eyes with Ling Shi, "You have returned just in time. Accompany Jiao to the police station. I will send you the surveillance footage, and I have arranged for the other witnesses to be summoned. Your visit is solely for the purpose of recording a statement." Ling Nuo nodded, acknowledging the directive. "Understood. Jiao is now in your hands. I am busy and will contact you later." The video call ended, and Ling Nuo looked at Li Jiao, who succinctly recounted the events. That he noticed the growing coldness in her expression, that Yi Anqi as well. Having been informed by Ling Shi, Li Jiao was already aware of the online situation and couldn't help but recall the encounter with the individual named Oya. The female from the Kuncha clan was reported to be severely injured. She quickly searched online, and upon viewing the surveillance footage of Oya, she gasped, "My goodness, she is gravely injured." These males seemed to have lost their minds. Ling Nuo, who watched the video alongside her, nodded in agreement. Indeed, these males have lost all rationality. After completing the statement, "May I visit her?" For some reason, Li Jiao felt compelled to see her. Perhaps Oya was the first female in this world to actively greet her. Ling Nuo, "Very well, we shall follow Jiao's wishes." Accompanied by Ling Nuo and Li Shi, Li Jiao made her way to the police station, where they encountered Yi Anqi, who had also been summoned. Li Jiao wished to avoid contact with Yi Anqi, but Yi Anqi was determined not to let her off the hook. She was well aware of the incident online where Li Jiao purportedly assaulted her. To substantiate her claims, she spent money to have previous surveillance deleted and purchased significant publicity, intending for Li Jiao to be vilified. However, she did not anticipate the enormity of the situation regarding Oya's assault, especially with the royal decree stating that females would also incur legal consequences for assaulting other females. This law, if approved by over 80% of the votes, would be enacted. This was indeed a stroke of fortune for her. Initially planning to report the matter to the palace herself, she was surprised to learn that her fans had already taken action, compelling the crown prince to issue orders on the spot. Did you not see this coming, Li Jiao? Chapter 37. With her lips tightly pressed and her body slightly trembling, Li Jiao cast a glance at the smug Yi Anqi, retracting her gaze and finding a spot far from her. Ling Nuo and Li Shi positioned themselves on either side of her, providing her with a protective barrier. This only served to further aggravate Yi Anqi, who scoffed, "I wonder how long you can bask in your triumph." and Ruo, standing behind Yi Anqi, glanced at Li Jiu before quickly averting her gaze, her downcast eyes sparkling with intrigue. Soon, a representative appeared, addressing Yi Anqi, Li Jiu, and Ling Nuo with a bow. 13th Prince and esteemed guests. Given the significant impact of this matter, the royal family has mandated that the recording of the statements be live-streamed in its entirety. Are you both amenable to this? I have no objections. Li Jiu replied without hesitation. Yi Anqi, momentarily taken aback, then smiled. Li Jiu must not think she can review the surveillance. She felt a surge of satisfaction, having swiftly arranged for the deletion of the monitoring footage and live-stream back-end recordings. Even if some viewers raised objections, as long as the police and royal family approved, the truth could be manipulated. I have no objections either. The police, relieved that the process would not be cumbersome, gestured for them to proceed. Elisha stepped forward. I am a witness and must attend to why Yi Anqi shot him a glance. You are Li Jiu's partner. Naturally, you would speak on her behalf. The police nodded. For the sake of fairness in this case, you cannot serve as a witness. Ling Nuo interjected. I am the lawyer for Lady Li Jiu. I am permitted to be present. The attendees were taken aback. But upon seeing Ling Nuo produce his lawyer's credentials, they realized that according to imperial law, lawyers were indeed allowed to accompany their clients. Although surprised by the 13th Prince's legal role, the police acquiesced. Li Jiu looked at Ling Nuo in astonishment, only to see him offer her a gentle smile as he softly reassured. With me here, Jiu need not worry. His words eased her tension, though she still felt a natural apprehension towards the police station. Thank you, Ling Nuo. Their interaction caused Yi Anqi's expression to shift, and she coldly remarked, having an extra person does not change the fact that you struck me. Li Jiu ignored her and walked into the room. Before departing, Ling Nuo exchanged a glance with Li Shi, who nodded slightly as Li Jiu entered the room. She surveyed her surroundings. Seats flanked either side, and several police officers stood to greet her. A camera was positioned directly opposite, accompanied by a professional photographer. Lady Li Jiu, please take a seat. Thank you. As Li Jiu settled in, Ling Nuo entered, and the officer stood again in respect. His Royal Highness, the 13th Prince. Ling Nuo replied, Yes, I am Lady Li Jiu's lawyer. Before the officers could express their astonishment, Yi Anqi arrived, prompting another round of bows. Lady Yi Anqi, having already taken her seat. Li Jiu noted the officer's busy demeanor. Once seated, the live stream commenced, and following the royal announcement, many viewers had already gathered in the stream. The police began their inquiries. Lady Yi Anqi, please describe the circumstances surrounding the incident and why Lady Li Jiu allegedly assaulted you. I suspect it is due to jealousy that I was at the registration office inquiring about matters, and as I was leaving, I heard someone call out General Ryan. Turning around, I saw a male who bore a striking resemblance to General Ryan. Everyone knows I have genuine feelings for General Ryan. Thus, I approached him, only to realize he was not General Ryan, but merely someone who resembled him. Upon seeing that familiar face, I expressed my admiration. And to my shock, Li Jiu became enraged and struck me. Here is a photo of me post-attack. Yi Anqi produced her communicator, revealing a photograph. The photographer zoomed in swiftly, allowing the audience to clearly see the distinct handprint on Yi Anqi's face. The live stream erupted in chaos. My goodness. This is utterly brutal. Lady Yi Anqi merely expressed her admiration, and Li Jiu responded with such violence that if one were to offend her, would that not be tantamount to risking one's life? It is evident that the uncouth behavior of this star has persisted long enough. The imperial decree issued is indeed righteous. I support it. Females acting with impunity is not a new phenomenon, and this opportunity to impose restrictions will benefit the entire Empire's development. I cast my vote in favor of this new regulation. Hello everyone, I'm Oyinata. As long as we gather 400,000 votes in support, anyone who screenshotted can redeem a valuable item worth 10,000 gold coins at any store under the Oya family. First come, first served. The official confirmation from Oyinata with a verified badge lit up the comment section, capturing the attention of ordinary viewers. Wow, 10,000 gold coins? That is equivalent to my salary for half a year. I cannot afford to miss such a golden opportunity. The number of viewers in the live stream plummeted as countless individuals rushed to the official link for the legal information solicitation, and one doubted the authenticity of the Oya family's offer. Given their immense wealth and presence across the empire, The Oya family was known for their philanthropic donations starting at $1 billion, a financial power unmatched in the empire. Did I look at this? I just received my reward. Everyone, hurry. As more and more individuals obtain their rewards, the progress of the new law accelerates swiftly, reaching a significant 50%, and it continues to rise rapidly. Outside, the changes remain unbeknownst to Yi Anqi, who, with tears glistening like pear blossoms, gazes at Li Jiao and laments, "I have merely spoken a few words, and yet you nearly disfigured me. Li Jiao, you truly are ruthless." With a calm demeanor, Li Jiao turns her gaze towards Yi Anqi, remarking on her unpleasant character and poor integrity. With lips slightly parted, she questions, "Yi Anqi, do you not fear being exposed for your lies?" At this point, Li Jiao continues, "You still persist in your fabrications. Where have I lied? Simply state whether you struck me or not." With tears brimming in her eyes, Yi Anqi glares fiercely at Li Jiao, her lips tightly pressed together as her body begins to tremble. This scene undoubtedly stirs the protective instincts of the males in the live stream, many of whom, initially mere spectators, join the ranks to condemn Li Jiao. Yi Anqi stares intently at Li Jiao, demanding, "Speak. Did you hit me or not? Why do you hesitate to answer? It is too late for you to play the coward. That I did strike you," comes the melodious and composed voice of Li Jiao, causing a fleeting flicker of mockery to flash in Yi Anqi's eyes. "That Li Jiao, if you wish to contend with me, you are sorely mistaken. Everyone heard her confession. She has admitted to striking me, thus nullifying my claims of deceit." Chapter 38. Slapping Yi Anqi's face, she has confessed. Now we await the law's retribution. What is the current confirmation rate of the regulations? When I submitted just now, it was at 60% at no, it must be 61 by now. This time, we must make an example to deter others that if Li Jiao has a fault, it is her peculiar temperament. Moreover, this is not merely a matter between females. The regulation against female abuse of males will equally apply in the future. That I must lodge a complaint. The male next door has been so mistreated by his mate that he is nothing but skin and bones. Until now, so long as no lives were lost, matters were easily downplayed. After this, let us see which female dares to abuse a male so brazenly again. That it is worth noting that General Rain's reluctance to accept Lady Yi Anqi's comfort stems from the abuse he suffered at the hands of his mother. Now, Lady Yi Anqi, propelled by a male who bears a striking resemblance to General Rain, is pushing for the law. The synchronicity of these events is simply too uncanny. The enthusiasm in the live stream surges, driving the confirmation rate of the regulations to 70%. At this moment, the camera shifts to Li Jiao, whose exquisitely beautiful face remains serene. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Li Jiao speaks. "It is because you deserved it, Miss Yi. Have you forgotten that you struck me first? I merely did not stand idly by. I retaliated." As Li Jiao speaks, Yi Anqi's figure sways slightly, with a pained expression. She shakes her head, trembling fingers pointing at Li Jiao as she weeps. "Even now, you are spouting lies. That I admit my words were perhaps unkind. But Li Jiao, you cannot lie in front of so many people. Ah, so you are aware your words lack kindness. Why not listen again to how unpleasant they truly were?" Ling Nuo, if you please. Yi Anqi stiffens, quickly reassuring herself that it is impossible. She had promptly deleted the surveillance footage. How could Li Jiao possibly obtain it? "You are unworthy of Kulu. Rain, naturally, is unworthy of the 13th prince. Why not name your price? I shall offer you an additional 1 million on top of your asking price to dissolve your guardianship contract with the 13th prince." Yi Anqi's voice echoed throughout the room, her complexion paling instantly as she reflexively accused, "You are slandering me. This is merely a computer-generated fabrication." Faced with Yi Anqi's theatrical performance once more, Li Jiao's patience wanes. Feeling time wasted. Yi Anqi, while you wish to act, I shall not indulge you. Ling Nuo, please reveal the surveillance footage for all to see. Soon, a screen illuminates the air, and the photographer swiftly focuses the lens. As the camera zooms in, the audience witnesses Yi Anqi disdainfully declaring that Li Jiao should terminate her guardianship with the 13th prince. Following this, they see Li Jiao retorting to Yi Anqi, who, in a fit of rage, strikes Li Jiao. Li Jiao deftly evades the blow, only to retaliate without hesitation, delivering a resounding slap. How could you possess such surveillance footage? Impossible. At the moment the footage plays, Yi Anqi realizes the truth of the surveillance. Shaking her head, A sense of despair washes over her. This is the end. Ling Nua's icy gaze fixes on Yi Anqi. That IT was your obstruction that caused Rain to miss his prime opportunity, leading to his demise aboard that spaceship. I have yet to seek retribution for that. Yet here you are, causing trouble for my lady, Yi Anqi. Do you truly believe your family can dominate the empire? Do you dare to meddle in matters of my contractual agreements? With each chilling inquiry from Ling Nua, Yi Anqi collapses to the ground that no, she cannot concede. This is all false. You have fabricated this to frame me. Li Jiu rises and inquires of the police. May I leave now? The officers promptly respond, of course, Lady Li Jiu. This is the original video on this USB drive. The witnesses are waiting outside. You may begin taking statements. At that moment, the confirmation rate of the regulations reaches 79%, that a USB drive arcs gracefully through the air, landing in the hands of one officer, who quickly grips it tightly and bows. Yes, that on the ground, Yi Anqi, seeing that Li Jiu is truly departing, reaches out instinctively, but is stopped by an officer. Lady Yi Anqi, we kindly request your cooperation for the ongoing investigation. Stand back. If anyone dares to touch me, I will accuse you of being rogues and have you all imprisoned for 30 years of hard labor. The officers hesitate, aware that while the regulations have been enacted, they have yet to be fully ratified by the populace. If Yi Anqi were to pursue legal action against them, they could indeed face dire consequences that as the police step aside. Yi Anqi's heart soars with relief. As long as the regulations are not confirmed, they cannot truly harm her. Ling Nua, who had been following closely behind Li Jiu, halts and calmly states, the current confirmation rate of the regulations stands at 81%. It has been officially passed. Yi Anqi's pupils constrict, and in the next moment, the officers who had been behind her now block her path. Lady Yi Anqi, we kindly ask for your cooperation. The officer's firm and unyielding demeanor weighs heavily on Yi Anqi's heart. Her hands beginning to swirl in a white mist, yet she hears the police before her state. Lady Yi Anqi, your S-rank psychic attacks are ineffective against our S-rank officers. Please cooperate. Confronted by the piercing gazes of the officers, who seem poised to use force if necessary, Yi Anqi trembles. For the first time in many years, she faces such treatment from males. All of this is Li Jiu's fault. The abruptness and directness of the reversal leave those males in the live stream, who had been cheering for Yi Anqi, utterly taken aback. Some refuse to accept reality, others fall silent, and a few who had just recently admired Yi Anqi are now captivated by Li Jiu's decisive actions. In the span of mere moments, the comments that had defended Yi Anqi transform into praises for Li Jiu, yet Li Jiu remains oblivious to this shift that as she exits. She nods at the others beside Li Shi, expressing her gratitude. Thank you for your help. Anji Nuan, it is my honor to assist you, my lady. Li Shi, noticing Li Jiu's composed demeanor, feels a sense of relief wash over him. Ling Nua turns to Li Shi. I will take Nyo away now. I leave the rest in your capable hands. That understood. At the police station, Li Jiu and Ling Nua drive toward the hospital. On their way, Li Jiu spots a flower shop by the roadside. Stop the car, Ling Nua. I wish to purchase something. The royal vehicle, adorned with its distinctive insignia, halts on the bustling street, immediately drawing the attention of many. As Ling Nua exits, gasps of astonishment ripple through the crowd. That it is the 13th prince. They had just emerged from the police station, so Lady Li Jiu must also be inside. That my goodness. Lady Li Jiu was truly magnificent just now. Yi Anqi was left dumbfounded. She got what she deserved. She instigated trouble, yet dared to accuse Lady Li Jiu. Had it not been for Lady Li Jiu's thorough preparations, Yi Anqi would have succeeded. I have heard tales of Yi Anqi's arrogance, but I never imagined she would be even more despicable in person, manipulating everyone around her. Amidst the chatter of the crowd, Ling Nua strides to the back seat, opening the door with a bow, extending his hand. Nyo, please exit the vehicle. That a delicate, pale hand emerges from the car, followed by Li Jiu's exquisite visage and a soft voice of gratitude. Thank you. Lingno, Chapter 39. Countless excited males, Li Jiu in dismay. Ah, Lady Li Jiu, over here, Lady Li Jiu. Lady Li Jiu, you are truly stunning. The chorus of exclamations from all directions sends a shiver down Li Jiu's spine as she steps out of the car. Her doe-like eyes dart around anxiously, spotting numerous males enthusiastically waving at her, but not daring to approach. Not sensing any malice from the crowd, Li Jiu exhales in relief and gently waves back. Hello, everyone. Oh my goodness, Lady Li Jiu is so adorable. She acknowledged me. Her voice is so soft and pleasant. I'm a fan of Lady Li Jiu, feeling increasingly uneasy as more and more people gather around. Li Jiu instinctively edges closer to Ling Nuo and whispers, Ling Nuo, shall we move to a different place to buy things? There are too many people here. That won't do. The further we go, the more people you will encounter. Ling Nuo raises his voice, addressing the crowd. Step back. You are frightening Lady Li Jiu. As soon as the words were spoken, all the male figures that had been advancing halted in their tracks. In the next moment, they retreated a few steps in unison. All right, what would you like to purchase? Perhaps a bouquet of flowers? Ling Nuo's gaze swiftly settled on a nearby flower shop. Just like that, Li Jiu entered the shop under the watchful eyes of many, causing the shopkeeper to tremble slightly as he held his phone, startled by their approach. Hello, I would like to buy a bouquet for a patient, Li Jiu said, nodding at the middle-aged man dressed in an apron. When the man failed to respond, she inquired with curiosity, Do you take orders? The shopkeeper snapped back to reality, hastily casting his phone aside. Of course I do. May I ask if the recipient is male or female? What is their personality like? Do they have any specific likes? Female, with a cheerful and lively disposition. As for her preferences, I'm not certain. You may choose as you see fit. Very well. I shall prepare that for you. In no time, a beautiful bouquet was wrapped up, and upon seeing it, Li Jiu's eyes sparkled with delight. How lovely! I'm glad you like it. Li Jiu then asked, How much is it? Upon posing the question, she froze, suddenly realizing she had no local currency on her. Desperately, she glanced at Ling Nuo for assistance, her eyes pleading. Instantly, her gaze on Ling Nuo turned into a playful pout. And internally, she thought, Li Jiu is truly adorable. Ling Nuo chuckled, pulling out a communicator and scanning the machine at the shopkeeper's counter. After inputting a few digits, the robotic voice in the shop chimed in. 1,000 gold coins received. Please check that Li Jiu, who had no prior understanding of this currency, expressed her gratitude with a radiant smile towards Ling Nuo, while the shopkeeper stood in a daze. Thank you. Shopkeeper. Ling Nuo, let us go buy some food for her next. All right. Their exchange snapped the shopkeeper back to reality, who quickly exclaimed, Li Jiu, you've overpaid? Li Jiu, taken aback, replied with a smile, No worries, you can use the extra to buy some sweets for your children. Watching the two depart, the shopkeeper felt his eyes moisten. Bowing his head toward their retreating figures, I shall ensure your kind intentions are conveyed. Unbeknownst to them, this seemingly trivial act had sown the seeds of goodwill for the future. With Ling Nuo's assistance, Li Jiu completed her first shopping experience. Once back in the vehicle, she exhaled in relief. The fervent gazes of onlookers made her uneasy. Had Ling Nuo not accompanied her, she would have surely fled. By the way, Ling Nuo, please keep track of how much was spent today, then I'll find a way to earn some money and repay you later. The driver, Ling Nuo, paused momentarily. No need, as all expenses are covered by your funds. That's all right. The assets we signed over are under our own names, she mused, shielding her forehead with her hand. Spending her own money made her uneasy. Perhaps I should find some means to earn money. But what can I do? This thought left Li Jiu perplexed. Ling Nuo, glancing at the troubled Li Jiu, couldn't he help but smile softly. In time, you shall grow accustomed to it. Upon arriving at the Imperial Capital Hospital, Li Jiu had become somewhat desensitized to the grandeur of the country's massive structures. Clutching the flowers while Ling Nuo carried the food, they entered the hospital, once again drawing the attention of many. Ignoring the stares, Li Jiu made her way directly to the reception desk. Excuse me, could you please tell me which room Miss Oya Kunsha is in? Before she could finish her sentence, the busy staff at the reception looked up in astonishment, exclaiming, Li Jiu. Hello, she replied with a smile, that I'm here to visit Miss Oya Kunsha, if you would be so kind as to guide me. The receptionist, overwhelmed with excitement at encountering Li Jiu, momentarily overlooked Ling Nuo standing behind her. Once she stood up, however, she quickly bowed, acknowledging Prince Ling Nuo. Indeed, Ling Nuo responded to Li Jiu, please follow me, amidst a sea of envious glances. The staff led Li Jiu and Ling Nuo deeper into the building. On the 15th floor, the staff halted, stating, Miss Oya Kunsha is in room 1005, that only nobles and females may enter. Thus, I can only escort you this far. Thank you for your efforts. Ling Nuo nodded, glancing at the staff's name tag. Li Jio's gratitude only heightened the staff's excitement. "It is my honor to serve you at that moment." Another staff member responsible for the floor approached. Bowing to them, Prince Ling Nuo and esteemed Lady Li Jio. "Greetings." Li Jio promptly returned the greeting. "Hello, I am here to visit Miss Oya Kunsha." "Please wait a moment," the staff member replied, swiftly entering a room. Shortly thereafter, a group emerged, led by a middle-aged man who approached Li Jio and Ling Nuo with haste. "Prince Ling Nuo, esteemed Lady Li Jio, I trust you are well." Oya Nato, bowing his head, was lost in thought, considering that this esteemed lady had recently been implicated in matters concerning Kunsha. Did she come to settle a score? Exchanging polite bows, Ling Nuo and Li Jio greeted. "Hello. Oya Nato, I hope you are well. Lady Li Jio wishes to visit Miss Oya. I wonder if it is a convenient time." "Of course, Prince Ling Nuo, Lady Li Jio, please follow me." Oya Nato smiled, respectfully gesturing for them to proceed. Following Oya Nato, Li Jio entered the hospital room, and the moment she stepped inside, her pupils constricted. The woman on the hospital bed was wrapped in bandages, with blood seeping through in several places, her face marred by scars, and her eyes tightly shut. "What is her current condition?" Oya Nato replied. "The rescue is timely, and she is out of immediate danger, but she remains in a coma. She has 7 broken ribs, both legs fractured, her right arm broken, and some internal injuries." Chapter 40. Will coins truly fall from the sky? Li Jio gasped in shock. The once vibrant and radiant face now lay pallid, eyes shut tight, resting on the hospital bed. Bending down, she placed the bouquet beside Oya Kunsha's face and set the remaining items on the bedside. "Miss Oya, I am Li Jio. I hope you recover soon." Her heartfelt words brought a glimmer of moisture to Oya Nada's eyes as he bowed to Li Jio. "Thank you, Lady Li Jio, and I apologize for the impact this has had on you." Li Jio shook her head. "You did nothing wrong in protecting your daughter in your own way. Miss Oya has a good father. I am merely an ordinary father. I will protect my child to the best of my abilities. That is what a true father should be, unlike the stepfather who often gazed at her with disdain." Li Jio felt a pang of envy, wishing only that in her next life, she might experience the warmth of a true family's love. Miss Oya is very fortunate. Oya Nada noticed the envy emanating from Li Jio. Regardless of the circumstances, he would remember this lady who had resolved her troubles only to visit Kunsha. Ling Nuo observed Li Jio's changing expressions in silence, etching the moment into his memory. After a brief conversation with Oya Nato, Li Jio reached out and held Oya Kunsha's hand before Ling Nuo skillfully redirected Oya Nada's attention. After a few seconds, Li Jio withdrew her hand, and Oya Natu personally escorted the pair to their vehicle before returning to the hospital room, where he noticed the patient's eyelashes fluttering and her eyelids slowly lifting. Soon, doctors and nurses rushed into the room, creating a cacophony of noise. Having already departed, Li Jio glanced out the window, while Ling Nuo, after a moment of contemplation, spoke up. "Jio, your abilities are unique. If word gets out, it may pose a danger." "Yes, I understand. I want to do it again." She merely wished for that father, who had longed for his daughter's awakening, to have his wish fulfilled. She would indulge in this whim just once, with her gaze still fixed on the window. Her thoughts drifted far away. Oya Kunsha awakened and publicly accused the renowned Star Eileen of assault, while Yi Anchi became the first female detained for violence. These events kept the public buzzing. Moreover, Li Jio's decisive slap and retorts were turned into memes, inadvertently earning her a small fortune. That as she observed the visible growth of her account balance, Li Jio marveled at the prospect that coins could indeed fall from the sky. She turned to Ling Nuo. "Is this not inappropriate? The imperial law clearly states that you are entitled to 60% of the profits made from the use of your likeness. This is your rightful earnings. You need not feel burdened." "But did you not wish to earn money?" Li Jio's words were interrupted by Ling Nuo, who replied, "Indeed. But I did nothing. Yet they profited using your image. That too counts as earning." Sudden windfall. Li Jio found herself surprisingly unenthusiastic, feeling rather unsettled by it all. Seeing her inner turmoil, Ling Nuo suggested, "If you do not wish to keep it, you could donate it to those in need." After all, Li Jio was destined to never worry about money in her lifetime, that if this small sum caused her distress, it would be better to disperse it. Her happiness was what mattered most. "Will anyone come looking for me if I donate?" "Not at all." Li Jio's eyes brightened. "Then how should I donate? To whom?" "In the past, I have heard numerous accounts of well-meaning individuals donating money. only for it to be misappropriated by various charitable organizations that if one is to donate, it is imperative that the contributions are utilized effectively. Upon witnessing Li Jiao's genuine interest, Ling Nuo found himself in a quandary. He was not well versed in such matters and could only reach out to Ling Shi via video call. Soon, Ling Shi's handsome visage appeared on the screen, prompting Li Jiao to exclaim, "Ling Shi, I have unexpectedly come into a windfall, and it feels rather unsettling. Ling Nuo suggested that I donate, but we are uncertain as to whom we should give it." Upon learning the context, Ling Shi couldn't help but chuckle. Their wife was indeed one of a kind. "Please hold on for a moment," he said, turning to retrieve a recently signed document. Glancing at the location mentioned within, it had been quite some time since Li Jiao had ventured out for leisure. And this was a splendid opportunity. Instead of monetary donations, he proposed donating items to a nearby mountainous region where many children were in desperate need of supplies. "Let us donate to the children." Li Jiao eagerly agreed. "What items are needed, and in what quantities?" Ling Shi replied, "I will send the list to Ling Nuo shortly. You need not worry, Li Jiao. The area is somewhat remote, yet the scenery is breathtaking. You might consider it a chance to unwind." That Li Jiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. All right, that a few days later, Li Jiao embarked on her first journey since arriving there. Their destination was a village named Ibiza, where towering peaks loomed majestically. The mountains were adorned with diverse vegetation, creating a splendid tapestry of colors, and a gigantic waterfall cleaved the peaks in twain. That as the vehicle approached, the thunderous sound of cascading water filled the air. Li Jiao rolled down the window, astonished by the sight of the majestic waterfall plummeting dozens of meters, splashing onto rocks of varying heights and sending sprays of water into the air. How beautiful! Is this all natural? For reasons unknown, Li Jiao felt an inexplicable familiarity in this foreign place. Ling Shi nodded, explaining, "Yes, it is a natural formation. Legend has it that the village of Ibiza has existed for tens of thousands of years. Established by our ancestors who fled from war. Nature is indeed a master artist. Such a location deserves to be a five-star attraction." As they ventured further in, the architectural style starkly contrasted with that of the capital city. Here, there were no towering, technologically advanced buildings. Instead, they were surrounded by towering trees, each adorned with numerous tree houses connected by a myriad of ladders, where people traversed from one to another. The rumbling of their vehicle drew attention. And upon recognizing the insignia of the empire, excitement erupted among the villagers. "People from the capital have arrived." As the bells tolled, a multitude of men, women, and children emerged from the tree houses as Li Jiao's vehicle came to a halt. The abundance of females in the village astonished Li Jiao, especially since she had only encountered 3 since her arrival. Her gaze fell upon a family of 3 holding hands nearby, and she noted the absence of the hierarchical gender dynamics prevalent in the capital. Here, males did not subserviently defer to females. Instead, the females resembled ordinary housewives she had seen back on Earth. As she exited the vehicle, Li Jiao was immediately surrounded by a throng of children. "Beautiful sister, are you here to bring us gifts?" "Hello, beautiful sister. You are so pretty." The chorus of youthful voices overwhelmed her, and she hastily retrieved the candies she had prepared, saying, "All right, everyone, sit in a line and enjoy the treats." Upon uttering those words, she quickly realized that the children might not comprehend her meaning, as they promptly scampered to a nearby stone bench, sitting in unison and singing loudly, "Sit in a row and eat fruits. One for you, one for me, leaving none for the baby." The familiar rhyme, recited by the children, caused Li Jiao's heart to tremble. How could this be? Had Wenqing come here before? She parted her lips to speak when a child tilted her head and asked, "Beautiful sister, can we have the candy now?" Chapter 41. A Space Ring, a Realm of Immortals? The soft, youthful voice jolted Li Jiao back to reality. She quickly approached and distributed the candies to the eager hands of the children, who all expressed their gratitude before scattering away. Turning around, she spotted Ling Nuo and Li Shi busily helping to distribute supplies, while Ling Shi was engaged in conversation with a stooped elder. Li Jiao approached them. Ling Shi frowned, stating, "This is not a sustainable solution. The capital still recommends a collective migration." The elderly village chief sighed in resignation, shaking his head. "Your Highness, you are aware that our village is fundamentally different from the outside world. We have been isolated for far too long and cannot integrate. Moreover, my people cannot accept a system of polyandry. No one is willing to leave. But if you continue this way, survival will become an issue." The Empire's assistance is merely a drop in the bucket. For your tribe to thrive, you must rely on yourselves, that I understand. But alas, the village chief lamented. Ling Shi furrowed his brow as the two continued their discussion. Ling Shi urged, please continue to communicate with everyone. The Empire is unwilling to abandon any of its citizens, that I understand the significance of this place to you. But aside from its beauty, it offers little else. The elder nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth of Ling Shi's words that Li Jio's arrival drew their attention. And upon seeing her, the elder approached with a warm smile, stepping into the crowd. Ling Shi moved closer to Li Jio, leaning down to softly inquire, how do you find it? The scenery is magnificent, but I just overheard your conversation. Were you suggesting they should relocate? Yes. Due to the unique geographical conditions, there is no arable land here. The residents can only hunt in the mountains or gather medicinal herbs to exchange for a meager income. This situation results in a lack of proper education for the children and a poor quality of life for the residents. Surveying the surroundings, Li Jio indeed saw no signs of cultivated land. Then why don't they move away? Ling Shi frowned at this question, uncertain. The village chief keeps insisting that they are cut off from the world and cannot integrate. Yet I feel there is more to it than that Li Jio found the residents' reluctance to leave quite understandable, as there is a deep-rooted sentiment associated with one's homeland, a notion of returning to one's roots. An idea sparked in her mind, and she turned to Ling Shi to if they can generate their own income, the state would not insist they relocate. Ling Shi regarded her with newfound interest as he noted the determination in her eyes. Li Jio, do you have a plan? Li Jio replied, this place is breathtaking and could easily be developed into a tourist attraction. Nodding, she elaborated on various successful models from Earth, and with each passing moment, Ling Shi's eyes gleamed brighter. As she spoke until her throat was parched, she added, you could certainly draw inspiration from these ideas, though I cannot guarantee success, as any investment carries risks. Ling Shi nodded in agreement. I will have the relevant personnel come for an assessment shortly, but we must discuss this matter with the village chief first. That is only appropriate. Observing Ling Nuo and Li Shi bustling about, Li Jio joined Ling Shi in assisting with the distribution of items. Due to the sheer volume of supplies, it was quite late by the time they completed their task. Feeling fatigued, Li Jio leaned against the back of the vehicle, shaking her arms to relieve the soreness that in the next moment, a large hand gently grasped her arm. Let me help you relax your arm, Ling Nuo offered, just as Li Jio was about to decline. A cup of water appeared at her lips, and Li Shi said, Li Jio, have a sip of water. Reluctantly accepting the water, she noted her thirst was indeed pressing. Yet her gaze wandered to the distance where Ling Shi was conversing with the village chief. Are they discussing matters of development? Following Li Jio's gaze, Ling Nuo and Li Shi exchanged glances, their expressions shifting subtly in the distance. Ling Shi observed this interaction, a hint of a smile curling his lips. The elderly village chief, his eyes clouded with age, extended a sincere invitation. We would be honored for the crown prince and esteemed guests to join us for a meal. Regarding the development of this area, we need to discuss it in detail, Ling Shi replied, to which the village chief nodded. Very well, Ling Shi turned. His gaze met Li Jio's, causing her to hastily avert her eyes, approaching the trio. He announced, the village chief has invited us for dinner. Before he could finish, Li Jio's stomach audibly growled, drawing the attention of all three. Embarrassed, she flushed crimson. Li Shi offered, Li Jio, we have bread here for you to start with. Ling Nuo chimed in, Li Jio, here are those delightful little cakes you enjoy. Like a magic trick, food appeared in their hands, which they promptly thrust into Li Jio's grasp, startled by the tangible food in her hands. Li Jio was taken aback, recalling previous instances when she thought she had imagined such occurrences. But this time, she was certain it had truly appeared out of thin air. Curious, she inquired, where do you keep the food? Is this some sort of magic trick? Ling Shi explained, it is a space ring. One can store items within. As he spoke, his gaze flicked toward the bread and cakes in their hands, pondering that he would need to prepare some provisions in his own ring for the future. Li Jio, however, was astonished by Ling Shi's explanation. A space ring. Something from those cultivation novels? Does it also include beast-taming bags and alchemy furnaces? Ling Nuo shook his head. None of those. None of that. Indeed, this is a world of orcs, not a realm of cultivation. Sensing Li Jio's disappointment, Ling Shi spoke. If you have two things you desire, do let me know when we turn back. I shall arrange for someone to assist you. No need. I was merely speaking casually, she replied. Very well, if you ever wish for something, do not hesitate to inform us. The village chief invited them to dine, and they proceeded. The four advanced, with Ling Shi leading. Li Jiao in the middle, while Ling Nuo and Li Shi lagged slightly behind, ensuring her protection. But as they ventured deeper, the sense of intimacy became increasingly palpable. Li Jiao could not help but glance around. Yet she found nothing unusual, murmuring to herself, "How peculiar." Although her voice was barely a whisper, it was still caught by the three. Ling Nuo inquired, "What troubles you, Jiao? Is something amiss?" Li Jiao, taken aback that her soft words were overheard, quickly shook her head. "No, I merely feel an inexplicable warmth since my arrival, and it has intensified the further we go." Her words prompted the three to ponder her unique abilities, their gazes scanning the surroundings. Yet they found nothing out of the ordinary, merely ancient trees and commonplace tree houses. Ling Shi's eyes glimmered with intrigue. Could there truly be something extraordinary here? He halted, his demeanor serious as he regarded Li Jiao. "Do you feel any discomfort? If you wish to leave, we shall depart immediately." Li Jiao shook her head, expressing no discomfort, but rather a profound sense of comfort and familiarity. Indeed, the deeper she ventured, the more at ease she felt, not in body, but in spirit. She stepped forward, prompting Ling Shi to frown. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, the village chief's excited voice rang out, "Madam, can you feel it?" Chapter 42. The Millennial-Old Willow Tree, a Tree Spirit. The four followed the voice, their gazes landing on the village chief, who seemed to blend seamlessly with the towering tree just 2 meters away. Apart from Li Jiao, the other three exchanged surprised glances, having not even noticed the presence of another. The village chief, visibly agitated, swiftly approached Li Jiao. The speed of his approach caused the already cautious Ling Shi to instinctively envelop Li Jiao in his arms. Retreating quickly as he withdrew, Ling Nuo and Li Shi moved to block the chief's advance, their eyes sharp and watchful. The atmosphere grew tense. The village chief paused, realizing his sudden movement had caused a misunderstanding, and quickly clarified, "Esteemed guests, I mean no harm." Ling Shi retorted, "How can we trust you?" As he spoke, he took another step back, his expression grave. The eerie silence of the place was unsettling, that if one were to commit a heinous act, this would indeed be a fitting location. In that instant, Ling Shi's mind conjured several escape plans. Seeing their skepticism, the village chief's gaze fell upon Li Jiao, still cradled in Ling Shi's embrace. "Madam, you mentioned feeling a sense of familiarity here. Correct?" The abruptness of the situation left Li Jiao dazed. Yet she answered truthfully, "Yes, I felt an immediate warmth upon arriving, and it grows stronger the further I go. The atmosphere here comforts both my body and soul." Indeed, it is the blessing of the tree god. The one we have awaited has finally arrived." The elderly chief suddenly knelt, his knees touching the ground as he fervently bowed towards a certain direction. This unexpected act left Li Jiao and her companions astounded, while the old chief's tears streamed down his face as he prostrated himself. Observing the fervent elder, Li Jiao tilted her head and remarked, "Ling Shi, the chief doesn't seem like a villain. Let us remain cautious and observe for now." Li Jiao opened her mouth, intending to request that he release her, but the man's serious expression suggested he was prepared for any sudden changes. Ling Nuo interjected, "What do you mean by tree god? Who is it that awaits?" The village chief wiped his tears with his sleeve, rising to face Li Jiao with excitement. "The tree god is an ancient tree that protects our village, with a history spanning several millennia. You can see that the women in our village, what you refer to as females, are plentiful. Ages ago, during a tumultuous upheaval in the star domain, the tree god safeguarded our village, ensuring its continuation. However, 300 years ago, the tree god began to show signs of decline. Its main branches withered suddenly, leaving us in a state of panic. Soon, we noticed our lives deteriorating. Hunting became a trivial matter compared to the fact that outsiders began encroaching upon our village." Ling Shi nodded. "It is true that your village was only detected 300 years ago. We initially presumed it was due to your remote location, but it seems this was the underlying reason. No wonder you were so reluctant to leave your home." The village chief continued. Shortly thereafter, the tree god conveyed a message, stating that its time was limited. If a person who feels a sense of familiarity were to appear, that would be the one it awaited. "Are you implying that you do not feel this familiarity?" The chief shook his head. Such mysticism left Ling Shi and the others astonished, yet Li Jiao found it somewhat acceptable. After all, given her own experience with traversing worlds, the existence of a tree god seemed rather plausible to Li Jiao queried. What if I am not the one you seek? The village chief replied, whether you are or not will be revealed when we stand before the ancient tree. Li Jiao glanced at Ling Shi, who nodded in agreement. She acquiesced. Very well. The village chief beamed with delight. Follow me. As Li Jiao was held by Ling Shi, she felt his grip loosen, yet a larger hand enveloped her right hand. Just as she attempted to break free, the man beside her swiftly leaned down, his warm breath whispering in her ear, Do not trust everything he says. For your safety, I will keep you close and evacuate at the first sign of danger. Ling Shi's handsome face was uncomfortably close, causing Li Jiao, who was already blushing, to feel her cheeks heat further. She could sense her heart racing even faster than when she was in his embrace. And she instinctively shifted her head, softly responding. Ling Shi noticed her subtle movements, suppressing a smile, his expression serious as he focused ahead, as if the exchange was merely a precaution against being overheard by the village chief. Ling Nuo and Li Shi turned back, their gazes falling on the hand held by the M.A.N. Li Jiao stiffened. Ling Shi's gaze swept over the two as they continued to follow the village chief. Both turned simultaneously, their thoughts echoing. I too wish to hold hands. They followed the village chief for a considerable distance, their expressions growing increasingly tense, yet Li Jiao sensed something calling to her from ahead. Here we are, as the village chief spoke. The area before them suddenly opened up. The four stared in astonishment at the contrasting scenes of vitality and desolation. Before them lay a landscape of decay, while behind them thrived a vibrant forest. At the center of the barren ground stood a massive, withered willow tree. Its trunk appeared nearly dead, with only a few scattered green shoots among the drooping branches. Li Jiao's eyes widened in amazement. Such a tree could only exist in tales of cultivation, something that could only be achieved by sentient flora. The village chief claimed this tree had existed for millennia, and she believed him. The sight left Ling Shi and the others equally astounded. A tree of such magnitude was unheard of that a gentle breeze swept by, causing the numerous willow branches to sway. Yet one fully green branch moved against the wind, approaching Li Jiao and her companions. You have returned, that a soft sigh echoed, and Li Jiao looked around, yet saw no other women present. Her movements caught the attention of the three. Jiao, what are you searching for? Before she could respond, the gentle voice continued. I thought I would never see you again. It seems you are doing quite well now. Who is speaking? Ling Nuo tensed, his body rigid as he scanned the surroundings. Jiao, there is no one here. No one. Li Jiao felt perplexed, but in the next moment, a strange force enveloped her, lifting her feet off the ground. The abrupt change paled her complexion as she screamed in terror. Help me. Ling Shi, Ling Nuo, and Li Shi reached out simultaneously to grasp her, only to find a barrier separating them from her. Their expressions changed drastically, just as they prepared to harness their elemental power. They witnessed Li Jiao being pulled directly towards the willow tree. Jiao. Two white tigers and a lion appeared in an instant, racing forward to Li Jiao, now enveloped, transitioned from fear to astonishment. What did you just say? Chapter 43, Master. You are my master. Master. You are my master. Li Jiao shook her head instinctively. How is that possible? The village chief said you have existed for millennia. I am merely an 18-year-old human. It matters not whether you believe it. What is indisputable is that you are my master, for you possess the ability to heal all things that are in this world. Only you have such a gift. The ability to heal all things? Could it be referring to divine power? Jiao. The urgent calls brought Li Jiao back to reality, and she turned to see the two white tigers and the lion now below her, all gazing at her with concern. They bear the aura of a master. Yes, they are my family. That it is truly wonderful that the master has a family, yet it is regrettable that Xiao Lu cannot accompany you any longer. However, it suffices for me to once again see the master. I am already quite content. For reasons unknown, despite her disbelief in the words spoken, Li Jiao's heart ached inexplicably, and tears brimmed in her eyes, cascading down her cheeks. Bewildered, Li Jiao suddenly felt herself descending, gently landing on the ground after a moment that a soft, affectionate voice echoed once more, Master, I am relieved to see you are well. Xiao Lu can no longer be by your side. Li Jiao glanced up and beheld the once verdant willow branch visibly turning yellow. Her heart tightened abruptly, and before she could comprehend, she found herself running towards the willow tree to no, do not go. I cannot bear to see you perish. Yes, she did not wish for her to die. Though she remained unaware of the reasons behind this conviction, her heart insisted that she could not allow her to die. Master, do not weep. Xiao Lu is very happy. The green of the branch was nearly entirely replaced by yellow, and Li Jiao's hand had already grazed the tree's surface. What joy is there in this? If you are so happy, why not strive to live? Live for me. Li Jiao radiated a shimmering white light, and the three figures behind her had reverted to their human forms. Ling Nuo attempted to approach, only to find himself repelled by an invisible barrier. Watching the delicate figure before the colossal tree, an overwhelming sense of helplessness engulfed all three, that they had believed themselves strong enough, only to discover that they were utterly powerless to alleviate her suffering. Forced to witness her anguish, Elisher struck the transparent barrier with all his might, only to recoil in pain, blood spilling from his mouth as he roared, "Damn it!" Ling Nuo experienced a similar fate. Realizing that even his SS-level abilities could not make a dent in the barrier, Ling Shi tried as well, but the outcome was the same. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he clenched his fists, realizing the gravity of their predicament had surpassed his expectations, that we can only wait now. Remember, the moment the barrier opens, take Jiu away. Understood. Meanwhile, the village chief, already at the barrier, knelt in prayer. Under the willow tree, the familiar sensation of dizziness washed over Li Jiao as she bit down hard on her lip, instinctively knowing that if she relinquished her grip, the willow would surely perish. Soon, a double vision emerged before her, yet Li Jiao gritted her teeth and persisted. The encroaching darkness caused her form to sway slightly, and she resolutely bit her lip, urging herself to endure. Her trembling caused the hearts of the three nearby to simultaneously quake. Their gazes fixed intently on her. The intensity of Li Jiao's swaying increased, and at that moment, she was on the brink of unconsciousness, yearning to let go, but a voice within her insisted that doing so would lead to regret. Summoning her dwindling willpower, she clung fiercely to her resolve. Yet the darkness thickened, and ultimately, she could no longer hold on, collapsing face down onto the exposed roots of the willow tree. The blood on her lips vanished the instant it made contact with the roots. Amidst the horrified gazes of the three, the unconscious Li Jiao continued to emit a radiant white light. "Jiao Jiao! Jiao Jiao!" Three desperate cries echoed into the distance, while the village chief remained in stunned silence. Witnessing the unfolding events, time ticked away, and the three figures, seemingly tireless, also succumbed to the ground. Ling Nuo and Li Shi fell unconscious, spitting out blood. Ling Shi staggered to his feet, his focus solely on the radiant Li Jiao. Each time Jiao exerted herself to save them, she grew weaker. Even a few seconds of assistance required hours for her to recuperate. He could hardly fathom how she would fare after an hour had passed. But the fact that he and Ling Nuo were still alive indicated that Jiao remained as well. Channeling his strength, he gritted his teeth, his resolve unwavering. "Even if I die, I will bring you out." Crack, crack, crack. The faint sound of cracking echoed, and Ling Shi's expression turned wary as he scanned the surroundings. Soon, with keen eyes, he spotted the barrier before him beginning to shatter. His heart soared with hope. But in the next moment, the once indestructible barrier splintered into countless fragments, resembling a shower of starlight in the air. Yet, Ling Shi had no time to admire the beauty. He dashed towards Li Jiao. Suddenly, the massive willow tree disintegrated into dust, vanishing from top to bottom. The village chief watched this scene, tears streaming down his face. The deity of the tree was gone. The deity of the tree was gone. Amidst the swirling dust, Ling Shi paid no heed to the chief's sorrow. He was solely focused on swiftly taking Li Jiao away, regretting ever bringing her to this place. A tree. Upon reaching Li Jiao's side, Ling Shi looked up to see a small willow tree, glowing with an ethereal light, floating above Daiyan. The next moment, the sapling suddenly dove down, and Ling Shi thought, "This is bad," as he cradled Li Jiao in his arms. He launched an attack at the sapling, only to witness it deftly evade as if it possessed sentience, before flying into Li Jiao's forehead and vanishing. That a mark of the willow appeared on Li Jiao's forehead and then disappeared. In the next instant, Li Jiu, cradled in Ling Shi's arms, erupted with a brilliant light, the sudden brightness causing him to instinctively shut his eyes, that as he opened them again. Li Jiu was being lifted upwards by an irresistible force. Ling Shi quickly opened his eyes, disregarding the discomfort from the light, exclaiming, "Elemental power!" Multicolored elemental energies converged from all directions, akin to rivers merging into the sea, all funneling towards Li Jiu's body. Gradually, she ascended into the sky. As the elemental powers surged into her, creating a vortex around her that swept Ling Shi upwards into midair. Then, as if realizing that this person was not Li Jiu, he felt himself being forcefully propelled away by an overwhelming power. Yes, he had been flung away. Hurtling through the air, Ling Shi coughed up blood. Darkness engulfed him, and he reached out desperately to grasp that figure. Jiu. Ultimately, his arm fell limply, and Ling Shi's body plummeted to the ground like a kite severed from its string. Stirring up a cloud of dust. Chapter 44. Li Jiu felt shy, having been seen by the three. 2 months later, in the depths of a barren land, 2 handsome young men busied themselves in a makeshift kitchen. Ling Nuo skillfully prepared a meal, while Li Shi beside him baked a cake. That Li Shi carefully crafted the final flower decoration and stood up. "Ling Nuo, how does this look?" Ling Nuo examined it closely and nodded. "Much better than before." Ling Nuo's praise brought a smile to Li Shi's handsome face as he gingerly carried the small cake to the enormous cocoon suspended in the air, lifting it high. Jiu, this is the strawberry cake I made today." Ling Nuo commented. "It's nice. Would you like to taste it?" The cocoon remained as silent as ever, and the smile on Li Shi's face quickly faded. Concern filling his eyes that it had been 2 months. They had researched numerous ancient texts, but found no mention of a male or female ascending within 2 months. Throughout these 2 months, he had been immensely grateful that the Crown Prince and the 13th Prince had forged a bond with Jiu, which assured him of her continued existence. As long as she lived, he would wait for her. "Jiu, please awaken soon." Ling Nuo said you wanted a ride. The Crown Prince bought you a horse farm last time he returned. Ling Nuo stepped out with the meal, glancing at the cocoon before turning to Li Shi. "Let's eat first." "All right, coming." The two sat across from each other, and Ling Nuo's communicator buzzed. It was a video call from Ling Shi. As the call connected, Ling Shi's handsome face appeared, and Ling Nu expertly turned the camera towards the cocoon in the air. "Jiu hasn't awakened, yet did I understand that I will be there in 10 minutes. The camera flipped back, and Ling Nuo noticed Ling Shi's visibly haggard face, feeling a pang of sympathy that he could disregard the imperial capital, but his elder brother could not. After Jiu's ascension, he hurried back to the capital. And upon his return, he brought with him plans for the village's transformation, spearheaded by his elder brother. Moreover, his brother was personally overseeing the project, as it was Jiu's idea, allowing him to appear here openly. "This time, I can stay with Jiu for a few more days." Though Ling Shi's voice feigned tranquility, both Ling Nuo and Li Shi discerned the sorrow hidden within. Opening his mouth, Ling Nuo simply said, "We will wait for you." As the video call ended, silence enveloped the scene. The two continued to eat earnestly, preparing for the moment Jiu might awaken and require their assistance. 10 minutes later, a tall figure emerged from the woods, and Ling Shi and Li Shi immediately recognized him and stood up. "Elder brother, Your Highness, the Crown Prince." As Ling Shi traversed the woods with a smile, he suddenly halted, astonished by the countless green sprouts valiantly breaking through the parched earth. Looking up, he beheld a transformation. Everywhere he had previously seen desolation, vibrant sprouts now emerged, an aura of vitality enveloping the surroundings. This change was equally noted by Li Shi and Ling Nuo, who gazed in amazement at the miraculous scene. Meanwhile, Ling Shi, who had transformed into a white tiger and was racing towards them, observed the sprouts springing forth with uncanny speed. Yet he had no time to ponder the unnatural growth. His gaze was locked onto the cocoon above. Suddenly, crack, 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 the faint crackling sound gradually intensified, and a look of delight filled Ling Shi's eyes. Jiu was awakening. Ling Nuo and Li Shi shared the same excitement as they gazed at the luminous cocoon suspended in midair. Under the watchful eyes of the three, several fissures rapidly appeared on the surface of the enormous cocoon, soon spreading like a web across its entirety. They held their breath as, apart from the sound of the cracking cocoon, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Crack, 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 crack. As the final fissure converged, the entire cocoon shattered suddenly, scattering shards of light in all directions. These fragments refracted the sunlight, creating a multitude of tiny rainbows that intertwined, painting the sky in a vibrant spectrum. The remaining pieces that fell to the ground merged with the soil, instantly revitalizing the land, which blossomed with conspicuous flowers, revealing a floral expanse directly beneath the cocoon. However, the trio did not take a moment to appreciate this extraordinary beauty. Their gazes were fixated on the figure emerging as the countless shards dispersed. As the energy vortex in the air gradually faded, it unveiled a sprite with closed eyes. The sprite curled up, cradling her knees, her delicate face resting against them. Just then, her long lashes fluttered, and in the next moment, as the three held their breath, she opened her eyes, revealing a pair of bewildered, misty orbs that sparkled with innocence akin to that of an infant. That a blush quickly spread across the three handsome faces. For Legio was entirely unclothed. As Legio blinked awake, she soon regained her senses, recalling her desperate attempt to save the willow tree. But where was that willow? Habitually and instinctively, she released her grip and waved to the side, calling out for Ling Yan. That instant, Legio sensed something was amiss. A chill enveloped her, as if she were devoid of clothing. Looking down, she was met with the sight of her fair, unadorned body, which elicited a piercing scream. As she regained consciousness, the vortex of elemental energy beneath her began to dissipate, causing her to plummet swiftly, amplifying her cries that "Don't be afraid, Jiujing, Jiujing, we will catch you," came three familiar voices. Before Legio could process her thoughts, she felt a large hand encircle her waist, and in the next moment, warm clothing enveloped her body, followed by a tight embrace as she descended. The familiar scent calmed her racing heart, and when she looked up, she saw Lingxi's face, radiant with joy. Following that, Lingnua and Lisher's faces came into view. "Jiujing, you finally awoke," Lingnua exclaimed. "It's been 2 months, Jiujing. You're finally back," Lisher added. "Welcome back, Jiujing," Lingxi said, each voice laced with excitement. Yet, Legio could only scream, "Please don't look at me." At her words, all three handsome faces flushed simultaneously. Lingxi cleared his throat and remarked, "Jiujing hasn't eaten for 2 months. You should prepare something." "All right, we'll take care of it," Lingnua and Lisher replied, turning towards the kitchen, while Lingxi carried Legio towards the nearby house. With Lingxi holding her, Legio buried her hands in her scorching face, her body stiff with embarrassment, her thoughts spiraling into despair. How could this have happened? What transpired while she was unconscious? Understanding her shyness, Lingxi refrained from mentioning it, gently placing her in the bathtub. "Jiujing, you should wash up first. We can talk later." As he stood up, a delicate gift box appeared in his hand, which he placed down before exiting. Sensing Lingxi's departure, Legio opened her eyes, the scene resembling her initial arrival here. But how could this happen again? "Oh my!" The sudden emergence of hot water was followed by Lingxi's gentle inquiry. "Jiujing, is the water temperature all right?" In a flurry of panic, Legio replied, "It's perfect," after a brief pause, biting her lip to suppress her embarrassment. She asked Lingxi, "Could you please help me get some clothes?" The urgency in her voice made Lingxi chuckle softly, knowing well that his Jiujing was currently quite flustered. "The clothes are right beside the bathtub. You wash up first, and we'll wait for you outside." Chapter 45. Legio, blushing as she's carried into the bathroom. The distinct sound of footsteps echoed, gradually fading until it vanished. That Legio's gaze drifted to the bathtub side, where a delicate gift box lay quietly on the ground. Such thoughtful consideration eased her tension. Realizing that Lingxi had deliberately made those footsteps to comfort her, that Legio's body slid lower, leaving only her head exposed. Her cheeks flushed, her eyes shimmering. That, "Oh dear, the master is smitten." A playful and familiar voice chimed in, causing Legio to tense up, scanning her surroundings with vigilance. "Come out." As her words fell, a small willow tree floated forth from her brow. "Hi there, master. You are that enormous willow tree. What are you doing here?" The tiny willow twirled around, transforming into a petite, adorable girl, seemingly no older than 3. That the little girl hovered in midair, swinging her tiny legs, her cherubic face beaming with dimples. "Of course. I'm here because you willingly signed a contract with me, allowing me to be reborn, so now I can be by your side, master." "Sign a contract? When did this happen?" Legio pondered, struggling to recall. "Are you absolutely certain that I am your master?" Have you not mistaken someone else? Absolutely not. You are indeed Little Willow's master. Since my birth I have been with you. There is no way I could mistake you. The little girl spoke earnestly, her eyes fixed intently on Legio, glistening with tears, exuding an air of if you deny it, I will cry, though still a bit skeptical. Legio felt there was nothing for which the little one would hold a grudge. Perhaps what this little Willow said was indeed true. After all, she had inexplicably traversed into this world and inexplicably gained spiritual and so-called holy powers. None of this could be explained by science. Indeed, the limits of science lead to metaphysics. I understand now. Little Willow's eyes sparkled so. Does that mean you agree to let me accompany you? Will you leave if I decline? Of course not. So, did she truly have a choice? But you must tell me about yourself. All right. While Legio listened intently to Little Willow in the bathroom, Lingxi stood outside, observing the vibrant land, a flicker of light flashing in his eyes. After a brief pause, he stepped towards the kitchen that as Lingxi entered. He noticed two figures glance over simultaneously. Ling appeared behind Lingxi, failing to spot Legio. Brother, where's Jiujing? In the bathroom, Lingxi replied, his gaze sweeping over the various dishes prepared for Legio. Knowing that they had been waiting for her awakening. The thought of Jiujing bathing simultaneously crossed Lingao and Li Shi's minds, causing them to shudder involuntarily, images of Legio's unclothed form flashing in their heads. Heat surged to their noses and they froze in place. Lingxi, observing the two young men, discreetly adjusted his hand behind his back and cautioned, Jiujing is modest. Be mindful. Understood. The two quickly stifled their embarrassment, and soon the three engaged in casual conversation. Before long, a table laden with exquisite dishes appeared. Lingxi, noticing the still quiet door, stood up. But I'll go check. His words ignited a surge of restlessness in Lingnuo and Li Shi, who opened their mouths but said nothing. As Lingxi pushed open the door, Little Willow yawned. I'm still weak from my rebirth. I need some rest. Good night, master. Before she could finish, she closed her eyes, transforming back into a small willow tree and returning to Legio's brow. Legio, astonished, touched her forehead but felt nothing. Lingxi's ears perked up. Someone else was present. Startled, he wondered if someone had entered. He hastily approached the bathroom door, gently knocking. Jiujing, are you ready? Lingxi's voice prompted Legio to quickly gather her thoughts. Responding, not yet. Please hurry. The food is ready. You haven't eaten for 2 months, so you must be starving. The remark made Legio feel as though she were on the verge of starvation. All right, I'll be quick. As those words left her lips, she froze in place. What? I haven't eaten for 2 months. How have I survived? Countless questions flooded her mind, and she hastened her movements. 10 minutes later, Lingxi, waiting outside the room, heard footsteps approaching. Instantly straightening his tall frame against the wall, his gaze fell on the door as it slowly opened. Lingxi smiled and nodded. As expected, it suits you perfectly. The intricately designed pale pink princess dress accentuated Legio's already rosy complexion, lending her an even more radiant glow. The skirt fell just above her knees, perfectly revealing her fair, slender legs. That Lingxi's compliment deepened Legio's blush, her gaze flitting about, biting her lip as she softly murmured her thanks. Unbeknownst to her, her actions caused Lingxi's throat to constrict, his water-kissed lips appearing exceptionally alluring. Jiujing must be hungry. Follow me, he beckoned, stepping forward, allowing the surrounding scenery to unfold before Legio, who gasped in astonishment at the familiar surroundings. Before her lay vast expanses of withered memories. Yet at this moment, countless blossoms and tender grasses swayed gently in the breeze. What had transpired? Lingxi remarked, when you awaken, numerous tender shoots emerge from the ground. Transforming into this vibrant scene upon your return, Legio's mouth fell agape in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief. Did I ask this because of me? It can't be. Lingxi's gaze flickered momentarily. Perhaps it is due to the willow tree within you, as the peculiarities of this place initially stemmed from it. Were you conversing with it in the bathroom just now? Legio was taken aback that Lingxi knew this. She nodded. Yes, her name is Xiaolu, and she claims I am her master. Master? Lingxi frowned. After all, that willow tree was extraordinarily large. If the village chief's words held any truth, it had existed for millennia. The rumbling of her stomach intensified Legio's embarrassment. Lingxi reined in his thoughts and smiled. In this vast world, nothing is more important than food for Jiujing. Ling Nuo and Li Shi have already prepared a meal. amidst Li Jiu's anxious turmoil. She followed Lingxi to meet Li Shi and Ling Nuo. Jiu, you must be famished. Come, sit down. Ling Nuo greeted her, while Li Shi eagerly pulled out a chair, his gaze fixed on Li Jiu. Guided by Ling Nuo and Lingxi, Li Jiu settled into the chair Li Shi had prepared for her, which was gently pushed into a comfortable position. You haven't eaten in ages. Start with some porridge, he suggested. Chapter 46. A stirring restlessness, a bowl of fragrant vegetable porridge appeared before Li Jiu, and she swallowed hard. Ultimately, her biological urges prevailed over her rationality, and she dove into her meal with fervor. As the warm porridge filled her belly, she felt a wave of relaxation wash over her. Soon, the bowl lay empty in her hands, and she turned to Ling Nuo. I would like more, please. Ling Nuo chuckled. Considering your current state, it would be best for you to eat smaller portions more frequently to in the ensuing hours. Li Jiu truly grasped the concept of eating smaller meals more often. It was only after her fifth meal of the day that she finally felt satisfied. Setting down her utensils, she leaned back in her chair, contently narrowing her eyes. I am so full. To the three observers, her every movement resembled that of a satiated kitten, evoking an irresistible urge to pet her. Lingxi shared this sentiment, his hand instinctively moving to rest upon Li Jiu's head, fingers gently weaving through her dark, flowing hair, the silky texture causing his gaze to shimmer the sensation above her. Li Jiu uttered a soft, "Huh, is there something on my head?" Indeed, came the reply that a piece of grass. Suddenly, a stray blade appeared in Lingxi's palm, which he casually placed before Li Jiu. She nodded in gratitude. Thank you, no need for thanks, he replied. The noble prince's actions opened the eyes of Ling Nuo and Li Shi once more, as they exchanged glances, each perceiving the barely concealed excitement in the other's eyes. Unaware of their thoughts, Li Jiu learned from their earlier conversation that she had been unconscious for 2 months within a cocoon of light. It was no wonder she felt as though she had been starved upon awakening. Gazing at the structure above her, she was astonished to realize that these individuals had constructed a dwelling to watch over her during her slumber. I apologize for causing you concern, she suddenly said. At this, the three of them knelt before her in unison. What are you doing? Please rise. Startled, Li Jiu hurriedly attempted to pull them up, but they remained unmoved. Ling Nuo expressed remorse. It is my fault you had to endure such an ordeal. Had I not suggested coming here, you would not have faced this. Li Shi clenched his fists, the feeling of powerlessness etched in his memory. Did I share the blame as well? The three wore expressions of guilt, prompting Li Jiu to wave her hands vigorously. No, you are not at fault. Please, get up. Reaching out once more, she found them still unmoving. With a determined glare, she bent her knees, and 3 hands appeared beneath her, steadying her. Jiu, you cannot kneel. 3 distinct presences enveloped her, and at that moment, Li Jiu realized she could discern each unique aura with clarity. As they supported her, she found herself no more than 10 centimeters from them, allowing her to perceive the deep-seated fatigue in their eyes, which could not be concealed. Her heart quivered. They were deeply worried for her. 2 months felt like a mere nap for her, while they had spent each day fretting over her well-being. Had she been selfish? Instinct had driven her to save Xiaolu, without considering the danger she had thrust upon Lingxi and Ling Nuo. Despite this, they bore no resentment, only guilt for her predicament. Tears welled in her eyes. Realizing how unworthy she was of their devotion, I am so sorry. I only thought of myself, never considering how intertwined our fates are, placing you in harm's way. I am truly sorry. Overcome with emotion, Li Jiu's sobs tightened the hearts of the 3. Lingxi, who held her above, rose and embraced her tightly. Jiu, do not cry. At the same time, he awkwardly yet gently wiped her tears away. Ling Nuo and Li Shi hurriedly rose, their eyes filled with concern for the tear-stained Li Jiu, their hearts aching for her. Ling Nuo softly coaxed, Jiu, if you stop crying, I will make you those delightful little cakes you love. You can have as many as you want. Li Shi quickly added, I can cook as well. Do you prefer strawberry or banana flavor? Their words drew Li Jiu's attention, and she wondered why they were so kind to her. Because you are Jiu. Ling Nuo's simple declaration caused Li Jiu's tears to flow even more profusely. She was at a loss for words, her tears soaking Lingxi's chest. Lingxi gently patted her back, murmuring, Jiu, please don't cry. It pains us to see you like this. Li Jiu's gaze softened. realizing that in her previous life, she must have done something good to be blessed with their presence at the end of her journey. Meeting you has been the happiest moment of my life. Meeting you, Jiao, has been the happiest moment of ours, they chorused at Lingxi's eyes brimmed with tenderness. He could not allow her to continue crying. The scenic area you proposed is already under construction. Really? Her tear-filled eyes widened in surprise that Li Jiao was astonished. She had merely suggested the place due to its rare beauty, never imagining that the creation of a scenic area would require immense resources and effort. Moreover, she was uncertain whether such scenery would even appeal to the Empire's citizens that is it happening so soon. Shouldn't there be a thorough investigation first? Lingxi lowered his gaze, observing that despite her swollen eyes still brimming with tears. She was now worrying about the Empire's interest that a smile crept across his lips. Professional surveying teams have already conducted assessments, and it is feasible. Given the unique demographics of this area and the exceptional natural waterfall that is rare throughout the Empire, we will develop this place into a resort. Although the tree spirit has vanished, the villagers remain unwilling to leave. Thus, we must resolve the issue at its source. Nodding in agreement, Li Jiao replied, "That sounds wonderful. This place, watched over by Xiaolu for millennia, must hold special significance for her. Ensuring the residents are settled will surely bring her joy." Beside her, Ling Nua's eyes flickered. This area was not developed by the Empire at all. When my brother returned to the imperial capital and proposed this matter, unsurprisingly, he was met with rejection from the financial department's old men. Building a scenic area in a desolate land is, in their view, utterly infeasible. However, my brother did not linger on this. He approached Oya, that I am not sure how he managed it, but he convinced Oya. Nat to invest. Li Jiao calmed down. She glanced at the damp patch on Lingxi's chest, her cheeks flushing crimson. She had just been weeping in his embrace, and now felt embarrassed. "I'm sorry for getting your clothes dirty. I will wash them for you later." Noticing Li Jiao gradually returning to her usual self, and understanding her modesty, Lingxi reluctantly set the soft, delicate figure down gently. Once he confirmed that she was steady on her feet, he slowly released her and asked, "Would you like to see the changes in the village?" Li Jiao's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly nodded. "Yes, I would love to." Chapter 47. Silken Skin. Soon after, the three, having tidied themselves, glanced back at the place where they had spent 2 memorable months. Bored, Li Jiao suddenly felt a surge of childlike joy and began chasing after butterflies, her laughter ringing like silver bells. The sound of her laughter drew the attention of the three, their eyes filled with warmth. Jiao, come here." Ling Nua waved his hand. "That I'm coming." Amidst a field adorned with blossoms, the breathtaking maiden ran swiftly, her skirt held high. Her face was aglow with joy as 3 imposing figures awaited her ahead. As the woman drew closer, the 3 men instinctively surrounded her. Before long, the 4 silhouettes vanished into the vast expanse of grass that Li Jiao traversed the woods. Her eyes sparkled with increasing brightness. Although merely 2 months had passed, everything before her appeared as if it belonged to another world. That moment, countless workers were diligently laboring, with many local villagers assisting, creating an atmosphere of harmony. The village chief, who was overseeing the work, suddenly fixed his gaze. Upon recognizing Li Jiao protected by the 3 men, his eyes lit up with joy, and his stooped figure hurriedly approached her. After bowing respectfully, he nervously inquired, "My lady Li Jiao, may I ask about the tree god?" Since that day, the area behind has been designated a forbidden zone, and no one but these 3 may approach. Thus, I have been waiting for you to awaken. On that day, not only had Lingxi witnessed the small willow tree flying into Li Jiao's brow, but he had also seen it himself, that he was certain that it was indeed the tree god. Faced with the elder's hopeful gaze, Li Jiao felt at a loss for words. After entering a pact with the small willow, it would always accompany her. Yet, the tree god was the spiritual belief of this village. Suddenly, a halo appeared in Li Jiao's hand, and in the next moment, a small willow sapling materialized. "Master, please instruct him to plant this sapling in my original spot," came the weak voice of the small willow. Concerned, Li Jiao asked, "Small willow, how are you?" "I'm fine, just resting a bit. This place holds special significance for both of us, so I will leave a fragment of myself here, just in case." That Li Jiao gazed at the remarkable sapling in her hand. Was this a fragment of the small willow? Meanwhile, the village chief's eyes were glued to the sapling. Trembling with excitement, that Ligio stepped forward and handed the sapling to the village chief, conveying the small willow's message. Village chief, you may plant it in its original spot. Tears filled the village chief's aged eyes, and in the next moment, he knelt on the ground, raising the sapling with reverence, exclaiming, "The tree god still lives. The tree god has not abandoned us." His cries drew the attention of numerous villagers, who, upon seeing the sapling in the old chief's hands, all knelt in unison, shouting, "The tree god still lives." The villagers' joyful cries attracted even more people, and as everyone beheld the luminous willow in the chief's hands, regardless of age or gender, they knelt down, fervently calling out, "The tree god still lives." At this moment, hope filled everyone's eyes, a hope for the future. Such was the power of faith. This scene left Ligio in a state of shock, lingering in her mind even after she entered the carriage. "Drink some water." A pink thermos appeared before Ligio, interrupting her thoughts. Returning her gaze, she saw Ling Shi crouching beside her, holding the incongruous pink thermos in his large hand. She reached out to take the cup, saying, "Thank you. Shall we head home directly?" The mention of home warmed the hearts of the three present. Ling Shi's deep gaze brimmed with tenderness as his lips curved into a smile. "Ligio, do you have a place you wish to visit? Wherever you wish to go, we shall accompany you." Ligio shook her head. "No, after being out for so long, I wish to return." Although she was curious about the outside world, the familiar surroundings provided her with a greater sense of security. Compared to the disdainful gazes and vile words outside, even a storeroom felt like a sanctuary. "Did I want to go back? Is that all right?" The longing in Ligio's eyes stirred something within Ling Shi's heart. "Very well. Then we shall return home." After several hours of travel, the familiar castle came into view. The car came to a gentle stop at the castle's entrance, and as Ligio alighted, the comforting surroundings brought her peace of mind. Her gaze swept across the woods, the grass, and the castle. At that moment, every blade of grass and tree felt extraordinarily dear to her. Slowly closing her eyes and opening her arms, she absorbed everything around her. Looking up, she could clearly see the stains on the roof tiles. Looking down, she could discern the patterns of the leaves blown by the wind at her feet, vividly appearing in her mind. She opened her eyes in astonishment and looked down. Indeed, she found a leaf beneath her feet. Bending down to pick it up, she realized it bore an identical pattern to the one that had just appeared in her mind. "What is this, Ligio? What is wrong?" Ling Shi, who was busy moving things, looked at her with confusion. Ligio turned and recounted her earlier experience. Ling Nuo hurriedly set down what he was carrying. "Ligio, try to sense again." Ling Shi asked, "What is happening?" As Ligio described her findings once more, a flicker of surprise crossed Ling Shi's eyes as he pointed in a direction. "Ligio, try directing your focus that way." Ligio nodded and closed her eyes again. Upon reopening them, she shared what she saw, leaving the three men in awe. She estimated that she could see approximately 100 meters ahead. Even penetrating through buildings and the ground, the mental energy could achieve this. Ling Shi said gravely, looking at Ligio, "This must remain a secret." Ligio was equally astonished by her newfound ability. What was happening? Could this be akin to the divine consciousness spoken of in cultivation tales? "Understood," she replied. The atmosphere grew tense, and just then, a chubby voice piped up, "What is the big deal? This is merely one of the Master's basic abilities." In the next moment, a white light flickered at Ligio's brow, and to the astonished gazes of the three men, a willow tree shot forth from her forehead. In an instant, a 3-year-old girl, yawning, appeared. The small willow scanned her surroundings and darted towards Ligio. "Master, is this your home? It's a bit small." Taken aback by the unexpected arrival, Ligio glanced around. Was this considered small? It's a bit small, but it has its merits. The elemental energy here is somewhat weak, which is not conducive for your recovery. I will help you adjust it. As soon as the small willow finished speaking, she zipped towards the woods that Ligio favored. The four quickly followed suit. As the small willow approached, they were astonished to see the ordinary trees slightly bowing, as if welcoming their queen. The childlike form vanished, and a colossal willow tree appeared, its roots swiftly burrowing into the ground. With the swaying of countless branches, colorful stones materialized from thin air, then seemed to possess a will of their own as they dove into the earth, disappearing in an instant. Soon after, torrents of elemental energy converged from all directions, merging into the trunk of the willow tree before vanishing without a trace. "All right, The humanoid small willow stretched lazily as she emerged from the trunk, leaving the three men astonished at the transformation of the elemental energy. Is it trapping the elemental energy? They wondered. Meanwhile, Li Jiu rushed to embrace the small willow. Instinctively, she reached out and pinched the small willow's soft, plump face. The tangible sensation caught her off guard. Why had she suddenly done that? However, the delightful feeling made her reluctant to let go, and she curiously remarked, "Small willow, your skin is as tender and smooth as a freshly shelled egg." Such a real sensation. Chapter 48. The Union of Male and Female. Master likes them with her face pinched. The small willow sighed helplessly. "Master, after all these years, you still enjoy pinching my cheeks?" Did Li Jiu chuckled awkwardly, retracting her hand. "Did I ask that so? It must be because you are simply too adorable." The small willow fully understood her master's fondness and turned her gaze to the two white tigers beside them, then to the lion. The bloodline of the lion is somewhat lacking. After uniting with the master, while the next generation's bloodline may not be high, it will not be a detriment. However, there are indeed too few of them. "Master, Upon hearing the small willow's shocking statement, Li Jiu quickly covered her mouth with her hand, blushing furiously, unable to meet the eyes of Ling Shi and the others. Meanwhile, the expressions of Ling Shi and the others turned serious, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Clearing her throat, Li Jiu interjected, "Children say silly things. We cannot take them seriously. Well, I will take the small willow to explore the castle. You all carry on." Before she could finish, Li Jiu dashed away, quickly retreating to her room and shutting the door, exhaling heavily. Looking at the small willow in her arms, she gently poked her fingertip against the small willow's forehead. "Small willow, please refrain from saying such things in the future. It's terribly embarrassing." The small willow chuckled at Li Jiu's flushed cheeks. "Master, are you shy? Could it be that you haven't united with them yet?" "Small willow," Li Jiu exclaimed in exasperation, and just as she shouted, the small willow's body soared into the air. "Master, why are you so shy? The union of male and female is an inevitable matter. Besides, Master likes them, does she not? I can sense your feelings. Certainly, if the Master is dissatisfied with them, I can certainly find others for you. Does she like them?" As soon as this thought crossed her mind, Li Jiu's delicate face flushed crimson. Suddenly, Xiao Lu flew closer, her face nearly touching Li Jiu's. "Master, do you require me to find a few males with potent bloodlines? Oh, isn't this one already quite strong in terms of bloodline?" Before Li Jiu could inquire further, she was pushed out the door by Xiao Lu. "Xiao Lu, stop pushing me," Li Jiu protested. "This individual's bloodline power is quite decent. The master might want to take a look." Xiao Lu insisted that Li Jiu attempted to move aside but found herself unable to budge even an inch. Thus, propelled by Xiao Lu, she arrived at the entrance. Just as they reached the doorway, Xiao Lu, who was floating in midair, fell directly into Li Jiu's embrace. Upon raising her head once more, Li Jiu beheld a vehicle adorned with a royal insignia slowly coming to a stop at the entrance. Ling Shi, Ling Nuo, and Li Shi were all bowing towards the gradually opening car door. Li Jiu's curiosity piqued. Who could it be? Her gaze instinctively drifted to the open door, only to collide with a pair of profoundly deep eyes. Those eyes seemed to possess a magnetic allure, drawing Li Jiu's entire attention. Xiao Lu sensed something unusual. "Master," she called out, breaking Li Jiu's trance and prompting her to quickly avert her gaze, her heart pounding with trepidation. What an intimidating gaze, she thought. Just as Li Jiu diverted her eyes, a tall, striking figure emerged from the vehicle. His elegant white hair bore a resemblance to Ling Shi's, and his features, coupled with the same eye color, unmistakably hinted at his identity. "Greetings, Uncle Wang," the trio chorused in unison. The newly disembarked Enshizin responded with a gentle yet his gaze fixated on Li Jiu, who was cradling a child at the entrance. He strode forward to a distance of about 1 meter, performing a respectful bow. "Greetings, Lady Li Jie, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Enshizin. You may also call me Zine." His introduction caused Ling Shi and the others to hold their breaths, as they simultaneously recalled the words of the tree spirit, indicating that their bloodlines seemed to be unsatisfactory to each other. It was evident that he intended to find an even purer bloodline male for Jiu Jiu. And with both his parents being white tigers, his bloodline was indeed more refined compared to theirs. Would Jiu Jiu be inclined to accept Li Jiao, oblivious to the trio's concerns, felt a flicker of uncertainty. Xin, is that too intimate a way to address him? As a royal uncle to Ling Shi and the others, she felt it inappropriate to call him, so Li Jiao resolved to follow Ling Shi's lead. Responding, "Greetings, Uncle Wang, I am Li Jiao. It is a pleasure to meet you." The title caused a glimmer to flicker in Xi's eyes, while Ling Shi and the others breathed a sigh of relief. The male's invitation for the female to address him by name signified his affection towards her. This notion was something Ling Shi and the others had never broached with Li Jiao, and it appeared that this unspoken rule regarding such matters would need to be communicated to her for the sake of clarity. Had he been rejected? Had he miscalculated? Or was it a scheme? Xi's white hair swayed gently, and the alluring light in his peach blossom eyes sparkled as he gazed upon Li Jiao's petite figure, finding her even more intriguing than rumored. "Hello," he greeted, his penetrating gaze causing Li Jiao to feel a bit uncomfortable, prompting her to shy away. The trio swiftly approached from behind, with Ling Shi obstructing Xi's line of sight. "What brings you here, Uncle Wang?" Ling Shi inquired. With his view obstructed, Xi's turned his attention to Ling Shi, noting the smile on his face, but perceiving the underlying wariness in his eyes. He glanced back. He realized that Li Jiao's presence was entirely concealed, that a playful smile crossed his lips as he thought, how tightly they guard her. Are they so worried I might steal her away? This smile caused Ling Shi to feel a pang of anxiety. What were his intentions? "I happened to pass by and learned that you had returned, so I came to pay a visit," Xi's explained, not uttering a falsehood that he had indeed stopped by out of curiosity when he realized they were back. After all, Ling Nuo had been missing for 2 months, and while Ling Shi appeared from time to time, he often ventured to remote locations, though he claimed to be developing a scenic area. One had to wonder what kind of tourist attraction warranted such frequent visits from a prince of the empire. The reason was clear. It was all because of the female named Li Jiao. Her sudden appearance was striking. Although she was a rare female akin to one from a millennium ago, her abilities were even more extraordinary that he had inadvertently stumbled upon a mysterious organization decades ago, where he overheard researchers discussing such abilities that a flicker of intensity crossed his eyes as he recalled the countless females who were treated as experimental subjects, suffering countless casualties. After escaping, he had led an army to eradicate that organization, only to find it deserted. Thus, he suspected that this Li Jiao might be a creation of that very organization, that he had longed to see her in person, yet his busy schedule had prevented him from doing so. Thus, when he could not see her, he resorted to employing others to probe her situation, which was why he had supported the charade of Lei Yin's supposed death. After all, losing a general meant losing military power. If their objective was to seize control of the empire, they would certainly not spare him, for he was one of the 2 wielders of military authority in the empire. Therefore, he had to remain vigilant. What a coincidence, Ling Shi mused, perplexed but refraining from voicing his thoughts. Instead, he smiled and said, "Thank you for your concern, Uncle Wang." Xi's nodded, his gaze sweeping over Ling Shi and Ling Nuo's faces. "Excellent. You seem to have recovered well. Seeing you all well puts my mind at ease that I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." That he then turned to Li Jiao. "Lady Li Jiao, I apologize for the sudden intrusion." Li Jiao waved her hands hurriedly. No, it's quite all right, and I will have someone deliver a token of apology. That there's no need for that. You are too kind," Xi's responded. His visit was brief, and even though Li Jiao had declined, the promised token of apology soon arrived. A colossal gift box containing a set of exquisite jewelry that appeared before Li Jiao's eyes. Though she was not familiar with such items, she could tell at a glance that they were exceedingly valuable. 5 such lavish boxes arrived, leaving Li Jiao in wonder. Was the royal family truly this affluent? Could a mere apology be so extravagant? Ling Shi's gaze flickered as he observed the jewelry on the table, realizing that his uncle had indeed taken a keen interest in Jiao. "Ling Shi, why don't you help me return these? They are far too luxurious," Li Jiao urged. "Very well," Ling Shi replied. Chapter 49. Ling Shi's assertion of authority that evening. In a certain chamber, Xi's surveyed the jewelry returned to him on the table, while his assistant swallowed nervously. "Has this been rejected, my lord?" "You mean the Crown Prince personally delivered it?" The assistant nodded vigorously. "Indeed, the Crown Prince just placed it on your desk." "Huh. He is declaring his claim over me." Xi's chuckled, his resonant laughter causing the assistant to tense involuntarily, sensing that his lord was displeased. "Leave," Xi's commanded, Waving his hand, it was no wonder that Ling Shi would come by to assert his claim. Gifting jewelry to a female signified romantic interest and pursuit, indicating that Ling Shi was quite taken. The next day, he planned to use the incident of the misplaced jewelry as an excuse to visit and further probe. As for the females, he had yet to encounter one who stirred his heart. Li Jiu remained blissfully unaware of the situation regarding the jewelry, as she was lost in delightful dreams. Meanwhile, the diminutive form of Xiao Lu had quietly floated to midair, her deep gaze fixed on the peacefully slumbering Li Jiu. Master, in this lifetime, you must find happiness. As for the rest, allow Xiao Lu to assist you. As she spoke, Xiao Lu began to revert to her willow tree form. A slender branch extended from the small willow tree, gently tapping Li Jiu's forehead. An intricate and peculiar pattern emerged on Li Jiu's brow, while the branch that touched her forehead acted like a conduit, channeling vast amounts of energy downward, visibly draining Xiao Lu's strength. As this energy flowed into Li Jiu, her body began to levitate off the ground. A kaleidoscope of elemental energies converged from the forest beneath the towering willow, creating a significant disturbance that caught the attention of Ling Shi and the others. They rushed to the entrance of Li Jiu's room, with Li Shi arriving first and knocking on the door. Jiu. The lack of response deepened Li Shi's frown. Ling Shi opened the door and was met with a sight of vibrant elemental energies streaming into Li Jiu's room, causing a wave of concern to wash over him. After all, Jiu had only recently absorbed a substantial amount of elemental power 2 months prior, though he had not yet had the chance to assess her level. The emergence of this new ability indicated a definite enhancement. Could her body withstand yet another surge in such a short span? As the door swung open, the trio's gazes locked with the floating Xiao Lu. Ling Nuo attempted to enter, but found a transparent barrier at the threshold. Just as it had been 2 months prior, an overwhelming sense of helplessness washed over Ling Nuo as he fixed a piercing stare at Xiao Lu. What have you done to Jiu? Ling Shi's brow furrowed, his expression frosty. Please allow us to enter. Li Shi began to gather elemental energy in his palms. Xiao Lu observed their expressions closely, her once innocent eyes now filled with the weight of experience. Your master is in the midst of an ascension. She cannot be disturbed. Do you wish to grow stronger? Naturally, we do. What is the price we must pay? Ling Shi inquired. I require your eternal loyalty to the master. You must never betray her. Xiao Lu's gaze was profound, her distant memories rendering her expression increasingly austere. She would not allow the past to repeat itself. Her master must live a healthy and joyful life. And as for those individuals, they should not even think about it. The overwhelming intent to kill left the 3 individuals frozen in place, their faces stricken with terror as they beheld the 3-year-old child before them. The child uttered frigid words. If you are unwilling, keep your distance from my master and never provoke us again. Leave Jiu? Absolutely not. We are naturally willing. The 3 responded without a hint of hesitation, prompting Xiao Lu to nod. Though your talents are mediocre, you possess a pure heart. Remember to seize every opportunity to grow stronger, for your future enemies will be formidable. Should they discover that my master still exists in this world, they will stop at nothing to seize her. Currently, you are but ants in their presence. Her resounding words made the 3 shudder. The composed Ling Shi bowed to Xiao Lu, asking, do you have a way to enhance our strength? After all, their talents were not deemed lacking within the entire star domain. Yet advancement would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. Naturally, as long as you are willing to endure hardship, Xiao Lu replied, I can too. Xiao Lu nodded. Very well. Time slipped by quietly, and when Li Jiu awoke once more, she was surprised to find it already noon. Glancing at the time, she exclaimed in shock, Heavens, how is it so late? Why hasn't Ling Nuo called me? Last night, she had received word from Oya Kun Sha that she would be visiting today. Surely she hadn't already arrived, had she? In her flurry, Li Jiu rose, unaware that Xiao Lu, who had slept alongside her the previous night, was no longer present. Indeed, Oya Kun Sha had arrived, accompanied not only by her, but also by In Shida Zayan, the 2 appearing in succession, in the living room. Oya Kun Sha could no longer divert her gaze from the man who had just entered. Suppressing her inner elation, she displayed her noble upbringing and greeted In Shida Zayan. Lord Zayan, it has been a while. In Shida Zayan nodded. Lady Oya Kun Sha, I hope you are well. After speaking, He quickly turned his gaze towards Ling Shi, inquiring, "Is Lord Li Jiu not present? I came to apologize for the mistaken gift sent by my subordinate yesterday." Ling Shi's eyes flickered. "So the jewelry from yesterday was a mistake made by my uncle's assistant?" My uncle did not take a liking to Jiu. Had he known yesterday, Ling Shi would have felt elated, but now he felt quite the opposite. Last night, Xiao Lu had made it clear that she would seek out an unlimited number of exceptional males for her master. She instructed them to pay heed to males who were pure in body and mind. Moreover, Xiao Lu had specifically named N Shidazayan due to his pure bloodline. Her exact words were that an excellent and pure-blooded male would yield a better next generation. Given that his uncle possessed both qualities, he was, at present, the most familiar, yet suitable choice. That it was not uncommon for an uncle and nephew to share a wife, but as a male, one naturally would not wish for their wife to be known by many. However, it now appeared there was no choice in the matter. Ling Shi's gaze flickered strangely, and Shidazayan, puzzled, touched his face, asking, "What is wrong? Is there something on my face?" "Oh yeah," Kun Sha reassured him. "Lord Zayan, fear not. There is nothing on your face, and your handsome countenance remains as striking as ever." She clasped her rapidly beating heart, never having imagined she would have such close contact with Lord Zayan. "Li Jiu, you truly are my lucky star." "Oh yeah." Kun Sha's fervent and unabashed gaze prompted Shidazayan to glance at her. Did this female truly have an interest in him? Alas, he had no inclination towards females. Rising, Shidazayan asked, "Is it inconvenient for Lady Li Jiu? If so, I shall visit another day." Chapter 50. Do you fancy the crown prince? Upon arriving, Li Jiu overheard Shidazayan's words and wondered if they pertained to the gift that had been returned yesterday. Although returning a gift is generally considered impolite, it had indeed been excessively extravagant. The sound of Li Jiu's footsteps drew the attention of the three in the living room, and they turned to see her standing at the door. Clad in a light gray tracksuit, her hair casually tied in a high ponytail, exuding vitality. Ling Shi's eyes lit up as he rose. "Jiu, you are awake." And Shidazayan stood and bowed. "Lady Li Jiu, I hope you are well. It is good to see you again. Oh yeah." Kun Sha, however, sprang up and rushed forward to embrace Li Jiu, exclaiming, "Ah, Li Jiu, I have finally seen you." Li Jiu, taken aback by the embrace, thought, "Is this Miss Oyu a bit too familiar?" Unbeknownst to her, upon waking, "Oh yeah." Kun Sha had seen the flowers Li Jiu had sent her, upon hearing her father mention that Li Jiu had been thrust into the spotlight due to her actions. "Oh yeah." Kun Sha was touched that Li Jiu bore no resentment, and was the first to come visit her. Such sincerity endeared her to Oh yeah. Kun Sha. Moreover, her father had remarked that Li Jiu was someone worth befriending. Having regarded Li Jiu as a friend, Oh yeah, Kun Sha had been eager to meet her again after being informed on multiple occasions that Li Jiu was unavailable. Now, seeing her in person, she was naturally overwhelmed with excitement. "Miss Oya, it has been a while. How is your injury recovering?" Releasing Li Jiu, "Oh yeah." Kun Sha twirled in front of her, exclaiming, "All healed. Thank you for visiting me back then. It brought me great joy." Before her stood the ever-cheerful and vibrant Oh yeah. Kun Sha, suggesting that the previous incident had not caused her significant harm, which was wonderful. "You are too kind," Li Jiu replied. Raising her head to bow to Shidazayan, "Uncle, I hope you are well done." And Shidazayan said, "I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused by my subordinate's haphazard gift yesterday, that I am here to clarify this misunderstanding. As Ling Shi and Ling Nua are my juniors, the underlying message was clear. You misunderstood. I harbor no feelings for you and certainly would not offer a wife to my juniors." Li Jiu, oblivious to the implication, was astonished that the crown prince would take the time to address such a trivial matter. "It's quite all right. It did not trouble me at all that I asked Ling Shi to return it because it was excessively lavish. After all, you did not cause me any inconvenience yesterday, so there is no need for a gift." That Shidazayan observed every movement and expression of Li Jiu, noting the sincerity in her demeanor. Yet he remained skeptical, suspecting it could all be an act, and decided to observe her a while longer. "It is a fact that I caused you inconvenience. Please accept this as my gift," he insisted, producing a palm-sized box that evidently contained jewelry. "You truly need not be so courteous," Li Jiu replied. Then Shidazayan insisted, "I beg you to accept it." Faced with such persistence, Li Jiu cast a pleading glance at Ling Shi, who surveyed the box in Shidazayan's hand. It appeared to be a brooch, Indeed, a standard compensation from the Empire to a female, he nodded. Seeing Ling Xie's approval, Li Jiu stepped forward, realizing that refusing the crown prince would be inappropriate. However, she felt compelled to reciprocate once she accepted. Thank you, uncle. Too kind, and Shidazen replied. Beside them, Oya, Kun Sha watched Li Jiu with envy, longing for a gift from Lord Zhe and herself. While she wished for such a gift, her curiosity about the dynamics between the two was even greater. After all, Lord Zhe and had never sent gifts to any female before. Yet, from the moment Li Jiu appeared, his gaze had not strayed from her. Did this mean Lord Zhe and truly had an interest in this type? Did this imply he might choose a female after all? Did she have a chance? As for whether Shidaze would ultimately select Li Jiu or someone else, that was beyond her control if it came to that. Although Oya, Kun Sha would feel a twinge of jealousy. Her upbringing would compel her to genuinely wish for their happiness. After all, her father had taught her that loving someone does not necessitate possessing them. Their happiness is her own joy. Regardless, she now at least had hope. Thus, she sought to seize the opportunity to learn from Li Jiu and win over Shidaze. The more Oya, Kun Sha contemplated this, the more excited she became, her gaze towards Li Jiu growing increasingly fervent. Li Jiu found it hard to ignore the intensity of Oya, Kun Sha's stare, and turned to her, asking, Miss Oya, what is it? With a serious expression, Oya, Kun Sha grasped Li Jiu's hands. You haven't forgotten what you promised to teach me last time, have you? Li Jiu nodded, and Oya, Kun Sha's eyes sparkled, shaking Li Jiu's hands vigorously. My future rests in your hands, so I intend to stay with you. Ah, Your Highness, is that permissible? Ling Shi nodded, of course. Jojo did not harbor any aversion towards this Miss Oya. With Xiao Lu, Ling Nuo, and Ling Shi all absent, she would feel lonely at home. And this Miss Oya would be a perfect companion. Yay! Li Jiu, no. I shall call you Jojo from now on, that I will be staying with you for this period, with Ling Shi's approval. Li Jiu felt it unnecessary to refuse, and indeed, she held no strong objections towards Oya. Kun Sha. Thinking of her father, she reminded, just remember to inform your father so he doesn't worry to Oya. Kun Sha replied. No problem. Beside her, and Zion's gaze flickered as she turned her attention to Oya Kun's. It appeared that she wished to reside with Li Jiu, a rather splendid choice, especially since this lady seemed to harbor an interest in her. Plans swiftly formed in Zion's mind when suddenly, her communicator chimed. She directed her gaze towards Oya Kunsha and Li Jiu, and with a gentlemanly smile, she spoke, Lord Li Jiu, Lady Oya Kunsha, I must take my leave. I look forward to our next meeting. That Li Jiu promptly returned the gesture. Your Highness, please take care. Oya Kunsha followed suit. Lord Zion, I too eagerly anticipate our next encounter. And Zion gazed gently at Oya Kunsha. There will be opportunities. Oya Kunsha was momentarily taken aback. Had Lord Zion truly indicated there would be chances? This was the first time he had responded to her. Excitedly, Oya Kunsha grasped Li Jiu's arm. Leaving him utterly bewildered, he noticed Oya Kunsha's reaction. While Zion remained acutely aware of Oya Kunsha, this scene also caught the eye of Ling Si, who mused to himself, Is His Highness here not for the wine, but rather for Lady Oya Kunsha? Thoughts raced through his mind, yet Zion had already bid farewell and swiftly departed. Once Zion was gone, Oya Kunsha jubilantly embraced Li Jiu again, exclaiming, Ah, Jiu, you truly are my lucky star. At that moment, Li Jiu realized, You like His Highness? Indeed, I have cherished him for 20 years. Chapter 51. The Magic of Jiu. 20 years? Li Jiu gazed at Oya Kunsha in astonishment, noticing her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she nodded shyly. The moment I laid eyes on Lord Zion, I was smitten that he is so handsome, yet possesses a valiant spirit, an utterly dazzling male figure. However, over the years, I have only encountered Lord Ling Zion 5 times. Today is the closest I have ever been to him. So Jiu, you truly are my lucky star. The joy radiating from Oya Kunsha infected Li Jiu. To steadfastly love someone for 20 years must surely be true love. Encouraging her, Li Jiu said, If you love him, pursue him boldly, that do not let your life be marred by regrets. Oya Kunsha stared at Li Jiu in disbelief. Many in their circle were aware of her feelings for Zion. However, since he had publicly declared that future offspring would be cultivated through technology, her actions over the years had undoubtedly appeared comical to others. even prompting her father to advise her to give up. Yet, Li Jiu was the first person to encourage her, to urge her to boldly pursue her feelings. Tears welled in Uya Kuncha's eyes. Though it was merely a sentence, it affirmed her 20 years of affection. "Thank you, Jiu." With that, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Faced with Uya Kuncha's sudden outburst of emotion, Li Jiu was somewhat taken aback, but she quickly produced a tissue and handed it to her. "Do not cry. It will mar your beauty." Lingxi merely chuckled at Uya Kuncha's unexpected tears. This is the magic of Jiu. After much effort on Li Jiu's part, Uya Kuncha finally ceased her weeping, which brought a sense of relief to her. It was then she realized how challenging it was to comfort someone in tears, casting an apologetic glance at Lingxi. Lingxi, who had been quietly waiting, caught Li Jiu's gaze and inquired, "What happened, Jiu?" "It's been arduous." Uya Kuncha, still sniffling, quickly understood, smiling. "Your happiness is the most important thing." The man's eyes were gentle, appearing as they always did, yet thoughts of Xiaoyou's admission of affection for them flashed in his mind, causing his cheeks to redden. That moment, she noticed the absence of Xiaolu, and with curiosity asked, "Where are Ling Nuo and Li Shi? And have you seen Xiaolu? They had some matters to attend to, and will be out for a few days." "As for Xiaolu, I have not encountered her," Li Jiu replied with an O, having no doubts about Ling Nuo and Li Shi's departure, for they were not ordinary individuals and surely had affairs to handle. Regarding Xiaolu, Li Jiu gazed out the window at the willow tree swaying in the breeze, realizing she must have returned to her original form, as she was still in her recovery phase. Lingxi's communicator beeped, prompting Li Jiu to say, "I will take Lady Uya to my room for a chat." "Lingxi, you may continue your tasks." "All right," Lingxi replied. "Lady Uya Kuncha, I wish you an enjoyable time." "Thank you, Your Highness," Uya Kuncha responded. As the communicator chimed again, Lingxi nodded at the two and strode towards the study, leaving Li Jiu and Uya Kuncha alone in the living room. "Lady Uya, if you do not mind, you may join me in my room," Li Jiu invited. Uya Kuncha wiped away her last tears and agreed, "Of course." Upon entering Li Jiu's room, Uya Kuncha was taken aback by the sight of the desk overflowing with books. "You enjoy reading, Jiu?" Li Jiu nodded. "Yes, reading allows me to quickly understand this world." Noticing a book on the desk that seemed familiar, Uya Kuncha realized it was the very one her father had recently been reading. Titled Mysteries. "Jiu, can you comprehend this book?" Li Jiu replied, "Not entirely. There are some unfamiliar words that require further research." Uya Kuncha felt a sense of unease at Li Jiu's second statement, that is, "Oh, you were unfamiliar with the Empire script before?" Li Jiu nodded. "Yes, I was not familiar. However, through study, I have grasped approximately 60%. With further learning, I should be able to master the entire script." Uya Kuncha swallowed hard. If she recalled correctly, Li Jiu had only been in the Empire for about 3 months. To have mastered 60% of the Empire's language and still manage to read such complex texts was truly impressive. Was this the very quality that captivated Enshi Zion? Uya Kuncha pondered earnestly. Indeed, it seemed that very few females in the Empire had a passion for learning. Was this why Enshi Zion had not favored any females? If she diligently studied, could she perhaps earn Lord Zion's special attention? Determined, she proclaimed, "Jiu, I wish to learn just as you do." Uya Kuncha's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Though Li Jiu was unsure what this lady was contemplating, she knew that acquiring knowledge was always beneficial. Li Jiu smiled and nodded. "Of course, my lessons are taught by teacher Ai Air, and if you wish to join, I must first consult with her." "Teacher Ai Air?" "Ai Air Yuani," Li Jiu confirmed. "If Lady Uya knows teacher Ai Air, that makes things even easier." Upon realizing it was indeed Ai Air Yuani, Uya Kuncha's enthusiasm deflated like a punctured balloon. Who in the Empire did not know of Ai Air? She was a renowned educator, having taught the vast majority of S-level psychics in the Empire. While my family is well off, my psychic abilities are mediocre. Therefore, my father had to plead with Ai Air to teach me. However, I was too mischievous and overstepped my bounds, offending her. Since that incident, Ai Air has refused to teach anyone privately again. Thinking back to the times Ai Air had often competed with her for skewers, Li Jiu was astonished. It turns out the teacher is so formidable. Teacher Ai Air stated she would no longer teach privately, yet Lingxi still managed to invite her. He must have put in considerable effort. The fact that he had claimed to have found the best teacher had proven true, which softened Li Jiu's heart. Gently soothing the now anxious Uya Kuncha, Li Jiu reassured her, though teacher AI Air is strict. She is very approachable that if you sincerely apologize to her, you may win her forgiveness. That will have to suffice. To be by the way, Gio, how do you maintain your skin? Liu Kuncha then proceeded to inquire about her previous questions. And Li Jiu patiently answered. The answers, vastly different from her inner expectations, left Liu Kuncha feeling somewhat disheartened, as all these qualities are innate to you. What am I to do? Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she grasped Li Jiu's hand, asking, by the way, my father mentioned that the place where our family invested with the Crown Prince is quite miraculous. There, males and females mutually recognize each other for life. Do you think if I found an opportunity to go with Lord Zion, he would only acknowledge me? Chapter 52. Is this magic? Hearing this description, Li Jiu immediately understood she was referring to Yuisa village. However, she wondered how they were co-investing. Wasn't it the Empire making the investment? No, Lingxi had never mentioned the Empire. Suppressing her inner curiosity, Li Jiu first addressed Liu Kuncha's question. It is unlikely. Their mutual recognition stems from their customs. Much like the practice in the Empire of one female with multiple males, that's so. Liu Kuncha sighed in resignation as Li Jiu continued. Lady Yuya, you mentioned that the scenic area is invested in by your family? Do not call me Lady Yuya. Just call me Kunzada to be precise. It is the Crown Prince in our Uya family. Initially, the Crown Prince proposed it, but those in the Ministry of Finance outright rejected it. However, the Crown Prince remained undeterred. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, he approached my father, and after a brief discussion, my father invested a staggering 1 billion to thus. The scenic area is actually owned by Lingxi L. I Jio's pupils flickered. She could not fathom any other reason for his actions. Allowing herself a touch of narcissism, she mused that it must be due to her. Could it be that he rose simply because of her single utterance? Miss Oya, please rest in my room for a moment. I need to inquire about some matters with Lingxi. With that, Li Jiu swiftly exited the room. Inside, Oya, upon realizing the implications, covered her mouth in alarm. Oh no, it seems I may have committed a faux pas. She clasped her hands in prayer, murmuring, my apologies, Crown Prince, that I assure you I will persuade my father to invest even more. That Li Jiu hurriedly made her way to the study. Just as she was about to knock, she noticed the man, who was on a phone call, had opened the door. Lingxi said, yes, I understand that I have other matters to attend to, so I'll hang up now. After ending the call, Lingxi gazed softly at the breathless Li Jiu, who had rushed over, and instinctively reached out to smooth her disheveled hair, while inquiring, why the haste, Jiu? Is the village of Ibiza your investment? Yes, I intended to say it was a joint investment with the Oya family, that Li Jiu asked. Is it because of me? Lingxi nodded, acknowledging that the primary catalyst was indeed Li Jiu, but the success stemmed from two factors. 1. Li Jiu's suggestion was indeed apt. And 2. The experts from the Oya family assessed it as a profitable venture before committing funds. Furthermore, he needed a lasting solution for the local residents to enhance their quality of life. Li Jiu sighed in relief, grateful that it was not a blind investment. After all, no one's money comes from thin air. Lingxi chuckled softly, his voice gentle. The Oya family excels in these matters. You need not worry. Nodding, Li Jiu realized he had been on the phone and quickly said, I apologize for interrupting your work, that I'll take my leave now. Please continue. Not at all, it's all taken care of. Would you like something to eat? Only then did Li Jiu remember that she had overslept and missed breakfast, her stomach betraying her with a loud growl. How embarrassing that her stomach always seemed to cooperate so well. Unfazed by her embarrassment, Lingxi inquired, what would you like? I can have something delivered. Delivery? I can prepare it myself. After her previous experience, she had gained some understanding of the currency in this country. She could only say that expenses were exorbitant. After all, even a bouquet of flowers cost 1,000 gold coins, whereas she had seen that the average monthly salary was only 1,500 at Lingxi, as a prince, would undoubtedly face similar costs when ordering takeout. He had already spent a considerable amount on the scenic area. Though he was a prince, his financial resources were not limitless. Every little saving mattered. Absolutely not. The kitchen is dangerous. You cannot go in there. Don't underestimate me. I often cooked in the kitchen before, so I'll be fine. No means no. Li Jiu insisted. Your objections are futile. You continue with your work. I'll call you once I'm done. The vegetables and fruits here bore some resemblance to those on Earth, so Li Jiu believed she would manage just fine. Faced with her resolute stance, Lingxi reluctantly nodded. Very well. I shall assist you. Okay. I'll inform Miss Oya to avoid making her wait too long. Upon returning to the room, Oya was astonished to learn that Li Jiao intended to enter the kitchen. Jiao, how could a lady possibly go into such a place? Why can males go, but females cannot? Here, neither gender holds superiority over the other. When females respect males, only then will males genuinely respect females in return. This is a virtuous cycle so. Are you going or not? Seated, Oya looked up at the standing Li Jiao, who was backlit, creating an ethereal halo around her, making her appear exceptionally divine. Li Jiao's words struck Oya profoundly, causing her to ponder, realizing that she was indeed correct. Noticing Oya's dazed expression, Li Jiao was unconcerned. After all, she was not from this world and did not care whether women were forbidden from the kitchen. She would never impose such restrictions. If you're unwilling to join me, you may stay here and read. I'll call you when it's time to eat, then I'll go. I've never been in a kitchen. It's the perfect opportunity to see. Oya sprang to her feet, eager to learn alongside Li Jiao, seizing every chance to expand her knowledge. Li Jiao was taken aback by her enthusiasm, but nodded. Then let us proceed. The two made their way toward the kitchen, where Lingxi had already shed his elaborate outer garments, now clad only in a white shirt. Jiao, Lady Oya. Li Jiao entered the kitchen first, quickly surveying the available ingredients and confirming the cuisine. Sichuan. Notably, the interstellar ingredients were indeed plentiful, encompassing a diverse array. Li Jiao selected several tomatoes and potatoes, then retrieved some meat and eggs from the refrigerator, declaring, "Today, we shall have scrambled eggs with tomatoes and braised pork. Lingxi, please peel the potatoes for me. Of course, Jiao. Oya promptly asked, "What about me?" Li Jiao glanced at the eggs in her hands. "Could you kindly crack the eggs into a bowl for me?" Certainly. Li Jiao first set the rice to steam, then swiftly used a spoon to peel the tomatoes. As Lingxi and Oya watched in astonishment, she skillfully removed the skins, cutting the tomatoes into small pieces. Then diced the pork into chunks. Jiao, the potatoes are ready, but they changed color. Are they still edible? Lingxi expressed concern, having skipped cooking classes due to advancing grades, making this his first foray into the kitchen. Li Jiao smiled as she explained to Lingxi, who held the oxidized potato. It's harmless. The discoloration occurs due to phenolic compounds and polyphenol oxidase in the potatoes. When cut, the phenolic substances come into contact with oxygen, resulting in browning. This can be easily remedied by rinsing them with water. Under the flowing water, the potato regained its original color. Oya watched in amazement, exclaiming, "Is this magic?" "It's not magic, it's chemistry." Soon, the potatoes were ready and soaked in water, while Oya gazed at the now unblemished potatoes with admiration, realizing the power of knowledge. She felt a newfound determination to learn. Unbeknownst to Li Jiao, this seemingly mundane knowledge about potatoes ignited Oya's fervor for learning. Once Oya had cracked the eggs, her involvement in the cooking process diminished, leaving her and Lingxi to observe Li Jiao's deft movements. Oya was astonished, while Lingxi felt a pang of sympathy as the kitchen filled with enticing aromas that made Oya's stomach rumble. She swallowed hard, overwhelmed by the delightful scent, though Lingxi maintained composure. He too was visibly captivated by the unfamiliar dishes Li Jiao prepared. Time slipped away as the two watched in awe until the dishes were finally ready. Oya looked at the simple, yet fragrant dishes on the table and asked, "May I take a photo first?" Of course. Taking pictures before meals and sharing them online was a common practice among women, so it seemed entirely normal to Li Jiao, just as she thought this. She noticed Lingxi also pulling out his communicator, taking several snapshots of the dishes. Is it customary for gentlemen to enjoy this as well? Oya's eagerness prompted Li Jiao to chuckle. "Go ahead and eat. If you like it, please help yourselves." Oya eagerly popped a piece of meat into her mouth, only to find it scalding hot, yet the exquisite flavor was irresistible. The meat was tender and succulent, unlike anything she had ever tasted. "This is delicious. Jiao, you are amazing. If it's delicious, then eat more." Before Li Jiao could finish her sentence, she noticed her bowl had magically filled with more meat, and she looked up to see Lingxi's gentle gaze. "You've worked hard, Jiao. Please indulge yourself." "All right, and you too," Lingxi did. In this delightful atmosphere, the three of them savored their meal earnestly, just as they were enjoying their feast. The two dishes had already made their way to trending topics online. Oya, who frequently shared her photos, had garnered a vast following due to her status and the exclusive places she frequented. Her fans viewed her posts as a window into the upper echelons of society, that as per usual. She casually shared photos before the meal, but this time, unable to resist the captivating aroma, she opted for unedited original images, posting them all at once. Unbeknownst to her, one photo captured Lindsay's profile, thrusting the topic of the crown prince dining with Lady Oya into the spotlight. This handsome crown prince was unmistakable. Yet, how could he be dining with Lady Oya? Could it mean he had left Li Jiao for Oya? The royal family has united with the Oya clan, prompting astute observers to conjure countless possibilities in their minds, while others, driven by their appetites, find themselves salivating. Though the dishes are unfamiliar, they evoke an extraordinary sense of hunger, and the aroma is simply enchanting. Imagine, the scent can be transmitted through communication devices to those watching. Gulp, I am famished. I yearn to savor such delicacies, eagerly seeking a high-paying opportunity. Corm V inquires, what culinary tradition does this belong to? I have never encountered such a visually and aromatically splendid dish. The fact that even Corm has never seen such a cuisine raises questions about the identity of the culinary master behind it. How many years has it been since Corm last praised someone else's cooking? And sharp-eyed observers note the presence of a third individual in the photos of the two, leading to speculation about who dined with them, though no one considers it could be Li Jiao. After all, it has become common knowledge among the empire's inhabitants that females do not enter the kitchen. Unbeknownst to the trio, the online reactions are brewing. After their meal, Li Jiao strolls with Oya Kunsha to aid digestion, engaging in delightful conversation. While seated on a swing, Oya Kunsha receives a video call from Oya Nat, who anxiously asks, Kunsha, who prepared those two dishes? Jiao? What is wrong? Jiao? Li Jiao? Oya Nat's eyes widen in surprise upon realizing it is indeed Li Jiao. The camera suddenly shakes, revealing an elderly face. Where is Jiao? May I meet her, grandfather? Oya Kunsha exclaims, aren't you traversing the starry realms? When did you return? Just now. Kunsha, you know cooking is my only passion, and the creator of those dishes. Jiao is quite extraordinary, that I wish to meet her, ditto. Oya Kunsha glances at the equally bewildered Li Jiao. Meanwhile, Oya Nat's voice comes through the phone. Father, Li Jiao is the esteemed wife of the crown prince and the 13th prince. What, a female? Corm gazes in astonishment at Oya Kunsha, only to see a stranger on the screen. Oya Nat quickly bows, greetings, Li Jiao, so this is Li Jiao. She's indeed a female. Li Jiao returns a greeting. Greetings, Mr. Oya, and to you as well, sir, that I am Li Jiao. Corm promptly bows, my apologies, Li Jiao, for my earlier rudeness. Li Jiao waves her hand dismissively. No, you need not concern yourself. You mentioned wanting to meet me. Is there something specific? Corm hesitates, knowing that she is not just any female, but the wife of two princes. Yet the allure of the dishes is undeniable, leaving him in a quandary. Observing Corm's dilemma, Oya Kunsha exclaims, Grandfather, you aren't thinking of asking Jiao to teach you, are you? My grandfather is a culinary enthusiast who traverses the starry realms for a dish, often absent from home. Despite his disheveled appearance, he is a renowned gourmet, even receiving invitations from the A-class imperial family, which he declines. How impressive! Li Jiao realizes that everyone she meets here possesses remarkable talents. Compared to them, she feels rather ordinary, yet perhaps being ordinary is a blessing. Understanding the elderly man's intentions, Li Jiao readily offers. If you wish to learn from me, I can teach you. These are merely home-cooked dishes from my hometown, not rare delicacies that Li Jiao's swift agreement catches Corm off guard. Grandfather, Jiao has agreed. What are you still pondering? You have agreed? Corm stares at Li Jiao in astonishment, to which she nods with a smile. Yes. Thank you immensely. If it is not too much trouble, may I interview you now? His eagerness is palpable. Yet Li Jiao, feeling a twinge of sympathy, contemplates briefly before replying. Of course, you are welcome to come. Chapter 54. Scandalous rumors after the video call. Corm urges Oya Nat to hasten. Oya Nat replies helplessly. Are you going empty-handed? Not only are you learning from Li Jiao, but Kunsha is as well. She has informed me that she plans to stay with Li Jiao for a while, so I must prepare some gifts. And these gifts cannot be trivial. Kunsha is also learning from Li Jiao? Isn't she the one who despises studying? Corm exclaims in surprise. Oya Nat chuckles, indeed. This Li Jiao is quite unique that Kunsha's closeness to her is beneficial for both her and the family. Corm is taken aback by Oya Nat's statement. Are you aligning yourself now? Everyone is aware of the power struggles surrounding the imperial throne. The Oya clan has always been a target for factions seeking to gain favor. After all, wealth can wield greater influence in the hands of those in power. When a family becomes a pawn in the hands of the imperial family, the outcomes are typically twofold. Either they achieve great success or face ruin. Yet, regardless of the outcome, it contradicts the Oya clan's developmental philosophy. Thus, the clan's ancestors resolved to maintain neutrality, a decision that has proven wise over time. Should you choose a side, you must understand the repercussions. Oya Nat chuckles softly. Rest assured, I am well aware that at times, it is not merely a matter of desire. Oya Nat's eyes flicker with resolve, as certain individuals have been gradually tightening their grip, compelling him to make a choice. If the Oya clan does not change, the specter of demise may loom. Rather than await such a fate, taking bold risks to break the impasse seems prudent. He is optimistic about the Crown Prince. Yet he will not place all his eggs in one basket until the end. Meanwhile, Li Jiao and her companions become aware of the online discussions. The unexpected uproar caused by her simple home-cooked dishes takes Li Jiao by surprise. After reviewing the comments, Oya Kunsha quickly apologizes to Li Jiao and Ling Shi. I am so sorry. I never anticipated that I would inadvertently capture the side profile of the Crown Prince, leading to such misunderstandings that it can only be said that netizens possess wildly imaginative minds, with terms like two females and one male making the rounds. Some even suggest that the Crown Prince would be more compatible with Oya Kunsha than with the background-less Li Jiao. With certain comments degrading Li Jiao to the lowest depths, Li Jiao feels anger rising within her upon reading the online remarks. Yet she knows she cannot retaliate against every barking dog. She glances at Ling Shi, only to find his smile has vanished. His gaze, cold and piercing, is fixed on Oya Kunsha, and his voice chills the air. In this world, whoever seeks to harm Jiao, even at the cost of my life, I will not allow them to succeed. His icy demeanor causes Oya Kunsha to instinctively recoil. At this moment, Ling Shi exudes an aura of authority befitting a high-ranking prince, starkly contrasting with the gentleness he shows to Li Jiao. This is a blatant warning, indicating that regardless of whether this is Oya Kunsha's scheme, he will not hesitate to protect Li Jiao, even if she belongs to the Oya clan. Such domineering protection leaves Oya Kunsha envious of Li Jiao. I apologize for the troubles I have caused, but I assure you it was truly an accident. Ling Shi retorts, assurance? What good is that? I must ask Miss Oya to leave at once upon hearing that she must depart. Oya Kunsha turns to Li Jiao, pleading, Jiao, please don't send me away. I will handle the fabricators of these rumors like the Crown Prince did last time, serving them court summons one by one to hold them accountable for their words and actions. I genuinely wish to learn from you. Before she can finish her sentence, Oya Kunsha drops to her knees, clasping Li Jiao's leg. Startled, Li Jiao quickly extends her hand to help her up while glancing at Ling Shi. Did you serve court summons to someone? Regaining her composure, Li Jiao asserts, Miss Oya, please rise. The events have transpired. Our focus now should be on resolving them. Li Jiao remains uncertain whether Oya Kunsha acted with malice. She trusts that Ling Shi will investigate. Given the lack of evidence and the Oya clan's partnership with Ling Shi, it is unwise to escalate matters too aggressively. As for Oya Kunsha's intention to sue those who slandered her, Li Jiao does not oppose it. Words can be as lethal as knives, and the internet is not a lawless realm. Everyone must be accountable for their words and actions. Li Jiao's evident detachment causes Oya Kunsha's expression to darken. Biting her lip, she realizes that Li Jiao still harbors doubts about her. Li Jiao, unfazed by Oya Kunsha's thoughts, turns to Ling Shi and shares her idea. Ling Shi, I wish to host a live stream. A live stream? Yes, Li Jiao responds softly, in truth, the comments have not harmed me significantly, but the same cannot be said for you, a prince. Being embroiled in such salacious rumors is far from ideal. People are only curious about the unknown. If that is the case, why not satisfy their curiosity through candid disclosure? During her time on Earth, Li Jiao witnessed numerous celebrities whose attempts to conceal scandals only led to exacerbated situations. In contrast, those who were open and sincere garnered the unwavering support of their fans. With a slight parting of her alluring lips, Li Jiao's intention to stream is solely for his benefit. The thought surged wildly within his mind, accompanied by the rapid thumping of his heart. He suddenly smiled, that smile resembling sunlight spilling over a snow-covered landscape, a warmth that seemed capable of melting the frost. Very well. I shall support Juyo in any endeavor she pursues. His sensuous, slightly upturned lips and the glimmer in his eyes could not conceal the enchanting brilliance within. His voice, magnetic and lingering, sent shivers down Li Jio's spine in the presence of the alluring Ling Shi, compelling her to unconsciously bite her lip. The moisture glistening on her lips caused Ling Shi's gaze to darken, the atmosphere thickening with an unmistakable tension, causing Li Jio to flush uncontrollably, hastily turning her head away. Li Jio's actions, coupled with her bashful expression, undoubtedly elicited admiration from Ling Shi. The smile in his eyes deepened as he sent a directive to the individual on the other end of the communicator before putting it away. Turning to Yuria and Kunsha, she caught sight of their unabashed envy. The almost palpable tension between the two made Yuria blush and her heart race. She too longed for such a connection. Despite having several male companions, any semblance of intimacy with them was utterly unattainable. Li Jio cleared her throat. This matter also involves Miss Yuria. Would you be willing to appear alongside us? Of course. I would. Yuria's eyes sparkled with excitement, nodding eagerly without a moment's hesitation. She had to remain. Very well. Let us commence. A minute later, countless users following Li Jio received a notification on their communicators that I have begun my live stream. Come join me for some interaction. Li Jio has started her live stream. A multitude rushed to enter the room, the screen shaking slightly before a sweet voice inquired, "Is this suitable?" "Juyo, I shall assist you." A deep, melodious male voice resonated, and as the camera stabilized, the image of a tall, handsome male embracing a petite female appeared on the screen. The stunning man glanced at the screen before gently lowering his head. "Juyo, it's ready." The female before him, her fair skin gradually tinged with pink, blinked her long, curled lashes. The man's sudden movement left Li Jio momentarily stunned. Although she did not look up, she could distinctly feel his gaze upon her. She murmured a soft thank you. "That it is my honor to serve Juyo," Ling Shi replied, taking a small step back. The distance created by his retreat allowed Li Jio to exhale in relief as she stepped back and waved at the camera. "Hello everyone, I am Li Jio." Chapter 55, 2 females and 1 male. Why? This scene ignited jealousy among the males watching the live stream, their eyes turning red with envy. Initially, they were fed a mouthful of dog food. Who claimed that the Grand Prince would abandon Lady Li Jio? Were they blind? Woe is me. I too wish to possess such a cute and adorable female. Lady Li Jio is simply charming. Another day of jealousy towards His Highness the Grand Prince. Wait, did His Highness the Grand Prince just refer to Lady Li Jio as Juyo? Am I mistaken? No, you heard correctly. He indeed called her Juyo. How can he address his wife in such a manner? Lady Li Jio clearly adores His Highness the Grand Prince. At the onset of the stream, the audience was still relatively sparse, allowing Li Jio to catch most of the comments on the screen. Seeing that the chat was filled with declarations of her affection for Ling, she made her already flushed face grow even warmer. Behind her, Ling Shi's gaze fell upon her visibly reddening earlobes, and the smile on his lips deepened. Suppressing his mirth, he gently waved his hand. "I am Ling Shi." Beside him, Yuria peeked into the frame. "Hello everyone, I am Yuria Kunsha." After speaking, she swiftly retreated from the camera. Leaving the focus on the two, such a cautious maneuver pleased Ling Shi immensely. In less than a minute, the number of viewers in the live stream soared to 500,000 and continued to rise at an alarming rate. As Li Jio, the Grand Prince, and Yuria Kunsha began their live stream, the topic quickly ascended the trending charts. Posts eagerly shared links to Li Jio's stream, causing the viewer count to exceed 5 million in under 2 minutes. With Yuria Kunsha's appearance, those who had been lurking began to emerge. What is happening? The rumors online about the 3 of them being together are true, so the Grand Prince is truly involved with 2 females simultaneously? How is that fair? Just because he is the Empire's Grand Prince. Countless individuals have never even held a female's hand in their lifetime. Yet he as a prince desires to. How exceedingly unfair. Unfair. Why should he have such privileges? You cannot win a female's affection because of your own incompetence. You lowly commoners, what right do you have to seek a female's favor? What do you mean? Are commoners unworthy of a female's affection? Have we not contributed to the empire? What we commoners strive for throughout our lives is easily within the grasp of the nobility. How unjust is that? For years, exceptional females have been monopolized by your kind. leaving us commoners with only the most ordinary of females, resulting in offspring of only mediocre potential. Meanwhile, we, who cannot even possess a female, have to expend centuries of savings to obtain a technological embryo for the sake of bloodline continuity. In just a few seconds, the atmosphere in the chat shifted dramatically. Countless expressions of resentment, anger, and extreme sentiments flooded the screen. Even Li Jiao could sense that something was amiss. Clearly, someone was instigating discord. Their motive certainly not benevolent. This live stream aims to clarify some of the discussions circulating online regarding my relationship with His Highness the Grand Prince and Miss Yuria. Miss Yuria, would you like to begin? Li Jiao gestured for Yuria Kunsha, who had stepped out of the frame. Yuria nodded and appeared before the camera. I am Yuria Kunza. To those spreading rumors about Lady Li Jiao, be advised that court summons will reach you by the end of today. My family will pursue accountability and appropriate compensation for your actions. The claims regarding my relationship with the Grand Prince are utterly baseless. My affection for Enshi Zhe has been a well-known fact for 20 years within our circle. Now, before this audience of 10 million, I openly declare my pursuit of Enshi Zhe and hope that those who spread the rumors will disseminate this statement widely. After speaking, Yuria quickly exited the frame, flashing a charming smile at Li Jiao's astonished expression. Jiao, I have finished. The floor is yours and it is my turn now. Ling Shi stepped forward, aligning himself parallel to Li Jiao. His gaze was cold and piercing as he addressed the camera. It appears the previous penalties for the rumor mongers were insufficient to prompt serious consideration. The law exhibits zero tolerance towards slanderers and traitors. I advise all of you to act accordingly. Ling Shi's succinct message carried a weightier impact than Yuria Kunsha's threat, momentarily silencing the chat before the comments became even more radical. Just because you're a prince does not grant you the right to abuse your power. Are we ordinary citizens not entitled to voice our opinions? We are merely asserting our rights. If the Grand Prince wishes to wield his power against us, we are helpless, for we are not princes ourselves. Can a prince act with impunity? I have heard that those who severely slandered during the last incident were apprehended, and the rest have been recorded. With a criminal record, they can no longer work in state institutions. Right? So, be cautious. Unfair, why should it be like this? The rapid-fire comments stirred those who were already discontent that Li Jiao observed the screen, noting the outcomes for those who had spread rumors in the past. And she turned to Ling Shi in surprise that he had not mentioned a word about it. The escalating situation before her prompted a sense of regret. Had she inadvertently made matters worse in the next moment? The live stream displayed a request to connect via video. Ling Shi, maintaining a calm demeanor, accepted the request. The opposing screen wobbled, and a commanding voice rang out, Get down, get down. What is happening? It turned out to be the official account of the Imperial Army. Were they executing a mission? The sound of gunfire erupted, causing all the viewers in the live stream to shudder involuntarily. With their robust physiques and innate abilities, the Beastmen had been outfitted by the Empire's scientists centuries prior with a specialized firearm capable of swiftly penetrating their tough skin and inflicting severe damage. Such weapons were typically reserved for military and police use, strictly prohibited for ordinary citizens to possess. The barrage of gunfire emanating from the live stream suggested that the target was formidable. Everyone held their breath, eyes glued to the military's broadcast, a myriad of questions swirling in their minds. Then a minute later, the gunfire subsided, giving way to a chorus of wails. The previously shaky camera steadied, revealing a middle-aged man in military garb that he saluted, Your Highness the Grand Prince. 30 spies have been neutralized, 11 killed, and the remaining 19 apprehended, along with numerous communicators seized. That as the camera turned, the communicator within the frame was secured one by the stand. As the soldier activated the IDs, one after another, the IDs that had recently appeared in the live stream, inciting outrage and stirring the emotions of netizens, silenced the public screen of the broadcast in an instant. It was evident to anyone with a modicum of sense that they had just been deliberately manipulated. Ling Shi returned the salute, his expression solemn, acknowledging the hard work of all, and stated, We shall scrutinize this matter rigorously to identify whose hand can reach so far. Chapter 56. Under the fallen nest, no egg remains complete. A nation comes before a family. After the man saluted, the live broadcast was swiftly interrupted. Ling Shi's gaze, sharp and piercing, fixed upon the camera. The empire is vast, and there shall inevitably be oversights. While everyone is entitled to their opinions on imperial policy, Please do not become a sword in the hands of malevolent individuals. Hurting those on the front lines who protect you with their lives also harms those close to you. In response to the rumors about Lord Legio circulating online, I shall pursue accountability in accordance with the law that I hope all imperial citizens will refrain from believing or spreading rumors. His incisive gaze sent a shiver through the viewers of the live stream. As they could clearly sense the heightened anger of the Crown Prince, Legio looked at Lingxi in surprise, noting that he had not mentioned his own affairs at all. That's all I have to say. Lingxi turned to Legio, his gaze softening, his voice gentle. Did I in that moment? Lingxi was a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor, causing the audience to exclaim in delight at the unexpected display of affection. Legio replied softly, stepping forward. With Legio's appearance, the male viewers grew increasingly excited. After the recent events, they understood that there were individuals deliberately targeting Legio, and the other two, that what did this signify? It indicated that Lord Legio was too admirable, attracting unwanted attention. The unsightly rumors were bound to collapse under scrutiny. Thus, for the males without female companionship, asserting their presence before Legio became of utmost importance, leading to a public screen filled with phrases like Lord Legio. May you be well. Legio nodded at Lingxi and gazed at the screen. Although the rumors have been dispelled, I still hope everyone can show a bit more tolerance towards Lingxi. Many only see the glamorous side of him as a royal prince. Yet few witness the lights in his room, often illuminating the night. I am merely an ordinary person and do not understand political affairs deeply. However, I recognize that governing a nation is no simple task. I empathize with your dissatisfaction with life. Everyone has flaws, and so does the nation. Without those guardians bearing the burdens for all of us, if this country were embroiled in turmoil or facing war, we would hardly have the energy to concern ourselves with trivial matters when our lives are at stake. Pausing, Legio's gaze fell upon the barrage of comments on the public screen as he continued. I offer you all three statements. Under the fallen nest, no egg remains complete. A nation comes before a family. If the nation is in turmoil, the family cannot find peace. The clear, melodious voice of the woman resonated in the live stream, leaving countless viewers astonished at the profound words emerging from a female's lips. Yet, her statement struck a chord with many, akin to a moment of enlightenment. Lord Legio speaks the truth. Who benefits from national chaos? Is it the common people? No, it is those with malicious intent that if the nation is in disarray, the family cannot find tranquility. Lord Legio is absolutely correct. Should the empire descend into chaos or war, it is we, the ordinary citizens, who suffer the most. We are grateful for the state's protection. I love my country. Though our family struggles, the government has always provided assistance, allowing us to survive. Moreover, policies such as healthcare and tuition waivers are all designed with ordinary citizens in mind. In light of these circumstances, the Crown Prince was not angered by the malicious words directed at him, but rather by the espionage targeting Lord Legio. My infatuated heartaches. Over the years, the Crown Prince has done countless good deeds. We must not be led astray by nefarious individuals. Our nation requires the guardianship of each of us. Indeed, these spies are too brazen. Let us remain vigilant for any suspicious strangers around us. Better to err on the side of caution than to let them slip away. In the aftermath of this incident, numerous citizens began to consciously observe those around them. Remarkably, many discovered spies among them. Though that is a tale for another time, that Legio's words not only stirred the live stream audience, but also ignited a similar fervor in the two individuals behind her. Oya and Kuncha looked at Legio with admiration. Their resolve to learn from her only strengthened. Lingxi's eyes sparkled with intensity, softly murmuring, under the fallen nest, no egg remains complete. A nation comes before a family. If the nation is in turmoil, the family cannot find peace, his heart racing with excitement. This was indeed their Jujio. His gaze remained fixed on Legio, who continued to speak, her throat tightening. How could they not adore such a person? And how dare those individuals act so brazenly? Lingxi's latent fury surged forth. If they dare to act, they must also be prepared to face the consequences. Noticing that the comments on the public screen had returned to normalcy, and the rumors had been dismantled, there was no longer any purpose in continuing the live broadcast. With a smile, she waved at the audience. Since the misunderstandings have been cleared, I shall conclude the broadcast. No, Lord Legio, please, let us see more of you. Lord Legio, do not end it. Lord Legio, what kind of males do you prefer? Here's my photo. I am XXXXX. Lord Legio, I am XXXX. Here's my photo. The public screen swiftly transformed into a veritable marriage market, with countless individuals vying for Legio's attention. Lingxi furrowed his brow at the display behind Legio, extending his long arm. Jojo, I will assist you in closing it. His tone was not a question, but rather a statement of intent. Without waiting for Legio's response, he directly shut down the live stream, erasing all the unwelcome comments. As Lingxi stood behind Legio, his hand reached out, and he leaned forward, quickly closing the distance between them. The distinct aura that belonged solely to Lingxi enveloped Legio, causing her to wish to ignore it. Yet her senses became acutely aware of his presence. It felt as if there was nothing else around her but Lingxi. Her senses heightened. She could distinctly hear the soft, rhythmic sound of his breathing above her. Her breath caught momentarily, a flicker of anticipation igniting within her. But what was she anticipating? Even she was unclear. As Lingxi withdrew his hand and returned to his position, he softly remarked, "All right, Jojo." As the distance between them increased, a flicker of disappointment washed over Legio. Why was she feeling disappointed? The answer lingered just out of reach, and her cheeks flushed crimson. "What is wrong, Jojo?" Noticing Legio's unusual demeanor, Lingxi's gaze remained fixed upon her. However, feeling guilty, Legio dared not meet his eyes, lowering her head and feigning calmness as she replied, "It's nothing. Just some thoughts." Lingxi, standing behind Legio, failed to see her blushing face concealed by her long, dark hair. Yet Oya and Kunsha, observing from the side, understood that she was merely a third wheel in this moment. She smiled broadly, then quietly slipped out of the room. Though Lingxi was aware of Oya and Kunsha's departure, he did not stop her. His focus remained solely on the unusual aura radiating from Legio. Jojo, Chapter 57. Ambiguity. She likes Lingxi. Taking a step forward, he found himself directly in front of Legio, only to discover her head was lowered, her long black hair obscuring much of her face. Legio had never behaved this way before, causing Lingxi to feel a pang of urgency. He squatted down to meet her gaze from below. When he caught sight of Legio's flushed face and her eyes clouded with emotion, he was momentarily taken aback. Conversely, Legio tensed further at Lingxi's sudden appearance, her heart racing uncontrollably. When their worried gazes locked, she found herself momentarily frozen. "Jojo," the elongated tone of the man's voice sent a tremor through her heart. The next moment, she felt a pair of long, fair hands gently grasp her chin, coaxing her to lift her gaze and meet Lingxi's eyes. "What is wrong?" His gentle voice, affectionate expression, and strikingly handsome face quickened Legio's heartbeat to an almost frantic pace. Though she wished to deceive herself, she recognized this feeling of excitement. She liked Lingxi. No, she not only liked him, but she also— Legio remained silent, her eyes reflecting a complex swirl of emotions. Lingxi, unable to decipher her expression, reached out to gently smooth her long black hair. "Do not worry, Jojo. I will take care of everything." The warmth radiating from his affectionate gaze held Legio captive, making it impossible for her to look away. Nor did she wish to. How could such a wonderful person exist in this world? Just then, Oya and Kunsha returned, hesitating at the doorway as they observed the sweet atmosphere between the two. Would it be inappropriate to interrupt? In the next moment, her communicator rang, and she hastily covered it, only to find both of them already looking her way. Oya and Kunsha offered an awkward smile. "You two continue." Continued to Legio. The sound of Oya and Kunsha's ringtone was a melody of divine intervention. Oya and Kunsha truly were good people. She called out to her, "Kunsha, wait," caught in a predicament. Oya Kunsha felt an overwhelming sense of vexation. Her beloved Jojo was now less fond of her. "I did not intend to," she protested. "What are you talking about?" With a beaming smile, Legio's gaze drifted towards the communicator in Oya Kunsha's hand, where she recognized the contact labeled father. "It was Mr. Oya and your grandfather who had arrived at a—" "Yes, they have arrived." Observing that Legio bore no displeasure and had reverted to addressing her properly, Oya Kunsha was filled with joy. Jojo had forgiven her. Stealing a glance, her gentle gaze remained fixed on the first prince, her heart silently lamenting, "Your Highness, I am truly sorry. It was unintentional, and I shall make amends." With elders approaching, Legio spoke without hesitation. "Then let us go greet them." "That I will go." As Legio turned her head, she spotted Lingxi approaching her with graceful strides. The man moved with such elegance, his long legs and light footfalls rendering a seemingly ordinary walk into a captivating sight in Li Jio's eyes. Each soft step resonated like a drumbeat, stirring her heart with a peculiar tremor. The odd sensation compelled Li Jio to avert her gaze quickly. Despite her efforts to conceal her feelings, every movement of hers only served to amplify the smile on Lingxi's lips. He seemed to understand the cause of Jojo's earlier distress as he reached Li Jio's side. Lingxi paused, and indeed, he noticed the tension in her posture. "Jojo, this strand of hair is obstructing your vision. Allow me to tidy it for you to know." "There is no need," that Li Jio instinctively declined. Yet Lingxi encircled her with an assertive presence that left her no avenue of escape, her eyes widening in surprise. In the next moment, a diamond hairpin appeared in his hand. His slender fingers glided through her dark tresses, the stark contrast of black and white striking Lingxi's gaze. His throat constricted, suppressing his own feelings as he gently arranged her hair. With his proximity, Li Jio found herself holding her breath involuntarily, every fiber of her being attuned to the man's every movement, her mind conjuring vivid images in response. The cool sensation against her forehead rendered her unable to stray her eyes from the exquisite curve of his neck. Too timid to stir, the warmth that had just begun to dissipate on her cheeks flared once more. Having gleaned the answers he sought, Lingxi chuckled softly. "All right, Jojo, I shall take my leave," he spoke. He appeared to be securing the hairpin in place, his long, delicate fingers brushing against her forehead, sending a shiver coursing through her. In an instant, he withdrew, taking with him his lingering presence, leaving Li Jio unable to divert her gaze from his silhouette until it vanished completely. Having witnessed the entire scene from a close vantage, Oya Kunsha embraced herself, rubbing away the goosebumps that had arisen. "Jojo, do not stare. His Highness the First Prince will return shortly." Snapped back to reality. Li Jio coughed sharply, startled by the sudden intake of air. "Are you all right, Jojo?" Oya Kunsha exclaimed, her expression filled with concern. "That it was my fault. I shall fetch His Highness right away." Without a moment's thought, Li Jio grasped Oya Kunsha's arm tightly. "No, don't go." As fresh air flooded her lungs, Li Jio felt rejuvenated. Yet upon glancing up, she found Oya Kunsha's eyes wide with astonishment. "Jojo, you are so beautiful. If I were a male, I would surely be enamored." That moment, Li Jio's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her gaze shimmering with a hint of pink. The delicate lashes, adorned with droplets, sparkled like stars under the light. Her alluring lips parted slightly, as if inviting someone to come closer. "What are you saying?" Reflecting on the atmosphere between them moments ago, Oya Kunsha leaned closer to Li Jio, her eyes ablaze with intensity. "Jojo, teach me. If I do this, won't I captivate Inshizen? But please, Jojo, I implore you." With Oya Kunsha's interruption, Li Jio's expression quickly regained composure, though she sighed in exasperation. "But I don't know how. Why is it so complicated? I publicly declared my intention to pursue His Highness Inshizen." If only. Oya Kunsha's sigh stirred Li Jio's compassion. Her gaze fell upon Oya Kunsha's face, resembling a wilted flower, and her heart tightened. She had often heard of young women taking desperate measures for love, and it saddened her greatly. "Kunsha, if you wish to pursue the Emperor's uncle, there are indeed ways." "Really?" Oya Kunsha's eyes sparkled with hope as she focused intently on Li Jio. Nodding, Li Jio continued, "Have you heard the saying that to capture a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach?" "You mean?" "Yes, indeed. That is how men are." Inside the room, Li Jio shared a myriad of enticing methods she had once heard. Meanwhile, just a few meters outside the door, the three men halted in their tracks. Lingxi listened intently as Li Jio shared her ideas with Oya Kunsha, his eyes flickering with intrigue. Combe regarded Oya Kunsha, seemingly questioning whether she was truly learning these things, while Oya Nat, hearing his daughter's eager agreement, wore a particularly complex expression that he was aware of her affections for Inshi, but had not anticipated the depth of her infatuation. His mind raced as he analyzed the situation. A glimmer of insight crossed his eyes that if Oya Kunsha were to truly pursue Inshizen, then, noticing that the conversation within the room was growing increasingly absurd, Lingxi's foot struck the ground with a heavy thud, prompting both Li Jio and Oya Kunsha to glance towards the door. The trio was approaching the room, and it appeared they had not overheard anything at that moment. Oya Kunsha's eyes shone with determination. She was convinced of her impending success. "Lady Li Jio, I hope this finds you well. This is Kunsha's grandfather, Combe." From the moment Combe laid eyes on Li Jiu, astonishment filled his gaze. This female appeared far more delicate than any other in the empire, including Kunsha. Greetings, Lady Li Jiu. I am Combe, that I apologize for the intrusion. Hello, Mr. Combe. I am Li Jiu. Is a pleasure to meet you. How has Mr. Oya been lately? Thank you for your concern, Lady Li Jiu. I apologize for any trouble Kunsha may have caused you. Oya Nat bowed slightly to Li Jiu. The misunderstanding has been cleared. It is merely a matter of someone disliking me. Oya Nat's eyes flickered, indicating that it was not merely a matter of dislike. Please accept my apologies for any disturbance. This is a small token of my appreciation, that he presented her with a spatial ring, The image of the spatial rings worn by Lingxi and others flashed through Li Jiu's mind. This ring bore a striking resemblance. Could it be a spatial ring? She swallowed hard, immediately shaking her head. No, you are too generous. Lady Kunsha, I must insist. If you refuse, it will leave me uneasy. Oya Kunsha stepped forward, pressing the spatial ring into Li Jiu's hand. Please accept it. Otherwise, I shall not find peace. Lady Li Jiu, please do accept it. The ring in her palm left Li Jiu feeling exasperated. Why did everyone here take such pleasure in gifting things? Since it is Mr. Oya's goodwill, I shall accept it. This will surely put both Miss Kunsha and Mr. Combe at ease. Very well, thank you, Mr. Oya, that it is my pleasure. With Li Jiu's acceptance, Combe rubbed his hands together. Lady Li Jiu, when might you, grandfather? You have just arrived. Do not rush Jojo to teach you, Oya Kunsha interrupted. Now aware of Combe's enthusiasm for culinary arts, Li Jiu found his eagerness to be quite normal. Having accepted his gift, she felt it was only right to fulfill her part of the bargain. I can teach you right away. It would be my pleasure. That would be splendid. Thank you, Lady Li Jiu. Not at all. Glancing at the time, Li Jiu noted that dinner would be served in 2 hours. In that case, let us prepare dinner. Mr. Oya and Combe shall join us. I shall handle dinner. How could I impose on Lady Li Jiu? Combe insisted. Guests should not be tasked with such duties, Li Jiu replied, shaking her head. Eventually, after enduring Combe's persuasive eloquence, Li Jiu relented. It was then that Combe realized that Lady Li Jiu was indeed unlike any other female he had encountered. It was the first time in years he had seen a female enter a kitchen. The group followed Li Jiu into the kitchen, where she assessed the ingredients and decided to prepare 4 dishes and a soup, including the tomato and scrambled egg dish from lunch, braised pork with potatoes, boiled meat slices, stir-fried potato shreds, and crispy fried meat. The preparations were set, and the ingredients were ready. Li Jiu was quite straightforward, directly asking the chef, Combe, and Oya Kunsha for assistance. Combe, being a master chef, required only a single word from Li Jiu, and soon all the necessary ingredients were swiftly prepared, within a mere 10 minutes. Everything was ready, but Li Jiu prioritized steaming the rice first. Is Mr. Combe ready? Li Jiu inquired. Combe nodded. My lord Li Jiu, I am all set. Then let us commence, Li Jiu instructed, prompting Combe to take action. His movements flowed like a graceful stream. Had it not been for Li Jiu's guidance beside him, one might have mistaken him for a master of Sichuan cuisine. Half an hour later, the last dish of braised pork was completed. The room was filled with an intoxicating aroma that even Li Jiu found herself swallowing in anticipation. Not only had Combe mastered Sichuan cooking, but he had also added some unfamiliar spices at her suggestion, enhancing the dish's allure beyond her own culinary creations. My lord Li Jiu, please indulge, he urged. Li Jiu sat down, picking up her chopsticks to savor a piece of the braised pork. The tender texture and captivating fragrance caused her eyes to widen in delight. Delicious, truly exquisite. After tasting the other dishes, each one proved equally delectable. Combe, receiving her approval, beamed with joy as he respectfully gazed at Li Jiu. May I take a photograph? He asked. Of course, Li Jiu replied. Oya Kunsha hesitated, suppressing her own desire to capture the moment, recalling that her previous photo had led to trouble that Li Jiu had mentioned. Maintaining an air of mystery was often preferable. After Combe took the photo, the 5 of them devoured the entire meal, and despite the generous portions prepared by Li Jiu, everything was consumed. Once satiated, Oya Nat observed Oya Kunsha chatting animatedly with Li Jiu, her eyes sparkling with mirth, prompting a gentle smile from Oya Nat. After tidying up, Combe exited the kitchen, bowing to Li Jiu and Ling Nua. It is quite late. We shall not disturb my lord Li Jiu and his highness the Grand Prince any longer. Ling Shi nodded. Please take care, Li Jiu added. Mr. Oya, Mr. Colm, have a safe journey. Oya Nat bowed once more to Li Jiao, expressing gratitude. Thank you, my lord Li Jiao, for teaching Kunsha to know. It is my honor, she replied. Amidst the courteous exchanges, Oya Nat and Colm departed, while Oya Kunsha gazed at Li Jiao with bright eyes. My father said to cheer me on. He supports my pursuit of Lord and Shizine. Congratulations, Kunsha. Oh yeah, that's wonderful. Ling Xia's eyes sparkled with hidden amusement, pondering the Oya family. Chapter 59. Teacher AI heir is captured. Conspiracy unfolds. Political intrigues were beyond Li Jiao's consideration. Yet today had been nothing short of spectacular. Suddenly feeling a wave of fatigue, she stifled a yawn. Kunsha, keep up the good work. I'm feeling tired and shall rest first. You can stay in the room next to Teacher AI heir. Thank you. Jiao it dawned on Li Jiao that Teacher AI heir, who was supposed to arrive, had not shown up. Perhaps she was held up by something, Li Jiao thought, and she took out her communicator to send a message to Teacher AI heir. However, unlike before when responses came swiftly, there was no reply from Teacher AI heir, and Li Jiao, increasingly weary, succumbed to sleep in the dimly lit room. A sudden chime resonated, a large hand picked up the communicator. And a gaze fell upon Li Jiao's profile picture. What an adorable female. A husky male voice emerged. The man, tall and exuding an imposing aura, fixed his piercing gaze on Li Jiao's selfie, chuckling softly. Holding the communicator, he recorded a video of the unconscious AI heir Yuan Yi on the ground, stating, if you wish to rescue your teacher, come alone. Remember, arrive alone, and someone will be there to meet you. In the castle, the already slumbering Li Jiao was now radiating a palpable energy fluctuation. After the communicator chimed again, the screen quickly reverted to darkness. The man waited, and as time passed, he sneered. It seems Teacher AI heir student is rather timid. Just then, AI heir Yuan Yi, who should have been unconscious on the ground, opened her eyes, feigning calmness as she regarded the figure in the shadows. What do you intend to do by capturing me? The man lightly tapped the communicator against his other palm. Suddenly, he snapped his fingers and bright lights illuminated the space. Instinctively, AI heir Yuan Yi shut her eyes to not rush. You'll soon understand as she adjusted to the light. Her eyes widened in horror at the sight before her. Across a vast expanse, countless cages imprisoned various beastmen, some curled in corners, others weeping, and some shaking their cages, mouthing pleas for freedom. Scanning the scene, it dawned on her that all the captives were females. How could this be? So many females have gone missing, yet the Empire has no news whatsoever. Curious to know, AI heir Yuan Yi turned to see a tall figure shrouded in a dark cloak, concealing all but the height of his frame. Truly cautious. The man sifted through AI heir Yuan Yi's communicator, revealing numerous joyful photographs of her. With Li Jiao, it appears you have quite the fondness for this Li Jiao. I hear she is the Grand Prince's wife. Such a charming visage would fetch a handsome price if captured. Panic surged through AI heir Yuan Yi's mind. This man had fixated on Li Jiao. If you dare to harm her, I will end my life right here. You take on such a significant risk by abducting me from the most secure place in the Empire, which suggests I hold great importance to you. Does it not? Applause erupted as the man smirked. Indeed, you are as clever as Teacher AI heir. Don't we have a need for you? What do you require of me? AI heir Yuan Yi inquired. Since we have invited the Empire's most renowned teacher AI heir, we naturally require your expertise to educate these females. He gestured to the over 100 females present, that I expect you to nurture them in every conceivable aspect, particularly in mental fortitude. AI heir Yuan Yi's pupils constricted. The level of mental fortitude indicated the status these females held within the Empire, revealing the man's grand ambitions. But for now, she could only feign compliance, hoping the Empire would soon discover her abduction and come to her rescue. If rescue were unattainable, then suicide would be her last recourse. As a citizen of the Empire, she could never engage in actions that would jeopardize it. Her gaze flickered. I understand. Indeed, a wise choice, Teacher AI heir. You will come to appreciate this decision in due time. AI heir Yuan Yi remained silent, and the man showed no sign of irritation. He merely waved his hand, and soon 2 males appeared to escort Teacher AI heir away. Remember to be polite. Yes, understood. That as AI heir Yuan Yi's figure vanished, the man crushed the communicator that belonged to her into a crumpled mess. From the shadows emerged a figure with white hair. Are you certain this will work? Naturally. The white-haired man replied. Then I shall await the outcome." The two figures departed, disappearing into the night. The following morning, Li Jiu, groggy and yawning, slowly opened her eyes after sitting up and rubbing her eyes. She instinctively reached for her communicator to check for messages. The response from AI Air Yuan made her smile, but upon seeing the video, her expression turned pale. Without a moment's hesitation, she dashed barefoot to Ling Shi's room. Filled with self-reproach for not noticing the video the night before. Had a whole night passed, and was teacher AI Air all right? Her hands clenched tightly in anxiety. "Ling Shi, something's wrong. Teacher AI Air is in trouble." Li Jiu's frantic call caused Ling Shi in the kitchen to rush towards her. Upon seeing Ling Shi, Li Jiu felt a surge of reassurance, easing her anxious heart. "Jiu, you say teacher AI Air is in trouble? Look at this," Li Jiu exclaimed, presenting the video to Ling X. As the latter heard the demand for Li Jiu to go alone, his expression darkened considerably. The intention behind this was clearly aimed at Li Jiu. "What should we do now? A night has passed. What could have happened to teacher AI Air?" The thought of teacher AI Air possibly being in peril twisted Li Jiu's heart. "She will be fine. Their aim is not only teacher AI Air but you as well. You have managed well without revealing yourself, but now you must remain in the castle. Understood? What about the teacher? I will send someone to impersonate you to rescue teacher AI Air." "Do not fret." Li Jiu nodded. "Please be cautious." Indeed, 10 minutes later, Ling Shi left the castle, while the recently awakened Oya Kunsha witnessed Ling Shi's hurried departure. Turning her gaze to the worried Li Jiu, she asked, "Jiu, what has happened? Teacher AI Air has been captured." "What?" Oya Kunsha gasped. Who would dare to do such a thing? The distance from here to where teacher AI Air was is right in the heart of the Empire. Exactly. They abducted teacher AI Air broad daylight in the center of the Empire, without raising a single alarm. Such capability cannot belong to ordinary people. That a realization struck Li Jiu. Had they targeted her because of the abilities that Ling Shi and the others had consistently urged her to conceal? Li Jiu shook her head, realizing that it was incorrect. Aside from Chiyu, she had not sought treatment for any other beastmen during this prolonged period. Thus, what could be the motive behind their attempt to capture her? Could it be connected to matters involving Chiyu? In that case, hadn't teacher AI Air been implicated because of her? Chapter 60. Li Jiu is captured. Li Jiu bit her lip, yet reason dictated that her current choice was the most prudent one. Compared to professionals, she would merely be a burden. All she could do now was to pray for teacher AI Air and refrain from causing any additional troubles for Ling X. As time elapsed, Li Jiu grew increasingly anxious. Hours later, on a desolate planet, a few figures emerged from the ruins. That a petite girl looked around in terror, exclaiming, "I have arrived. When will you release teacher AI Air?" Soon, she was met with the response. "Rest assured, Lady Li Jiu, we will naturally release teacher AI Air upon your arrival." "Really?" Li Jiu gazed at the two men, as if seeking confirmation. Ding! The sound of successful data scanning echoed in her ears, prompting her to quickly lower her head. "Did I understand?" The trio, consisting of two tall men and one shorter figure, approached the dilapidated structure. Not far away, a group concealed themselves, leaving no trace behind. Inside the crumbling building, Li Jiu looked around in panic, finding no sign of teacher AI Air. She stepped back, fear etched on her face. "You are deceiving me. Teacher AI Air is not here." "Heh, it's too late to realize that now." Li Jiu turned to flee, but her frail form was no match for the two adult males. She had barely taken a few steps before one of them yanked her back and knocked her unconscious with a swift blow. "Heh, I didn't expect this girl to deliver herself so willingly that we just lost one yesterday, and now we don't even have to search for a replacement." Indeed, this has certainly simplified matters. They proceeded to strip her of any communication devices. After thoroughly searching her, they carried her inside. As time ticked away, one of the men who was supposed to leave quietly reappeared, quickly checking before departing once more. The dilapidated house fell into silence again. A few minutes later, the departing man returned, casting a cold glance around before snorting. "It's always me doing this. That I don't know why we need to be so vigilant. Nothing has happened for so long." Having finished speaking, he exited again. Much later, the concealed group stealthily followed him. That a few minutes later, a man cloaked in black gazed at the spot where the team had disappeared and chuckled softly. "Let the games begin." That a languid voice echoed in his ears. "They have departed." Understood. The man swiftly vanished from sight. Meanwhile, on the podium, AI Air. Yuani sighed as she looked at the throngs of females below. It seemed that all she could do now was to take things one step at a time. She flipped through the materials prepared for her and lightly tapped the podium, commencing her lecture. Below, some females were still crying. Others wore expressions of fear or apathy, while a few diligently focused on their studies at AI Air. Yuani forced herself not to look, treating the females below as normal students. Bang! The heavy door was suddenly flung open, causing a cacophony of screams among the females, who huddled together in terror at the sight of the intruder. Really, I can't fathom the thought process of those above. As he spoke, the man who had been carrying Li Jiu carelessly tossed her to the ground, announcing, "Here is another one. Let us teach her too." As Li Jiu's features became clear on the floor. AI Air. Yuan Yi's pupils constricted in shock. Little Jiu. She dashed to Li Jiu's side and embraced her tightly, shouting, "If you dare to harm her, do you not fear for your own lives? Cut it out. You're too old for them to want. If you wish to die, then go ahead. Who cares?" The man's gaze swept over the huddled females, a grin spreading across his face that you'd best behave. Or you'll be the next to die. In full view of everyone, the man's head exploded, showering blood across the surroundings, with AI Air. Yuan Yi and Li Jiu being the closest witnesses that AI Air. Yuan Yi stood frozen, her mind struggling to comprehend the horror unfolding before her. Before her, Li Jiu, drenched in blood, emanated an aura of lethal intensity, her usually soft eyes now brimming with murderous intent that as Li Jiu turned to look at AI Air. Yuan Yi, the latter trembled in fear, her lips quivering as she called out, "Little Jiu, Lady AI Air, I am here, Imperial Tiger 007, sent to rescue you." Upon hearing a male voice, AI Air, Yuan Yi was astonished to find that the Li Jiu before her had vanished. Replaced by an utterly ordinary face, the 007 agent bowed to AI Air. Yuan Yi, saying, "Lady AI Air, please follow me. And the others? There will be someone to manage them. You need not worry." Outside, the sounds of gunfire and shouts of men erupted, causing 007 to tense, swiftly moving towards the door and securely shutting it behind him. The group intent on abducting the females banged on the now closed door, demanding, "Open up." One of the men, furious, shouted, "Fall back." But it was too late. They were surrounded. Soon, the air was filled with agonized screams, and the stench of blood permeated the vicinity, causing many females to faint from fear. AI Air. Yuan Yi was scarcely better off. Having excelled since childhood, she had never encountered such a gruesome scene. Not long after, a knock echoed at the door, a rhythmic code being tapped. AI Air. Yuan Yi's terrified gaze. 007 opened the door. And upon seeing the scene outside, she could no longer maintain her composure and fainted. Meanwhile, Li Jiu, anxiously awaiting in the castle, received a video call from Ling Shi. "How is Teacher AI Air?" "Teacher AI Air is fine. She merely fainted from shock." Ling Shi turned the camera, revealing AI Air. Yuan Yi lying in a hospital bed. Li Jiu scrutinized her closely, relieved to see no visible injuries. After Ling Shi briefly explained the situation, Li Jiu gasped, "Over 100 females. What does that even mean?" The fact that so many had gone missing without the Empire noticing was chilling. What kind of terrifying power lay behind it all? "I want to see Teacher AI Air." Ling Shi nodded. "I can't make it back in time, but Uncle Huang is nearby. I will ask him to accompany you. I wouldn't feel at ease otherwise." All right. Before long, Inshidat arrived at the castle, smiling as he looked at the structure before him, that he thought to himself that the last time he had encountered this young man, he had been treated like a thief. Today, he was called to protect his wife. However, it was understandable for the young man to be concerned. This situation was indeed grave. Moreover, it was clear that the target was Li Jiu, and the Empire felt increasingly unstable. The vehicle came to a halt at the castle entrance, and Li Jiu, already waiting, greeted Inshidat as he alighted from the car. "Uncle Huang, how do you do? Thank you for your trouble." Chapter 61. Uncle Huang invites to dinner. It's no trouble at all. "Lord Zayan, may I accompany you?" "Oh yeah." Kun Sha's voice chimed in, prompting Inshidat to look over. "Oh yeah." Kun Sha continued. "Teacher AI Air was also my mentor. Given the circumstances, I wish to see her. Of course." "Thank you, Lord Zayan." Under the escort of Shidat, Li Jiu, and Oya, Kun Sha safely arrived at the hospital. The trio quickly reached the ward where AI Air, Yuan Yi was being treated. Upon their arrival, they drew the attention of the many present in the room, with everyone in the ward, aside from AI Air. Yuan Yi, turning their gazes towards Shidat Zayan. Lord Zayan, how do you do? Both males and females alike bowed to Shidat Zayan, for he was the brother of the king. Even the females, despite their gender, acknowledged his status with the appropriate respect, and Shidat Zayan smiled and nodded. Greetings to you all. Since the teacher is guests, we shall take our leave. AI Air, Yuan Yi, who had been holding her composure, smiled and nodded. Thank you, everyone. The individuals in the ward filed out, and amidst the crowd, one person's gaze swiftly flicked over Li Jiao, a smirk playing on their lips as calculations brewed in their eyes. Once the door closed behind them, AI Air, Yuan Yi, who had been carrying her teacher, immediately relaxed. Little Jiao has come. Li Jiao stepped forward to grasp AI Air, Yuan Yi's hand. Teacher AI, you have suffered. The gruesome images flooded AI Air, Yuan Yi's mind once more, and she clutched Li Jiao's hand tightly, feeling immense relief. I'm so glad you didn't go. Thank goodness you stayed back. Had Li Jiao not been pretending, the consequences would have been dire. AI Air, Yuan Yi's expression of gratitude caused Li Jiao's eyes to well with tears. It was unbearable to think that her teacher had encountered such horrors because of her. Yet, rather than blame her, the teacher felt relief that Li Jiao had remained safe. Overwhelmed with guilt, Li Jiao whispered, I'm sorry, teacher. I have brought you trouble. AI Air, Yuan Yi shook her head. It is not your fault. The blame lies with those with malicious intentions. Li Jiao nodded, biting her lip in an effort to control the tears threatening to spill. Her lips quivered slightly. She must have done countless good deeds in her life to encounter such kind-hearted individuals. Subsequently, AI Air, Yuan Yi engaged in a lengthy conversation with Li Jiao, their intimate demeanor drawing several glances from Shidat Zayan. After all, while AI Air, Yuan Yi has many students, none have been known to share such a close bond with her. Li Jiao truly is quite remarkable. Greetings, teacher AI, said Oya Kun Sha, as she approached Li Jiao and bowed respectfully to AI Air. Yuan Yi, a good day, Miss Oya. I apologize for my youthful ignorance. Teacher, Oya Kun Sha bowed deeply to AI Air, Yuan Yi, her words evoking some memories for the latter. Years ago, this child had erred, yet it was also due to her stubbornness that her gaze settled on Oya Kun Sha. She noticed the latter no longer bore the arrogance she once had. Instead, she appeared humble and courteous. With a gentle smile, AI Air, Yuan Yi replied, it was merely a matter of differing opinions back then. It was nothing of great consequence. Miss Oya need not dwell on it. I am delighted to see you again after all these years. The soothing tone of her voice eased Oya Kun Sha's previously anxious heart, prompting her to bow respectfully once more. Thank you, teacher AI, for your guidance. I hope to trouble you again. Standing by, Li Jiao swiftly clarified the situation, leading AI Air, Yuan Yi to nod in understanding towards Oya Kun Sha. Of course. Thank you, teacher AI. Thank you, teacher AI. Oya Kun Sha expressed her gratitude. Not wishing to disturb teacher AI's rest further, Li Jiao soon suggested they take their leave. After the three descended the stairs, Li Jiao spotted a familiar tall figure in a vehicle by the roadside. Lin Shi, what brings you here? She exclaimed in surprise. I came to escort you home, Jiao. Lin Shi strode confidently towards Li Jiao, closely observing her. Noticing her slightly reddened eyes, he leaned down to gently reassure her. It's all right now. Thank you, Lin Shi. You truly are dependable. His presence brought her comfort, and though he said nothing more, she understood that the situation had not been straightforward. She resolved to not cause him any further trouble. Lin Shi, basking in the compliment, replied with a soft smile, you can rely on us. He then turned to Shi Zayan, saying, thank you, your highness. Not at all. It's just a small matter. Since I have no pressing engagements, I might as well visit your home. And Shidat Zayan replied that no, you are quite busy. The two similar faces and pairs of eyes locked gazes. And after a few seconds, Shidat Zayan chuckled. You are quite protective. You are dismantling the bridge behind you. Lin Shi teased that I am merely considering your feelings. I asked no one going to keep me company? Shidat Zayan's hopeful gaze prompted a thought in Oya Kun Sha's mind. Very well, if I am so unwelcome, I shall take my leave. Observing Shidat Zayan turn and take a step away, Oya Kun Sha summoned her courage and invited, Your Excellency, Might I request the pleasure of your company for dinner? As her words hung in the air. Oya. Kunsha held her breath, anxiously watching Enshi. Zayn, eager not to miss this opportunity for close contact. Jiu had once said that if one likes someone, they should boldly pursue them. The man behind her, Enshida Zayn, smiled, then turned to her, bending slightly as he extended a hand. How could I refuse such a gracious invitation? Lady Oya, shall you join me for dinner? His handsome face radiated warmth, and though she knew this was merely a formality of royal etiquette. Oya, Kunsha's heart raced uncontrollably. She extended her hand into his large palm, overwhelmed with excitement. That I would be honored. Your Excellency, that oh my, to dine with your Excellency is akin to a dream. Excited, Oya. Kunsha's gaze remained fixed on Enshida Zayn, her fervent stare eliciting a slight smile from him. He then looked toward Lin Shi and Li Jiao, saying, then we shall take our leave. Until next time, Lady Li Jiao. Farewell, Your Highness. Thus, Oya. Kunsha was taken away by Enshida Zayn. Watching their departing figures, Li Jiao smiled genuinely, wishing Oya Kunsha success. Let us be on our way home, she said. Once inside the car, Oya Kunsha still felt as though this was all a surreal dream. She was truly going to have dinner with His Excellency. Suddenly, the seat beside her sank slightly, and Enshida Zayn's tall figure settled next to her. She struggled to suppress the urge to steal glances, but ultimately succumbed to the warmth and presence beside her. His exquisite profile came into view, long eyelashes fluttering, a prominent nose, and those alluring lips that parted as he spoke to the driver, rendering him even more captivating. That Oya. Kunsha found herself holding her breath. How striking. Why does he seem even more handsome today? Her heart raced, the sound of her pulse ringing in her ears. Thank you, Lady Oya, for inviting me and rescuing me from an awkward situation. And no, it is I who must thank Your Excellency for not declining my invitation. As Enshida Zayn spoke, he shifted in his seat, inadvertently brushing against Oya Kunsha's arm. That a jolt of electricity surged through her, igniting an inexplicable thrill that made her tremble slightly. The change was instantaneous. Chapter 62. The female as attacked, her heart raced, cheeks flushed, and Oya Kunsha quickly lowered her gaze, hoping Enshida Zayn wouldn't notice her flustered state. That as she averted her eyes, Enshida Zayn's gaze swept over her blushing profile. That my apologies, Lady Oya. I accidentally bumped into you. That it's quite all right. She waved her hand dismissively, then hastily looked down, unable to meet Enshida Zayn's eyes. Though lacking experience with women, Enshida Zayn understood the need to change the subject. Lady Oya, are you quite close with Lady Li Jiao? What do you both do together daily? Enshida Zayn intended to glean insights into Li Jiao's life. Yet to Oya Kunsha, it felt like he was probing into every aspect of Li Jiao. This directly shattered her romantic notions. Biting her lip, she summoned the courage to ask Enshida Zayn the question burning in her heart. Your Excellency, do you have feelings for Jiao? Her expression was earnest as she fixed her gaze on Enshida Zayn, her hands clenched tightly in her lap. The man appeared momentarily taken aback before a radiant smile broke across his handsome face. The sight dimmed her eyes slightly, leaving a bitter taste in her heart. Despite knowing the truth, she still sought confirmation. Lowering her gaze, she murmured, I apologize. I should not pry into your privacy. That I do not. His voice interrupted Oya Kunsha's thoughts, and she quickly raised her eyes, fixated on Enshida Zayn. What did you just say? Leaning back comfortably, Enshida Zayn exuded an air of languor, his lips parting to release a melodious tone. That I not only do not have feelings for Lady Li Jiao, but I also harbor no affections for any other female. Does Lady Oya have any further inquiries? In an instant, Oya Kunsha's downcast eyes sparkled with hope. This scene amused Enshida Zayn. She is so fond of me. Meanwhile, Oya Kunsha's heart raced with excitement, though she struggled to contain it. No, none at all. That if His Excellency had no affections for any female, her chances were considerable. Just as Jiao had said, with enough perseverance, even the toughest of iron could be ground into a needle. She believed that with effort, success would eventually come. That I have answered your question, Lady Oya. But you have yet to respond to mine. That I would consider myself friends with Jiao, though I am uncertain, given my past mistakes. Yes, Oya Kunsha recounted her story. Surprise flickered in Enshida Zayan's eyes that he was aware of the scandal surrounding the two dishes that had embroiled the three of them and understood that Li Jiao's words had been turned into posters plastered throughout the empire. Those 20 brief words had eclipsed years of imperial propaganda. That he learned that shortly after Li Jiao's live broadcast, reports of suspected spies surged into the thousands. Upon investigation, many hidden spies had indeed been apprehended. What astonished him most, however, was that those dishes had been prepared by Li Jiao, as it was rare for females to even enter the kitchen. Yet, Li Jiao not only cooked but also personally guided Kier Mu. Had he misjudged? No, he needed to observe further. The dishes Jiao prepares are truly delectable. I am currently learning as well. You're learning too? Indeed, Jiao mentioned, and Zayan swiftly extracted the essential information from Oya. Kun Sha's chatter, while she, unaware of his intentions, spoke animatedly about Li Jiao, her enthusiasm growing with each interaction within Zayan. Thus, the atmosphere between them gradually lightened, and Oya, Kun Sha's tension and worries faded away. Eventually, she remarked, "To be honest, if your excellency were to like Jiao, I would not be surprised that if I were a male, I too would be utterly captivated by her. She truly is remarkable." That a deep, magnetic chuckle resonated through the air. "If I were to genuinely like Lady Li Jiao, what would you do? If it were true, though it would sadden me, I would sincerely offer my blessings." That Enshi's heartfelt words caught Zhaoan by surprise. Their gazes met, and the sincerity reflected in his eyes assured her of his honesty. She seemed somewhat different from the other females. That, of course, this could not imply that you harbor any dislike for Zhu Jiao. Hence, such a possibility is unlikely. By the way, Zhaoan, may I add you as a friend? Although it was a question, Liu Junxia had already produced a QR code for friends and held it up. Glancing at the QR code before him, Enshi chuckled softly. Indeed, she was unique. However, adding friends was precisely what he needed, so he agreed. After they exchanged friend requests, Enshi took Liu Junxia to an intimate dining venue. Following their dinner, he escorted her back to the castle, only to encounter Lingxi, who was preparing to leave. Both vehicles came to a halt as Enshi rolled down his window. "What brings you out at this hour?" Lingxi replied, "An urgent matter has arisen. Since the imperial uncle has returned, we should go together." That I in the back seat. Liu Junxia promptly exited the vehicle, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for taking care of me today, Lord Zhaoan." And she smiled gently. "It is I who should be grateful to you. Lady Onsha, it is getting late. Please rest early. You too." And she and Lingxi's car swiftly departed from the castle, while Liu Junxia gazed longingly in the direction they had gone. "Now that they have left, there's no need to linger," came the voice of Li Jiao, who had emerged in her pajamas. Liu Junxia turned and hurried over to Li Jiao, exclaiming excitedly, "Jiao, I am so happy. I added Lord Zhaoan as a friend. Congratulations on fulfilling your wish." That by the way, what happened that made the crown prince so anxious? Li Jiao shook her head. "I am not sure." Inside the swiftly moving vehicle, Lingxi and Enshi sat facing each other. Enshi's brow furrowed. "You mean the shelter for over 100 females was attacked?" "Yes. Although the guarding squad eliminated all assailants, it resulted in the deaths of 2 females and severe injuries to dozens more. They likely intended to silence witnesses. This indicates that some among those females must be aware of the organization's members. Did we uncover anything during the investigation?" Lingxi shook his head. "Nothing." "Then what is the purpose of capturing Teacher Iyer?" Lingxi's expression darkened. "They demand Teacher Iyer to train those females, particularly focusing on their mental abilities. They targeted Zhu Jiao after discovering her photograph in Teacher Iyer's communicator, claiming they could fetch a good price for her. Thus, this organization treats females as commodities for sale. The idea of treating females as mere merchandise is unprecedented. Moreover, the 2 individuals transmitted back by 007 have been identified as longtime fugitives. Therefore, this organization likely comprises numerous criminals, akin to those who, realizing their escape routes were cut off, chose to end their lives without hesitation. According to Iyer Yuan's description, the man in the black cloak is conspicuously absent from the death list, indicating that they may not relent." And she remarked, "Their methods are ruthless. The presence of over 100 females together presents a significant target, and tonight's incident cannot be concealed." Chapter 63. Over 100 females attacked, and Enshi's suspicions were not unfounded. By the time they reached the scene of the incident, a post titled "Shock, over 100 females at XX shelter attacked" had already surfaced online. Accompanied by high-definition images, the post depicted a building that appeared to have been violently destroyed. Beneath the debris, A female cradled another, bloodied and unconscious, weeping. Nearby, countless terrified females huddled together in fear. The post garnered attention from numerous netizens, igniting a flurry of reactions. This must be fake. How could such precious females gather in such numbers? It's just clickbait. These days, people will write anything for views, and the photos look heavily edited that I was at the scene. There indeed were many females, and numerous ambulances have arrived. The military has taken control of the area. Photos. I was also present. I heard there have already been casualties. Is this real? What could necessitate so many females gathering together? Can someone explain? Oh, I think I saw the Crown Prince. Not only the Crown Prince, but also His Highness and she. This has indeed attracted 2 royal members. It appears this matter is far from simple. I'm even more curious about where these over 100 females came from. Imperial Royal Family Official Account, please explain. Imperial Royal Family Official Account, please explain. Countless discussions and shares propelled this post into trending status, while numerous nearby residents also posted corresponding messages, each receiving significant engagement. Having browsed the online news, and she deactivated his communicator and turned to Lingxi. The public interest is high. Countless citizens await the Empire's explanation. Lingxi, what do you plan to do? And Shi's gaze swept over the injured females being loaded into ambulances, his eyes gleaming with determination. Among the over 100 individuals, 33 have been identified as missing persons, and their guardians have been notified for identification. The remaining individuals will have a live broadcast to assist in locating their families. If identities remain unconfirmed post-verification, we will seek guardians and companions for them according to imperial law. And she nodded. That is indeed the most reasonable approach. When do you intend to go live? Now, the rarity of females naturally leads to heightened public interest. Since the issue has already garnered widespread attention, it is best to resolve it swiftly to prevent further complications. Moments later, a live broadcast notification appeared on countless communicators. The Imperial Royal Family Official Account is now live. Come interact with me. As the Imperial Official Account is automatically followed upon citizens binding their communicators, all residents across the Empire receive the notification. The Imperial Royal Family is broadcasting live. What major event has occurred? The last live broadcast was for an incident a decade ago. Despite their confusion, many clicked into the live stream, aware that something significant must have transpired concerning the Empire's security. Countless viewers entered the stream. They were first greeted by the strikingly handsome face of Lingxi. The next moment, and Shi's chiseled features appeared. Had the broadcast commenced? Your Highness, the Crown Prince, and His Highness and she are both present. Where exactly are they? Is this the shelter depicted in the post? The scene looks even more devastating than the photographs. What has happened to the females? Females. What females? Don't you know? Over 100 females at the shelter were attacked. And there have already been casualties. The public chat scrolled rapidly, enlightening many who were previously in the dark about the day's events. As people searched for the information and saw the photos, outrage surged within them. In just seconds, the live stream's viewership skyrocketed to millions. Aware of the escalating situation, Lingxi understood it was time to speak. Dear citizens of the Empire, I am Minshi Lingxi. Due to the public's immense concern for the over 100 females, I have initiated this live broadcast to provide clarification. Lingxi's gaze sharpened, radiating an aura of solemnity. Not long ago, Air Yuan was quietly abducted in the capital, and these over 100 females were rescued while attempting to save her. What? Air Yuan was kidnapped in the capital. Who would be so audacious? She is a high-profile individual under the Empire's protection, and yet she was taken so easily. What arrogance! What are they planning by abducting Air Yuan? With so many females vanishing, has no one noticed? I had heard of missing females before. The police conducted investigations but found nothing. Clearly, the perpetrators possess significant power. Recently, the Empire has captured numerous spies. Perhaps these incidents are connected. Spies deserve death. For the safety of our families, let us all unite to identify and apprehend them. The public grew increasingly agitated as Lingxi continued, based on our scanning of the perpetrators' identities. They are all fugitives documented by officials. Their objective in capturing Air Yuan was to compel her to educate these females, particularly regarding their mental abilities. These females are merely commodities in their hands. This statement detonated like a bomb, igniting chaos in the live stream. They dare to treat females as merchandise. This is an egregious crime. Every female is a treasure. These people are truly inhumane. They must be apprehended and executed. I see now. The shelter was attacked to silence witnesses. How outrageous and despicable. They clearly have no regard for the Empire. Lingxi's gaze fixated on the screen, to those criminals watching my live stream. I, Enshi Lingxi, officially declare that we will pursue this matter to the end. You shall not escape the law's judgment for your transgressions. Moreover, we will not abandon any citizen. That I urge everyone to trust the Empire and the valiant soldiers defending it. We will sacrifice our lives to protect each and every citizen of the Empire. Underneath a broken nest, no egg remains unscathed. A nation precedes a family, and if the state is in turmoil, the home cannot find solace. These three phrases should be firmly etched in everyone's minds. The security of the Empire relies on all of us, on the assistance of every single citizen. Let us collectively strive to construct a peaceful and friendly empire. Lingxi's resonant words ignited a fervor in the live stream room. While in a distant chamber on another planet, a man with white hair and gently swirled the red wine in his glass. His gaze fixed on the screen displaying Lingxi, a soft chuckle escaping his lips, truly befitting of the Empire's Grand Prince. Quite impressive indeed. Chapter 64. Yi Anqi's release from prison indeed. Only you, Marlin, could admire your adversary even in the face of enmity. He has utilized your schemes to garner favor among the populace of the Empire that no matter. This is merely a game of strategy. It's either his demise or mine. Dula Taitisi, do you not find the prospect of engaging with a rival, such as Enshi Lingxi, far more exhilarating than contending with those dull opponents? Dula Taitisi's eyes flickered. What a madman. Marlin tilted his head back and drained his glass of red wine. That moment. Some wine spilled from the corner of his lips, swiftly tracing a path down his chin. Leaving a crimson mark upon his fair cheek, Marlin lowered his head. The wine dripped onto his pristine attire, rapidly blossoming into crimson flowers against the white fabric. Turning his head, Marlin's exquisite visage, bearing a resemblance to Enshi Lingxi, came into Dulu Taitisi's view. How are the arrangements on your end? Everything has been set according to plan. Marlin's enticing lips curled upward, his gaze resting upon the calm countenance of Enshi Lingxi on the screen. Now, let us see what surprises you can still conjure for me, Enshi Lingxi. Huh? The boisterous laughter reverberated throughout the room, and Dula Taitisi's eyes gleamed with excitement. The game had finally begun. Lingxi, the official announcement has been made regarding the identities of all confirmed females. We kindly request the assistance of the populace. Should families remain untraceable, accommodations and guardians will be arranged in accordance with imperial law. This concludes today's broadcast. Farewell to all. S. Lingxi's words echoed. The screen faded to black. Yet countless comments continued to scroll below. Following this broadcast, many within the Empire found themselves unable to sleep. The plight of females is intrinsically linked to the future of families, thus prompting all families in need to spring into action. This night, the entire Empire was set in motion by this live stream. Lingxi, fully aware from the outset of the commotion that would ensue, felt a flicker in his gaze. The immediate priority was to locate those individuals. Preventing further victims, the investigation into recent cases of female disappearances revealed only a fraction of the truth that raised suspicions. Could these women have been quietly abducted? The Empire felt akin to a sieve. Already infiltrated, not wear such a troubled expression. Instead, allow yourself a smile. Lingxi's handsome face was tugged at by a pair of strong hands, as he gently shook off Enshi Zin's grip. Your Highness, please conduct yourself with dignity. Growing up has stripped away all the fun. 13 was far more amusing. By the way, where is 13? I haven't seen him today. He had matters to attend to. Oh, it's getting late. I should take my leave. Enshi turned. Lingxi inquired. Your Highness, what is your intention in approaching Oya Kunsha? Enshi paused momentarily, a mischievous glint in his eyes. What if I had developed an affection for the esteemed Oya Kunsha? No, you do not. How do you know? Lingxi replied, regardless of your intentions, I hope you will not involve Dujadado. Oh, quite protective, I see. Understood, farewell. With that, Enshi Zin's figure swiftly vanished, and Lingxi's gaze flickered before he returned to his work. In the following days, the matter of the over 100 females remained the focal point of public discourse. Concurrently, espionage investigations were underway, as the Empire received an unusually high volume of suspicious reports. Amidst this atmosphere, Yi Anqi completed her 2-month sentence and was released. Before the prison gates, Gazing at the unshackled sky, Yanchi found herself momentarily dazed. She was truly free. "Lady Yanchi, I have come to escort you." The respectful voice drew Yanchi's attention, and she turned to see Anru, his demeanor reverent as he stood a short distance away. This sight evoked memories of his pleading when she had been captured, and her eyes involuntarily glistened with emotion. Anru approached, kneeling gracefully before her, gently taking her hand and pressing a soft kiss upon the back of it. Looking up, his eyes brimmed with compassion. "That my lady. You have suffered greatly. I am truly delighted to see you again." And Yanchi scanned her surroundings, noting the absence of others, her brow furrowing. "Where are they?" Anru's expression faltered slightly, his evasive gaze igniting a sense of foreboding within Yanchi. She commanded sharply, "Speak." Anru inhaled deeply, raising his head with a serious expression. "They have vanished. Shortly after your capture, they disappeared without a trace." "What? Have they fled? How dare they?" Fury ignited within Yanchi, and she clenched her fists, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing in the air. How could the males abandon the females like this? Anru trembled slightly, seemingly intimidated by Yanchi's wrath. His anxious gaze dropped as he explained. "Upon discovering this, I visited their respective families, but they were unaware of their whereabouts. That I sought further information, but have found nothing." Such audacity. Yanchi seethed. "What was the response from the Yi family after my capture?" Anru's averted gaze sent a jolt of alarm through Yanchi, and her energy surged ominously. Anru, panic-stricken, raised his gaze, pleading, "My lady, please do not be angry. You still have me. Anru will always be by your side." "Ha ha! Excellent, excellent." Hatred radiated from Yanchi, a chilling aura enveloping her. She had wondered why these past 2 months had been so quiet. It turned out they had not intervened at all. This was all due to Li Jiao, and she would not let her escape unscathed. "Where is Li Jiao?" As Anru recounted recent events, Yanchi's animosity deepened. "Anru, rise that we are returning to the Yi family." Yanchi reached out, pulling Anru to his feet. The moment Anru looked up, a glimmer of concern crossed his features. "But my lady, they—" Yanchi interrupted with a scoff. "No matter how much they despise me, it does not alter the fact that I am a member of the Yi family. Come with me." "Yes." Once they entered the vehicle, Anru started the engine, thoughtfully stating, "Lady Yanchi, the meal boxes beside you contain your favorite dishes. Feel free to eat if you are hungry. There is also your preferred drink in the cup next to you." This considerate gesture softened Yanchi's heart further. She gazed at Anru, who was driving, and smiled with gratitude. "Thank you, Anru. It is my duty." Yanchi opened the meal box, the aroma of the dishes stimulating her appetite. While the prison meals were adequate, they could not compare to the delights found outside. She devoured everything in haste, then downed the drink Anru had prepared, soon feeling a wave of drowsiness wash over her. "Anru, I'll take a short nap. Wake me when we arrive." Hardly had she finished speaking when her eyelids fluttered shut uncontrollably. Unbeknownst to her, the man driving bore a sinister smile at the corner of his lips. "Understood, Lady Yanchi." Chapter 65. The stirring heart of Yanchi as Yanchi succumbed to slumber. The vehicle merged into traffic, silently navigating through residential areas until it vanished from sight. Hours later, Anru did not steer the car to the Yi family estate, but rather to Yanchi's own villa. The vehicle came to a gentle halt in the parking space, and he turned to observe the slumbering Yanchi, his eyes flickering with intensity. Leaning down slightly, he tenderly arranged the disheveled strands of her hair, whispering, "Lady Yanchi, you shall surely be pleased. There is no need for excessive gratitude." When Yanchi awoke, the sky had darkened. She slowly sat up, surveying her familiar surroundings with a frown, and in the next moment, a sudden blaze of anger ignited within her. Anru, my lady." The sound of hurried footsteps accompanied Anru's voice as he rushed in. Donning an apron and wielding a spatula, "Lady Yanchi, you are awake. You must have been tense for so long, which is why you fell asleep in the car that I called out to you for quite some time before you finally drifted off. Thus, I took the liberty of bringing you back here." Anru's voice trailed off, his gaze increasingly filled with concern as he looked at Yanchi. "I see why Yanchi's anger quickly dissipated. You did well. Under those circumstances, it was indeed unwise for me to return. Is there anything to eat?" "There is. Please wait a moment." Anru hurriedly dashed outside, while Yi Anqi swiftly rose and carefully surveyed the bedroom she had been away from for 2 months. She stepped over to the fixed spot for fresh flowers. Although the flowers were not particularly fresh, it was evident they had been replaced just a couple of days prior, that as her gaze traversed the other items on the desk. She noticed several small trinkets she had never seen before, yet which were neatly arranged and were undoubtedly to her liking. Picking up one of the ornaments, she recognized the brand she favored, a brand that released a new limited edition item every week in exceedingly scarce quantities. Remarkably, her desk boasted 8 unfamiliar trinkets, indicating that Anru had dutifully queued each week to procure these cherished items for her in her absence. The Yi Anqi's eyes softened somewhat, although Anru was neither the wealthiest nor the most handsome of her companions. He had always been the most considerate that in her perception, a male was merely a means to secure her status and fulfill her physical desires. Yet, at this moment, Yi Anqi realized that Anru was no longer just a tool to her. Lady Yi Anqi, I have prepared all your favorite dishes, and they are at just the right temperature, not too hot to burn your mouth. A male voice interrupted her thoughts. She slowly lifted her gaze to see Anru at the door. Carefully balancing a tray laden with 7 or 8 bowls and plates filled with her favorite delicacies, the Yi Anqi's attention remained fixed on Anru as he meticulously placed the meal on the round table opposite her bed. Arranging the dishes according to her preferences, her heart began to race. Anru, she called softly. Lady Yi Anqi, he responded, lifting his head at once. That Yi Anqi, barefoot, had already approached him. She reached out to grasp his chin, tilting his head down. Anru obediently complied, and Yi Anqi pressed her lips against his sensuous ones. Anru shivered, but instinctively reciprocated, and as the kiss deepened with fervor, Yi Anqi wrapped her arms around his neck while he cautiously embraced her back. As the kiss ended, Yi Anqi commanded, Anru, love me. But my lady, you are still hungry. Thus I shall feast upon you first, yes. Following his affirmation, soon sounds of soft gasps and the deep murmurs of a man echoed from the open door. Resonating throughout the villa. 2 hours later, the sounds within the villa gradually subsided. On the large, disheveled bed, Yi Anqi lay on her side, her gaze fixed intently on Anru, who knelt beside her, carefully tending to her wounds. My lady, I apologize that it has been too long since I received your comfort, and I lost control. That it is of no consequence. You have worked hard these past 2 months. That it was not arduous, but I feel guilty that my lady suffered while I could not share the burden. Yi Anqi's eyes softened as she observed the self-reproach etched on Anru's face, that a gentle smile graced her lips as she reached out to caress his handsome face. This is not your fault. The one to blame is Li Jiao, that I shall ensure she experiences the same trials I endured. However, she has the support of the Crown Prince and the 13th Prince. I am currently no match for them. Therefore, I must return to the Yi family. I require power. Her gaze darkened with unmasked malice. Anru exchanged a brief glance with her before quickly lowering his head, only to have her hand forcefully lift his chin. As their eyes locked, Yi Anqi's gaze brimmed with ambition. Rest assured, Anru, I shall not forget your kindness to me. All that matters is your well-being, my lady. I shall accept any fate as long as you are safe. Such a good boy. While many were captivated by the commotion surrounding the 100 or so females, news of Yi Anqi's release from prison gradually spread. After all, she was the first female incarcerated for the incident involving the others, merely receiving a 2-month sentence for a single slap. A fact that those seeking to increase their viewership could hardly ignore. Thus, with the marketing accounts fervently disseminating the news, Yi Anqi's release became a sensational topic. When Yi Anqi informed Li Jiao, who was reading, she responded softly, Jiao, you must still be cautious. I have dealt with Yi Anqi before, and she is quite shrewd. That I worry she may seek revenge on you. Instead of fretting over potential retribution from her, you should be concerned about Teacher Ayer's upcoming surprise check on your studies and whether you will pass. Li Jiao calmly replied, her words striking at Yi Anqi's core. With hands clasped over her head, she exclaimed, oh no. It's over. Li Jiao chuckled, shaking her head. This Yi Anqi truly lacks any talent for academia. However, her culinary skills are rather impressive. Perhaps she inherited them from her grandfather, Kurmu. Teacher Ayer will be arriving shortly, Li Jiao reminded her. Yi Anqi stiffened and quickly rose, saying, I shall return to my room. She then dashed back, knowing that this was merely a temporary evasion, not a permanent solution. What am I to do? She lamented, scratching her head in distress. That moment, her communicator chimed. Upon seeing the name Zine, She initially thought she was imagining things. Ever since adding him as a contact, she had attempted to message him. But he had never replied. Disheartened, she had confided in Li Jiu about this, to which Li Jiu had offered the encouraging phrase, "Where there is a will, there is a way." Since then, she had consistently messaged him daily. As the ringing persisted, Uya Kunsha answered the call. The handsome yet scarred face of Inshizin appeared on the screen. "Lady Uya Kunsha, I hope you are well, that I apologize for only now seeing your message." Uya Kunsha's eyes widened in concern. "Zine, you are injured. Merely a minor wound. The signal was quite poor where I was, preventing me from responding. I will be arriving at your residence shortly. May I invite you to join me for lunch?" "Zine, it would be my honor," Uya Kunsha replied eagerly, her eyes sparkling. After a brief conversation, they ended the video call, and Uya Kunsha hurriedly made her way to Li Jiu's room to share the news. As she entered, she immediately halted, regretting not being more cautious. "Miss Uya, just in time. I was about to call for you." Ayar Yuan Yi's calm voice reached her ears, striking her like a death knell. She rushed to Ayar Yuan Yi's side, gently grasping her hand and pleading, "Teacher Ayar, please spare me. I truly am not cut out for studying." "That cannot be. After all, Miss Uya has already paid her tuition." Recalling this, Uya Kunsha felt a wave of self-reproach. Enthusiastically, she had assured herself that she would succeed and had promptly paid her tuition on Ayar Yuan Yi's first day back. Alas, it had turned into a pitfall. "Teacher, how about I cook you your favorite braised pork? Please let me off, I beg you." Uya Kunsha expertly batted her eyelashes and pouted. Amidst Li Jiu's suppressed laughter, Ayar Yuan Yi reluctantly relented, with her scheme successful. Uya Kunsha leaped up and planted a kiss on Ayar Yuan Yi's cheek before scampering back, exclaiming, "Oh yay! Thank you, my dear teacher Ayar. I adore you. However, I must dash. Zine has invited me to lunch, so I shall return later." Li Jiu chuckled, shaking her head. "How have you managed to escape again?" "Escape? I want her to cling to me. She was so afraid of me before, yet now she is all over me." Though she spoke these words, Ayar Yuan Yi showed no signs of disdain. Li Jiu's demeanor was more composed, while Uya Kunsha was full of mischief. Such a child may struggle academically, but she held no grave faults. Li Jiu's gaze turned to the window, where a vehicle bearing the royal emblem slowly entered the courtyard. "It seems the crown prince has arrived soon," as Li Jiu and Ayar Yuan Yi watched. The car came to a halt, and the figure of Inshizin emerged. Uya Kunsha, who had been waiting, rushed to greet him. "Inshizin, greetings, my lady," he said, bowing. Uya Kunsha approached him, her gaze fixed on the wound on his face. Seeing it was not deep, she sighed in relief. "Zine, you must take care of yourself." The concern in her eyes stirred an unfamiliar feeling within Inshizin. Although he felt puzzled, he maintained a smile. "Thank you for your concern, Lady Uya Kunsha, I will." Uya Kunsha's cheeks flushed as she realized she had been standing too close that as she began to step back, and Inshizin gallantly extended his hand, revealing a beautifully crafted gift box. "This is my humble apology. I hope you will accept it, Lady Uya Kunsha." Faced with a gift from someone she admired, Uya Kunsha immediately grasped it tightly, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Thank you, I'm glad you like it. Please do step into the car." The blushing beauty, Uya Kunsha, gracefully entered the vehicle, while Inshizin nodded toward Li Jiu, who stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, before the car swiftly departed from the castle. It was unexpected for Lord Zen to personally escort Miss Uya for a meal, suggesting that their relationship was far from the rumors that Li Jiu smiled, remarking, "Well, this is all due to Kunsha's own efforts. She has been striving diligently." Inside the car, Uya Kunsha struggled to suppress her urge to unveil the gift box in her hands, yet her fingers could not resist fiddling with it. Inshizin observed her subtle movements and gently encouraged. "If Lady Kunsha wishes to open it, please do so without hesitation. Isn't that inappropriate?" she queried. "Not at all. Feel free." With his words, Uya Kunsha could no longer contain her excitement and promptly opened the gift box, revealing a beautifully crafted jewelry brooch. "How exquisite!" she exclaimed. The brooch depicted a peacock, its surface adorned with sparkling diamonds that shone remarkably. Despite possessing numerous expensive jewels, none could compare to this treasure in Uya Kunsha's eyes. "Thank you, Lord Zin. I adore it. May I take a photograph?" Of course that in front of Inshizin. She affixed the brooch to her dress and took out her communicator to snap a picture, to in a clever twist. She managed to capture a glimpse of Inshi Zan's profile in the frame. After hastily posting it online with the caption, "Received a gift from my beloved," her heart swelled with sweetness. The post quickly garnered attention from her fans, and numerous comments flooded in. Yet Uya Kunsha, having put away her communicator, paid them no mind that as the car sped along. She conversed animatedly, while Inshizin listened intently, his gaze fixed on the vibrant Uya Kunsha. A smile unconsciously tugging at his lips. Suddenly, an abrupt voice shattered their atmosphere. "Lord Zin, we are being followed." "How many?" "Approximately 6 or 7 vehicles. They are closing in." And Shizin's eyes darted towards the window, his expression darkening, that he had been so engrossed in Uya Kunsha's conversation that he hadn't realized they had already ascended the elevated highway. Flanking the highway were the infamous cliffs of the Fury River. Known for their deadly drops, the intentions of their pursuers were evident. With a furrowed brow, and Shizin spoke calmly, "Continue driving as if we haven't noticed them." "Understood." The driver, Anton, summoned his elemental power, enveloping the car in a red glow. Given the peak travel hours, the highway was congested with countless ordinary citizens. He could not act solely for his own safety. And Shizin glanced apologetically at Uya Kunsha, "That I sincerely regret involving you in this matter. Rest assured, I will ensure your safety. There is no need for guilt, Lord Zen. This situation is not your fault." Her reassuring smile made Shizin's gaze flicker. However, plans rarely survive contact with reality as they reached the highest point of the elevated highway. Their pursuers struck, from behind, nearly a dozen vehicles revealed numerous gun-wielding hands. The driver, Dongan, alerted them just as a barrage of gunfire erupted. "Get down, my lord. Their firearms can penetrate our elemental shield." And Shizin's pupils constricted as he swiftly pulled the stunned Uya Kunsha into his embrace. Both of them curling up in the seat. "My apologies, Lady Kunsha." Chapter 67. No. Lord Zen. Uya Kunsha gasped, momentarily stunned as she found herself enveloped in the embrace of the man. His tall form shielded her entirely. Yet the sudden, unmistakable scent of blood sent her into a panic. "Lord Zen, you're injured." "It's just a minor issue." Dongan's expression was grave as he noted the deliberate distance maintained by their attackers. If they were any closer, Lord Zan's counterattack would be effective. It was clear that their adversaries intended to use close-range weaponry to trap them here. As he contemplated a way out, he suddenly noticed the civilian vehicles ahead coming to an abrupt halt. His expression shifted sharply as he saw countless guns emerge from within those cars. "Lord Zin, watch out." The bullets rained down, shattering the windshield, accompanied by Dongan's pained grunt and his feeble voice. "My lords, brace yourselves. I will get you out." Dongan focused intently on a bend in the road several hundred meters ahead, flooring the accelerator that if they could reach that point, Lord Zan would escape from their pursuers. And Shizen's eyes reddened with anguish at the thought of Dongan being gravely injured amidst the relentless gunfire. That he bit his lip, fury coursing through him. Did Dongan evade? That's not possible. The idea was noble, but reality was harsh. Their accelerating vehicle was now fully aware of Dongan's intentions, and every gun was leveled at him. That a relentless barrage of bullets struck, piercing his head, face, and hands, blood gushing forth, despite his desperate attempts to hold on. The searing pain forced a cry from his lips, and as darkness began to envelop him, he could only manage a fragmented apology to Lord Dongan. And Shiyin shouted, his eyes brimming with tears. But the driver's breath had already ceased, that he slumped against the steering wheel, the weight of his body keeping the horn blaring as if bidding him farewell. Uya Kunsha, sheltered within his embrace, could no longer control her tears, biting her lip to stifle a sob. She could not afford to be a burden to Lord Zan at this moment. With the driver incapacitated, the vehicle veered dangerously off course, skimming the edge of the elevated highway. Yet before he succumbed, Anton had braced his foot against the pedal, maintaining full throttle. Thus, while the car edged towards the brink, it still surged forward at breakneck speed. A voice rang out from the vehicle ahead. "Everyone, prepare to escort Shizan for a while." Suddenly, several assault rifles emerged from the roof of the car, unleashing a hail of bullets towards Shizan and Uya Kunsha. The car's erratic movements, caused by its scraping against the edge of the bridge, afforded Shizan a moment of respite. However, continuing down this path would lead only to ruin, through the storm of bullets. And Shizan quickly scanned the surroundings for a glimmer of hope. "Lord Zin, you must escape on your own," With your abilities, you'll surely make it out. I would only be a hindrance. Silence. The sharp reprimand left Oya Kunsha momentarily speechless. Tears streaming down her face did I end this dire situation. She felt like nothing but a liability. Fully focused, and Shizin's gaze brightened as he spotted the approaching bend. Lady Kunsha, please cooperate with me. I will ensure your escape. With that, he swiftly withdrew his warm embrace, and Oya Kunsha looked up just in time to see him dart into the driver's seat to Dongan. I'm sorry. Utilizing Dongan's lifeless body as cover. And Shizin deftly maneuvered the car towards their destination. Bullets rained down fiercely, some piercing through Dongan's corpse and striking in Shizin. Yet he remained silent, pressing forward as the distance between them and their pursuers dwindled. And Shizin knew that if they fell within the range of elemental attacks, his chances of escaping would increase. They could only maintain their speed while continuing to shoot. Several bullets struck him again. But in Shizin's resolve only strengthened. He was certain their attackers lacked more lethal weapons and were of a lower power level than himself, that if he could just push them back a few more meters, he could lead Oya Kunsha to safety. A languid voice emerged from the vehicle ahead, indicating a plan to escape through the bend, that if that's what he desires, then let us grant him that wish. After all, we're all destined for death. Heh. Yes, 20 meters, 15 meters, 13 meters. The car approached within 10 meters of the turn, and Shizin called out, Lady Kunsha, when we reach 10 meters, exit through the left door and jump towards the hillside. We will escape. With each word, the distance closed rapidly. 5 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. And Shizin shouted jump. Both doors swung open amidst the cacophony of gunfire. Oya Kunsha gritted her teeth, leaping towards their destination. Determined not to hinder Lord Zan as she jumped, her eyes caught sight of Shizin's figure, which brought her a fleeting sense of relief. The hillside drew closer. Almost there. However, a voice rang out from within the vehicles behind them. Ah, Lady Kunsha, it seems the two of you have made quite the progress. In that case, let us send you both on your way. Direct all fire at Miss Oya Kunsha. Consider it my wedding gift to her. As the man's voice echoed through the vehicles, every gun pivoted towards Oya Kunsha, and Shizin immediately sensed the danger, his pupils dilating, without any cover in the air, if she were struck by such a multitude of bullets. She would surely perish to know. In the next moment, an overwhelming barrage of bullets surged towards Oya Kunsha. The distinct sound of gunfire prompted Oya Kunsha to turn her head, only to behold a colossal white tiger materializing in midair, shielding her from the onslaught of bullets. Countless projectiles penetrated the ethereal form of the white tiger, and an abundance of crimson flowed from its massive frame. A piercing scream erupted from Oya Kunsha's lips. Her pupils dilated as she instinctively reached for that fleeting silhouette, yet the immense weight of the white tiger caused it to plummet rapidly towards the ground. With blurred vision, and she then glanced at the terrified expression on Oya Kunsha's face, urging run, as the white tiger descended swiftly. The relentless hail of bullets remained aimed at Shizin. Lord Oya Kunsha was already in tears, propelled by instinct to leap towards her destination, yet devoid of any joy. Without the slightest hesitation, she leaped with fervor towards Shidan's direction. However, the sheer bulk of the white tiger, influenced by gravity, rendered her unable to catch up. In the next instant, a spotted leopard appeared in the air. Its massive form an even more enticing target, as countless bullets embedded themselves into its flesh. Pain coursed through her body. Surely, Lord Zin felt it too. In that moment, Oya Kunsha's gaze was fixated solely on the white tiger. She roared, attempting to rouse the creature that had already succumbed to slumber. Yet, it was evidently a futile effort, drawing ever closer. She swung her claws with fervent determination, wishing to grasp it, but was perpetually thwarted by the slightest margin. Time and again, she fell short, until with a resounding splash, the white tiger plunged into the water. That moment, Oya Kunsha smiled. She had finally seized it. Yet this triumph was swiftly followed by an invasion of icy water, overwhelming all her senses. Just before losing consciousness, Oya Kunsha instinctively tightened her grip, clinging even harder. Chapter 68. Linksy saves, quick. Hey, it seems true love indeed. On the overpass, a man observed the two individuals consumed by the river, chuckling softly as he raised his head and gestured. Let us go. Otherwise, we might not escape. That indeed be why the way, this gift must be delivered to everyone. Otherwise, my efforts would be in vain. As the convoy swiftly departed, only remnants of destruction remained. Concurrently, another convoy rushed towards the scene. Upon their arrival, the previous party had vanished without a trace. The newcomers felt a sense of dread upon seeing the Royal Standard vehicle. They hurried closer, gasping upon witnessing the gruesome remains of Dongan. "Turn back, it's Lord Zen's vehicle! Quickly report!" Before they could relay the news, a video titled "Farewell to Lord Zen and Lady Oya" Kuncha caught the attention of many online. As viewers clicked on it, they were left in stunned silence. The video opened with Enshiden transforming into beast form to shield Oya. Kuncha from the barrage of bullets, his immense form cascading downward. While Oya, Kuncha had already leapt from the hillside, unhesitatingly plunging into the depths. Tio hastened her descent. Oya, Kuncha transformed into beast form, racing after the descending Enshiden. Ignoring the countless bullets, she continuously reached out to grasp the white tiger, yet repeatedly fell short. Ultimately, the two crashed heavily into the furious Yangtze River, instantly engulfed by its tumultuous waters, vanishing without a trace. This must be fake. The video is clearly edited. The creator must be audacious to fabricate such a story about Lord Zen. I work in video editing, and though I wish it were fake, there are no signs of manipulation in this footage. You must have poor eyesight. Lord Zen is an SS class. How could he perish so easily? Someone tell me this is false. It must be false. My beloved Lord Zen, when did this happen? How could there be no news of such an occurrence in the Empire? I heard the overpass over the Yangtze has been sealed off. This incident transpired right there. I pass this way every day and am familiar with it. Though I hesitate to believe, just recently, Lady Oya, Kuncha posted a photo featuring Lord Zen's profile. Is this true? Initially, 100 females were attacked, and now they've directly targeted Lord Zen. Their audacity knows no bounds. What is the current status of Lord Zen and Lady Oya? Kuncha. Inside the castle, Li Jiao, enjoying pastries with AI air. Yuan E. Received Lingxi's video. What did you say? Impossible. AI air. Yuan E. stood beside her, her chest heaving, eyes brimming with disbelief. Though I too wish to disbelieve, it is indeed the truth. The screen of the communicator displayed Lingxi's grim countenance. The assailants had brazenly exposed the entire assault on the royal uncle and Lady Oya. Kuncha, a blatant provocation to the Empire. Jiao, we need you now. The vehicle to retrieve you is en route. Please prepare yourself. The royal uncle and Lady Oya, Kuncha, have plunged into the Yangtze, and although our team is conducting a search, we have made no progress, but if we can locate them swiftly, there may still be a glimmer of hope. Understood. Li Jiao clenched her hands tightly, struggling to contain her inner fury. Her trembling body and tear-filled eyes elicited concern from Lingxi on the other side of the video. Jiao, are you all right? I'm fine. She wiped away the tears that had already fallen, feigning strength as she looked at Lingxi. I need to change clothes. I'll hang up for now. The moment she ended the video call, Li Jiao collapsed back into her chair, unable to restrain her sobs. How could this happen? She was so joyful to meet up. How could it? Beside her, AI air. Yuani recalled Oya, Kuncha's playful demeanor as she had pouted to avoid doing homework, promising to return and cook red braised meat for her. How could this? She gently patted Li Jiao's back, offering comfort. Little Jiao, you must be strong. Kuncha is waiting for you to find her. Don't fear. I will accompany you. Li Jiao's tears flowed unabated, persisting even as they boarded the vehicle. She trembled as she opened the webpage, where the video of the two plummeting into the river was prominently displayed. Her gaze fixated on the moment when Oya, Kuncha, desperately reached for Enshi. Li Jiao was filled with rage. Why must they target the innocent? The vehicle sent to retrieve Li Jiao sped towards the scene, arriving swiftly amid several escort vehicles. Upon exiting, Li Jiao found Lingxi already waiting for her. Noticing the redness in her eyes, he realized she must have been crying for a long time. Jiao. Based on the video comparison, they fell into the river right here. Which direction is the current flowing? It was no fault of Li Jiao. The river's flow was visibly split into two directions. Over there, Li Jiao closed her eyes, utilizing her newly acquired ability to sense, and swiftly searched in the direction Lingxi indicated. She felt fortunate for this extraordinary ability she had gained upon awakening, allowing her to perceive objects within a radius of 500 meters. Her vision swiftly navigated through the murky water, yet she found no trace of the two within the range. That Ligio was not surprised by this outcome. The force of the river would have likely carried them beyond 500 meters in no time. Still, she needed to search. What if they were within that distance? Open your eyes, quickly get in the car, and head downstream. Lingxi understood that Ligio hurried back into the vehicle, and Lingxi sat beside her. As the driver accelerated the vehicle upon their entry, silence enveloped the interior. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes passed. And Ligio's forehead was drenched in sweat. Ignoring the throbbing pain in her head and eyes, she continued her search. The vehicle maintained a speed of 80, and in just these few minutes, they had distanced themselves significantly from the incident site. This growing distance weighed heavily on everyone's hearts, compounded by the severity of the two's injuries, leaving little hope for survival. Ligio's eyes grew increasingly painful, and a wave of dizziness caused her to sway slightly. Lingxi quickly reached out to steady her arm, his expression filled with concern. Jiu, are you all right? Just as Ligio was about to respond, her body suddenly stiffened. Her senses had grazed over a massive leopard. She turned back in haste, spotting a gigantic leopard gripping a white tiger tightly between two boulders, perfectly wedged within the crevice. A surge of joy flooded Ligio's heart. It was them. Stop the car. As Ligio's voice rang out, the vehicle came to a swift halt. That Ligio turned her head, and indeed, she saw two boulders protruding from the water's surface. She reached out urgently. They were trapped between those stones. Hurry, Lingxi, save them. Chapter 69. Xiao Lu, save them. Ligio's plea sounded like a divine melody, prompting Lingxi to swiftly issue orders, though his expression remained grave. Beneath those boulders lay the infamous Abyss Waterfall, with a staggering drop of over 100 meters, where countless boulders awaited below. Such a plunge would surely result in death, even if one were not immediately killed. This was precisely why the Yangtze River was dubbed the River of Death. Even if one survived the fall, being swept into this abyss left nearly no chance of survival. Even if one were exceptionally fortunate, survival in such circumstances was nearly impossible. Yet below lies an unfathomable expanse of dark waters, extending into the unknown. It is said that none have survived such circumstances. Mere seconds later, the rescue team, equipped with professional tools, reached the colossal boulder. Ligio, who had been observing with her eyes tightly shut, felt a fleeting glimmer of joy in her gaze, only for her consciousness to detect two figures being slowly swept downwards by the fierce currents. With every slight movement, the descent of the figures became increasingly pronounced. Quickly, Lingxi, they are about to be swept away. Use the fishing net, ensnare them with the fishing net. Lingxi's heart plummeted at the urgency of the situation. Clenching his fists, he wondered if this was truly the end. Concern and dread surged within him, yet he maintained a facade of composure as he issued commands. Hurry, utilize the fishing net. Ligio's expression darkened with mounting anxiety, for she had sensed the dark river below, its depths unfathomable to her awareness that if they fell in, she would be unable to locate them. Several rescuers, once secured, leapt into the raging waters, but the tumultuous currents hindered their approach. Meanwhile, the two figures continued to be swept further down, prompting Ligio's frantic thoughts. What could she do? In this fantasy realm, one's consciousness could manipulate objects. Could she do the same? Doubt lingered in her mind, as the term for this ability was merely a label she had assigned based on her understanding that the two individuals were increasingly engulfed by the torrent. Ligio gritted her teeth. What if this worked? Closing her eyes, she exerted her consciousness towards them, attempting to shape it into a net. As her consciousness began to take form, elation washed over Ligio, momentarily overshadowing the intense pain in her head. She focused on weaving her awareness into a vast net. With its formation, she felt a distinct jolt within her consciousness, a consequence of the overwhelming force of the water. The completion of the net brought a stabbing pain to her mind. But she disregarded it, for the two trapped between the boulder were being propelled further down by the relentless current. The impact from the water pushed her net back a meter, intensifying the agony in her head and prompting an involuntary gasp of pain. Ugh, it hurts. Ligio's distress was noticed by AI Air Yuan, who asked little Gio, "What is the matter?" In that moment, Ligio's face was visibly pale, her delicate brows furrowed, and her eyes betrayed her suffering. Gio, Lingxi swiftly turned at the sound of her name, panic overtaking him as he beheld her wan complexion. With great effort, Li Jiu opened her eyes. Hurry! I cannot hold on much longer. The immense force caused her consciousness-woven net to retreat further. Behind the boulder, the rescuers struggled to secure the fishing net, for the two were situated over 10 meters underwater, and the current was too fierce, complicating the stabilization process considerably as Li Jiu neared the brink of failure. She was at a loss. Glancing at the towering boulders on either side, she made a bold decision. Enduring the piercing pain in her head, she frantically divided her consciousness into two strands, wrapping them swiftly around the rocks. Yet this action brought an excruciating pain that nearly rendered her unconscious, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. In the next moment, Lingxi reached out and caught Li Jiu, preventing her from collapsing onto the ground. Meanwhile, the violent fluctuations of her spirit stirred the distant Xiao Lu, who deep within another realm, sensed the urgency. Master! Master! Tears streamed down Lingxi's face as he witnessed Li Jiu's perilous state, her condition alarmingly precarious. As if she might faint at any moment, his lips trembled, yet words eluded him. The agonizing pain overwhelmed Li Jiu, plunging her into unconsciousness. Just before she succumbed, she heard Xiao Lu's voice, summoning all her strength to cry out. Xiao Lu, save them, save them! Her arms fell limp, and she finally lost consciousness. The sight of her drooping hand sent Lingxi into a frenzy. Jiu, wake up! Ai air! Yuan ain't unaware of Li Jiu's actions. Also called out in distress, her expression mirroring his panic, yet feeling powerless. Jiu. At that moment, the protective net of consciousness surrounding Oya Kunsha dissipated with Li Jiu's fainting, causing the two figures to be swept swiftly downward by the current. The fishing net set by the rescuers was torn apart, and as they reached out in vain, they could only watch helplessly as the bodies disappeared beneath the surface. Lingxi shouted in desperation. A flicker of light shone from Li Jiu's forehead, summoning Xiao Lu. A slender vine delicately tapped Li Jiu's brow, for Xiao Lu had absorbed her memories just before unconsciousness. I will safeguard them for now. Their survival depends on fate. With that, Xiao Lu vanished before Lingxi. Above the colossal waterfall, the white tiger and leopard were gradually separated by the force of the current, just as they were about to crash against the boulder below. Two verdant vines appeared from the sky, wrapping around the white tiger and leopard in the nick of time, emanating a soft green light. A massive willow tree floated above the waterfall, gently lifting the two creatures into the air. Yuani watched in astonishment, witnessing the willow tree emerge from Li Jiu's brow and grow larger. Lingxi's eyes sparkled with joy. They were saved before the eyes of Lingxi and the others. The giant willow descended, gently placing the white tiger and leopard down. As it departed, the vines tapped the creature's brows lightly, allowing a luminescent green energy to flow into them. The vines retracted, as did the large willow, swiftly transforming into a small willow tree that appeared before Li Jiu's brow. Xiao Lu declared, I have used the power of life to sustain their last breath. Their survival now rests in their hands. The master has incurred some damage to her consciousness due to the forced exertion, but it is not severe. I have healed her. Just wait for her to awaken. Thank you, Lingxi replied, casting a glance at the tear-streaked face of Li Jiu. His voice cold yet filled with concern. You are too weak. I must return. If they perish, the master will be heartbroken. With that, he disappeared into Li Jiu's brow, leaving no trace. Meanwhile, on the grass before the castle, 3 willow branches of the main willow withered. Chapter 70. Kunsha, where are you? Are you in pain? Indeed. He truly is too weak. As Xiao Lu vanished, the rescue team swiftly advanced to attend to Enshi, Zain, and Oya Kunsha, astonished to find that while their heartbeats were faint, they were still alive. Quick! There is still hope. The medical personnel, remaining calm, began their treatment while Lingxi issued a series of composed commands. He then turned his gaze to Li Jiu, whose complexion had noticeably improved, and gently brushed her disheveled hair. Jiu, thank you. His voice trembled with emotion, yet his eyes were filled with darkness. The H organization, is it? Very well. Rising, he cradled Li Jiu tenderly and made his way toward the ambulance, trusting in Xiao Lu but seeking the reassurance of medical instruments. His gaze fell upon the 2 individuals inside, already being monitored by various devices. After carefully placing Li Jiu within the medical pod, he addressed the doctors waiting nearby, who promptly began a series of meticulous examinations. "Your Highness, what has happened to Jiao?" Lan Yuan asked anxiously, remembering vividly how Li Jiao had saved him. Yet Lingxi paid him no heed, instead moving to the forefront of the two being resuscitated, his heart swelling with relief upon observing the heart monitor's once erratic lines now stabilizing. Albeit with a slight fluctuation, just a little more, and they would have truly perished. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing a figure whose arrival caused Lingxi's eyes to redden once more. It was none other than his father, and Mu Er, who upon noticing Lingxi's tearful eyes, placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Do not blame yourself. You have done remarkably well. Father, it was so close, so nearly there. Had it not been for the intervention of His Highness Jiao," Lingxi's voice once again faltered, "that in the eyes of the Empire, he was the Grand Prince, yet before his father, he was merely a son." And Mu Er cast his gaze towards the distant figure in the recovery chamber, that he was well aware of Li Jiao's capabilities. Yet he had not anticipated that she would go to such lengths to save two individuals who bore no connection to her. Reflecting on Zen's suspicions towards her, perhaps it was time to abandon any doubts. "You have encountered a commendable wife. Take her to see your mother." "Yes, father, I require command over a troop." "Very well. Will you not inquire as to my intentions?" And Mu Er replied proudly, "My son is no coward. If you wish to act, then do so without restraint. For years, the adversary had been testing our limits through various schemes. Initially, I had intended to play a long game. But it seems that is no longer necessary. We shall obliterate all that they know." From the moment they targeted Zen, their fate was sealed, that a chilling atmosphere settled over the space. And at that moment, Mu Er's expression lacked the gentleness he showed towards Lingxi, emanating an air of authority, such as the demeanor of a sovereign, the ruler of an empire. "Indeed, I shall not disappoint you." Lingxi bowed respectfully, and a token appeared, a symbol of military authority within the empire. Only two such tokens existed, one in the possession of the king, the other within Mu Er, and as Lingxi grasped the token, a wave of murderous intent surged within him. He understood the adversary's purpose. If their scheme to eliminate Lei Yin aimed to sever the empire's future military prowess, then the assassination of the royal uncle would strike at the very heart of the current military leadership. The enemy's methods were manifold, their ultimate goal being the nation's destruction, but he would never allow them to succeed. "And Mu Er, have you received any word from the Oya family?" No, although Lingxi did not voice his plans. And Mu Er could surmise his intentions that he placed a reassuring hand on Lingxi's shoulder, reminding him that this was his lifeline. "Yes, I shall compensate Oya afterward." Remember to inform me when your royal uncle awakens." "Understood." And Mu Er departed, leaving the medical personnel to their relentless duties. Countless bullets were extracted from the two massive bodies, the sound of bullets colliding with metal trays echoing intermittently in the space. After several hours, the frail heart rates of the two finally showed some improvement, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the staff present. At least they would not perish immediately, and there remained a glimmer of hope for revival. The one who felt the most relief was Lingxi. They truly had a chance. "Jiao, we are all waiting for you to awaken." This premeditated murder had gripped the hearts of the entire empire, with countless individuals praying for the two, hoping for a miracle. Yet as one day passed, then 2 and 3, the recovery team, working around the clock, yielded no results. Following Lingxi's departure, arrangements were made for a 24-hour live broadcast. Throngs of people remained glued to the live stream, clinging to even the slightest hope to the scene of the incident. Oya Nat stood despondently, exuding an aura of despair. He appeared to have aged considerably. His figure visibly diminished, he stared vacantly at the raging waters of the new river, recalling how Kuncha had always been so afraid of pain. The last time she had sustained such severe injuries, she had cried for what felt like an eternity, but he could hardly fathom what had compelled her to confront a hail of bullets and chase after that figure. His lips trembled. Had he erred? Perhaps had he not allowed her to stay at Li Jiao's residence, she might never have crossed paths with Shi. Or if he had been firmer, perhaps with Kuncha's docile nature, she might have relinquished her attachment to Shizin. Perhaps, countless perhaps swirled in Oya Nat's mind, tears streaming from his haggard eyes. Alas, there were no perhaps left. "Kuncha, where are you? Are you in pain?" A simple utterance that brought forth tears from countless viewers in the live stream. One of the most heart-wrenching sights in the world is seeing white hair replace black. Lady Oya Kunsha, you promised to visit us next month. You have broken your word, ditto. How we long for you. Little sprouts. Images flooded the chat. Lady Oya Kunsha, you said you would come visit me again. How can you die when I'm still alive? If there is a deity in this world, I would willingly trade my meager remaining years for Lady Oya Kunsha. In the underground medical facility, Oya Nat gazed cautiously at the recovery chamber, where the leopard lay ensnared by various medical apparatus, tears flowing freely. Kunsha, Kunsha, his hoarse voice and careful call stirred the hearts of all present. I apologize, Oya Nat. I selfishly utilized you, leading you to endure such sorrow. Lingxi bowed, his gaze fixed on the ground. Though regretful, he knew he would act the same way again. Oya Nat regarded the bowing Grand Prince, his eyes flickering momentarily, that he turned and helped Lingxi to his feet. From my perspective, your actions were indeed misguided. Yet in the grand scheme, you were not at fault. I am grateful for your salvation of Kunsha. In that perilous situation, even if he had sought assistance, it was uncertain whether he could have found and rescued Oya Kunsha, that Lingxi's gaze drifted towards the nearby recovery chamber, his expression softening as he said, "It was not I who saved them, but Jiujio. Had it not been for her, they might truly have." Following Lingxi's gaze, Oya Nat noticed Li Jiu lying in the recovery chamber, astonished. Although the Grand Prince had not explicitly stated it, the implication was clear. Without Li Jiu's aid, his daughter might indeed have perished. That I never anticipated it would be Lady Li Jiu. What has befallen her? She was injured while saving them, and has been in a coma for 3 days. Oya Nat felt a surge of gratitude swell within him. He approached Li Jiu's recovery chamber and bowed deeply before her unconscious form. Lady Li Jiu, I, Oya Nat, shall forever remember your kindness. You will always be a distinguished guest of the Oya family. Beside him, Lingxi's eyes sparkled with urgency. Jiu, please awaken soon. In the following days, Oya Nat remained vigilantly by her side, while Lingxi could not linger long, burdened with numerous responsibilities. Time passed relentlessly, and as hope waned, despair settled in. 7 days later, as the recovery team methodically withdrew, countless anxious hearts shattered. News confirming the deaths of Inshizan and Oya Kunsha swept across the empire. The site of the tragedy cordoned off as throngs of citizens came to pay their respects with flowers. The architects of this calamity ignited nationwide outrage, first targeting a female, then assaulting the empire's military leadership. Countless hackers, driven by indignation, delved into the released video's code, unearthing an unexpected name. Inshizan's pride and joy. His apprentice, Jeremy Talons. This revelation left the populace in disbelief. Impossible! General Jeremy Talons is Zen's most cherished disciple. He regarded him as a son. Although Jerry Terrence hails from a humble planet, his undeniable military prowess has positioned him as one of the foremost geniuses alongside General Rain. What could be his true intention behind such actions? Have you not noticed? The esteemed Lord Zane, who surpasses him, along with General Rain, are now both deceased. Thus, is it not Jerry who stands as the most capable military figure in the Empire? Indeed, this does bring clarity to the matter. Could it be that General Rain's demise was also orchestrated? Reflecting upon it, despite his disdain for Yi Anshi, General Rain would not have fled the imperial capital in a spacecraft. At that time, he was already on the brink of losing control. Logically, he should have sought solace in a hospital instead of escaping. Precisely. This defies all reason. What could have compelled General Rain to make such a choice? Furthermore, I recall that there should not have been any spacecraft docked at the incident site. Why was there a vessel present? As an avid enthusiast of spacecraft, I am well versed in all models available on the market. The ship piloted by General Rain was an outdated G381 model, which, after a fresh coat of paint, bore a resemblance to the latest G566 model. When I initially saw the news, something felt amiss. But it was only upon receiving the news of General Rain's death that the realization struck me. Skeptics may refer to my homepage, where I recently posted a comparison of these two spacecraft models. Hence, I firmly believe that General Rain's death was a conspiracy. Following the words of this spacecraft aficionado, countless individuals flocked to his webpage, where a prominent blogger with 1 million followers primarily discusses various spacecraft. His pinned post compares the two models, dated 2 months prior. Many unearthed previous news regarding General Rain's refusal to accept Yi Anshi's attempts at reconciliation before fleeing the imperial capital. The more we compare, the more chilling it becomes. The G381 model had been decommissioned a century ago. General Rain's death was undoubtedly premeditated. So, when General Rain boarded the spacecraft, was he indeed willing to pilot it away from the Imperial capital? Who can comprehend my anguish? As a military enthusiast, my greatest joy was the collaboration between Lord Zane and General Rain on their military program, which is now lost forever. Everything points to the fact that General Rain's death may also be linked to the same individuals responsible for Lord Zane's demise. The official account of the Imperial Police demands a thorough reinvestigation into General Rain's death. Perhaps the demise of General Rain was not solely due to these individuals, but Yi Anqi is also entangled in this web. Was it merely a coincidence that she encountered the increasingly unstable General Rain? And did General Rain fortuitously board a vessel that conformed to the standards of the Kohler family to evade the bothersome Yi Anqi? It no longer appears to be mere chance. Rather, it seems to be a meticulously crafted scheme. Hence, they first eliminated the potentially superior General Rain, and now they have taken down the most competent military figure, Lord Zane. The adversary's intentions are now glaringly evident. They are quietly undermining the Empire's military strength while everyone remains oblivious. This netizen summary undoubtedly struck a chord with all, revealing that the design had long been laid bare. With no one the wiser, a weakened military, combined with the rise of those supported by the adversary, could yield dire consequences that we must investigate, conduct a thorough inquiry. We cannot allow the villains to go unpunished. Justice must be served for our heroes. I have reason to suspect the Kohler family may be involved, particularly since General Rain had a history of poor relations with them. Was it not the case that a scion of the Kohler family was once expelled from the military camp by General Rain for attempting to secure favors? I have heard of this incident, and it is worth noting that the Kohler family has more than doubled in influence since General Rain's tenure. The very day after General Rain's funeral, a new family had emerged, none other than his estranged uncle, Kohler Ladon. Thus, according to the principle that those who benefit are the most suspicious, it is plausible that members of the Kohler family are implicated. Indeed, it is a possibility. After all, General Rain was a collateral relative of the Kohler family, and he was the only collateral relative to ascend to the position of family head in many years. I would rather err on the side of caution than let any wrongdoing go unpunished. But what can we, mere individuals, do? No matter how furious we are, it is ultimately the higher-ups who dictate the course of action. No, your thoughts are misguided. Do you not recall how last time Count Oya Nat sought justice for Lord Oya Kunsha and the ensuing public outcry? His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has urged us to trust in the Empire. And I firmly believe that my country will not tolerate any malefactors. Yes, trust in our nation that I will take that step. Count me in. However, I implore everyone to remain peaceful. The Empire is already in turmoil, and we must not become pawns in someone else's game. All right, let us keep an eye on one another. Soon, the spot where Count Oya Nat once sat outside the palace became a gathering place for many. They sat silently on the ground, mirroring Count Oya Nat's earlier demeanor. Coincidentally, the two soldiers on duty today were the same as last time. After exchanging customary inquiries, they swiftly reported back after receiving their fellow soldiers' findings. As they went to relay the message, a crowd had already amassed near the palace gates. Yet there was an eerie silence, an atmosphere of tension gradually building around them. Unlike before, this time it was not the Crown Prince Enshi Lingxi who emerged, but the Emperor of the Empire, Enshi Mur. With his arrival, the atmosphere shifted to a more somber tone, and those at the forefront held their breath as the tension thickened. The accompanying guard saluted. "Your Majesty, please do not come too close." "No worries, they are all citizens of the Empire." "But, Your Majesty, they are my subjects. They shall be safe." That indeed, that Enshi Mur waved his hand. The guards took a small step back while remaining vigilant over his safety. His assertion, "They are my subjects," quelled some dissent among the royal critics, while others grew more favorable towards the king. Their concerns for the guards were understandable, especially given the recent assassination of Lord Zane. The king, as the spiritual pillar of the Empire, must remain unharmed. "Your Majesty, I apologize for the trouble," came the chorus of voices. All those seated on the ground rose in unison, bowing respectfully to Enshi Mur. He smiled, no need for concern. Those closest to Enshi Mur, initially tense, soon realized that he radiated no air of arrogance. Rather, he appeared quite amiable. Enshi Mur's gaze swept over the vast crowd, now a historic gathering at the palace gates. A flicker of understanding crossed his eyes. It was undoubtedly the handiwork of Lingxi. He raised his voice. "Greetings. I am Enchi Muerd. I am aware of your intentions. Thank you for placing your trust in the Empire. I am delighted to see you all here, brave in your pursuit of justice." That a thunderous applause erupted. Every gaze fixated on Enchi Muerd, that he addressed their most pressing concern. An immediate investigation into whether General Rain's death was connected to Yi Anchi and Kohler, as well as the establishment of a special task force to probe the assault on Zane and Oya Kunsha, potentially linked to Jerry Terrence. Thank you, everyone, on behalf of my brother Zane, for your concern for him. Stepping back slightly, Enchi Muerd solemnly bowed to all present. That as he did so, the crowd caught sight of his hair, which could not conceal the signs of tears shimmering in his eyes, that he was not only the ruler of a nation, but also Zane's brother. Sharing in the pain of losing a loved one, while others may weep freely for their losses, he must feign strength to maintain order. Rest assured, we will not show leniency towards the wicked. We will provide answers for you and for the nation. And no matter how insidious the enemy's schemes may be, please remember that the Empire will exert every effort to safeguard you. But, as Lingxi stated, a tree too large will always attract pests. Yet with everyone's active participation in pest control, the great tree can flourish. Thus, the safety of the Empire requires your assistance, that I earnestly request that you join us in protecting this towering tree of the Empire. Yes. The unified response echoed throughout the palace. That in the aftermath of the media's edit, countless people clogged the palace gates. The king bowed in gratitude, empathizing with the public's grief, and inviting them to join in the fight against the pests threatening the Empire's great tree. Once the video was uploaded online, it sparked considerable reaction, as the king, once perceived as an unreachable figure, appeared more approachable, revealing that he too experiences sorrow and concern. This shattered the rumors of the royal family's coldness. Generating more sympathy, the royal family acted swiftly. Before the crowd outside the palace had entirely dispersed, numerous live broadcasts emerged online. Some were stationed outside the Kohler residence, others outside the Yi family estate, and still others at Jerry Terrence's location. That in every case, the residences were completely surrounded by well-equipped military forces. The atmosphere in the Kohler family hall was particularly grim, as Kohler Leidong coldly surveyed those present. Who is responsible for the attack on Rain? It is best for one to stand up for oneself. Otherwise, the Kohler family shall not tolerate him. The individuals present remained unmoved as Kohler Leidong's threats echoed through the air. The identity of the instigator was all too apparent. They found themselves powerless against the hypocrites, yet they must not entertain any thoughts of being made scapegoats. That they contemplated their next course of action should the truth about Ryan's death be linked to the Kohler family schemes. They were soon interrupted. That a battalion of soldiers, bearing detention orders, appeared in the Kohler family's parlor. Names were called out: Kohler Leidong, Kohler Dong Ao, and others, causing Kohler Leidong's hands to clench tightly, the sound of his knuckles cracking filling the silence. The departure of these individuals would render the Kohler family nearly a hollow shell. The aforementioned individuals are requested to accompany us, the officer stated. Kohler Leidong stepped forward. Sir, might we have a moment to prepare? Negative. Immediately, at once. Any defiance will be met with lethal force. The officer replied. That at his command, all soldiers swiftly chambered their weapons, aiming them squarely at the members of the Kohler family present. Very well, that I have taken note. Beckley Cole, Kohler Leidong said, casting a venomous glare at Beckley Cole before striding out. He could not believe that mere speculation could compel him to confess. There was no way that would happen. With Kohler Leidong having departed, the others were left with no option but to follow suit. Beckley Cole, with an unusually cold demeanor, surveyed the scene. Ryan, this is the family you sacrificed your life to protect. Yet it has ultimately led to your downfall. All I can do now is bring your betrayers to justice. Rest in peace, my friend. That in the Turin family estate, Jerry Turin made no attempt to resist as he followed the soldiers bearing detention orders. Compared to the previous two families, the Yi family faced the most trouble. Just as they had announced their intention to summon Yi Anchi for questioning, a terrified voice echoed from upstairs. That in the bathroom of Yi Anchi's room on the second floor. The pristine bathtub was now stained crimson, the woman within it lying unconscious, her fate uncertain. Enru, standing by the tub, gazed in horror at the scene before him, before stumbling back, panic-stricken, and shouting, "Help! Quickly, save my mistress, she has attempted suicide." Downstairs, Yi Yan's head shot up. What? The mistress has attempted suicide. Anru, tear-streaked and frantic, appeared before Yi Yan and the others. That why Yi Yan's heart trembled in fear, yet he cursed Yi Anqi inwardly for her foolishness. By taking her own life, did she not implicate herself in General Ryan's death? If she were to perish, it might be for the best. If she survived, he would consider taking matters into his own hands. Ever since returning from prison, she had wielded her status as a noblewoman to demand this and that from the family when she was arrested, all of which he could endure. However, if she dragged the Yi family into this turmoil, he would not hesitate to show his ruthless side. That my lord, my apologies, Anru said, panic evident as he looked at Yi Yan. The latter nodded solemnly. Yi family head, you should attend to this matter. Lives are at stake. Yi Yan dashed off, Anru's cries having already startled the Yi family. Upon reaching Yi Anqi's chamber, Yi Yan found the family doctor and others extracting her from the bathtub. Gazing at the now crimson-stained tub, and then at Yi Anqi, who appeared deathly pale. Yi Yan's expression was a tumult of emotions that he had once indulged her, yet he was bewildered by how her demeanor had grown increasingly arrogant and unmanageable. Her noble status had rendered him unable to discipline her, resulting in her defiance intensifying, that he often mused how much better it would have been had he fathered a son. Doctor, how is Lady Yi Anqi? Anru inquired anxiously from behind the crowd. The doctor, skillfully staunching the bleeding and stitching the wounds, finally exhaled in relief. Househead, I have completed the stitching and staunched the bleeding. Fortunately, we discovered her in time, and her life is not in danger. However, for safety's sake, it is advisable to take her to the hospital for observation. Is she truly unharmed? Yi Yan asked, a sense of calm washing over him. She will require some time to recuperate, the doctor reassured. Turning to the visibly tense Anru, she will be fine. Just a period of rest is needed. That is a relief. Anru, overwhelmed with gratitude, wiped his tears and bowed repeatedly. Thank you, doctor. Thank you. Househead Yi Yan observed the ecstatic Anru before exiting the room. Upon descending the stairs, he saw the military personnel still waiting. What is the condition of Lady Yi Anqi? She is stable. We discovered her in time. The doctor recommends hospital observation. Yi Yan reported truthfully. Very well. There is an ambulance outside, though we shall take Lady Yi Anqi to a military hospital. Once the investigation concludes and it is established that she bears no relation to this matter, we will personally return her home. The officer declared that Yi Yan could do naught but nod in agreement. Once back upstairs, he instructed Anru to gather Yi Anqi's belongings. Anru, realizing that the military would not relent even now, fell to his knees, pleading with Yi Yan. Househead, I implore you. My mistress did this out of desperation. If she awakens to find herself in military custody, I fear she will become even more resolute in her despair. What use is your plea to me? This is an imperial decree. Who dares to obstruct it? Anru's face turned ashen, collapsing to the ground in despair. How could this be? Prepare her belongings. They will arrive shortly to escort her away. Yi Yan commanded before departing. His primary concern lay not with Yi Anqi's fate, but whether the Yi family would be implicated in this affair. Soon, military personnel ascended the stairs. Anru, still in shock, hurriedly declared, I shall help my mistress gather some clothing. Please grant me just a few moments. Chapter 74, A Life on the Brink. Li Jiu awakens to save in response to Anru's pleas. The military personnel showed him no malice. Very well. Anru expressed his gratitude. Thank you. The military doctors swiftly replaced the Yi family's medical staff, employing numerous advanced medical devices to ensure Yi Anqi's survival. The Yi family doctor watched in awe, envious of the sophisticated equipment he had long coveted. Before long, a stretcher bearing Yi Anqi emerged at the Yi family's entrance, a stark contrast to the manner in which the other three families had been apprehended. Drawing the attention of the journalists on standby, Anru, clutching a suitcase, remained at a distance as the medical team placed Yi Anqi into the ambulance, offering his small suitcase with a respectful demeanor. I appreciate your assistance. With the closing of the vehicle doors, the die was cast. The convoy departed swiftly, while Anru remained rooted in place, gazing longingly at the retreating vehicles. Journalists rushed forward, encircling Anru. You are Lady Yi Anqi's partner. Do you not know that she may be implicated in General Ryan's death? Or perhaps it was she who orchestrated his demise? Utter nonsense, Anru exclaimed, rage flaring as he knocked a microphone to the ground. His eyes blazing with fury, Lady Yanchi would never commit such an act. These are your unfounded slanders. However, it was undeniable that Lady Yanchi's actions had indeed led to General Ryan's departure. Thus, the narrative that she was one of his murderers could not be dismissed. Silence. Silence. Perhaps it was this statement that provoked Enru, who, without a second thought, launched himself at the journalist, leading to a scuffle. The incident of Yi Anchi's partner assaulting a journalist quickly spread, with many in the comment section noting, "Oh, it's him. He was the one who caused a ruckus at the police station when Lady Yi Anchi was arrested and was detained for several days before being released." Despite criticisms of Yi Anchi's character, her choice in partners was deemed commendable. Such deep devotion was a rarity. Thus, Enru's portrayal as a devoted partner solidified. The minor players were soon overshadowed, with the focus shifting to the interrogation of those other than the unconscious Yi Anchi. While the online discourse raged, the secret medical facility remained eerily quiet. Yet the individuals below endured a week of torment. During this time, Anshi, Zan, and Oya Kunsha came perilously close to death on several occasions. But through the tireless efforts of the medical staff, they managed to cling to life. The blaring alarm resounded once more, prompting a somber assembly of medical personnel to rush toward Oya Kunsha's treatment room. The guardians outside cried out, "Not good. Her heartbeat has ceased. Prepare the defibrillator." The medical team worked in seamless harmony, having all necessary medications and equipment ready within 10 seconds, as the attending physician commenced resuscitation efforts. The massive figure lay on the bed, the defibrillator jolting her body, yet the beeping of the heart monitor grew increasingly frantic, causing all present to hold their breath. Outside, the exhausted Oya Nat knelt. Hands clasped in prayer, "Oh God, I beseech you to save your people. If it is within your power, I would gladly trade my own life for hers. Please save her, save her." The sound of a heavy thud as the forehead struck the ground was drowned out by the alarms of the defibrillator and other medical devices. Perhaps the divine heard the prayers of Oya and Nat, and after several minutes of frantic resuscitation, someone exclaimed in astonishment, "There is a heartbeat." A collective sigh of relief echoed through the room. How fortunate. At that moment, the electrocardiogram of Oya Kunsha showed a distinct fluctuation, prompting Oya and Nat outside to rise swiftly, his gaze fixed intently on the medical chamber. Yet, before they could fully relax, a more urgent alarm blared, offering them no time to breathe before they heard the heart monitor flatline. Oya Nat's pupils constricted as he shouted, "No! Kunsha!" At that instant, a delicate figure within the healing chamber slowly lifted her eyelids, the glaring light causing Li Jiao to instinctively close her eyes. However, Oya Nat's furious bellow compelled her to open them wide. Her consciousness sharpened rapidly, and memories from before her fainting flooded back. Kunsha, the royal uncle. She bolted upright, and as she did, the healing chamber's door opened automatically, shifting from parallel to vertical orientation. As her feet touched the ground, Li Jiao's gaze landed squarely on the elderly Oya Nat, who was being restrained by two medical staff. "Kunsha, Kunsha, open your eyes and see your father." Oya Nat cried, tears streaming down his face, his hopeful eyes fixed on the bun being resuscitated within the chamber. Quickly, all medical personnel once more employed the defibrillator. But to their horror, they discovered that no matter their efforts, the heart rate remained utterly unresponsive, devoid of even the slightest fluctuation. Yet the medical team was unwilling to surrender. They yearned for a miracle to manifest that Li Jiao's heart sank. She intended to run, but was unaware that she had already been unconscious for a week, as she attempted to move. Her weakened legs caused her to tumble heavily to the floor. This commotion caught the attention of a staff member who was tending to Oya Nat. Upon spotting Li Jiao sprawled on the ground, his eyes lit up, for the Crown Prince had once mentioned that as long as they could hold on until Lady Li Jiao awakened, both Oya Kunsha and Lord Zai would be saved. Having witnessed Li Jiao's miraculous interventions before, he believed wholeheartedly. "Lady Li Jiao." He quickly released Oya Nat and dashed toward her. Meanwhile, Li Jiao struggled to rise, her expression frantic as she implored, "Quickly, take me to Kunsha." The staff member, apologizing for the inconvenience, scooped her up and rushed toward Oya Kunsha's healing chamber, where the doctors had yet to concede defeat. Upon entering, Li Jiao's heart ached at the sight of the lifeless eyes of the leopard. "Quickly, place me beside Kunsha. Make way." A sudden shout startled the dedicated doctors, and seizing the opportunity, the staff member placed Li Jiao onto the expansive rescue bed. She swiftly laid her hands upon the magnificent leopard, her long hair beginning to shimmer with a radiant white light. The startled doctor, consumed by anger, bellowed, "What are you doing? We are in the midst of saving a life." Li Jiao paid no heed to the doctor's fury, instead whispering to Oya Kunsha, "Kunsha, awaken! Please wake up!" As her words fell, the previously flat electrocardiogram suddenly exhibited fluctuations, causing the once angered doctor's eyes to widen in disbelief. "Heartbeat detected. There's a pulse. We have a chance." Everyone stood in stunned silence, captivated by this miraculous scene that transcended their comprehension. The doctors hurriedly scanned the surrounding instruments, and soon they were astonished to find that Oya Kunsha's vital signs were rapidly stabilizing at an alarming rate. Outside, Oya Net also witnessed this miraculous turn of events and exclaimed joyously, "Kunsha is saved! Kunsha is saved!" Chapter 75. Zai-un is rescued. Is Lady Li Jiao a deity? Within the medical chamber, aside from the sounds of machinery, all breath was held, fearful that this might merely be a figment of their imagination. 30 seconds later, Li Jiao inquired about the instrument's readings. "What is the current status? How many numbers have exited the danger zone?" 80. Good. As the readings reached 80, Li Jiao withdrew her hands, slightly shaking her head as she turned to the staff member who had previously carried her. "Where is the royal uncle?" "Lord Zai-un is next door." Just as she finished speaking, urgent voices erupted from that direction. Had this been a minute earlier, the atmosphere would have been fraught with tension. Yet having witnessed a miracle, all eyes turned to Li Jiao, while doctors rushed past. "Quickly, take me over there!" Despite her lingering weakness and dizziness, she knew it would be safer and quicker to have them transport her rather than risk her own efforts. The staff member quickly scooped her up and carried her to the adjacent room, laying her gently upon the treatment bed without needing further instruction from Li Jiao. As soon as Li Jiao placed her hands on the white tiger, the sharp alarm bells gradually subsided. Everyone watched in awe as Li Jiao glowed, their lips sealed, fearing to disturb her concentration. After several seconds, the dizziness in Li Jiao's mind intensified. She raised her gaze to the readings on the instruments. Noting they were still short of the mark, that moment, everyone could distinctly feel time slipping by, second by second, while Li Jiao clenched her teeth, believing she was nearing her limit after attempting to save 2 lives in succession. Sweat beaded on her alabaster forehead as she bit her lip, prompting a nearby staff member to suggest gently, "Lady Li Jiao, perhaps you should take a moment to rest." However, Li Jiao's eyes remained fixed intently on the numbers 76, 77, 78, 79, 80. She quickly retracted her hands, the dizziness causing her body to sway, and in the next instant, a pair of large hands steadied her. That a familiar presence enveloped her. "Jiao, you've worked hard." The voice of Ling Shi reached her. And as Li Jiao opened her eyes, she met his gaze filled with deep concern. Li Jiao averted her gaze from Ling Shi, astonished. "Ling Shi, what happened to you?" Despite his meticulously tailored attire, the weariness radiating from Ling Shi was unmistakable, accentuated by the dark circles under his eyes that appeared as if drawn with charcoal. "Let us speak later. I must first carry you away so the doctors can take over." "All right." Li Jiao extended her hands. Having understood through the incidents involving her uncle and Kunsha that one should not hesitate when feelings arise, it would be too late for regret if one missed the chance. Indeed, she harbored feelings for Ling Shi, as he had cared for her wholeheartedly since her arrival in this world, filling the void of love in her life. This genuine affection enveloped her, rendering her unable to resist its pull. As Li Jiao reached out, Ling Shi appeared taken aback, but soon a genuine smile blossomed upon his handsome face for the first time in a week. His sturdy arm encircled Li Jiao's noticeably frilier frame, while his left hand slipped beneath her bent knee, lifting her effortlessly into his embrace. Ling Shi turned to the surrounding doctors, stating, "The rest is in your hands." "Understood." Nestled against Ling Shi's broad chest, Li Jiao could distinctly hear the rapid thumping of his heart, which brought her an unusual sense of reassurance. As Ling Shi glanced at Oya Kunsha, who was being vigilantly guarded by Oya Nat. He recalled the scene of Li Jiao being carried into the treatment room, that if this time Jiao truly did not awaken, it seemed that Lord Oya Nat might indeed face the heart-wrenching reality of burying his child. "Are you hungry?" The question stirred memories of the harrowing sensation of near starvation, prompting her to exclaim, "I can't be waking up after sleeping for 2 months again." No, but you have been unconscious for a week. After your fainting, Xiao Lu appeared and rescued both the royal uncle and Oya Kunsha, leaving behind a portion of life energy to heal them before disappearing. Did I see? The abruptness of the incident had left her no time to ponder how she had saved the two. But it seemed fortunate that she had encountered Xiao Lu. Life was indeed unpredictable. Let us wait a moment. We should confirm that both of them are all right first. All right. Please set me down now. Though reluctant, Ling Shi complied, gently placing Li Jiu on a chair as they continued to converse, exchanging words amidst the bustling activity of the healing chamber. Before long, doctors arrived from both sides. Your Highness. Lady Li Jiu, the condition of Oya Kunsha has stabilized, and Lord Zain's situation is also secure. The two doctors spoke to Li Jiu with the utmost reverence, for what had transpired was nothing short of miraculous. Indeed, Lady Li Jiu must be a deity, grateful to know that his daughter was out of danger. Oya Nat approached Li Jiu, kneeling before her in gratitude. Lady Li Jiu, thank you for saving Kunsha. From this day forth, I shall offer 1/10 of the Oya family's fortune as thanks. You shall forever be a distinguished guest of the Oya family. Please, Mr. Oya, rise. Having endured despair, Oya Nat, disregarding Li Jiu's attempts to pull her back, once more bowed before him. Li Jiu. There is no need for that I save Kunsha because she is my friend. My actions were not motivated by any desire for reward. Oya Nat's words caused the two doctors standing nearby to involuntarily gasp in astonishment. A mere fraction of the Oya family's wealth was an astounding sum. What was more shocking was that Lord Li Jiu had so decisively declined the offer. Oya Nat, I beseech you not to refuse. I possess nothing else but these mundane possessions to offer you. Truly unnecessary. Ling Shi, come assist me. Ling Shi stepped forward to help Li Jiu raise Oya and My Lord, please rise. Lord Li Jiu is not in need of financial support. With Ling Shi's aid, Oya Nat was compelled to stand. His gaze shifted, comprehending the underlying message within Ling Shi's words. Very well, I understand. Lord Li Jiu has not eaten for a week. I shall take him to have something to eat. This statement rendered Oya Nat unable to object, and he quickly stepped aside. I apologize, Lord Li Jiu. Please proceed to dine. Jiu, you are weak. Allow me to carry you. As the man spoke, he bent down and lifted Li Jiu into his arms. Initially, Li Jiu felt unperturbed, but now, under the scrutiny of several gazes, she felt her cheeks flush with warmth. Thus, she could only say, then make haste. I feel as though I might starve. Indeed. Before long, Ling Shi had carried Li Jiu to a lounge, gently placing her on a chair. Please wait. Your meal will arrive shortly. Recalling that this man was not adept at cooking, Li Jiu prepared to rise. I can manage it myself. However, a pair of strong hands pressed her back down. Do not worry. Since we are uncertain when you might awaken, meals are prepared here daily. Though I am not skilled in cooking, I can certainly warm up the dishes. Very well, Tio, be honest in her current state. She found it quite challenging to prepare a meal. Jiu, please hold on. The man's lips curled into a smile, and with an elegant gesture, he lifted a delicate food container. The crown prince began to warm the meal. The enticing aroma of food wafted through the air, and as Li Jiu leaned on her arms, she gazed at the man's earnest demeanor, unable to suppress a smile. Ling Shi, have I ever mentioned how handsome you are? Chapter 76. Ling Shi, clad in a white shirt that clung closely to his abdominal muscles. Ling Shi's movements faltered, and he turned his head, his gaze colliding with hers, which sparkled with mirth. The next moment, the amusement in his eyes vanished, replaced by a flicker of concern. This must have been quite arduous for you. Li Jiu felt a pang of sympathy. At this moment, he was striving to mask his weariness with a smile, the remnants of fatigue evident in his stained collar. Ling Shi was meticulous about cleanliness. He never wore a garment for more than a day, yet the clothing he wore bore several noticeable marks, indicating it had been worn for at least 2 days. His piercing gaze seemed to penetrate her, and coupled with her gentle yet impactful words, Ling Shi felt as though his heart was being pierced. An unusual sensation began to surge from his heart, swiftly radiating throughout his entire being, causing his eyes to tremble. His lips parted slightly, a playful mist clouding his gaze. Jiu. The haze in his eyes momentarily stunned Li Jiu, deepening her concern for him. Suppressing the heaviness in her heart, she forced a smile. Yes, it is all past. However, if you do not heat the food soon, I may very well starve.